more you could attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that G
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Chua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome in, Pokemon trading card game fans, to our regional championships this weekend down in San Antone here at the tournament. We are so excited to get into this event. Over 2,300 Masters Division trainers have gathered, and we will whittle it down until we eventually find our one San Antonio champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, and I'm joined here in the lounge by Pablo Tablemon Meza. Pablo, how we doing, man? How are you feeling about the San Antonio Regionals?
I mean, pretty cold. It's been pretty cold outside, but in here, the energy is pretty electric. There's so many players outside, so many varied decks as well. And yeah, it's been really cool to see all the players going at it in these first 3 rounds.
Definitely. We are working our way here through the season. This is our first tournament of the calendar year 2025, but there have been tons of tournaments so far, and we've got a few more remaining still in this 2025 season. San Antonio, next up, we have the European International Championships taking place over in London, Vancouver, Atlanta, and many more still to come.
Yep, and that London tournament is going to be the first one to feature Body, which I know we're all excited about. It's not being played here in San Antonio, but London will be very exciting. And then we have Vancouver, Atlanta, Milwaukee, the mysterious event we have yet to announce, New Orleans, and then culminating in Anaheim, California.
All leading up, of course, to that World Championships in Anaheim taking place in August. And let's look as well at what these players are competing for at each of these tournaments, the championship points, the ever so valuable championship points that players are fighting for in order to try to solidify themselves in a spot in that top 125 ranking.
Yeah, you need a lot of those to be in the top 125. I'm guessing a lot of these players, like, we're almost at the halfway point or at the halfway point, right? So we can start getting an idea of where that threshold might be, I think, because a lot of players are traveling around the world, right?
Yes.
NA is going to EU, EU is going to NA, LA going everywhere, and so we have like a lot of players who already have their 5 finishes. And therefore, I think we can start to get an idea of what that top 125 for NA is looking like.
Yeah, especially after EUIC, right?
Yeah.
I mean, those internationals pay out so many championship points, but these regionals are really just as important, being able to make sure you lock up 5 really solid finishes throughout the year. And yeah, you mentioned players traveling. You know, it's different what you need to get that World's invite depending on where you live in the world. I mean, we've got players competing in this event from Oceania. You know, Brent Tonneson, I think to no one's surprise, has traveled here from Australia. A ton of Mexican players have come up for this event because proximity-wise, it's probably one of their closest regional championships they'll get until later in the year. So I'm really excited to see a truly global event here just at a regional championship.
Yeah, we call them regionals, but they feel very international at this point. I think that's definitely something that's been happening as prizes grow, as championship points grow, and as the requirement for Worlds is also much steeper this year. Then players need to do this in order to qualify.
Well, our last tournament did take place just over a month ago at this point in Toronto. So let's recap exactly what happened at that last event. It was a cold December weekend in Toronto, Canada, but the action in our TCG Regional Championship halls certainly didn't cool down. It was an event absolutely dominated by Regidrago V-Star, being the most popular deck in Day 1, Day 2, and even top cut. So it should come as no surprise that the final match would feature 2 players piloting that exact archetype. Would it be Cal Connor from the USA or Callie White from Canada who would claim first place? Both Game 1 and Game 2 were extremely close, with each player trading blows to send us to a decisive Game 3. And in that third game, both players' starts were extremely slow, with each trainer only being able to establish a few Pokémon in play. Eventually Cal was able to pull ahead, but he had expended so many resources to gain a 2-6 prize lead. Ultimately, this game came down to a turn when Cal Connor chose to use Regidrago V-Star's Apex Dragon Attack to copy the swinging Sphene of Alolan Exeggutor EX. If the coin flipped heads, Cal would KO his opponent's active Cleffa, only taking 1 prize card, meaning that Callie would likely have the resources remaining to reverse sweep their opponent. But if Cal flipped tails, well, I'll let you hear exactly what happened.
What's the flip? Tails! Knocks out the Festivity! Cal Connor off a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship!
Yet another intense finals match led to an unforgettable Pokemon Regional Championships. Never miss a beat and head to Pokemon.com/compete to join the fun. What an exciting final match that was. These Regidrago V-Star mirrors, so many times, whatever the best deck is, we see so many mirrors play out. It feels like such a coin flip, and it's monotonous to see them over and over again, but I'm not joking when I say these Regidrago V-Star mirrors feel unique every single time they play out.
I wholeheartedly agree, Chip, and I think that has to do with all the attackers that the deck plays, right? You're able to accommodate to different situations you go up to. So yeah, all these Regidrago mirror matches are definitely very exciting to watch, much more so than many others we've had in the past.
And congratulations, of course, to Callie on the 2nd place finish, something they should be very proud of. But yes, it is Cal Connor from the United States who ends up becoming the Toronto Regional Champion. He's a player who's been around the game for so long. He's had so many top cuts. So, congratulations to him on finally locking up that 1st place win.
Yeah, that when you finally get there, that first win after so many attempts, I know that must have felt, you could see the emotion, right, coming out of him in that final match. It really meant a lot to him.
Well, let's look at what the meta looked like for the Toronto Regional Championships. It's certainly something that had an impact as events moved forward. We've had several events in this format since the Toronto Regional Championships, and I'm excited to see kind of how things have changed and evolved, now that we're a full month away from that tournament.
Yeah, and especially with what happened last weekend, right, with a lot of Palkia dominating over in Europe and Latin America. Will that have some effect in the metagame right now? But of course, we had Regidrago continuing to dominate in Toronto.
Yeah, and another big factor here as well, since Toronto happened, we had the Osaka Champions League taking place over in Japan, which was won by our Chaladon. That is a future format, with cards from Prismatic Evolution legal, so we weren't really quite sure how things would have an impact, but our Chaladon has made itself pretty well known at this point, looking at the results from Rio and from Birmingham just last weekend. That deck performed pretty well and had a solid place in the meta.
It feels almost like the new Goldengo, right? Goldengo was not very expected. It came out of nowhere, got that top 4 in Sacramento in that brand new format. And we have our Chaladon doing well in a new format, but it didn't play any of the new cards, so it's pretty relevant right now. And a lot of the decks are also similar. So yeah, I would not be surprised to see our Chaladon up there this weekend.
And it's pretty wild in just a month, right? This is from Toronto a month ago. Decks like Goldengo, Cloth, Miraidon, they have really kind of fallen out of favor in the meta, but the other 3 decks here on the graphic, Regidrago V-Star, Charizard EX, and of course Raging Bolt EX, have remained mainstays here in the format.
I know you're a big Raging Bolt fan, Chip, but yeah, Raging Bolt went from very high to very low. It's definitely been decreasing in popularity. It hasn't had that big finish after Caleb won the regional. It all but disappeared though.
Let's look at what happened in Day 2 of Toronto, which decks converted well into Day 2, which ones struggled a little bit. I think it's no surprise that Regidrago continued to dominate, and especially when you look at what ended up making top 8 of that tournament, it was 6 Regidrago V-Stars. I think that'll be a big question for this event. Is this going to be another Regidrago-dominated event?
It seems like NA really attracts, or Regidrago is really attracted to NA. Like the top NA players keep playing Regidrago over and over, and I think that definitely has to do with its performance. In the other regions, we've had a little more variety within the top players trying to perhaps play something that can beat Regidrago. But yeah, I wholeheartedly expect Regidrago to continue its dominance in the last event in this format.
And looking at some of the other decks here from Toronto Day 2, which of these would you expect to do well here at this event now a little bit later into the season? We've got the Snorlax Focused Control, we've got Lugia V-Star, Gardevoir EX, and then Iron Thorns Dragapult. That's a deck that picked up a lot of popularity ahead of Toronto. Where does that stand right now?
I think that deck has a lot of potential in the right hands, but it's not a very straightforward deck to play because, of course, you have Iron Thorns to deny other players' abilities, but you in turn don't have abilities to help yourself set up until you get to that Drag Cloak, right? So it's very dependent on that Precious Trolley, it's very dependent on that Technical Machine evolution, but if you don't get a strong starting hand, it's much harder to navigate. So I think it has potential, but I'm not quite sure it can reach the final just yet.
Let's take a look at all of our North American regional champions so far this season and try to determine, which players will be adding their names and their faces to this graphic by the end of the year. And yeah, 4 excellent players. I mean, Henry Chow, one of the breakout players over the last 12 or so months, had really strong finishes at the end of last season and certainly carried that forward into a win at Baltimore. Caleb Gettimer getting the win in Louisville. He's been one of the top North American players for the last decade or so.
Yeah.
Landon Kaler getting his second regional victory in Sacramento, and then Cal Connor finally getting the win in Toronto.
So I'd love to see a completely new face here. Someone that hasn't made a top 8 before, have them have their breakout performance. I would love to see the sort of underdog story of someone who you'd never expect demonstrate that they have what it takes to become champion.
Let's take a look at the top 16 players currently in North America. These are the players who have been traveling to tons of these events and who have been putting up numbers and performing extremely well. Rahul Reddy, besides Brent Tonneson, is maybe the most well-traveled Pokemon TCG player this season. He's competed in so many tournaments. And then Kieran Farah from Canada has continued to put up insane results. Really not a surprise after looking at who has made top 8s multiple times this season to see that those are the 2 players sitting at 1 and 2.
And then, of course, we have Michael Davidson, an amazing Worlds performance carrying over onto a season. Cal Connor, our recent regional winner. And we have so many good players there. Everyone there, I think, at this point is pretty well known. You're not surprised at seeing any of those names up there.
Yeah, and got to give a shout out as well to some of the young guns here on the top 16. Owen Dalgard, Benjamin Herbert, both players who are first-year Masters Division players. I mean, what a start to their seasons they've had so far. Benjamin, of course, got top 8 at the Louisville Regional Championships. Owen is still fighting for that first top cut finish at a regional championships. I do believe he got top 4 at a special event.
He did, yeah.
Not too long ago.
I was there. I was watching Owen completely dominate in Bogota. He did so well, and yeah, his run got caught short in top 4, but he was the undefeated player, I believe, after Swiss. So yeah, pretty good run there.
Of course, there was a regional championships just last weekend in Birmingham in the UK. Let's take a look at all of our regional champions from that European region so far this year. I mean, tons of great names. Alberto Conti, someone who has really popped off on the scene ever since 2022. He finally gets his first regionals win. Oyvind from last weekend in Birmingham getting the win after multiple second-place finishes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's really great stories happening over there in EU as well.
I mean, Ryuki was the biggest surprise, right? Winning the first EU event all the way from Japan, earning that coveted Worlds invite, which is also quite hard in Japan, so that was really cool to see. We've had some really cool regionals so far in the EU region.
Yeah, you think it might be hard to qualify for Worlds in the western part of the world, right, in North America.
Yep.
It's even harder in Japan, and so we've seen many Japanese players traveling to regional championships, both in Europe and in North America, and even in Latin America, and especially Australia as well,
China,
because it is, even though our circuit is hard, they feel like they've got a better shot to get a Worlds invite if they just win one of our tournaments, which is what players are playing for here. Of course, the champion this weekend will have a Worlds invite locked up.
Yep, and all of these 5 players will be featured at the World Championships. All of them amazing. They've shown amazing play right in the event so far, so it's going to be really cool to see who else gets added to a list and have them show up to the World Championships.
Let's take a look at that leaderboard for the European region. Expect we see many of these players up on the leaderboard. If you win a regional championships, you're going to earn a lot of championship points, so makes sense to see yourself up here. Alberto, of course, leading the way. Daniel Magda, another first-year master who is absolutely tearing things up from Poland with his friend and coach Miloslav just below him. Of course, Miloslav, the Latin American international champion earlier this year.
And then we have, of course, the very well-known Tor Draklev up there. Hasn't had the breakout performance this season just yet, but we're only at the halfway point. I'm sure it's coming. And Rune, I believe, is also a first-year master, if I'm not mistaken. Might be second year. But yeah, very young player, very accomplished player in the senior division, and I'm sure we'll be hearing a ton from him in the Masters division as well.
Yeah, very excited to continue to follow these stories as we continue on through the season. And that's just North America and Europe. I mean, there's so much happening in Latin America. There's so much happening in Oceania. I mean, it really is a global game, and we even get to follow along with what happens in Japan every once in a while as well. Very exciting, and I can't wait to see how it all culminates at the end of the year at Worlds.
Oh, me neither. Yeah, and all the other Asian countries as well. There's such an active Pokemon community everywhere, right? It's a worldwide thing, and it's really cool to see how the metagame varies. There was a really cool Roaring Moon deck with Dust Clubs over in Korea that did pretty well. That was really interesting to see. So it's really, I don't know, I love Pokemon, Chip. I just love Pokemon.
Right there with you, buddy. Yeah, very exciting times here in the Pokemon TCG. New sets coming out all the time, always ways to be innovating and expanding and moving forward in the game. Let's take a look at what we think is going to happen this weekend. And, you know, we've talked a little bit about the tournaments last weekend, right?
Yep.
We had Birmingham, we had Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. A deck that popped up and did extremely well at both of those tournaments is the Palkia Terrapagos. Now, this deck is something that's, I think, been a little bit on the radar, but mostly under the radar, right? There was a small group of North American players that played it to LAIC. Justin Templar ends up getting second place in the seniors division with this deck. Everyone kind of looked at it and said, oh, this is cool. But then it goes by for a couple months. No one really plays it. What the heck happened that last weekend is all of a sudden the time for that deck to pop up and do as well as it did?
It felt like the perfect combination of like the surprise factor, the raw strength of the deck that everyone underestimated, right? When Area Zero came out, like the immediate thought is like, oh, cool, Palkia gets a bigger bench, it'll get better. It, like, when the card came out, that's what we saw, but then people just gave up on the deck. But now all of a sudden, it fully came back, dominated both events. I honestly cannot explain to you why exactly that happened and how so many top players came to the same conclusion, right? Because the lists, it's not like a group of players playing the same 60. It was different people, different groups coming to that conclusion. So maybe we'll miss something. Maybe they were just saving it. I honestly can't tell you exactly what happened, Chip.
Yeah, 3 different players got top 8 with that deck in Birmingham. And then Fabrizio Ingasilva wins the Rio Regional Championships with the deck. And what I thought was really funny as well is that Fabrizio played the exact same 60 as a player in Birmingham who got top 4. But there's no way these guys were working together, right? They just ended up on the same 60.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they were working together, right? Alexander from Poland, Fabrizio from Peru, and exact same 60. It's very funny coincidence. But yeah, I mean, clearly it works. I think that's definitely going to have, we're going to see waves of those results happening here. I think Palkia is going to be the underdog this weekend, but it's going to show up in big numbers because of how well it did.
So you think we'll see it converting well into day 2? You think we'll see some players, even with just a week's notice, pick up this deck and choose to play it for the tournament?
I generally think so. With the people that I've been coaching this past week, it's definitely been like, obviously that was a highlight story of the past weekend. All the attention, all the eyes are on that deck, and a lot of people are going to make sure they're ready for it. But a lot of people are going to jump on that ship and make sure, like, okay, this is good, let's go with it.
Well, speaking of a deck that everyone has their eyes on, I think it is no surprise that Regidrago V-Star is continuing to dominate. It has been the most popular deck. It is the most powerful deck. It has the most options. We haven't shown our metagraph yet for today's event, but I think it should be to no one's surprise that Regidrago is the most popular deck in day number 1. Is there anything that can stop this deck, or is this going to be another one of those North American events that's just dominated by Regidrago?
Variance can stop it. I think that's its biggest enemy. Bad pricing can stop it. That's its enemy number 2. But honestly, the versatility that the deck has and the consistency that the deck has with all the really powerful item cards, it feels like on another level than all the other decks for me.
If the only thing you're really worried about is the light variance in the game, I have a feeling that it's a pretty good choice of a deck for a tournament. And that's why I think just continually, tournament after tournament, we see so many North American players that have been having such success with this deck continue to play Regidrago V-Star. I mean, Brent Tonneson, he's been traveling the world playing Regidrago V-Star. No surprise, he's playing it again. Lucas Zing and Grant Shin, they've dominated. They both got top cut in Toronto. Back on the Regidrago V-Star. Caleb Gettimer played the same 60 as them at that last tournament. Back on the Regidrago V-Star. Really no surprises.
Our own Ethan Heggie back on Regidrago, right? So yeah, I mean, with so many attacking options, you can adapt to any situation. Therefore, you can handle any deck. Therefore, it's a top deck by far.
Let's take a look at what us as the casters have picked to be the most popular picks, the things that we are looking out for this weekend that we think are going to do extremely well. Pablo, what are some of the things that you were choosing heading into the weekend?
So I'm definitely a fan of Terrapagos just because it opens up other decks, right? It's like you can have the raw Terrapagos Dustmer deck, or you can have Cloth, or you can have Palkia. So I feel like Terrapagos as a standalone card could feature quite well over the weekend in a variety of decks. And then all eyes are on our Charlatan as well. After it did well in Osaka, it also had pretty decent results this past weekend in both regions. I think that's going to carry over. And they're newish cards, which I always like seeing.
Yeah, and I'm on kind of the same wavelength with you there because I think Terrapagos also seems pretty poised to do well. So many different decks can utilize it. One of those being the Cloth. We got to give a little shout out to Boo, of course. She couldn't end up making the trip out here this weekend, but she still sent us in her caster predictions, and I think it's to no one's surprise that she's still rooting for the little crab.
Yeah, the crab is probably one of her passion decks at this point, and then she's a big believer on the Archaladon as well. I mean, Juancho sharing that Archaladon, I think he got second place at 2 league challenges yesterday, so he was pretty busy yesterday playing that deck. And then Dragapult, I think that's a little hopeful for him.
Yeah, don't talk about those second places around Juancho. I brought it up to him this morning when I saw him. He was like, oh, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. He couldn't quite get the win. I think he's a little beat up about it. But yes, very much believer in the Archaladon. And I like that deck a lot as well. But for this tournament, I had a hard time really kind of thinking about anything besides Regidrago V-Star because I feel like this is a tournament where there's a lot more decks in the meta, it feels like, than there were in Toronto, right? We've expanded a little bit. We've got more of those Terrapagos builds. We've got the Palkia Terrapagos build. We've got the Archaladon working into the mix. And while Regidrago V-Star can struggle a little bit against those things, as the meta gets wider, it typically favors whatever the BDIF is. And without a doubt, that is Regidrago V-Star.
And then Emily agreeing with you, of course, with that Regidrago V-Star pick. And then Gardevoir. Gardevoir, a pretty powerful pick as well. I think Gardevoir's biggest enemy right now is time, right? Just having enough time to close out games. But of course, it's a really good, powerful comeback deck. And I think Gardevoir is also poised to do well this weekend.
Yeah, Gardevoir is a deck that really doesn't hate just about anything it could go up against. Your Regidrago V-Star matchup, you know, when you talk when you have two really, really good players, it's usually going to go Regidrago's way, but a really good Gardevoir player is going to beat out the average Regidrago player
for sure,
way more often than not. So I definitely could see Gardevoir having a really, really strong tournament. I do think there's a decent chance that if Gardevoir makes it into Top Cut, they probably just will lose to a really good player playing Regidrago V-Star. But yeah, I think that's a great pick for the weekend without a doubt. And then Juancho there going with the Dragapult EX. I think that's something people are expecting a lot of in the next format once Badoo becomes legal, of course, from Prismatic Evolutions. That's a card that helps those slower Stage 2 setup decks massively. Dragapult EX is the best of all these Stage 2 attackers. I mean, the main reason Regidrago V-Star is so powerful and popular is because it's the best way to attack with Dragapult in the format. Yeah, what do you think about the Dragapult heading into this weekend before Prismatic is legal?
Not very hopeful about it. I mean, obviously the A-Spec Sparkling Crystal really helped out the deck. It allows it to push Dragapult after Dragapult a lot easier, and with Raging Bolt's decline, there are less things that can one-hit KO Dragapult because it has no weakness, so that's definitely something going for it. But you touched upon it. It's harder to attack with a Dragapult EX deck with your Dragapult than in Regidrago, so it's really hard to justify playing that over Regidrago at this point in time. Starting Monday, it flips. but today I think Dragapult is a little hopeful for Juancho here as a deck.
Let's take a look at our players to watch this weekend. There are tons of amazing players out there in the field this weekend, but these are the ones we're really keeping our eye on. Brent Tonneson, of course, has been going on the world tour now for 18 months, it feels like.
Yeah.
All of last season. He's making his way through all of this season. He has started really nicely at 3-0. Vinny Fernandez has also started at 3-0. We talked about players making the trip up from the Latin America region, Mexico, Brazil. And Vinny is one of those players coming up from Brazil, and he won the Charlotte Regional Championships last year. And then the person who won the Charlotte Regional Championships 2 years ago, Aiden Koos, a San Antonio local playing in his local tournament. He has also started, I believe he was 2-0, not sure if he got that third round or not, but all three of these players have had excellent starts to the tournament, and definitely people will be keeping our eyes on throughout the weekend.
All three fantastic players, all three very young players as well. And I know Aiden hasn't had the season he would have liked so far, so perhaps this is a tournament where he finally breaks that bad streak he's been on.
Yeah, and what a better place to do it than in your home
locally.
city. Maybe that gives him a little bit of motivation to drive forward and move forward and get a solid placement this weekend. Pablo, I'm very excited to see what happens here in San Antonio. Who will our champion be? Will it be someone playing Regidrago, or can something else topple the mighty Apex Dragon? We'll have to see what happens throughout the course of the weekend. Of course, if you want to stay up to date with this broadcast and all of our many other broadcasts throughout the season, the place to do it is Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Figure out when you can catch this channel live, when you can catch all of our regional championship coverage, international championships, and of course, Worlds later on this year. And be sure you're following all of the various channels as well, Twitch, YouTube, and be sure to follow us on all other social media platforms so you can stay in the loop and stay up to date in what's happening in the Pokemon TCG world. Pablo, you got anything else you want to say to the people before we get into our very first Swiss round of the day?
Get ready for a lot of Regidrago mirror matches.
Oh, man. We'll see what else we can find, but yeah, we'll probably see a bit of that. Let's get down to the casters and get into our Swiss round 4 match.
Thank you, Chip. Juancho Sedana here, and I'm joined by the amazing Emily Foreman. Again, Happy New Year, everyone. New year, new tournament, new pairing. It's going to be a great time.
I am super excited for it this weekend, Juancho. Honestly, San Antonio was my favorite regional of North America last season because it was the first time I got points at a regional, placing in within the first top 512. So honestly, San Antonio has been a really great time. I've been in here all morning, and I got to say, the field is super wide.
That's for sure. That's for sure. It's personally my first time here in San Antonio. I think the city is absolutely amazing. The stakes are a little bit too big for me to finish, but food is absolutely amazing. But yeah, we were checking out the field. You know what? I think Chip's right.
Yes.
Or Pablo's right with the whole, expect a lot of Regidrago mirrors.
Yes.
But there's still a lot of fun decks out there. You know, I'm rooting for all the Bridge fans out there. You know, we will connect together. But you know, they're doing well. But again, there's so many interesting decks out there. I hope we get to feature some of them.
I gotta talk about it just because I was in here at the start of round 2, actually, just walking around. I was just way too excited walking over. I saw Chestnut V, a lot of them on one bench, and if you've ever read that card, it's certainly a very interesting deck, but the format is so wide. I saw Regigigas as well. I'm seeing a lot of Ceruledge and a lot of Goldango as well. We know that in our Twitch chat especially, we love a Goldango. So honestly, it's just for a lot of the matchups you're going into, and for what I've been telling people, play what you're comfortable with one. It's always that. You always prefer kind of an familiar bad matchup than an unfamiliar bad matchup. But also just know your lines versus Regidrago. It's just the way to go.
No, definitely. Play something you're comfortable with. Play something you're having fun with. I mean, you know, it's always fun playing Pokemon, the Pokemon trading card game. But yeah, we talked about the format, but how about we learn a little bit about it? We have a quick video to show. Let's check it out.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Definitely, this could be you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the biggest thing I took from that video. And you know what? What are we all playing for this weekend?
A lot of points, Juancho, but I think we're also talking about a lot of money.
You can keep your points. If
points.
you win this, I'd be glad going home with $10,000. And, you know, if you're a master, with some booster packs too to boot. Not to mention that fancy medal. Okay, not gonna lie, I don't know if I had to choose between $10,000 or the medal, it'd be a tough choice.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. But luckily, the champion, again, of this tournament is going to go home with everything. And, oh boy, what a good time to be playing the Pokemon trading card game. Again, you could go home with thousands of dollars, going up to even just top 32.
Yeah. I think it's definitely a big pull that I feel like a lot of people get rewarded for even just staying in the tournament for 9 rounds as a whole, right? Even if you can't make Day 2, you can still play for like that 5-3-1, right? And still walk away with some points for the regional. But of course, I love also the champion mat as well. You still have that beautiful Latios and Latios mat that we got going on this weekend. There's just tons of things to win. But yes, the money is a big pull, but of course, your glory moment as well is just the biggest one.
Oh, 100%. And man, yeah, you're right. That Latios mat, I wish I was a competitor right now, not gonna lie. But of course, also, you know, if you win the regional championships, you just get an invite to the World Championship.
Absolutely. That's definitely the biggest one.
That's a tough one. If you had to choose between $10,000, the medal, the booster packs, or an invite to the World Championships. That's a tough one.
Well,
I think
luckily,
I'd take the invite.
Well, luckily, if you win, you get all of it. So honestly, it is super exciting to be back. We have an electrifying first match as soon as we get to it too. But Juancho, it has been such a fun season to watch across, you know, all of the regions. And like the guys were talking about in the lounge a little bit earlier, this event itself has a lot of international representation. Brent Tonneson just came from Birmingham last week and is already back here in San Antonio. I mean, I just love the fact that you can play Pokemon essentially anywhere. I know for me, my deck is always on me. I just, you know, I always have Regidrago or Raging Bolt with me. Just, you know, you never know who's going to be playing Pokemon cards.
Oh, no, 100%. I feel like if you walk down the hall here, you can literally challenge anyone to a battle. And again, honestly, is it even a regional tournament if we don't see Brent Tonneson? No, but yeah, how about we go ahead and take a look at the metagame actually for this tournament. That's going to be something interesting. Spoiler alert, Regidrago. Yeah, there it is. Regidrago V-Star at 17.96%. No surprise there, but seeing Charizard right behind it. I mean, Charizard did win the last regional in Birmingham, so seeing it up there, honestly, I feel like this has to be the tournament for Regidrago, right? If Charizard just wins the last one, hey, let's play a good deck that beats it. And hey, it just happens to be the best second format.
It's such a strange kind of process that you have to go through when you're choosing a deck for regionals, right? Because you have to consider, okay, well, this one last regional, but you know, Regidrago is going to be around, so maybe I'll play Raging Bolt, but then Raging Bolt loses to Gardevoir, and then, you know, you have the people who are very still strong on Lugia V-Star as well, a great deck. Honestly, to hit into our Chaladon EX, who is joining us on the day 1 graphic right there at the back end. But I know a lot of people are hyped about this deck. They love this deck because it's big, bulky, and you constantly get to kind of reset yourself at certain points. Juancho, I know you were playing a lot of our Chaladon yesterday. How do you feel about where it is in the meta right now?
Oh, I think it's it's in a great spot. I feel like it's the exact type of Pokemon we needed. Honestly, I've been enjoying the deck so much. Because to me, you know what makes a good Pokemon card is it's a card that can break the rules, right?
Sure.
Imagine you can only attach once per turn, but that's
Yes.
why Rain Dance is so good. You can attach as many water energies as you want. When you knock out a Pokemon, you take a prize.
Yes.
But then Iron Hands cheats that a little bit. You can take one more. But I think the most broken type of breaking rules attack has to be take another turn. And with Dialga V-Star, with Dialga V-Star Star Chronos attack, I think it's absolutely beautiful, and it's paired perfectly with an Archaludon. You can literally come out of nowhere, Thornton one out. It's just so much fun. I played a ton of it yesterday, you know, just to test my caster prediction, and again, it did pretty well. But hey, you know what, Lugia V-Star up there as well, you know, near and dear to my heart. Makes me really sad just because these are a lot of the decks that we're going to be losing in rotation.
It is very true, Wancho, but I think we can agree. And I heard this last week on the European stream, and I just want to reiterate the point here too. The format's wide. I think you can really, as long as you have that really kind of strong understanding of how to beat Regidrago V-Star, I think you can honestly just come to these regionals and play with whatever you want. But Wancho, we are going to be moving on into some of the notable matches we actually have for this round coming up here. And as you can see, starting us off, we got the Don himself, Jesse Parker, on the Don, which I am super excited to see. But I also have to give a big shout out to Sebastian Lashman and Brandon Bond, who I actually both know. They're both very talented players. I'm so excited to see where they go. But also Callie White is on this screen, and we know Callie from that second place finish back in Toronto.
And of course, we can't forget Vinny Fernandez against William Diaz. Again, Vinny is just that type of player. You really did get to see him grow up. Honestly, like, you can watch all our recent tournament videos. You'll see Vinny in almost most of them, really. And he really did grow up playing the Pokemon trading card game. I mean, it really does show that he does have so much talent playing this game. And it's just amazing to watch. He's one of my favorite players to watch, to be honest. But of course, the one we're going to be showing off is Jesse Parker against Tanner Hurley. Ooh, are you excited? Again, Jesse Parker bringing it back with the Miraidon EX, with Iron Hands EX. Again, Miraidon EX, this is what he brought to the World Championship. This is what he got top 4 with, and this is, you know, the World Championship, his World Championship deck. It's about to come out. But of course, he's gonna have to face Tanner Hurley, playing the best deck in format, playing Regidrago V-Star. This is the deck to beat. How do you feel about it?
Well, if you know me, you know that I was a Miraidon player and still love that deck just to my core. I love this deck. I went to my first regional with this deck with its partner at the time, Magnezone V-Star, which didn't go too well for me, but I just love Miraidon. It's definitely a go fast, go second type of deck, and if it's one player to show first on how to take over a match, especially going second versus Regidrago V-Star, I'm excited to see how it is going to go. But once again, Jesse Parker, like you said, I mean, he has a Worlds deck of his favorite deck coming out here, but let's take a look at the prizes. Wancho, see anything that's a little bit concerning right now?
That Forest Sealstone in the prizes and the 1 Boss's Orders. Again, it's going to be key to really gust around the bigger HP Pokemon, get those knockouts. But Tanner prizing that Dragapult EX. You know, these Regidrago decks really have started playing just a really thinner line of Dragon Pokemon. And, you know, Dragapult EX, that's a pretty good attacker. Phantom Dive for 200, then you can start setting up maybe a multiple prize turn. That getting prize is going to be tough. And that Cleffa as well. That's typically the Pokemon you want to start with. A single prize Pokemon. You can't put a 2-prizer into active, unfortunately. So I'm curious to see what Tanner has face down as we are going to start the match here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the first match here at the San Antonio Regional. And what we see right now is Ogerpon EX and a Latias EX. Looks like Tanner is going to start us off here. Oh, that means Jesse Parker gets to attack first, potentially.
It's true, though. But we know just from Regidrago V-Star that it does want to go first. It wants that first evolution right into Regidrago V-Star. But let's go on ahead and look at the hand right now. We have a couple of Ultra Balls. We do have some Earthen Vessels to start thinning out that energy as well. But it's all about sequencing here. Tanner does have access, because we know from the prizes, we do have that access to Squawkabilly EX here. So we can easily go and refresh the hand. And it looks like we're going to start going for it right now. We're definitely going to start doing that prize check as well. It's super important to check your prizes. I think for a lot of players when they're getting into the Pokemon trading card game, it's definitely a great skill to learn right off the bat. What am I missing? What do I need? So Ultra Ball already, we can see that there's that Kyurem there as well. I'm probably not going to be seeing it at all this matchup unless we're going to be ending with it, but also seeing that Pheasantipity as well, one of the best cards I believe that we have in Standard right now. But we were talking about how one Dragapult is prized. It looks like there is going to be a second one. And honestly, Wancho in this matchup, it's a really nice card to have because if you're able to get that first swing, you could do 200 to the active, but you can also put those damage counters on that Magnemite.
That's for sure, but first things first, we gotta find our key Pokemon. It looks like, we gotta find that Regidrago V, but with just a couple of Ultra Balls, I have to agree, we might have to use the Squawk ability, but that is also something weak to Lightning, potentially. Right now, we'd see the Regidrago V getting that Fire Energy attach. Again, this is a board you typically like to see as Regidrago. You got your turn 1 attach, you have your one Ogerpon with the energy as well. This is gonna be a big Ultra Ball as well. It's gonna be, that's right, you're right, the Squawkabilly EX. We're going to be squawking and seizing. Going to look at 6 fresh cards. We need to find a single prize Pokemon to hide behind.
Absolutely. I think it's also just kind of to note as well, yes, obviously Squawkabilly is weak to Lightning, but it's also really important to be able to establish a second Regidrago here, right? Your plans as Regidrago V-Star can be thwarted very easily, and we know that Jesse Parker, he is currently playing the Secret Box as well, so if he is able to kind of make things happen, we could potentially see something along the lines of a boss, and only on your first Regidrago, it's a little bit tough. So I do see that Tanner has a second wand in hand, so we'll see what is going to go down here. Obviously going to be placed on the bench here, but I think you're right, Wancho. I don't know if this Ogerpon has anywhere to hide.
Oh no, I did see a couple of Nest Balls in Tanner's hand, maybe try and find Radiant Charizard potentially, but just the Ogerpon in the active. Okay, let's see what Jesse Parker can put together. And starting off with the Luminion V, able to find any supporter Jesse wants in the deck. I have to guess might be something like the Arven, just a perfect combo of getting an item you want, plus a 4 Seal Stones. Might as well get anything you want as well. Again, Luminous Sign, very, very powerful ability. Great for consistency. Again, that's the beauty of the Miraidon deck, right? It's just a bunch of basic Pokemon that have so much utility. And Miraidon finds more Pokemon. You have a Luminion that gets you a supporter. You have the Latias that has free retreat. And, it's like Regidrago has so many tricks because it can copy so many different types of Dragon Pokemon, while Miraidon does one trick. But it does that one trick very, very well.
I have to say, I'm loving the Arven pull here, especially onto the Secret Box. Now, if we look at Jesse's hand there, that's a very typical Miraidon hand with a lot of energy in it. Now, in order to activate Secret Box, we can go on ahead and discard all of those Lightning Energy because we actually need it into the discard to get Magneton's ability, Overvolt Discharge, to come on out. So we'll see. Jesse has a lot of decisions to make, though. He has to obviously just dump the hand. But are we going to go on ahead, get Nest Ball for something like Squawkabilly, or are we going to get Miraidon? How do we go about this?
Ooh, we're grabbing that Secret Box right off the bat. Again, the A-spec of choice for Jesse Parker. You're going to have to discard 3 cards, but it gets you a trainer of every kind. A Stadium, a Tool, a Supporter, and an item. Looks like 3 cards going to be those 2 Lightning Energies and that Counter Catcher. Again, Counter Catcher not quite live yet. And we're grabbing the Area 0 Underdepths. Just, talk about tricks. You have so many good basic Pokemon. Now you have the potential to fill up to 8 if we have a Terra with that Pikachu. So let's see what else Jesse's going to grab here.
I think it's going to be really important for Jesse to find the Raikou play as quickly as possible, especially knowing kind of the hand right now isn't really giving us much to technically work with, that we want to just go on ahead and expand the bench, like you said, with Area 0 Underdepths as much as possible here, and then try and work around it. So it is going to be placed down, and here comes that Ultra Ball. Trying to decide what we're going to discard here, but I do love the Bravery Charm edition that Jesse has. I believe I was talking to him yesterday, and he said it was a little bit for the math on Trifrost especially, so if you're able to make your Squawkabilly a little bit more brave here. But speaking of Squawkabilly, it is going to drop down to the bench, and we're going to see what these 6 cards give us.
No, definitely, definitely. Again, Bravery Charm, very powerful tool card, but probably not as powerful as 4 Seal Stones. I'm sure Jesse kind of wishes that wasn't prized. Just 1 extra card out there. You already have your Luminion V anyway. But hey, you know what? 6 cards. that's pretty good as well. We're going to need to find some Pokemon, and we're going to need to find some generators.
Absolutely. And honestly, with none of them in the prizes as well, we'll see how this one is going to go. Do have 2 tools in the hand. We are going to make that Squawkabilly very brave here with that Bravery Charm. It does plus 50. Also attached to the rescue board as well. Latias does have free retreat thanks to its Skyliner ability, but might as well just attach it. It is in the hand as well. But I am not seeing anything that we can really work with, Wancho, because we've already supported this turn.
Oh, no. We do see a Magnemite. That's going to set up future turns, that's for sure. It's good to get your basic, your one evolving Pokemon in play, but this is a Miraidon deck without Miraidon. That's not going to work out, really. And again, the rescue board on the Latias. Ooh, looks like we do have something to do here.
I actually really like this play, Wancho, because we are going to be able to motivate here. Now, with Miraidon, we do also have that Raichu as well. 280 is kind of a tough number for Miraidon to be able to hit without the Area 0 under depths in play, so we kind of do have to throw it to our friend Raichu V, but we are going to motivate for 20 damage, I believe, and we are going to be able to attach some of the lightning energy into the discard.
Wait, looks like maybe that was,
or just
a pass.
Interesting.
Interesting here, but you know, keeping the energy on the Squawkabilly. I think the Squawkabilly is pretty buff right now, 210 HP, thanks to that Bravery Charm. But that is still something that the Regidrago can potentially deal with, or even just getting an attack off right here. Again, attacking with that Dragon Ball, you can even knock out that Magnemite potentially. But it looks like we're gonna start with a Nest Ball, grab another Teal Mask Ogerpon, more potential energy, more potential draws. Always good here. We are gonna use the Rod as well. Do you see a supporter in hand? Actually, do we have a way to refresh a little bit? We're running low on cards in hand.
We are. I think one of the things I did see was a jamming tower, and honestly, I'd like to just be able to throw it down right now, especially because if we are able to Phantom Dive, we are going to be able to get that knockout here, but there it is. And we do see the research as well, that first energy switch going to go onto the Drago, of course, with that fire energy, and then here comes Professor's research. As a Regidrago player, you love to see this. There's an Earthen Vessel, a couple other energy switches, but no direct way right now to get the V-Star.
We still have a couple of Teal Mask Ogerpons to work with. A couple of ways to thin out the deck as well, as we are going to see the Earthen Vessel played here. Discarding the Dragapult EX2. Just seems really good. Thin the deck, get a good attacker into the discard pile. Ooh. We did discard a Regidrago V-Star earlier as well, so it might be a little bit tougher to draw. Tanner, it does play. I'm trying to see if he plays. Yeah, he plays 3 Regidrago. All right. Again, just thinning out the deck. I'm just curious. Again, this is Tanner's opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse Parker missed out on the turn 1 attack Miraidon is so well known for. If you're able to just exert pressure before the Miraidon attacks, you're on your way to winning the match, as we are going to see the draw. Pheasantipede EX, that's pretty good if a Pokemon was knocked out. We have one more.
There it is! The top deck on the last card. Definitely thankful for that one as well. I do believe we have an energy switch available to us, but if not, we do have the V-Star ability available to us as well. But this is a massive draw for Tanner right now, as we are able to just go on ahead and attach for turn. We don't even need to V-Star right now, Wancho. And thanks to jamming Tower out, the Bravery Charm that is on that Squawkabilly is not going to be valid enough to save it. It is still just going to be at that 160 HP here. So now it's going to be Tanner going up first in the prize race, getting 3, because you know it's going to be Dragapult, and there goes that Magnemite.
Ooh, as well as putting 10 damage on that Latias. That means everything on Jesse Parker's side of the field can be knocked out. And Jesse Parker, you know, just knowing his deck, knowing this matchup, if you got the first knockout, you're probably going to win. Let's go ahead and go into a game 2, and let's see if we can start a little bit better.
As a Miraidon player, seeing 3 energy in the opening hand is just unfortunately fitting, right? We had the Luminion, and we weren't able to get another Nest Ball. We didn't even see a generator in that game.
We didn't see a Miraidon.
We didn't see a Miraidon. We didn't really see anything that could really help us here along the way. And honestly, Jesse knows that while Pokemon, of course, is a game of, you know, cards, it's also a game of time, right? We definitely need to just understand, you know what, that Regidrago hasn't used its V-Star, Legacy Star yet. There's another one on the bench that could easily get powered up. It's just time to go next.
Oh no, 100%. I don't think there's anything scarier than looking at a Regidrago V-Star that's powered up and still has access to his V-Star V-Star ability for later in the game. That means no matter what type of disruption you do, he has access to pretty much anything he wants in the deck. And that's just so intimidating, so powerful. So I don't blame Jesse at all. Let's go into game 2. I need to hurry up a little bit, right? He needs to find those Miraidons to get first knockout. Jesse has to show us why he's 4th at the World Championships. He's a great player.
Sure. I mean, a legend, of course. We are probably going to see Jesse going second, and not to spoil it for the viewers at home, but this is a great hand that Jesse has. But on Tanner's side, I'm seeing a lot of Ogerpon. We'll see what the prizes are going to be giving to us here. A couple of key Pokemon, though, in Jesse's list are going to be going down there, but also a lot of energy. Miraidon's just so funny, Wancho.
I don't know what's worse, you know, if you want to draw your energy or do you want them in your prizes. But hey, at least Jesse does start with the Miraidon, so we are at least going to be able to see the tandem unit eventually played. But right now, Tanner is going to start us off. There's a lot of Pokemon, so no threat of being donked whatsoever. But do we have anything else?
Here's the problem, Wancho. I see a lot of Ogerpon, but I don't see a lot of Regidrago, and there goes the chance to refresh that hand a little bit with the Squawkabilly as the first discard off of the Pokestop. Not exactly my favorite, but we do have an Ogerpon as well. We have a way to thin the deck at least a little bit with this Earthen Vessel. We do have a couple of Teal Dances, but the real question is, Wancho, are we able to get out of this hand now?
Hey, you know what? Tanner was able to draw into that Regidrago V-Star earlier thanks to the Teal Dance ability. He does have 2. That means he has access to draw 2. So maybe in the 2 cards, you know, Regidrago is one of the you have 3 copies of it. You have 4 Nest Ball. You have 4 Ultra Ball. There's good odds you could get one. But if you don't, maybe we go into game 3.
See the one line of Regidrago V-Star in the prizes as well, and also that superior energy retrieval. Now, Wancho, talk with me here. I know a lot of Regidrago V-Star decks, they really go back and forth on their recovery options. I know for a long time it was, you know, 1 Super Rod, 1 Superior, 2 Rods, 1 Superior, maybe just 2 Super Rods at this point. It's very interesting to see what players prioritize. I know for a couple players, at least I know on my local level, they've completely ditched the Superior and started playing things like, for example, Iron Bundle in their Regidrago V-Star list. So we'll see how it is going to turn out that the prizes are going to come into play here, but it really comes down to some of these Teal Dances because Jesse's hand is everything that he could ever want.
Yeah, definitely 2 cards here, 2 very important cards. But yeah, again, the Superior Energy Retrieval, just want to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it's just a great card just because, oh, wait, let's see what we draw.
Another one.
So let's keep talking about the Superior Energy Retrieval though. Okay, one more.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
That's a Dragon Pokemon, but not quite the Dragon Pokemon we're looking for. And just a couple of Ogerpons. Ogerpon can attack. Again, Myriad Leaf Shower does 30 plus 30 for each energy attached. And maybe Jesse Parker has a little bit slower start, you know, just like the last game. But let's see here. Tandem Unit, again, very powerful ability. Just able to, once per turn, look for 2 basic Lightning Pokemon. It's basically a Battle VIP Pass or a Buddy Poffin for any type of Lightning Pokemon in the deck. That's really nice. Double Nest Ball for free on a Pokemon. That's also one of your attacker. Let's see what Jesse can find here. Again, did you get to see the hand? Does he have supporters? Does he have...
Well, he has Secret Box, and that can give you supporters, but I do want to talk about that Magnemite being at the top of the prizes. Definitely not where you want it to be, especially because we know when and if Jesse takes these first 2 prizes, you know, he's going to be drawing into a little bit more energy here. But the Magnemite is really important for that end game here. But we will see the first tandem unit, of course, for another Miraidon. You've been talking about it, Wancho, that you want to just expand the bench as much as possible. Iron Hands in this matchup, not usually what we use, right, unless, you know, it's coming out for something very small like a little Cleffa, but there's no Cleffa on the bench, so we don't really technically need to worry about it. But here comes that Secret Box, the A spec. Grabs you a item, it grabs you a trainer, it grabs you a tool, and of course a stadium as well. So we'll see what supporter he's going to be able to pick up. It's probably going to have to be that Arven. You definitely want the item and tool here, but of course Jesse now just gets to grab honestly whatever he wants out of the deck.
No, definitely. Again, Area 0 Underdepths, that means we have access to so many Pokemon we can bench now. Looks like we're still grabbing the Bravery Charm, but the Forest Seal Stone is in the deck. But we don't have a Pokemon v just yet, but again, Raikou exists. We are going to grab the Electric Generator again. Pretty standard cards to grab there. Can we get lucky, though? Can we hit those generators? I believe...
Really smart by Jesse, honestly, to just grab something to discard, right? You were a little, it was a little interesting to see the Bravery Charm come out, but honestly, just using it as a way to just discard Ultra Ball there, really smart by him. Here comes Area 0 Underdepths as well, and a Nest Ball, and we still have the second tandem unit thanks to the Miraidon on the bench. We're going wide here, Wancho.
Latias EX, definitely an important Pokemon there. Not something you can't grab with tandem unit, but that's our free retreat right there. Again, now it's just a matter of can we get those energies. Raichu hits the board, and the Raikou as well. So we have our V Pokemon just in case we still draw into that Forest Seal Stone. And looks like we are, thanks to the Arven. Again, Arven able to find an item plus a tool. Now we have 2 generators, a Seal Stone. We're probably going to be hitting this. We're probably going to draw some energies, right?
Yeah, I'm just doing the math in my head right now for Lightning Rondo because, of course, we just love a very easy power-up. It gives the generators a little less of pressure. Sometimes they do like to break under pressure and draw you nothing, especially when we know that we have 3 lightning energy within the prizes here. So we are probably just going to have to go on ahead and use Miraidon's attack. There's only one, but the good news is we still have that Forest Seal Stone, but a lot of, the Miraidon player question sometimes is, do I burn my Forest, or not my Forest Seal Stone, never mind, it's not in the, or yes, it is in the deck, oh my goodness. Do I burn that Forest Seal Stone for another electric generator and, burn that really early to get ahead? It might be worth it right now.
Yeah, if I remember right, we do have the second generator in hand. Yeah, we grabbed one off the Arven, one off the box. There's 2 energy right there. Miraidon is ready to attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have an attachment for turn as well. We still can Squawk and Seize. We still have our Forest Seal Stone. We have so many resources to work with, while Tanner has absolutely nothing. This is like a complete opposite of the last game. Again, Jesse just literally has everything. The world is his oyster right now. Squawk and Seize, 6 fresh cards, 2 more energy right there. We can even grab the Magnemite thanks to the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
I was just about to say, Wancho, that is a big pull there off of the Squawkabilly as well, knowing and especially having Raichu on the board as well. But what a great showing here from Jesse Parker on this turn. Not only do you get your knockout as well, but you do get your almost completely full setup. Now, we do have to say, Jesse wasn't having this great of a game last game, but now I feel like it's Tanner's turn to start not having just the best game possible here, but it is going to be the manual attach onto Raikou V, and here we are going to see Photon Blaster for that first knockout. Jesse Parker in the lead.
220 damage, 2 prizes. How can Tanner respond? Right now, it's just a teal dance, drawing 1 more card. Is that nothing?
And that is us going, Wancho, that's actually us going to game 3 here. Unfortunate here from Tanner, but sometimes Pokestop giveth, sometimes Pokestop taketh. And we are going to be heading to our game number 3 here. Jesse Parker, what an amazing showing of what Miraidon can do, but you gotta remember, Tanner absolutely still in this. Both of these players still want their perspective turns. Tanner, of course, going first, Jesse going second. We'll see what's gonna happen because honestly, I just want a good game on show. I want both players to play at their maximum capacity.
Hey, you know what? First game, we got to show off the Reggie Drago V-Stars. Yeah. I did get to show off a little bit. Got to attack with the Dragapult attack. And then for the second game, we got to see Jesse Parker show off a little bit. I mean, full board really shows us what the Miraidon is known for. So how about for game 3? If they both just work at the same time.
It's the only thing we could ask for at this point, right? I think it's something, I do want to talk about Jesse's list just because I have it right in front of us, and something that's very interesting, he is playing a switch card in his list, and I think we've learned that some of our decks out there, like Lugia V-Star, for example, is playing that Wellspring Ogerpon with the Saw block. Gardevoir EX is currently playing Mawile with that Tempting Trap where you just can't retreat. So I like how Jesse is essentially giving himself an escape route out, even if Skyliner ability from Latias EX isn't on the board. I think it's very smart.
That is fair. That is fair. Might as well just cover your bases. And, Jesse Parker definitely knows the metagame, is an expert in the Pokemon trading card game. So You know what? One switch card. Might have to slot that in my own Miraidon deck now. Something I do want to talk about as well is, Miraidon decks in the past, I've known them to be, very explosive. Sometimes they even want those targeted knockouts turn 1.
Yes.
Right? Even with the Pokemon catchers. Actually, if you get that turn 1 knockout on like the Regidrago V,
Yeah.
that's absolutely amazing. But I think Jesse Parker is actually playing a little bit more conservatively. There's no way to gust turn 1. If I'm not wrong.
Well, there's one thing, Wancho, and it's an extra card for Jesse Parker, as Tanner is going to mulligan there. And honestly, the hand was actually looking pretty okay. It did have a research in hand for the upcoming turn. It had Goodra in hand as well, which we haven't really seen yet, but it did have 2 Nest Balls. We definitely need those resources here, but Jesse is going to be able to start with an extra card. Feels good as Miraidon, unless you have 7 energy in your hand, then you definitely maybe not want an 8th. We'll see what Tanner is going to be able to behold here. But I think it's really important to talk about, Wancho, the fact that a Go second deck versus Regidrago V-Star is kind of a good play right now.
No, definitely. I mean, if majority of the field is Regidrago V-Star and they want to go first, and you want to go second anyway, hey, then you're both happy.
Right.
But then you're a little bit more prepared for that matchup. So, no, definitely good. Sometimes it's nice when you don't have to depend on a coin flip to think that, I'm going to have a good game, as looks like, Tanner was able to draw a basic Pokemon. Now it's just a matter of what are we going to start with.
Yeah, that's a big question, Wancho, because the reason why I kind of got a little nervous here is because there's a certain single prize Pokemon you may not want to start in your active going first here, but I do believe there is also a Regidrago V in hand that we can work with, as well as a Nest Ball. So if the hands are a little bit better here, I hope to see a better game, but it is going to be Jesse starting on Raikou V and Tanner starting on Radiant Charizard to get us going for this game number 3. The first stream match of the day going to game 3. You'll love to see it.
Game 3 with 27 minutes left. Yeah, we're going to see a completion to this game. As, again, you mentioned earlier, Radiant Charizard in the active. I think that's very smart for Tanner, just because you want to present, a single prize Pokemon. Typically, you do want that Cleffa. We'll take the Radiant Charizard, as we are going to start off with a Nest Ball. We're going to do a quick deck check here, make sure we have every piece we need to essentially close out this game. Make sure we have the attackers, the right attackers in the deck, right? How many gust options. Got to count all those Pokemon. But a good Pokemon right now is going to be that Squawkabilly. No Pokestop discarding it this time. We're just going to grab that with the Nest Ball, potentially.
Absolutely. We do also have a Regidrago V in the hand as well. Nothing too detrimental in this hand that we are giving up, but once again, Regidrago V-Star's V-Star ability, Legacy Star, we can always go back and grab it later. We do have some recovery options within the deck, like Super Rod and Superior Energy Retrieval as well, but nothing too crazy in these prizes. Like we talked about a little bit, Kyurem can come in and go on ahead and, try Frost for game at certain points here, but honestly, we're not letting go of too much here. But look at this. This is a great board start, Wancho. We got an Ogerpon, we got a Teal Dance. We just pulled a Nest Ball as well. We're going to absolutely use that Nest Ball, and we're going to pull forward here.
Yeah, Nest Ball here. Probably going to grab a second Regi. Oh, no, it's going to be the Cleffa. You know what, just in case. I like this. Playing around the Iron Bundle, potentially. Just getting 2 single prize Pokemon in play, but still needs to find potentially a second Regidrago. The board's getting a little bit tight, actually. 4 Pokemon now on the bench. Ooh. And then you only have 1 Ogerpon. I think that should fine. I still think you do need a second Regidrago.
Absolutely.
V. Let's see what else Tanner can do here. Again, we still have that Squawk and seize 6 fresh cards, discarding a couple more. And hey, we have a supporter, and that makes me happy. We have a supporter. We have the Earthen Vessel as well. That means we have attachments for days. I'm sure Tanner's happy with this.
Absolutely. I mean, if you want to get super technical, technically Tanner can use the Area 0 Underdepths himself, because Ogerpon is technically a Terra Pokemon with that Teal Dance ability. I know for me, Ogerpon's one of my favorite Pokemon within my top 3 right now, but a lot of people just say it's one of the best cards in the game. It can just draw you a bunch of cards too. But technically, if we want to go that route, we can go on ahead and expand the bench as much as possible. But with Raikou in the active, not exactly what we want to do first, but I couldn't agree with you more, Wancho. We have to get some backup for that Regidrago V-Star, or Regidrago V, excuse me. Things could go wrong here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are passing it back now to Jesse Parker. Does open the Miraidon EX. That's as good as it gets sometimes. Getting to find 2 extra lightning Pokemon. The problem is, how are we going to take a 2 prize turn? That's always the question here for Jesse Parker. How does he put it together?
It's a little bit interesting here because we have to talk about Jesse's prizes as well. The bottom 2 prizes being Lightning Energy, not my favorite here. But once again, that key Pokemon in this matchup, Raichu V up all the way in the top right, and as well not having access to 1 electric generator. I did see that we had a lot of kind of cards not for first turn in the hand. There were a couple night stretchers in there. So we are going to probably have to, pitch this hand with Squawkabilly and kind of try again here. We could also go on ahead and grab Arven off of Luminous Sign if we Ultra Ball for that Lumineon V. We do have a couple of routes here. I want to see Jesse, though, find a way to get to that Regidrago V, because if he is able to, it's going to be absolutely devastating.
No, definitely. As we do see, just naturally have the Area 0 underdepths, and with the Pikachu EX now in play, that unlocks our bench. We can now bench 8 Pokemon. Well, both of them can. They both
yes, both of them can.
But again, with a second Miraidon EX tandem unit, Jesse Parker gets to find 2 more Lightning Pokemon. Probably is going to be that Magnemite and the Iron Hands EX. Again, we were talking about earlier, how does Jesse Parker take 2 prizes? That might be the way.
This is actually an insanely smart move from Jesse to go get the Iron Hands. You know why? Because I believe there's an Iron Bundle in the list, right? The whole reason why we got Cleffa is to kind of go around Iron Bundle and say, you know what, I'm not going to put any of my 2 prize Pokemon up front. I'll just kind of go on ahead and throw you this Cleffa. But now you have an Iron Hands on the bench. Now, granted, Wancho, it's going to take a little bit to power this up as well. We do have access to double turbo energy this time, but it is going to require a big decision here, especially with Iron Hands looming here. So we are going to go on ahead, put forward Cleffa. We'll see what's going to happen here, but regardless, Jesse Parker is eyeing up 2 prizes this turn.
Definitely. Again, Iron Bundle, Hyper Blower. Tanner does have the option. He gets to choose what he switches into, but the catch-22, Jesse Parker doesn't mind at all. Anything in the bench there, any of the 2 prizes, but Cleffa now in the active forces Jesse Parker with the Iron Hands. Does find the Squawkabilly EX. We're going to refresh the hand, draw 6. Again, we're going to need 4 energies on this Iron Hands. It's looking a little bit tough, but again, there's still so many resources to use. We still have the Forest Seal Stone as well. We do have the Raikou V. Raikou V can draw 1 more card with a Fleet-Footed as well. A lot of cards. It's just a matter, can we put things together?
Interesting to put the Bravery Charm onto the Magnemite, but I think what's also interesting is we haven't played a supporter yet. We still haven't seen that Arven, so it is going to have to be the Squawkabilly going for gold right now, but I think it's also very important, Wancho, to talk about, yes, we need 4 energy onto that Iron Hands. We can attach that double turbo energy, but this requires us having Latias EX with that Skyliner to get out of it. Did I see that?
That's
double
a pink
turbo?
card. That's a secret box, and that's good news here for Jesse Parker. You just love drawing, just hard drawing into your ace spec. Plus, you have the Arven to work with as well. Looks like we're going to start with that.
It's a good place to start. I mean, you got the way that we can just honestly go straight through this deck now. Like we said, we need 4 energy onto the Iron Hands here, but like we talked about, that Forest Seal Stone is going to have to go onto that Raikou V, probably to grab Nest Ball to get Latias to make sure that we can just go on ahead and free retreat here. But this is going to be a very big electric generator coming up here for Jesse Parker.
Yeah, there are options still. Again, the Forest Seal Stone might be the only way to really search your double turbo energy as well. Special energies are a little bit hard to find. Maybe we just find the Nest Ball with this Fleet-Footed. It's going to be the Luminion. Not too bad. But here we go. First electric generator. Ooh, didn't quite work out there. So that's 1 down, 1 in the prizes. Jesse Parker only has 2 more electric generators potentially to work with. Still has power up and Iron Hands. Ooh, what do you see here?
It's so interesting because, Wancho, we need to find a way to get that Raikou out. Of course, we have Secret Box in hand that we can go on ahead and grab another electric generator as well, but that requires us hitting 2 at some point because we already have the double turbo energy in hand. So it's just a little bit of sequencing here. It's definitely a very hard choice, but Lumineon coming down to grab Luminous, or to use its Luminous Sign ability, to grab Arven. We are going to use the Forest Seal Stone here. I think we're just trying to thin the deck as much as possible. And honestly, Wancho, it's so tense right now. Jesse needs to get it done.
Yeah, I like that play, actually. Putting down the minion, even if we've already used supporter,
Yeah.
just leaves the tool active on the Raikou. We do know Jesse does play the
Fair.
the skateboard. The skateboard.
Rescue board,
The
rescue
rescue board,
board.
reduces the retreat cost by 1, and
Yeah.
Raikou just happens to have 1 retreat cost. As we do hit a generator.
No!
That's just one.
Another one down. It's starting to kind of go out of way, but like you were talking about, Wancho, honestly, I completely forgot about the rescue board as well, so we could grab that tool too, but we have dug through the deck so much. We've thinned a lot as well. The problem is not the thinning, it's just the way that it's just not helping us. We even have rescue board in hand, I believe. Jesse playing a very blinged out deck here, but maybe we're just going to kind of go for an attach return onto Magnemite. And honestly, it's so sad to see this go down.
Attached to the Magnemite. Very interesting attachment there. Maybe just trying to protect the energy. Ooh, Magnetic Charge is an attack Jesse can use. Attach 2 basic energy cards from your discard to one of your bench. Kind of like the Squawkabilly attack to motivate, but on a single prize Pokemon. And that's something Jesse definitely needs. We need some energy in play, as we do see the rescue board being attached there to that Raikou V. Honestly, I think this is my first time seeing the Magnemite attack, as we are just going to go ahead and attach the double turbo to the Iron Hands. And here we go. Magnetic Charge, 2 energies now. Where does it go?
You can probably guess where it's going, Wanjo. It's probably either going to go on Iron Hands itself. Like we said, we don't have access to Raichu right now, so we could also try and maybe put it on Miraidon as well to kind of go around, maybe hit an Ogerpon, for example. But I think it's very important that Iron Hands is a big, big threat here as well, because the Squawkabilly is there still too. So Jesse just trying to decide where these lightning energy go. He's tapping the Miraidon. It's going to stay there. It's going to pass on over to Tanner's turn here, and he just drew a Regidrago V-Star off the top.
Not too bad. Again, Jesse Parker just, again, with so many good lightning Pokemon, I don't blame the decision paralysis there, as we are just going to Teal Dance first, though. Draw 1 card. I think Tanner's going to be okay here.
I think he's going to be just fine, Wancho.
With the Nest Ball as well, able to, reinforce the board, find himself another Regidrago V, just in case, of course, the active goes down for whatever reason. But here we go. Yeah, it's going to be the second Regidrago V. And again, because of the Ogerpon in play, we can even find 3 more Pokemon. I'm not sure if Tanner would want to do that, just because there is the Raikou in play. But let's see what he does here. What Regidrago attack would you use here if you were Tanner?
Honestly, my first thought is Goodra, believe it or not. Like, knowing that Raichu is not on the board could potentially mean it's not available at that point. But I think Jesse Parker's plan is going to start being kind of the boss play, as I like to call it, just kind of going around it. Goodra, I mean, you could always, Dragapult, not exactly my favorite, but Jesse's smart to bring up that Magnemite with its little bravery charm there. We'll see what we got going on here. Of course, we have the V-Star available. We get to attach return, and I love the Iono here, because there goes that secret box to the bottom of the deck.
Oh no, the Ace-Spec's now gone, but that's okay. There's Arven to always find those items, just in case, as we are going to draw 6 cards here. Jesse loses their Ace-Spec, but Tanner finds his. Seems a little bit unfair. But with that Prime Catcher, Tanner now has access to pretty much anything on Jesse's board. And, I feel like he definitely doesn't want to attack the Magnemite. What would you target here?
It's very interesting, because that Bravery Charm on Magnemite just kind of throws your 3 prize turn out of whack here. Honestly, I'm having a hard time remembering, because Jesse's turn was so long, of what exactly we have access to. I do believe we have access to, of course, the Dragapult here, but it is going to be the Prime Catcher. We'll see what exactly we're going to bring up. It is going to be the Raikou. It just guarantees it is that 200 HP flat here. Could potentially be the Goodra. We could start spreading around damage counters as well. We do have the Pikachu that is on the bench with that Resolute Heart ability, where if it gets knocked down all the way to 0 the first time it's attacked, it does get to live by 1 HP. So now we are going to be spreading out these damage counters with Dragapult's attack here, and honestly, I like where the math is going.
Yeah, definitely just start to whittle down on these Pokemon, just bring them down to 200 range, right? And yeah, the damage on the Pikachu, just like you said, that means Jesse Parker has nothing to hide behind now. as we move on back to his turn, does have a Miraidon with 2 energy. Has energy in hand. Can we put things together? We also have a switch card in hand as well, just in case we want to heal the 20 damage.
It's a very smart idea, and it was definitely something that I noticed off of the draw here, off of the Iono. But here's the problem: we're once again drawing into all of our energy. Wancho, it's not exactly my favorite thing to do. But the problem is, how do we get this Regidrago V-Star out of play? It's interesting because I believe that's a boss's orders in hand, but could be anything. Here we go, though. Another electric generator. Jesse is thinking about playing it here, and he will. We'll see what we're going to be powering up here. 2. There's 1. Can we find a second? Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, it's just 1 energy here. And again, that's going to be the last electric generator that Jesse Parker has access to because again, 1 is prized. It's going to be a big attachment. Where'd it go? It went to the second Miraidon. As, again, Jesse Parker technically has access to just 2 prizes this turn. Does have an energy attachment plus the boss's orders. So maybe just taking down something like the Regidrago V. Jesse Parker's plays. Jesse Parker's plays, not quite the end of the world just yet, but again, staring down the Regidrago V-Star. There's just no way to really take it down at the moment.
If we had Arven in hand, there could have been a magical way to Arven for Hisuian Heavy Ball to go grab the Raichu at the top of the prizes, electric generator, hit 2 on that, and then be able to swing with Raichu to get that perfect 280, because we do have a ton of energy on the board already. But unfortunately, the supporter that we have in hand is boss's orders, so we are going to bring up Magnemite, use the retreat, attach for turn onto Miraidon EX, and probably a boss's orders onto, honestly, I'd like to call Ogerpon the battery of this deck, because it really does kind of power it up, and we will see the first 2 prize cards taken for Jesse Parker. Look at that hand, Wancho. Miraidon player's paradise.
That's a lot of energy, especially if you just draw 2 off the prizes as well. Again, Tanner still has access to the Regidrago V. There's even still the Radiant Charizard, just in case Tanner wants to attack with a single prize eventually, later down the line. It's looking really good here, again. This is why Regidrago V-Star is just one of the best decks in format. Can really keep up with such an aggressive deck, you know, this Miraidon EX. Right out, we have Cleffa in the active. Tanner thinking about what they're going to do here.
Well, we do have access to everyone's favorite Pokemon that they love to pronounce wrong, Pheasantipity EX here, with the Flip the Script ability, where we are able to draw 3 cards. Now, we did see a couple of Professor Researches in hand, so we'll see what is going to be the draw here. I did see a Giratina V-Star, though, coming down here. Now, here's the problem, though. We can absolutely lost impact for this knockout here, but we don't have access to an Ogerpon, so that means we are going to have to use the energy on the Regidrago V-Star to kind of throttle that down. We'll see what exactly is going to be the play, though. Honestly, Wancho, I could see us using the nest ball that we drew off the Flip the Script to grab an Ogerpon. I mean, the Area 0 under... Oh, wait, no, we can't actually use it because it's not on the bench anymore. Oh, no. So
right.
Now we're kind of locked into this. We may just have to use the Lost Impact.
Again, Lost Impact, sending 2 energy to the Lost Zone. Wouldn't be too bad. Again, we still have the attachment for turn to work with. That would still leave Regidrago V-Star with 2 energies. That means we're just another attachment away. So I think it still works out here. Plus, we still have access to Radiant Charizard if just in case our Regidrago does go down. Again, Tanner still is in a good spot. Maybe we don't quite need the battery. I think maybe the battery has done its job. But yeah, there we go. Extra attachment on that Regidrago V-Star. It's going to be the Lost Impact. Unfortunately, the switch card couldn't quite save Jesse Parker's Miraidon EX. And with that, Tanner Hurley goes down to 2 prizes. But more importantly, leaving Jesse Parker with no energy on board.
Yeah, this is really tough. Of course, has the Miraidon in hand. And Wancho, the energy's not on the board, it's all in the hand. He's got to get it down somehow. This is just such a precarious situation that Jesse's in. The 1 card is Pheasantipity EX off at the top here, but will he flip the script into 3 more energy? There's the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but you know what there is also, Wancho? There's the Magneton as well with that Overvolt Discharge. So we are going to Hisuian Heavy Ball this turn for that Raichu V, and we can absolutely get a knockout, but the problem is we don't have a way to disrupt Tanner's hand, and we know that that Radiant Charizard is just ready to go.
Yeah, I know. This is tough. Again, Jesse Parker, able to find a way to come back into this. Again, that top deck was the world. Finds the Raichu V as well. We're gonna pop the Magneton. I think that, that's definitely the only way we get energy. Do we have it? Does it all go onto the Raichu? Do we knock out this Regidrago V-Star? Is that the play, though?
I think it is. It has to be the play, right? I mean, we don't play the other energy required to Topaz Bolt from Pikachu EX, so it kind of has to be, but you know, Tanner already lining up the fire energy within the hand here, just going to bring forward that Radiant Charizard attached for turn, and it will be Tanner Hurley winning the first set on stream with, of course, the fan favorite, Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first winner here at the San Antonio Regional Championship. And again, give it up to Tanner Hurley, beating the top 4 of the previous World Championships. Jesse Parker playing the Miraidon as well. Yeah, probably beat the best Miraidon player in the world, to be honest.
Absolutely. I mean, when you think of Miraidon himself, you think of the Don, and you think of Jesse Parker as well. But a very interesting game that we had on Stream Wancho. We've kind of didn't get to see Dex play at max capacity. You know what's kind of funny, Wancho? I don't even think we saw a Legacy Star this game.
Sometimes you just don't need that extra resource. As let's just go ahead and recap here. And those Teal Dance came in clutch so many times. Able to find the Regidrago V-Star. And again, Regidrago V-Star leads to multiple attacks. Again, attacking with the Dragapult. But this time, let's go ahead and check out Jesse Parker's Miraidon. And it's just the Miraidon Barrage, you know, able to just attack turn 1. Doing exactly what the deck was designed for, and really leaving Tanner no option here. And as, again, Jesse Parker takes that second game. But here in game 3, Tanner showing us why Regidrago V-Star is the best deck in format. Again, just able to keep up with the Miraidon Barrage. Absolutely amazing.
What a great showing, honestly. This was definitely, this game 3, Wancho, that one hurt. It was just so much, we weren't able to find it at the end, but once again, the Miraidon player's favorite hand here, it's just all energy, but the flip the script, but it just came a little bit too late. Had everything that it needed possible. It's just maybe 1 or 2 turns too late, but regardless as well, just it's so good to see Miraidon still trying to kick it as much as possible, but an unfortunate couple draws for Jesse Parker is going to send him, fortunately, down to 1 loss.
Yes, but again, very, very exciting game. I just love seeing Miraidon move, you know, seeing all these pieces. It just definitely feels so explosive, really. Just getting that turn 1 Miraidon attack just feels absolutely amazing. But also being on the Regidrago player's side, when you get to do so many things, but still have access to your V-Star power, you just know you're winning the game at that point.
I think for a lot of players, they have to, when you go from like Regidrago V-Star level 1 to level 2, I think the big question is, how early do I pop this Legacy Star? How badly do I want this knockout? Because once it's in the discard, it's there. And sometimes if you V-Star a little bit too early, you're gonna throw away some of your recovery options alongside with it. Like, for example, those really important Super Rods inside that deck. So I think when you're trying to pick up Regidrago V-Star, best advice, hold that V-Star as long as possible. You definitely have a way out.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, there's nothing more powerful than really playing an ace spec twice. Not to mention probably the most powerful ace spec in the game, which is Prime Catcher. But yeah, again, just showing us why Regidrago is absolutely amazing. And again, pretty standard list. I would have loved to see maybe some funny techs, those funny dragon techs, Haxorus, the Alolan Executor, just like Cal Connor. I think Alolan Executor would have been a really good card against the Miraidon matchup.
I will say I did play the Haxorus in my Regidrago list at Toronto. Maybe not the best, but you want to talk to somebody who has a little bit more success, it is going to be Tanner in that lounge, ready to go for that winner interview.
Thanks, Emily and Wancho. That's right. I'm here in the lounge with our winner from the last round, starting off at 4-0 here in San Antonio. Tanner Hurley, how you doing, man? How you feeling?
Feels pretty good. Finally starting the tournament off right this season. Yeah. It's nice.
Very good, very good. Yeah, so you went with the Regidrago for this one. Is this something you've been playing a lot of?
Yeah, I played Regidrago at Toronto, and then I ended up losing my winning end, but I played it at Knoxville too, and it didn't go too great. So maybe 3rd time's the charm.
So you see the pairing this round. You see you're up against Jesse Parker. You know, he's pretty known for the Miraidon. He's played a few different things. Did you have kind of an inkling of what he was playing going into
Yeah, I
this
figured
game?
he was playing Miraidon, so I was definitely pretty scared. I knew I had to get pretty lucky to win that match.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that can feel a little precarious, right? All those aggressive decks can be really good into Regidrago, but there's a reason it's the best deck in the format. What were some of the keys for you in that game? You know, game 1 and game 2, obviously, game 1 doesn't go very well for him. Game 2 doesn't go very well for you. Game 3, though, like, what were some of the big strategies you wanted to employ, and what were some of the things that you think really helped you get that win?
Well, I figured I had to get lucky game 3 to win anyways. It feels like a pretty unfavored matchup, so I started the Radiant Charizard instead of starting the Ogre Pawn, and I figured if I could bench a Cleffa because he was playing the Secret Box, that he couldn't Prime Catcher, so he would have to do an Iron Hands play with Iron Bundle, and that was going to be pretty difficult for him to pull off. So it kind of gave me an out to winning the game, and I was able to Iono and draw into that Prime Catcher the turn after.
Yeah, I mean, and that played out exactly like that,
how I
right?
hoped it to play out.
Put that second one-prize Pokemon into play. He uses the Arm Bundle. He goes for the Iron Hands, but it's a lot harder to get a turn 1 Iron Hands than it is to get off a turn 1 Miraidon or Raikou, something like that for a big one in KO. So, I mean, really heads-up play from you to get to that point. Tell us about some of your other rounds so far in this tournament. You're 4-0. You just beat Miraidon. What were your first 3 rounds like?
Round 1, I hit a Lost Box. It was pretty close, actually, closer than I thought it was going to be. The second round, I hit a Cerule Edge, and that went pretty well for me. They just didn't set up too well. And then the last round, I played against a Lugia, and it was actually a pretty close game as well. Kind of went like this round. You know, bad setup for both of us, games 1 and 2, and then game 3 was just a pretty good one.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons people like Regidrago is because it is a deck that really can finish 3 games. It feels like a really strong deck for a best-of-3 format event. Well, there's a pretty wide meta so far in the tournament. You know, you said you played this deck for Toronto. Things have changed quite a bit, right? There's this Archaludon deck that's kind of popped up into the meta. There's the Palkia Terapagos deck that did really well at tournaments last weekend. You still stuck with this deck. Why do you feel like it's still really good, even though the meta has kind of widened a little bit?
I think it's just one of the decks I know better. I wasn't really trying to pick up a new deck, and like you were saying, that's the problem with playing a deck like Charizard or Gardevoir. You run into those issues with time. You can't finish 3 games, and I think I'm a slower player in general, so I'm not able to finish 3 games with a deck like Gardevoir or Charizard.
Sure. You said you've had a couple of unfortunate things happen in your last rounds of tournaments so far. You've tied some win-and-ends. You've lost some win-and-ends. 4-0 start. It's not over yet. Is this deck going to be able to take you into day 2?
I'm hoping. As long as luck keeps treating me right, then I'll hopefully make a day 2 finally.
All right, Tanner. Is there anyone you want to shout out or give a thank you to before I get you out of here?
Yeah, shout out for my parents for helping me get here, and shout out to...
Once again, trading card game.
I'm blanking.
All good, man. All good, man. We'll let you get some rest before your next Swiss round. Keep up the momentum, and let's go back to the caster desk.
Absolutely amazing interview. I mean, if you're going to thank one person, you really do have to thank mom and dad first.
Especially when they help you get to the regional as well. That was a really exciting round to kind of start us off on, because I think, and Chip was honestly capturing it in the interview too, is that, and especially as Tanner was going through his rounds, I mean, no mirror matches just yet. Several Edge is starting to pop up everywhere, and you know, Archaludon, and talking about Guardy, like, when we say the format's wide, the format is pretty wide. Obviously, you are going to hit those Regidrago V-Stars, but you really never know what your opponent's going to flip in front of you.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, there's so many Pokemon. There's so many different types of Pokemon trading cards. Yeah, it really is a surprise that after that coin flip, and there's nothing I like more than playing a road deck and just surprising your opponent a little bit, you know?
Right.
No, but yeah, again, absolutely amazing plays there by Tanner and versus Jesse. Again, I just love seeing just Regidrago do its thing.
I think it's a fun deck.
Solid Pokemon.
I think it's a super fun deck. I think it's a great deck to learn on, because I think, to be quite honest, it teaches you a lot about resource management. I think for a lot of players I know that are just starting to like join in, me at my locals, we have new people coming in every week. They're, you know, getting Charizard EX. Some of them are now starting to play Regidrago. And, you know, the big question, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, when do you V-Star? You know, energy switches. Are we okay with throwing a energy switch into the discard with Squawkabilly, for example, turn 1? So once again, it's just Regidrago V-Star all the way through, but Miraidon still has, you know, legs to walk on. I think Landon Kettler really did kind of show us a list that is new and improved that can give us some more consistency in the deck, but unfortunately, as the electric generator gives, also takes, and sometimes all of your lightning energy is in your hand.
No, absolutely. I feel like that was a great match to really just learn a lot about the Pokemon trading card game. You mentioned earlier the Regidrago V-Star. That teaches you resource management, and we got to see that perfectly. The way Tanner played it, having access to their V-Star power the entire game, but not using it. But we also learned a little bit about Miraidon. You know,
yes,
that's a great skill to develop as well. The sequencing of Miraidon, especially in these fast turbo decks, you have to play every single play right to be able to really maneuver into that turn 1 attack. And really shows like sometimes the nice little tech works out as well. Like sometimes it shows really great deck building, right? Playing that Iron Bundle. Yes, you don't have those cute Pokemon catchers, or you don't play Prime Catcher, so you're forced to maybe use that Iron Bundle plus the Iron Hands. Unfortunately, it doesn't come together sometimes, but there was the potential there.
There was. You know, the writing was on the wall, and unfortunately, we just couldn't get there. And sometimes, like you said, just have all the energy in the hand. I was a Miraidon player for a long, long time. I understand the pain. I lost my winning in at NAIC to 3 Whiffed generators, and it was Lone Monkey Dory. So I know the pain real well.
That's what happens when you play, what, 16 energy, not to mention plus the double turbo, but you're forced to play those 16 energies.
Yes, you
because,
have to.
Again, generator is, you know, not exactly the most consistent way to accelerate. You know, it's nothing like an Archaludon that powers up from the discard pile. You still have to, you know, bet a little bit. Hopefully your top decks are a little bit better. And hey, you know what, 60 energy could help out, but sometimes they're in your hand, sometimes they're in your prizes, but that's how the Miraidon rolls.
As it should. But just a very quick reminder that we have Pokemon action happening all over the room, not just in the trading card game, but also in Pokemon Go, and of course in VGC as well. So make sure you all at home check out the official streams for twitch.tv/Pokemon and twitch.tv/Pokemon Go, which I'm learning a lot about this weekend, Juancho. I've been talking to some of the casters over there. I really want them to check out my shiny Azumarill to see if it has good stats so I can enter some more of the Pokemon Go Cups around my area. But of course, VGC, ever so exciting.
Now again, and these are all happening right now. You know, just while we're on break here on TCG, yeah, you can go ahead and check out VG or Go for a little bit, but make sure you come back to us, just saying. No, but again, absolutely amazing games. I personally really enjoy watching some VG.
I do too.
When I'm not playing some TCG, sometimes I like to play on the ranked ladder. The nice thing is you can lend decks now, so I don't have to grind for those perfect IV, EV Pokemon. So it's a lot of fun. It's a great way to learn the game. And right now we're in Regulation G, so I love seeing all these legendary Pokemon. I know not that many people are fans of Urshifu, but I like seeing it.
Or Zamazenta. I learned Zamazenta is also the big bad wolf around the corner there too. But yes, this is the first regional, I believe, in North America for this new regulation. So I know I'm going to be watching it backstage with the VGC casters as well. It's just super exciting time to get in on competitive Pokemon, no matter which game you love the most. Like we said, I mean, 2,300 masters in TCG, people flying from all over the world to come down here to San Antonio, Texas to just play some Pokemon.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I don't think there's anything better than, you know, just a hall filled with people that, you know, just know that you share same interests.
Absolutely.
Right? Like you could throw a stone out there and just hit a friend potentially.
Yeah, I know players that have matched up against their significant others at round 1, so sometimes you throw the stone a little too close, but honestly, it's really exciting to go into a field. I know for me in Toronto, I played people from everywhere, different ages as well, parents that are here to support their kids, and you know what, I just need something to do while my kid is in juniors. So honestly, it's just, I keep telling people, never a bad time to get into Pokemon. It's right now. You want to be here. Everybody is just having a blast here.
No, yeah, even if you're not like the most competitive player, maybe you're still a little bit scared to play like in the main event or main regional event. There's so many side events to do as well. I think that's an absolute blast. I mean, I got to play in like a challenge yesterday, and I have to work today, but I still got my Pokemon in. You know, I've earned some prize wall tickets. That's something I have to check out as well. Again, just a lot of things to do here at the regional championships. And again, I know we've talked about this a lot already, but I love how even if it's the regional championship, honestly, it's just a mini international.
It's true.
Love seeing players from all around the world really travel just to play some Pokemon.
honestly, too. I think for me, my flight yesterday was just full of people going to San Antonio. And I think I always love to talk about how important going to your local scenes are, because those are the people that you're going to find to be, you know, your found family, your testing partners especially. I know for me, all of my locals are in the same, you know, hotel, just going through matchups. And it's just super exciting to, you know, create something else outside of just everything else, playing Pokemon with your buddies.
Oh, no. It's just so exciting when you get to the airport, and while you're waiting on your gate, there's like people playing right next to you.
We played on chairs, yes.
It's so much fun. You just know it's going to be a good weekend. We're going into a regional weekend, and you go to any hotel lobby, there's going to be people playing Pokemon. But yeah, speaking of playing Pokemon, we're going to take a quick break, but we still have Swiss Round 5 coming up next. A lot of Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, the series where we take a look at some of the most epic and memorable matches in the history of competitive Pokemon. This is the 2015 World Championships.
Here's Super Scoop Up. This is huge. He flips tails. I mean, there's just too many targets for Lysander. Mace concedes. Jacob Van Wagner is your 2015 Pokemon TCG World Champion.
You have just witnessed the end of one of the most exhilarating grand finals in Pokemon history, where a relatively unknown deck toppled the big bad bully of the format. But how did we get here? Let's go back to the beginning.
The 2015 Pokemon World Championships are about to begin, so players, get ready to battle. Good luck, everybody!
Greetings, Pokemon fans. I'm Josh J. Woods Wittenkeller. I'm here with Kyle Pukasukovic, and we are finally ready to start getting on with some Pokemon TCG action.
The metagame is always changing. The cards you use are always changing, so a lot of these players came up with something new, brought it to this tournament. It's a big risk to show up with something that's a little untested or very matchup dependent.
Seismitoad has the attack Quaking Punch, which would deal 30 damage and stop your opponent from playing any item cards next turn. This was completely devastating since the format ran on powerful item cards. Not only that, but that low 30 damage could be pushed up with a combination of Muscle Band, Hypnotoxic Laser and Verbank City Gym. In ideal circumstances, this would make Quaking Punch deal a colossal 80 damage and leave your opponents active asleep as well.
Stays asleep. The Dawn fan is not going to be able to wake up this turn.
Simon gives the shrug to the crowd, like, what am I supposed to do about that?
This meant Seismitoad had a ton of partners, all with unique offerings, like Manectric EX, Garbodor, and the Crobat line, which would chip in extra damage via Sneaky Bite and Surprise Bite ability.
Put the Zubat down, put a Crobat down, and oh man.
Surprise.
That Shaman just went from 0 to knocked out, basically through Golbat and Crobat damage.
How could anyone avoid Quaking Punch from grinding them down and running them over, especially with Crobat's extra pressure?
And I'm here with the player just won in top 4, making his way to the Pokemon World Championships Finals, Maze Brennickmeyer.
With 3 in top 16, 2 in top 8, and Mies Breckenmeyer making the final, Seismitoad Crobat was definitely the variant to beat. In steps Jacob Van Wagner with his answer in Archie's Blastoise.
Jacob, on the other hand, coming back to us with Blastoise? What's going on here?
Jacob would aim to get Blastoise into play turn 1 with Archie's Ace in the hole. A hard supporter to use, but if you pulled it off, you could grab any water-type Pokemon from your discard pile and put it straight onto your bench. Blastoise was the target, since now, thanks to its Deluge ability, you could attach as many water energy as you like to your Pokemon. It worked well with Keldeo EX, who would deal more damage for each water energy it had attached. This led to flashy turn 1s, as seen by Jacob's opponent's face here.
4 energy, 5 energy, deluging them all.
So
You don't even need that many. Joltik only has 30 HP.
And there we go.
Have some mercy, Jacob.
Lysander for the game. Shaman EX comes out and Secret Sword. Just like that, 2 incredibly quick games. Jacob Van Wagner advances to the finals.
How do you feel about the finals matchup? Do you know who you're playing?
I'm actually not sure.
It's the Blastoise deck. How do you feel about that one?
When I tested that, it was horrible.
This powerful Blastoise play secured Jacob a place in the final, where he would have exactly 1 turn to get that Blastoise out. If he failed, Quaking Punch from Mies would immediately dash any hopes of a win, Jacob had zero room for error, and the tension in the room rose to breaking point.
All right, it looks like both players are ready to go. Let's kick it off to the match, and let's make some noise for your Masters Finals.
Game 1 began.
Jacob looks like he has a perfect combination of cards.
And you can hear the crowd's relief as Jacob pulled off the Archie combo.
Yep, there's a superior energy retrieval. Plays down the water versus Seeker for the Archie's ace in the hole. Turn 1 Blastoise.
And won the game in less than a minute. Mies never even issued a response.
Turn 1, we are going to see that secret sword.
Oh, look at all those waters. Combo wombo. That's the kind of turn that you need to become
and
world
Mace
champion.
scoops the game. He concedes immediately.
Whoa!
Just like that.
Game 2 wouldn't be as straightforward, since Jacob was on the ropes.
Maze will put on some pressure right away. So there it is, Hypnotoxic Laser.
And it looks like he did get the sleep flip, so Jacob flipping for sleep. Tails, that could be a big deal.
But 3 cards from Shane Mini X's setup ability bailed him out with computer search, making the Archie's ace in the hole combo possible.
Another Shaman drawing, why not? Digging in deeper, computer search,
oh,
Ultra
no.
Ball. Whoa, wait a second.
I spoke too soon. He's able to play his hand down to 0. We will see a Blastoise.
Time to give them what they came to see.
Which led to a monstrous turn 1 Secret Sword KO.
5 energy, plus a muscle band.
Kidding me? He's gonna knock out an EX on the first turn with Secret Sword.
Oh, look at all that energy. It's pushing the Mewtwo off physically just because there's so much energy attached to it.
Goodness.
All Mies can do is hope that Jacob didn't have another KO.
And you could see him shaking his head.
Oh
saying,
my goodness.
what do I do now? I have no way to respond to that Keldeo EX.
But he did, making a 6 energy Keldeo monster.
And
There it is.
There's the water energy and the Secret Sword knockout.
Mies was on the back foot.
And here we go. This is the last turn for Maze. Can he put up a fight here?
And Jacob was able to win on turn 4,
There's just too many ways that Maze concedes.
resulting in Jacob becoming our 2015 world champion. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon moment by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Heroes among us, going for the ultimate goal. We came from all over, every one of us with a different story. Competition unites us. Now it's time to claim your glory. We share the same vision, we have the same mission. So let the games begin. Tribals from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win. Let's go.
Fusion shows up, Fusion takes the race, Fusion wins. Tord Ratcliffe, the greatest player of the modern era.
Nils Dunlop is your European International Champion.
My gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve it.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
Here we are, welcome back in, Pokemon fans. San Antonio Regional Championships right off the Riverwalk. We're here in the Convention Center, ready to get into our next Swiss round. We're just about halfway through day one of our competition, but there is still a lot of tournament to be had. Players trying to fight their way into the second day of the tournament, earning enough match points to lock up a spot into day number 2, and then eventually fight for a shot at becoming the regional champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk for this next Swiss round by Pablo Tablemon Meza. Very much excited and looking forward to seeing what we have in store coming up.
So am I, Chip, so am I. We saw a pretty exciting match between Raiden and Regidrago already. Told you all to expect a lot of Regidrago, and it's been doing pretty well. A lot of players are bringing it to the event. It's our #1 deck, of course. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what the community poll will bring us for this round, though.
Yes, that is true. In this round, we're going to be having a community vote to see which deck we will be featuring, which players will be up on our stage. So be sure to keep an eye out for that and make your voice heard, cast your vote, and let us know what you want to be seeing broadcast here for Swiss round number 5. Earlier on, Emily and Wancha did take a look at the meta share for this event. We're going to take a moment to look at it as well, give our kind of initial thoughts here on the top 6 decks in the format. Regidrago V-Star being #1, not too big of a surprise. 18% is a bit of an uptick, though, from where it was last weekend. What are the things that stand out to you here in these top 6 decks, Pablo?
I think the top 3 are pretty well established. They're powerful, they're good, right? Archaludon, of course, making that showing after success at Osaka. I think people believed more in the deck after it got that success. The list was also very, very good as well. And then Lugia also being up here, I think that's also pretty interesting, Chip.
Yeah, still hanging around. Players maybe taking it for one last flight with her the rotation on the horizon in just a few months. Well, these are the top 6 decks. This makes up just over 50% of the field, but there are tons of other archetypes out there as well, and tons of ones finding success. Let's look at the best of the rest here in day number 1, and Golden Go leading the way. It's not too big of a surprise. You know, it was a deck that popped up really, really heavily towards the last few months. It has fallen off a little bit, though, from where it once was.
It hasn't been able to really convert yet again in terms of results, right? But it is a very powerful deck. That Energy Surge Pro really brought it to a whole new level, I want to say. And then, unsurprisingly, Palkia V-Star, the star of the show last weekend, is showing up in a much more bigger amount this weekend, and I expect good things coming from it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a deck that we don't have the data for it exactly. We may back there somewhere, but I have to imagine that before the tournaments last week in Birmingham and Rio de Janeiro, that this was like a 1% meta share deck. So to see it go from a 1% meta share deck to 4 timesing itself up to 4%, that's a huge boost from just 1 week that you really don't expect to see too often.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be surprised to see like Palkia Dusknoir, right? That was a more community-accepted, better Palkia deck, if you will. And it got some pretty good results as well. Stefan Ivanov got top 4, had that European regional, but then it also fell off. But then all of a sudden, turns out Noctowl is its new best friend.
We got a couple of turbo decks here as well. We got that Roaring Moon EX, super fast aggressive, aiming to take 2 prizes. Miraidon EX, we just saw it in the last round from Jesse Parker, super fast aggressive, aiming to take 2 prizes every single turn of the game. And then really Cloth kind of fits that mold as well. You don't really think about it if you just look at Cloth and Brute Bonnet, but then if you look at the rest of the Pokemon that make out that deck list, I mean, Terrapagos, the Pecharunt able to get some poisoning, or the Brute Bonnet able to get some poisoning with, of course, the Binding Mochi as well to boost the damage. Cloth has really become one of the more aggressive decks in the format. It has fallen off a little bit, though, from where it was back in Toronto.
And all these turbo decks are aiming at beating Regidrago before it starts doing Regidrago things, right? However, all of these decks, Roaring Moon, Miraidon, Cloth, they tend to have a very bad time against Charizard, which is the number 2 deck. So no matter how much you try to counter the very top deck in the metagame is so wide, as you've mentioned, that it's just really hard to cover all your bases. And it comes down to which matchups you face during your run to determine how well you do in the day.
Rounding out things here at the 3.1%, we've got the Iron Thorns Dragapult deck. This was pretty popular in Toronto. It's fallen off a little bit, but it's still hanging around. It's still being successful. What do you think about the Iron Thorns Dragapult for this weekend?
I like the deck. I like slowing things down so you can actually set up your Dragapult. So it's a good option. We'll see how far it can go. It did have that one standout tournament, and then it hasn't been too good afterwards. But it's a cool deck. People love messing with their opponent's side of the board, and that's where Iron Thorns really shines.
A great way to try to set up your Dragapult EX is one of the most powerful attackers in the game. Well, that's the breakdown of our meta share for this event. And we'll see which of these decks is the one that's able to claim the title, able to take the crown, and which player will be the one piloting it to success here at our regional championships in San Antonio. You got a favorite so far based on what we've seen in these first few rounds?
Favorite in terms of person, I have quite a few Mexican friends up here playing who I'm rooting for. I know a lot of them are doing pretty well so far, a lot of 4-0s. In terms of decks though, so I have a love-hate relationship with Palkia V-Star. I've tried so hard to play it. I enjoy the deck when I play it, but I've bombed every major I've played when I've used Palkia V-Star. So
even dating back a few years?
Yeah, exactly. When it first came out, I lost last round of our regional to Caleb Gedimer. Losing that round made me not get championship points. Not getting championship points led to me missing out on a travel award. So it's like I have a very divisive relationship with Palkia, but I really like the deck, and I do feel like the Noctowl engine, we're still just seeing the very beginning of how powerful it can be with Terra. Like searching for any 2 trainers that you want, and you can do it multiple times in a single turn. That to me, like that, we're going to be talking about Noctowl for the next 3 years for sure.
Without a doubt, very powerful card. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. Let's take a look at the standings heading into this Swiss round. Which players have found themselves up at the 4-0 record up to this point? The best record you could have. An excellent start to the event.
A lot of good players up here. We have Aiden Kuz, one of our top players to watch, doing pretty well here at his local regional, and Henry Chow as well, right? Yep. The Gardevoir Master, if you will.
Yeah, several former regional champions here on the list. Aiden and Henry, 2 of them. Maxwell Johnson as well, and Parker Lish. Yep. Of course, Parker had that exciting final match in Vancouver a few years ago where he beat Tord Reklev in the final match. So cool to see his name up here. He's doing well once again. Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing what we have in store from all of these players.
And a lot of variety in terms of decks, right? At the top, we still have, I mean, it's still very early on. We have Drago, we have Charizard, we have Raging Bolt, we have Cloth up there as well. There's even a Conkeldurr, I think, doing, not at 4-0, but at 3-0-1 that people were very excited about. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe Conkeldurr is the answer we were all looking for all this time.
Conkeldurr would definitely be something very interesting to see. I've got my fingers crossed that player can continue to do well, and we may have a shot to see them on the broadcast before the weekend is over, because that is a very interesting archetype, something that we have never seen before on the broadcast. So we'll keep our eyes out, don't worry.
So Chip, what deck are you liking so far? I mean, from the best of the rest, anything catch your eye, anything you're specifically rooting for as an underdog of the day?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Archaludon. It wasn't on the best of the rest. It's in the top 6, but I do like the Archaludon. It wasn't one of my caster picks, but it was probably number 3.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time with Archaludon. I tested it a lot actually pre-Sacramento. I think the deck is really strong. Archaludon is just one of the strongest single cards, I would say, in the format. So much HP, really efficient attack, does a lot of damage, and it accelerates as well. So lots of different options. We're going to be seeing, I think, plenty of Archaludon throughout the upcoming formats moving forward. But let's take a look now at our notable matches heading into this round. See which matches we are keeping our eye on, and we are going to be featuring LC Crozier up against Xander Perot. See a few other notable players out here as well.
Yeah, these were the 4 matches in our poll that people voted for. Of course, a lot of really good players here. Gustavo Wada making the trek all the way from Brazil. Kieran Farah having such a good season. 2 very good players, Sky de la Cruz and Benjamin Nachman. But Xander Pero against LC Crozier. I need to figure out the pronunciation on that. That's who the people voted for. So I think we're in store for a very good match here. Xander is always a pleasure to watch. And let's see what LC can do against him.
Yeah, Xander is someone who, you know, he's had a lot of success. He's won multiple regional championships over the years. He's got top cuts at the World Championships as well. You and him shared a top cut at the Anaheim World Championships back in 2017. And he did eventually fall to your friend and testing partner at the time, of course, Diego Casiraga, who ends up becoming the world champion in that top 4 match. So Xander, someone I'm very excited to see. He always brings something unique. He's always got his own unique flavor. He's always, he'll play a popular deck, but he'll play it with a little bit of a twist.
Yeah, he's definitely known as an innovator, right? He'll play MuVmax and then bring Excelgar, which I assure you, a lot of people were digging through their bulk to find that card.
I think he was one of the originators of the Aerodactyl in the MuVmax deck as well, which became a staple way to play MuVmax for a while there. So yeah, I'm excited to see what he's decided to bring to this event.
The Dreepy as well, right? To lock opponents as well. Yeah, pretty always awesome to see Xander see how he innovates with his decks, and also he's very good, right? So when you combine the surprise factor with very good decision making, that's a recipe for success in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yep, we got tons of things happening out here on the floor. You get a good shot of it here. You can see the VG tournament happening. We've got our TCG Masters. There's the juniors and seniors division for both games as well. We've also got Pokemon Go being competed and played at this event. There's so many different side events. A truly packed hall down here in Texas.
Have you tried walking to the other side of the hall? It takes a whole good 10 minutes to get over there.
The key is to wait until it's not between rounds. I learned that. You got to wait until the round just starts, then you can make your way across the hall. I made the mistake earlier of, you know, after players' matches were finishing, there was just a couple matches out. I tried to weave my way through the hall. It was not a good idea.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's so many people, so many Pokemon fans scattered here, and so much going on, right? Other than the main event, the side events that you mentioned, there's plenty of Pokemon to go around here.
So many things going on, but most importantly of all, of course, is the main event. And most importantly right now is this next Swiss round. Let's get down to the table. Our players are getting ready, getting set up. Let's get into this match.
We have a very exciting matchup, Gardevoir EX against Archaludon EX. What are your thoughts? Since you've been playing a lot of Archaludon, Chip, is this a good matchup? Is this something you look forward to as Archaludon, or is it rough?
It really kind of all depends on the Dialga. The Dialga is where so much of the strength comes from in this deck. Star Chronos, V-Star Power. It's one of the most powerful effects in the entire game, being able to take away a turn from your opponent. So it's really going to be all about how is Xander able to navigate the situations he finds himself in, how is he able to put himself in a position to where Dialga can eventually close out the game. I would say Xander's deck is probably a little bit more low maintenance than the Gardevoir deck from LC on the left side of the table, but you know, if Xander only is attacking with Archaludon, that's something that the single prize attackers of Gardevoir would be totally fine with.
Yeah, and what we've seen so far from the regular builds from Archaludon is they tend to play Jamming Tower, right? Which can be pretty good to deal with those Driftlets. However, there's no Jamming Tower here. Xander, once again, bringing a very unique build of Archaludon that I think we saw back in Birmingham from Liam Halliburton, maybe?
Yes. So Liam Halliburton made day 2 of this deck. I don't think he did super well. I think he finished in the top 256. Still a solid placement, earned himself some championship points, but far from the run that I think he was hoping to have. And I believe the credit for this deck goes out to Isaiah Bradner, who's continually one of the best innovators and deck builders in the game. So yeah, very much excited to see this. It's Archaludon, Dialga, but with the Pidgeot EX line in here for support. And there's also that thin 101 Dusknoir line.
That bonus damage, I mean, usually something that really holds back Archaludon is the 220 damage cap, right? There's a lot of Pokemon out there that have 230 HP, such as Terrapago, such as Iron Hand. There's 240 HP for Raging Bolt, so coming up short can be a problem, and not to mention getting to Dragon Bolt or Charizard becomes impossible, but all of a sudden with that small burst of damage with Dusknoir, you can actually get there.
Prize cards now going out for these players. There is a Professor Turo's scenario from Xander, a Gardevoir EX on LC's side, as well as a Monkey Dory. Those are both pretty important cards, and also one of the 3 Darkness Energy.
Thankfully, that Gardevoir EX is at the bottom, just in case the first one does go down. Double Duraludon is not ideal for Xander, but since you play 4, I'm pretty sure you can manage with 2. However, pulling off that Dialga play that you were mentioning with double Duraludon, power up for energies, attach return, Star Chronos out of the blue will be a lot more difficult when you only have 2 Duraludon.
There is the Hisuian Heavy Ball in Xander's list, so that may be something he eyes up early in this game, trying to fetch out another Duraludon. But I'm excited for this one, Pablo. See what kind of exciting things we have in store. These players both 3-0-1 at this point in the tournament. We'll see which one is able to take it down, the fist bump, and we're getting underway.
Getting things started now. We're talking about how good of an energy accelerator our Charlatan is, but that Flutter Mane in the active spot denies that ability, so that could prove to be very annoying for Xander to try to get access to a quick attack here.
Nice start here from Elsie with the bench of the Ralts. A use of Radiant Greninja discards the basic Psychic Energy in order to draw 2 more cards. Does not find any other Ralts though, so it is just the one single copy. And now a pass of the turn over to Xander Perot, who's able to kick things off with that Earthen Vessel. Discards the Pidgeot EX, that main now support engine of this deck. He does play that 202 line, and it will be Earthen Vessel searching out any 2 basic energy, adding them to the hand. Right away, the find is the pair of basic metal energy. And yes, without a doubt, that Midnight Fluttering from the Flutter Mane could slow things down quite a bit from Xander. The effect of that ability is that your opponent's active Pokemon has no abilities, except for Midnight Fluttering. So that will shut down Xander's ability to use our Chaladon to throw extra energy in play and get off a turn to attack.
Shutting that down, and with only 1 backup Duraludon available before you even have Pidgeot, yeah, I could see that perhaps making Xander miss that turn 2 KO, right? Which 1 extra turn that Gardevoir gets without pressure, without getting KO'd, is huge. Gardevoir relies on being able to set up, and that takes time. So if you give Gardevoir that time, it's just going to run you over.
We do see a Nest Ball from Xander, able to grab out that Radiant Greninja. He uses his own concealed cards, matching the draw power from LC on the left side, and is able to find a rare candy for the next turn, using now that second Nest Ball to get out a Pidgey. And then the attachment to the active Duraludon, and just a simple hammer in, and it actually will be for 60 damage. That Flutter Mane being weak to metal, taking that extra damage means it sets up for a 2-hit KO. Xander doesn't even need to get an Archaladon in play next turn.
Yeah, I guess that solves the issue of not having your ability, right? Now, something very interesting to highlight is this 50 HP Pidgey. We definitely don't see that very often. It's usually the 60 HP. That 10 HP actually makes a huge difference. But Xander choosing to go for the 50 HP, which is more vulnerable to Dusclops, but it definitely has a much better attack.
Call for Family, one of the best attacks on an evolving basic Pokemon, really in the history of the Pokemon trading card game. Anytime an evolving basic has that attack, it usually finds its way into people's decks. Now, Elsie will start off the turn with an Artisan, putting that Stadium into play, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon without a rule box, and putting it onto the bench, and that is the only play here. Getting out the Ralts, no energy to draw, just a pass, and Xander kicks it off with a rare candy into Pidgeot EX right away.
That is a big miss by Elsie. Such an unfortunate situation, just not being able to evolve into Kirlia. No energy, which was used to draw more cards in the previous turn, right, with concealed cards, hoping to get something out of your top deck or those 2 cards, but unfortunately couldn't get that going. And we see Xander now running on all engines. The first Pidgeot got discarded. We have the second one set up, and no need for a Chaladon, as you mentioned, because of that metal weakness on the Flutter Mane.
Does have Quick Search still to work with, searching the deck for any single card, adding it to the hand, and Boss's Orders is being eyed as the supporter. Whenever your opponent is in a situation like this where they're obviously not drawing very well, what are the things you want to target down and take out of play?
These beautiful reverse holo Ralts. That's how the deck works. That's what the deck runs on. And if your opponent's God of War EX deck doesn't even have any Ralts in play, then it's just easy cruising from there. So being able to target those down as soon as you can, take advantage of this slow start with a lot of aggression is super, super key in this point.
So Xander was debating the Boss's Orders, but actually chooses to go with the Nest Ball in order to get an Origin Form Dialga V into play. What do you think of this?
I really like the Dialga V in order to help establish the V-Star, right? With no pressure, you have time to build up, even if you don't have multiple Archaludon to power up the Dialga V-Star in one go, your opponent's not threatening anything. And once you evolve it at 280 HP, it's definitely not going to be very threatened until LC gets something going.
Hammer in, able to KO the Fluttermane. First prize of this game one goes to Xander, and LC's able to find something on the top. It is that Kirlia. Now Refinement able to be used, discarding a card from the hand in order to add 2 more to the hand, and what a find off those 2 cards. It is the Arven and another Ralts.
Very good 2 cards, as you mentioned, Chip. Now we can get that Earthen Vessel. We can get more energies, not only into our hand, but also into a discard pile. We get to conceal cards for extra cards as well, and with the Technical Machine Evolution, should be able to get 2 more Kirlias into play.
It looks like those will be the pieces grabbed off of Arven. TM Evolution and that Earthen Vessel. There's another Ralts in the hand. Also even has another TM Evolution in the hand, so LC's free to discard this one. You're not going to use TM Evolution usually twice in a game, so send this one to the discard pile. Grab yourself the pair of energy cards. I actually could even see a concealed card still before the turn is over.
Yeah, we still have the Artisan to be used. We have the 2 energies to be able to utilize concealed cards. Yeah, looking good here. Now, no extra Ralts, which means there's there's 1 in hand. All right, so we will have the triple Kirlia. And there's another technical machine that I saw in there, Chip. What was that?
Looks like LC's actually playing a one-of copy of the Technical Machine Devolution. It's not the most surprising card to see in a God of War list, but it's definitely not common at this point in the metagame. And that is something I feel like actually could play a pretty big factor in this game. You know, the Pokemon on Xander's side have a ton of HP, so if you can put a little bit of damage on them, use Technical Machine Devolution, you could sweep a multi-prize turn and also combine it with an Iono to get rid of the Pidgeot EX. Like, there's a lot of potential here for LC in this game. Things are looking pretty solid for Xander, but this one is certainly far from over.
It's crazy to think how 1 card, right? 1 card can completely change the course of a game, can completely change your outlook on a game. LC was looking in dire need of anything, and all of a sudden, their board is now going to look so much better. Triple Kirlia down. Xander could potentially get rid of 2 right by evolving into Dusknoir, using that Curse Blast on 1, then ghosting up another 1, but even immediately gets the God of War EX into play. I love this.
Yeah, go ahead and get that stage 2 in play. Don't worry about finding it later on. And now it's established to start using the Psychic Embrace later on. Now Xander will start off his turn by using Artisan, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon. It will indeed be Duraludon. Of course, there are 2 in the prize card, so this is the last Duraludon in the deck at the moment. So Xander's got some options here. LC's definitely stabilized a little bit. He's in the lead. What does he need to do to ensure he keeps the lead here? What does his prize map look like at this point?
So you probably are going to rely a lot on that Star Chronos V-Star, right? Hopefully using it to take a prize on anything that's on the board, and then building up to perhaps 1 KO a God of War EX for a triple prize turn. Now, if you just keep up the aggression, eventually LC is going to be able to trade 2 for 1 with that Drifloon, and that's where things could get tricky for Xander.
I actually think with the hit of the Scramble Switch off that Pokestop, Xander could pull off the Star Chronos this turn if he wants to, and that is a big deal with this deck, deciding what is the correct turn. Is it as early as possible? Is it as late as possible to close out the game? I don't know, Pablo. What do you think? What's he going to go with?
I think early as possible is correct here. Why? Because there's only 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile right now. That means the likeliness that you get responded to after your opponent finally gets a turn is the lowest amount.
He's got Ultra Ball in hand, so that can find the Dialga V-Star. He's got Quick Search as well to get anything he wants. I don't think we've seen a supporter yet. We could see some sort of play to boss's orders and take down multiple Pokemon, but he's actually eyeing up the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, a really interesting card to see included as a supporter in this list. What do you think, Pablo?
It goes really well with Greninja, right? It helps you get your Pidgeot set up. It obviously finds you anything else. I mean, it's definitely stronger with cards like Pokestop as well, so I like it, yeah? Item cards are very powerful right now.
Definitely several things that he can use in order to combo with that stacking of the deck, moving the 2 cards to the top. We will see Ultra Ball discarding Counter Catcher and Pokestop. And when you see Counter Catcher hitting the discard pile, I think that's when you know we're definitely going aggressive. He's assuming he's not going to use Counter Catcher this game, and it is Dialga V-Star. Is it time for Star Chronos?
I believe it's time, Chip. It's been a while since we've seen a Star Chronos on stream, right? We saw the Dialga Metang deck win a few months ago last season, but it's been a while since we've seen Dialga actually feature in such a dominant fashion.
Now, I do remember back, I think it was a couple seasons ago, shortly after Dialga came out, Xander was one of the early adopters of Dialga. It wasn't incredibly strong, but he recognized how good Star Chronos was. He tried his best to make it work. He had decent success with it. Didn't have any incredible finishes with it. So now he's finding himself an opportunity to use it in this tournament and see how he can piece it together. And he is piecing it together indeed. Scramble Switch, the rarely used A-Spec, moving the Dialga V-Star into the active and moving all those energies from the Archaludon into it. And Star Chronos flips the V-Star marker, 220 damage. And Xander gets another turn, and he gets to draw the card he just stacked on top of his deck with the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. What a play.
Which was a boss's order, and then gets to Pokestop for that rare candy as well. So now we have access to Dusknoir. We can take down one Kirlia, boss, KO the other one, leaving the field very bare bones. And with only 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, even finding a way to discard 2 more Psychics to respond with Drifloon will be very difficult here for LC.
This almost feels unfair, the board that Xander is setting up here. He's going to put himself in a really strong position. LC is going to be having a really difficult time to try to respond, but it's certainly not impossible. But Xander is going to take 2 more prizes now. There's the Curse Blast. Down goes the Kirlia. 1 more prize card to Xander. 1 prize to LC, which is not too bad. But we know Xander had the boss's orders in the hand from the top deck, from the Cypher Maniac, from the last turn. Have to imagine it's going after Kirlia.
Star Chronos lets you even quick search twice, technically. That's how broken it can be. So Xander just flying on all cylinders here. I think if LC doesn't immediately respond with Drifloon, they're definitely out of the game. And even if they do, Xander just needs 1 energy, 1 Duraludon, you're ready to go. And now they need to find another Drifloon and another Bravery Charm and a way to retreat, and it's so much. You're asking for so much from your opponent at this point.
Yeah, especially when LC, we know, had a little bit slower of a start to the game, had a pretty good previous turn, the last time that he was able to get a turn, but now, I mean, all of Xander's eggs really kind of are in this Dialga basket. He's going to try to establish himself a little bit more here, I would think. There is that other Duraludon in play, but that Archaludon with no energy on it, it's not going to be able to do anything next turn, so yeah, Xander's really kind of putting himself really focused on this Origin Form Dialga V-Star. So if LC can respond to it, things may get a little dicey.
If you're Xander at this point, you want to now play as safe as possible, right? You have a huge lead in this game. You basically need to just keep attacking, and you're gonna be fine, right? However, we see the extra power-up to take down the Gardevoir EX.
Those extra energy, the Metal Blast, will be dealing enough to 1-hit KO Gardevoir EX, leaving Xander with just 1 prize card remaining. No way for LC to get another Gardevoir into play on the next turn, and more than likely get off an attack. So it is going to be Xander getting the win here in game number 1. What a convincing turn that was.
I think as LC, you've probably, in order to prepare for this tournament, you've played a lot against the Osaka build, right, of Archaludon, but definitely not this one. which is just flying through the deck with Pidgeot grabbing that specific card. I think a lot of versions we saw from this past weekend were playing extra Thorntons perhaps to do the Dialga play, but if you're playing Pidgeot, you're more likely to pull it off, especially with that scramble switch.
Let's take a look at the highlights from that game number 1, and from Xander's side, there were certainly plenty of highlights. He was able to take this first prize with the hammer in, had a pretty reasonable board at this point, and LC was able to establish things really nicely, but this turn, I mean, this is what ended the game. We get the flip of the V-Star marker, we get the Curse Blast, and then the boss's orders to KO Gardevoir EX. What a devastating turn from Xander's side, and LC just saw the writing on the wall.
And you have to wonder, was it perhaps overdoing it with getting that Gardevoir EX in play? Could you have reasonably made a comeback with a 5-2 deficit as opposed to 5-1? I mean, I probably don't think it would have changed the outcome of the game, but you do put that to prize liability, which I guess in the immediateness of the game, it was like you didn't think your Gardevoir EX was actually threatened, but turns out that Scramble Switch completely changed what Xander could do.
Yeah, the Scramble Switch is really what opened up all those plays there for Xander. That A-Spec choice being the key difference in this deck. So many people are playing the Scoop Up Cyclone in their Archoudon builds, and don't get me wrong, that card is really strong as well, but you don't get to pull off plays like that with Scoop Up Cyclone. LC is going to go first here in game number 2, starting the Manaphy. Not really useful here. Buddy Buddy Poffin does find a pair of Ralts, and there's another Buddy Buddy Poffin in the hand to get a few more Pokemon onto the bench with 70 HP or less. I gotta say, though, those prizes for LC, Drifloon, and the Hisuian Heavy Ball to find the Drifloon, and then also that Technical Machine Devolution that we talked about in game number 1, all being prized.
Devolution even have more impact here potentially because of that Pidgeot, right? You devolve your opponent's Pidgeot, you Iono them, and then they're gonna be in a little bit of trouble. However, with no Drifloon to threaten big knockouts, it's gonna be tough to deal with these high HP Pokemon such as Archaladon and such as Dialga.
On Xander's side, he does start the Origin Form Dialga V, which I feel like has got to be a little bit of an awkward starter. You want to be in control of when Dialga comes into play most often with this deck. He does put that Pokestop in play, spins the stop, gets rid of a couple of energy cards, which is not a big deal at all with this deck, and is able to find an Ultra Ball. Still needs to get a Duraludon in play, which he will be able to do now with this Nest Ball, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon and putting it onto the bench.
Choosing the Duraludon means you're not choosing Pidgey, right? And this, of course, leads to early aggression. But with Dialga's first attack, Metal Coating, which powers itself up, you gotta wonder if maybe there was merit to getting Pidgey here, since your Dialga will be ready to attack next turn, and it's not threatened by a field of Ralts and Manaphy, at least not next turn.
Yeah, the Metal Coating, a rarely used attack, but it can be really strong in instances like this, especially when LC is more than likely not going to be able to respond to that. Yeah, LC doesn't even have Rare Candy. Yeah, no Rare Candy in this build of the Gardevoir deck. So there would have been no way you know that this Dialga is safe. So it'll be interesting to see how this develops if Xander does still go for that Metal Coating.
Now, decent prices for Xander, not too big of a deal. All the pieces that were priced are, I mean, I guess the Rare Candy is sort of annoying when you only play 3, but not the biggest of deals, as we do see Xander use that Metal Coating. That Dialga is ready to use Temporal Rupture next turn, or you could actually threaten Star Chronos, which is maybe what Xander is thinking about. Just use that Star Chronos early, use that aggression, get as far ahead as you can in the beginning, because could be difficult to do that later down the line.
LC has a pretty solid hand here, has a Kirlia to evolve, Ultra Ball finds another Kirlia, and has an Iono, so we'll be able to see a fresh hand of 6 cards, and then on the other side of the Iono, still have access to a pair of Refinement, 10 fresh cards potentially being drawn, and even more if LC wants to go for that Pokestop.
In Gardevoir, Pokestop can be very hit or miss, right? You do play a decent amount of item cards. You also play very valuable supporters that you probably don't want or can't afford to lose. But if you manage to discard energy, that's also pretty good. So sometimes it can be worth it.
Yeah, with a field of 3 Kirlia, LC may not feel the pressure to go for the Pokestop, and that was definitely a pretty nice find off of the Iono. And speaking of nice finds, how about that 4th Kirlia? What a turn 2. This is the board that I think Gardevoir players dream of.
This is almost going so well for LC, except that his cards are so good in his hand that it was hard to find a discard for this next Kirlia. Now we have the Technical Machine Evolution. We are definitely not going to be using that. Once again, this next Kirlia, I think it would be okay not to use it because all the cards in the hand are so good. Maybe you can afford to let go of an Iono, but that would already be 2 down out of the 4 being played. 3 being played, actually.
Yeah, not even going for it. Just the pass now. Back to Xander. Is he going to have the pieces to go for the Star Chronos, and is it worth doing right now as early as possible? It looks like he actually just has all the pieces in hand.
Has their Charlatan, has 2 energies, and the discard pile has the Dialga, so we could be seeing a Star Chronos, but is that going to be worth it to take down perhaps 1 Manaphy and 1 Kirlia? If you're taking 2 Kirlias down, probably pretty good, but you're going to need 2 Boss's Orders back-to-back to do that, and there is 1 Boss's Orders in the prize card, so I think it's impossible at this point.
Does have the 1 in the hand, but yeah, probably not worth the potential risk. We do see Hisuian Heavy Ball looking at those prize cards. There is no basic Pokemon there. 3 supporter cards, actually, in the prizes for Xander. Just thinning this card out of the hand. It's not something he wants to find off of a future Iono or something from LC, so go ahead and burn it. Don't worry about having it floating around in the deck. Thinning, of course, is winning, as we like to say.
LC in a much better spot than the previous match. The one thing holding LC back right now is that Drifloon being prized as well as the Hisuian Heavy Ball. If that wasn't the case, then LC would be able to fly with that Drifloon and just take 2 prize after 2 prize. But now it's going to be a 2-hit KO game where Dialga or Charlatan are designed for that. They excel at that, especially with those Professor Turos.
Xander's got a little bit to think about here, how he wants to continue to navigate this turn. He probably would like to find another Duraludon as well, so you can have the ability to use multiple Archaludon on the future turns if you need to. Make sure that you at least have one available as well if your Duraludon was to get Scream-tailed or something like that. And sure enough, there is a Duraludon. There's the evolution of the Origin Form Dialga V-Star, and we are going to see a Symbol Alloy attaching those Metal Energy cards. 2 more energy onto Dialga V-Star. Star Chronos likely in the future here for Xander.
This is so crazy. You Star Chronos, and then you get your next turn, and now that Pidgey can evolve into Pidgeot, so you can Quick Search. I don't think we had seen this combination of Star Chronos with Pidgeot before, and I'm liking it the more I'm seeing it, Chip.
Really strong. And Xander will go for the boss's orders here. Try to target down the Kirlia, playing the 1 out of 6 game, looking to take another boss off the prizes. Did he somehow manage to do it? Doesn't look like it.
Grab that Professor's Research. This is still pretty good, but now it's definitely the Manaphy that's going to go down. Unless you somehow do Thornton into Rare Candy Dusknoir into knock out the Manaphy into attack the Kirlia.
Sure, that is possible, I guess. I mean, any play really is feasible and accessible through the power of Pidgeot. Quick Search just has that sort of ability around it, being able to create plays seemingly out of nowhere, comboing together any card from the deck with whatever you have access to already in your hand.
Quick Search might be one of the best, if not the best ability out there, I think. Just, what do you need? This? All right, I'll just go get it.
I know you're a big fan of the Quick Search as well. You used it in your top 4 finish at the World Championships back in 2005. That was the Pidgeot EX, or not Pidgeot EX, excuse me, regular Pidgeot from Fire Red Leaf Green, and we see it being brought back all these years later. That ability stays just as powerful as it was all the way back then.
20 years later, we're still seeing how powerful that Quick Search actually is, and a clean research here for Xander. No high five, but running pretty well. Now, this will give Xander now a 2-prize lead, which is very good, but it's nothing like the previous 4-prize lead, that we had seen. So LC can definitely stabilize here. However, the issue still remains, that Drifloon. That's the biggest issue right now for LC. There's no possible 1-hit KO response to this 5 energy Dialga.
Can set up multi-prize turns, though. We know Monkey Dory is one of the most powerful Pokemon in the format. It's really what makes Gardevoir so strong right now in the game, being able to move those damage counters around with the Adrenaline Brain, healing your own side, adding more damage to your opponent's side. So we could see LC try to piece together a multi-prize turn in the future, and that may be the route we have to go. Yeah, that Techno Machine Devolution being prized as well makes things a little tough and awkward. If that was available, I mean, that would be really, really strong.
Yeah, so many what-ifs here happening, but trying to figure out what would be the line to go for. Because even the Dialga, now that there's that other Drawlin, could just take down a Gardevoir EX if that's the attacker. Is Confusion ever something that you try to go for here to delay an attack, knowing that they probably can just quick search for Professor Turos and be done with it? Gonna be rough to pull something off. You have a very good board, right? Triple kill, I can't ask for better. And because LC lost game 1, I don't know if they've thoroughly searched through the deck to find out the bad news that there's no Drifloon here or Heavy Ball. Like usually if one's prized, you expect the other one to be available.
Right, you expect to at least have one available, but the fact that they are both prized is really going to limit LC's options this specific turn. And maybe taking a look now, trying to figure out which is available, getting the bad news that neither is available, and now has to find a way to piece things together. What even could be the play? You could go for some sort of gust play on the Archaludon with just a couple of energy, but Xander plays multiple Turo and the scramble switch as well, so that seems unlikely. LC's going to have to try to find some sort of play here.
Screamtail Snipe has got to be the way you go about this. At this point in time, you don't have any big hitter. You need to take a prize, hope it's Drifloon. It basically comes down to that. But because you're not dealing with a Dialga, because there's possibly another Archaludon coming next turn, then the Gardevoir EX all of a sudden is in range. So I think it has to be Screamtail KO Duraludon. But then there's still Thornton, possibly.
Yeah, there's
well,
still...
Yeah,
and there's Scramble Switch plus Attach as well. Like, there's many ways that Xander could still power up the Dialga. That may be what LC has to go for here. I mean, all of the plays for LC do involve putting Gardevoir EX in play, so no question that has to happen. And that's just going to be a potential target for Xander. With his 4 prize cards remaining, he could take 2, go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and put LC in a really tough spot. This is going to be, in general though, with this Gardevoir deck, when you're kind of in a tough spot, you're not exactly sure what to do, you can't really go wrong with finding Unfair Stamp after your opponent's taken a KO.
Now, without having seen LC's prizes by Xander, Xander will definitely know. He's at the level where he knows his opponent's hand is big enough to where you expect a Drifloon, right? That's what needs to happen in order to tie up the prize cards, make things happen. But your opponent just Arvin for the Unfair Stamp, didn't play down the cards that they needed. You definitely wouldn't prioritize disrupting your opponent when they have a Pigeon in play versus just taking the knockout, right? Because these 5 cards are very good, but they're random. You cannot expect to just find Drifloon and Bravery Charm off of those. So Xander, without having seen LC's prizes, now knows that the Hisuian Heavy Ball and the Drifloon are priced, or even better, that LC doesn't play those cards. But, I mean, you have to assume Gardevoir plays those cards.
I do think that is pretty unlikely, but with the find off the Unfair Stamp of the Artisan, we can indeed see Screamtail hit the board. That is definitely going to be the play this turn. LC was able to establish the Darkness energy on the Monkey Dory, so we can see Adrenaline Brain move these damage counters off of the Gardevoir, put them onto something else, try to set up for a play in the future turn. And no, we're actually not even going to be seeing the Screamtail. We're going to see the good old Mind Bend. This is something we have seen play a big factor in many games up to this point in the Pokemon TCG here, Pablo. Could this be yet another?
The NAIT final, definitely the biggest Monkey Dory flip so far. But yeah, I mean, it could, except, as you mentioned, Chip, there's still Scramble Switch available. You're up against Dialga, you know there's Professor Turo available. If Professor Turo gets played, that means your Gardevoir EX isn't threatened. But when your Drifloon is priced and your Hisuian Heavy Ball is priced, I would definitely encourage you to just go search for one prize card, right? If you hit the Drifloon or you hit the Hisuian Heavy Ball, you have a decent chance at hitting either of those. Now you can keep up and do 2-for-1 prize trades, which is how you win games as Gardevoir. But not taking a prize card here, I think, is a miss here by LC.
Xander uses the Pal Pad, shuffling back 2 supporter cards from the discard pile into the deck. Just putting back a pair of Professor's Research. Wants to make sure that if LC's playing any sort of Ionos in the future, that Xander has as many plays as possible, as many outs as possible to draw a fresh hand and find something else to work with. And it will be the quick search used right away, possibly grabbing out one of those research immediately.
Research is pretty good in this spot. It does leave things a little random to if you find an Archaladon. To keep the aggression. No Archaladon found.
Could dig a little bit here, has the Pokestop. Also has Night Stretcher, so even milling an Archaladon wouldn't be too bad. And there's that Scramble Switch.
Yep.
That's a big find.
Even discarding the Dusknoir is actually pretty good because there's a Rescue Stretcher and a Rare Candy in hand, so now he can just immediately evolve over here.
Got to think about, is this the time to go for the Dusknoir? You could try to save it for a future turn, but it doesn't seem too bad. Taking 2 prizes here, leading yourself to taking 2 prizes on Gardevoir EX to close out the game. Doesn't seem too bad. Of course, that could put you in a situation where if LC's able to remove that Gardevoir EX from play, that could make things a little awkward. We're actually going to see the hard retreat here from Xander, moving this Dialga V-Star to the bench, sending up this Dusknoir. So we probably will see, since of the Duskull, we probably will see now that Dusknoir through the Rare Candy as a way for Xander to get a pivot.
Now, LC didn't want to take a prize card last turn to find the Drifloon. Xander will say, here, have a chance. We do not see the Hisuian Heavy Ball or the Drifloon get grabbed. Aculia gets taken down, and we're just going to see Dialga with 2 energies. That's more than enough to take down this Monkey Dory.
Yes, Metal Blast, 40 damage for each energy attached to the Dialga, plus that 40 base damage, 120, enough to take this KO. Star Cronus has already been used, so you don't need a ton of energy cards on this Pokemon. And this is Xander saying, from this board position, even if he can't knock out a Gardevoir EX to win the game next turn, he feels pretty confident about his ability to close out the game with just the couple of Archaladon he'll be working towards building up.
Definitely in a really good spot for Xander, and still no Drifloon. We can try another Confusion, but there's a Scramble Switch, and that's what I really like by Xander, doing this hard retreat into Dusknoir, into removing the Confusion. By not going for the coin flip, you remove variance, right? Which is the one thing that can hold you back from winning games, and that's way you still have the Turo. Oh no, you discard the Turo for the Pokestop, but you still have the Scramble Switch as a way to get out of another potential Confusion later down the line.
Artazon comes into play for LC, bumping the Pokestop from Xander. Gets rid of that piece. So LC does have math set up here nicely on this Dialga, 190 HP remaining, so that does mean that Gardevoir EX could just KO it. It does put the Gardevoir down to 230 HP remaining, which is actually nice math as well because it keeps it out of range of the Archaladon to just close out the game. And then also we'll see it get healed now with the Night Stretcher able to bring back a Darkness Energy.
Just out of range. We could have seen maybe a Thornton play into another Dialga. Double burst from double Archaladon attached. That's 240, but now unfortunately not enough. So Xander will not be able to win this upcoming turn. Definitely far ahead though. So LC might need to do the Archaladon strategy of trying to Turo up that Gardevoir, tank another hit, use it again, and try to pressure that way.
We actually could technically still see it with the Scramble Switch, right?
Oh, true,
Attach for turn, plus the double Archaladon.
Because of this energy, yeah.
That'd be a lot to pull off, though. So, I mean, it's possible. I'm not super confident in the chances of it.
We need double Night Stretcher and Thornton and double Archaladon to pull that off. With Cypher Maniac, I mean, I don't...
Can't Cypher Maniac and Thornton, though, right?
Oh,
so
true,
we got to use the Thornton. Thornton is a piece of the puzzle here.
With Pokestop available, maybe the chances would have been decent. I mean, you don't have to do it right now in order to win, but obviously it would be nice to just outright win, right? At 310 HP, and Gardevoir not being weak to metal despite being a fairy Pokemon is very key.
There is also, of course, probably the more straightforward way to win of if there is the third Rare Candy available, Xander could Thornton into the Duskull, grab out a Dusknoir, and then take the KO. But actually, That last rare candy is in the prize card, so that takes away probably what Xander's clearest path to victory would have been.
Now, Xander definitely not in any rush, right? Game one has things going in their favor at this point in time. This Serendipity could be huge.
3 cards. Let's find another Archaludon.
And research.
It's like a Pokestop as well.
Yep. So you need Pokestop to not discard Thornton. I don't know if Thornton's in the hand.
He still has Quick Search available, so we could just use Quick Search to take a piece out that you don't want to mill right now. Was it the Thornton grab?
I think he grabbed the Thornton.
All right, he's at least going to see if he can hit it. This would be a crazy play to pull off. So basically, what Xander needs to pull off this turn in order to win the game is Thornton into Dialga V, then Night Stretcher, bring back the Dialga V-Star, evolve it, use the pair of Archaludon, load the energies up onto that, retreat into Archaludon EX that already has energy on it, scramble switch onto the Dialga, and then attach a Metal Energy for turn to get 6 energies onto a Dialga V-Star in order to Metal Blast KO the active Gardevoir EX for the win. That is a ridiculous combo of cards, but he's finding himself pretty close to it. He's got the Pokestop still available. What pieces is he missing? What does he need to hit off the Pokestop to pull that play off?
I think it's the Night Stretchers. I think he needs both Night Stretchers to get back the Dialga and to get back another Archaludon. Already has Thornton and Archaludon.
Here we go.
Hand. There's one. There's 2.
Night
Oh my
Stretchers.
God. Is that it?
As long as he has a Metal Energy in the hand, that could be the last missing piece. Does he need that 6th final Metal Energy or a 3rd Night Stretcher?
He died. I think we're short. I don't think we have the metal.
He's so insanely close.
Wow.
Let's see where these energies go from the Assemble Alloy. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're just attacking now with this Archaludon, right? He's just attacking now with this Archaludon because he can't put the energies onto the Radiant Greninja and then Thornton. They only go to the Metal Pokemon, so the play is not there. He was so close, but just does not quite find it.
We're 1 energy short, Chip. I can't believe it.
But now this is a kind of an awkward position for Xander. He can attack into this Gardevoir. He can do a decent amount of damage, 220 into the 270 HP remaining. But then Elsie has an opening to just use the Professor Turo, get this Pokemon out of play, and put Xander in a very similar situation with 2 prize cards left and leave no 2 prize Pokemon in play.
I think Xander might have also gotten a little ahead of himself in terms of that Palpad, like not putting back the boss when the other one is prized. I think that might have been a big miss because now Elsie could just retreat this Gardevoir. There's no way for Xander to bring it up. Now, Elsie doesn't know this, of course. Yeah, Elsie doesn't have any knowledge on Xander's prize cards, and especially if your opponent doesn't Palpad back the boss, then you might suspect that they have access to the other one. But that's something going for Elsie here.
We do see Iono from Xander being played. It's hard to think with this long turn that Xander has not played a supporter yet, but that was indeed his only supporter of the turn, shuffling both players' hands, putting them on the bottom of the deck. Xander gets 2, Elsie gets 3, and that's a lot of damage being laid onto this Gardevoir. Just 50 HP remaining. Now can Elsie clear this Pokemon out of play to eliminate any potential threat of Xander taking 2 prizes next turn?
We were so excited, Chip, about the possibility of Xander winning last turn that we completely missed that Elsie now has access to Drifloon. Elsie can now take down the Archaludon if he finds Drifloon plus Bravery Charm. And that's not too big of an ask. You have Kirlia, I see an Iono, I see a Counter Catcher. You could potentially take down the pitch at this turn, though I do like just taking down your opponent's biggest threat at this point.
We're starting off with the Pokestop. Spinning the stop, 3 cards discarded, 3 energy going down. Not finding any help here. Maybe Elsie looking for a way to get the Drifloon, a Buddy Poffin or something like that.
I think I see an Arven in hand.
Well, the problem, though, is like if you use the Arven, you can't Turo. And then, like, Elsie doesn't know that Xander doesn't have Boss available. Boss could be hanging around.
Or the Rare Candy, right?
Or the Rare Candy, or Counter Catcher as well from Xander now would be online if Elsie takes a 2-prize KO here. So I think Elsie's thinking that he really needs to play Professor Turo, but I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
Right, but then eventually you have to come to, like, you don't have access to the card. You cannot access it. So then you just go for it, right? Okay, if you have it, you have it.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can do
But
about
was
it.
at least leaving the option open with how the
For
turn
sure,
started
for
off.
sure.
But now at this point, off the refinement, not able to find the Turo, so it will indeed be Arvin as the supporter now for the turn. Can find the Bravery Charm. Is there a way in the deck to get out the Drifloon? LC was using Refinement to discard Buddy Buddy Poffins earlier in the game. Now is there no way to search out the Drifloon? I see an Ultra Ball.
Which would be costly, but it's the way we see Night Stretcher get grabbed. Did the Drifloon hit the discard pile at some point last turn? No, it was grabbed from Bryce last turn, and it got Iono to the bottom.
Could be thinking about getting that second Monkey Dory back from the discard pile, trying to maneuver some plays there. This counter catcher could be okay if Xander, I don't know exactly what he's down. I think he still has Scramble Switch, right?
Yeah,
so that should be a way to move this.
And LC knows this because he saw it off the Pokestop and Xander didn't use it, so yeah. I mean, the Ultra Ball would have been costly, but I think it was the way. I guess you can't take down the Pidgeot here, and therefore finding that Scramble Switch is going to be pretty difficult. So I actually really like this play here.
Yeah, because we know Xander used Iono last turn and sent that to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
So Roaring Scream able to deal 240 damage to anything on Xander's board. It will be targeting that Pidgeot, and with the 60 damage on it from the Monkey Dories from the last few turns, that is going to lead to a 2-prize KO, putting LC down to just 1 prize card remaining. Oh, you have to KO Pidgeot here, right? No.
That
oh,
was
it's the Monkey Dory.
Yeah,
okay,
that was
okay,
second Monkey Dory use, and now we're going to snipe the Pidgeot.
And now LC goes down to just 1 prize card remaining. Can Xander find the Scramble Switch? Can Xander find the way to close out the game?
And there it is.
Pheasantipity finds that Cypher Maniac's code breaking. We have not seen Pokestop be used.
Well, this will only get 1 prize card, though. How do we get the second?
Does only get 1 prize. At least prevents...
Oh, there's Counter Catcher.
Counter Catcher, yeah. So now can, off of the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, put those 2 cards on top, and Pokestop will be able to discard them, add them both to the hand, and Xander Perot will be able to move Archalinon from the bench into the active spot and use that Counter Catcher to bring up Gardevoir and take his final 2 prizes.
We're about to see that Pokestop. This will give Xander the game. Pretty good 3 cards there that Thornton goes away. We see the Counter Catcher, and there's the knockout. So this went really back and forth. I really liked LC's play last turn, though. That was really, really well done.
Yeah, really well done for sure. Put himself in a great spot to have a shot. But Xander Perot able to find the pieces even without Pidgeot in play. You can see the benefit of Pheasantipity as well, why that card is so strong. Able to find Xander the pieces he needs. That Cypher Maniac being kind of the unique oddball card in this deck. It's the one that when you look at the list, it doesn't make the most sense. But when you combine it with the ability to stack your deck after a Star Chronos, when you combine it with the ability to Radiant Greninja and Pokestop, there's so many ways you can utilize this card. It's such a combo-based deck, so having access to those things is just really, really good.
I mean, Cypher Maniac plus Pokestop is double Quick Search in some situations, right? As we saw just now. Found the 2 pieces as we head into these highlights. This game 1 was pretty quick. That Dialga making quick work of the Fluttermane, and that was all about Dialga.
Yeah, I mean, this turn didn't end here for Xander. Well, it did, and just immediately started another turn right after, drawing immediately thanks to the Star Chronos, erasing LC's chance to have a turn, and then multi-prizes there with the Dusknoir, with the boss's orders, putting himself in just too good of a position. And it was still a really strong setup for Xander, but LC's setup was also really good this game too.
Quad Kirlia on turn 2. That's every Gardevoir player's dream, but unfortunately that Drifloon deciding to go live in the prize cards was ultimately what I think decided this game. LC just couldn't immediately respond to that Dialga, couldn't immediately take down Duraludon, and those extra turns that Xander was able to use to get those extra prizes ended up winning him this match.
Yeah, things definitely could have gotten a little scary there for Xander at the end, and you know, Xander was so close to winning on that exact turn, just 1 energy card short. Sometimes it's just the simplest card that you're missing. Xander was maybe in a little bit of a precarious spot here, but Pheasantipity finds the Cypher Maniac, Cypher Maniac finds the 2 game-winning pieces, Counter Catcher to bring up Gardevoir, Scramble Switch into the clean Archaludon with the energy cards, and it is a 2-prize KO for Xander to get the win. Moving now to 4-0-1 with a super unique build of Archaludon.
Yeah, super unique. That combination of Dialga with Pidgeot, I'm really, really loving it. I loved seeing it in action. You either get double quick search or you get a free turn essentially to get that Pidgeot out, as we saw in this game too. So I now have high hopes for this deck, and I'm glad I picked Archaludon.
You're feeling a lot better now.
I'm rooting for Xander.
Yes, there we go, there we go. I mean, when I saw this deck list posted by Liam over on X this week, I was a little confused. I was like, okay, I can kind of see a little bit of the vision here, but there was a lot of other unique Archaludon builds from Birmingham last weekend. There was a lot of Banette floating around in a lot of people's deck lists. So there was a lot to kind of take in from Archaludon. Didn't get a chance to play this build with the Pidgeot, but now I'm really, really liking it as well. I can totally see why it's so good, like what the potential is of this deck. I totally see the vision.
And that vision with the Thornton play we almost had, like that might have been like the play of the year already in the first event of the season for NA. Like, that would have been masterful to see happen. I think Xander thought it was possible, and that's why, like, he got excited about the double Night Stretcher, but then when he went back to the hand to think about it, just as we did, we figured out we were missing 1 energy.
So close.
So close.
It would have been a really cool thing to see. Yeah, I needed what? Maybe 1 more Night Stretcher.
Yeah.
Or
Vessel.
Yeah, maybe like I think he milled a couple of Metal Energy earlier in the game with some Pokestops, so that just kind of decreases your chances to find them later on in the game. It is crazy to see how like small decisions early in the game can impact things later, like what we saw there from LC discarding those Buddy Poffins early in the game meant you couldn't find the Drifloon later in the game. I wonder if things would have been different if Drifloon was the attacker taking out that Archaludon EX.
Possibly, yeah, eliminating your opponent's energy from the board, right? Don't just ask them. Like, Quick Search is great, right? But Quick Search doesn't win you the game in the sense that you're not taking prizes with it directly, right? So if you take down the Archaludon with the 3 energy, sure, your opponent can Quick Search for an Archaludon or the energy, but they cannot get both. So maybe that's how you make them whiff, despite they having access to any card they want.
Now, LC didn't know that Xander prized the last boss.
True.
I was, I think, assuming there at the end that Xander probably has another boss available, but I have to wonder what would have happened if LC, instead of KOing Pidgeot, had KO'd a 1-prize Pokemon.
Yeah.
Left the game tied at 2-2. Counter Catcher's not available for Xander. I don't know if LC ever would have gone for that play.
Yeah.
That would be you like kind of playing to the fact that your opponent prized boss, right? I think taking out the Pidgeot probably has to be right there. And it also makes me wonder too what things could have been like if that Technical Machine Devolution was hanging around, because then you could have taken just 1 prize card by using TM Devolution and also keeping yourself at, you know, the 2-2 prizes and take the Pidgeot out of play all at once.
I mean, also choosing to take a prize with Screamtail in the beginning instead of confusing the Dialga as well. I think that could have played a major role, right? Like, LC was 1 prize away from winning the game, so that prize that wasn't taken on turn 2, or turn 3, that could have been the game-winning prize, depending on how the rest of the game unfolded, right? I do think with both your Drifloon and your Heavy Ball prize, you want to take prizes ASAP.
Well, I think we've got our winner standing by in the lounge. I'm certainly excited to hear from Xander, hear his kind of take on the Archaludon Dialga build that he's got for this weekend. Let's get down to the lounge with Emily.
Hello, trainers. I'm out on the floor with the winner of our last match, Xander Perot, who did it with a very interesting build of our Archaludon EX. What an exciting match, Xander. How do you feel?
I mean, ecstatic. It's always nice to win a match on stream. Still undefeated so far, 4-0-1, so continuing to hope and continue to win on from here.
Absolutely. I think I just want to draw the audience's attention because you told me a very fun fact before we got here, and that was you have 0 games on this deck in practice. How are you doing it?
Well, I played some with Archaludon Dialga, but not with the Pidgeot Dusknoir. So I saw when Leon Halberton played it maybe a week or 2 ago, saw the Pidgeot, saw the Dusknoir, thought that's really cool to lean into that sort of checkmatey Star Chronos win in 1 turn vibe. So slotted those into my deck. You know, I was busy with work, worked on Friday, hopped the plane, came here, and so, I mean, it's working out so far.
Absolutely. What have your rounds been like so far?
Ooh, okay. I played against a Regidrago round 1, pretty good matchup. Just kind of take 220, try to go like Star Chronos 220, 280 to take 4 prize cards. Then I played against a Pidgeot control and a Snorlax, and then you kind of just got to reuse the Dusknoir, try to use your Pidgeot as much as you can, be able to sort of win a long game, Star Chronos eventually. And then I tied a Charizard because we ran out of time, prized my Dusknoir, couldn't use that guy in game 3, and then just played the Gardevoir, so yeah.
Is there any matchup that you feel like you're afraid of?
I think Gardevoir was the one going into it where I was just like, yeah, I can get a little shaky. There's no Lost Vacuum in my deck, so I can't really get around the Bravery Charm. So anything that can really just kind of get me quicker than I can get them, or like put me in a spot where the 220 doesn't really take 2 prize cards. So like Regidrago, Raging Bolt, those kind of decks have the 220 HP liabilities on the bench to take 2 prize cards. But everything else is going to be like taking 1 or 2 with Star Chronos, like that game. So let's sort of go off of there.
Absolutely. Now you're playing in an ace spec that not a lot of people have really kind of seen so far. It's not really popular over here. It's a scramble switch. You want to talk to me about your usage of that, your preferred scenarios to use it?
Yeah, so Scramble Switch is really just good for being able to load up that Dialga in 1 turn, either with Thornton or when you have Dialga V already on the bench. And it's the most powerful ace spec for our deck because we have Pokestop, we have Pidgeot, and those are the ways that sort of enable us to work on this combo. Other ace specs that would be useful, like Prime Catcher, Scoop Up Cyclone, and stuff like that, but Scramble Switch is really the one card that can take a board from nothing, maybe an Archaludon, into like a full-on Star Chronos, and then go take the game from there.
Absolutely. And Xander, of course, any shout-outs? I mean, you told me you didn't have any practice games, so any group testing partners you want to shout out?
So I'll shout out my parents for supporting me, my friends in New York, Boston, and Chicago. Testing group, Isaiah, John, Rahul, Michael, Sam, Mustafa, Keon, Eric, everybody, Reagan, Lucas, Grant, and Isaiah gave me the list. Also the tweaked idea from Liam Halliburton before, so without them, there wouldn't really be the deck in the first place.
Great. I mean, I am super excited to see where this deck goes. I mean, we were doing caster picks a little earlier, and it seems like everybody is a big fan of the bridge. So, Desk, we're going to throw it back to you.
Thanks a bunch, Emily. Great to hear from our winner from the last round, Xander Perot. Lots of great players that he works with, and he's one of the great innovators of the game as well. Always excited to see what he brings to an event, and we'll see how he continues to do through this tournament with Archaludon. What a unique build.
Very unique build, very unique games, very unique decisions as well, very unique openings that we saw.
It's pretty unique, I would say.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm always rooting for Xander. Pretty cool guy as well. On a personal level, so I'm a big fan of Xander.
Definitely. Yeah, someone who you love to see succeeding and doing well in the Pokemon TCG. And other people we're hoping to see succeeding and doing well are our players to watch. Let's take a look at who those players were this weekend and get a little bit of an update on how they are doing so far in the event. Of course, Brent Tonneson has been at the forefront of the Pokemon TCG scene for the last couple of seasons now, traveling across the globe. Of course, he lives in Australia, but he goes to events in Europe, in Latin America, and now, of course, here in North America, here at San Antonio. He's currently 3-2. He started out at 3-0, but had a last couple of rounds that were pretty rough, it seems like.
Do you know what the matchups were?
I don't.
Okay, so...
But he didn't win.
Yeah, no. Obviously, Brent, a big fan of Regidrago, so I would imagine, I don't know what he's playing this weekend, but you have to imagine, like, nobody would be surprised.
I think if someone has played Regidrago for the last 5 tournaments and then they showed up to the last tournament of the format and played something else, it would be a little weird, right?
It would be a little playing Raging Bolt or something. I mean,
yeah.
Maybe you're just tired of thinking so much
Totally.
with Regidrago.
Something that totally out of left field. Our middle player there, we've got Vinny Fernandez, one of the great young players in the game. This is just his 2nd year in the Masters division. Still a teenager, but definitely still tearing it up. He is 5-0 with Gardevoir right now here in San Antonio.
And we have Aiden, the local hero, also he was at 4-0 as we check the standings. I believe he was still playing as we finish out this round 5. Could be 5-0 would not be surprised at all. And like I mentioned earlier in the day, this could be his tournament finally breaking that bad streak he's been on. Maybe 2025 will be his year.
Yeah, definitely, with a unique deck this weekend as well. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see Aiden at some point throughout this weekend. This weekend and many more weekends of Pokemon TCG action. You know, we've got so much more yet to happen still today. We've got the tournament still going on tomorrow. We've got so many more events throughout the rest of the year, so we want to make sure you stay up to date with us. Be sure to always be checking out Pokemon.com/broadcasts so you can always keep up with what's happening, when the next tournament is, where it is, what time it's going to start as well, and which casters you'll see featured on the desk that weekend.
Do you know what's the next major tournament?
We have, is there a Latin America tournament?
Yes.
Yes.
Merida is happening in 2 weeks in Mexico. I'll be playing that one. I am so excited, Chip. It's been so long since I've played a major event in Mexico.
I really debated making the trip down to go play in that tournament. It didn't quite pull the trigger, though. But yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty massive tournament as well. I think over 1,000 people registered for it. So I'm sure yourself and many others in the Mexican community are very excited to have a home country regionals.
I can tell you, the atmosphere we're getting, like at my local league shop, just locals, not even a league challenge, we're getting over 60 people at locals.
Yes, it's not even a championship point tournament.
The game is booming in Mexico. Everyone's so excited. It's going to be like, there's 1,400 TCG players registered right now. I don't know how many juniors and seniors, but there's definitely going to be at least 1,000 Masters players. And I would imagine it's going to be like, out of those 1,000, 850 of them, it's going to be their first major event ever. Which is like really cool to think about.
Yeah.
We finally get to experience that in Mexico City. It's not in Mexico City, it's in Merida. But yeah, it's very exciting. I'm very excited.
From what you've told me as well, Merida is a very nice area as well. Very beautiful.
Very beautiful city. Lots to do as well if you're going to make a vacation out of it. Lots to see around. We have a brand new train as well. Everything's just fantastic. Merida is such a nice place. And Monterrey is as well. If you can't make it to that one, maybe Monterrey is your calling.
Maybe so, yeah. I'm kind of regretting not going to Merida now. I've actually got a few friends that are making the trip down to that one. So
I know.
I was thinking about it, didn't quite make it happen, but maybe next time. Very much looking forward to seeing what continues to happen through the rest of the Pokemon TCG season. So many tournaments here and globally as well. We are going to take a little bit of a break before the next round. In the meantime, we're going to take a look at some players who had a chance to sample some of the local chili here in Texas.
Welcome in, trainers. I'm here in San Antonio, Texas for a Texas-style hot chili cook-off. And I have 3 of the spiciest trainers in the venue here today. Heidanis Actual, Out of Pocket, and Septile Ice. Each one of these trainers brought their own personalized chili. They're going to give us a taste and their hot take on the meta. Heidanis, you're first.
All right, so my hot take on the meta right now. Okay, first of all, actually, let me not get ahead of myself. My chili is called the Catastrophically Cooked Clodsire Chili, because in my opinion, Clodsire is terrible in this meta right now. We have Diggersby, we have Annihilate, even Azumarill still taking super effective damage from the Sludge Bomb. You're taking super effective damage right back from Bubbles and Ice Beam. I just don't think it's good right now. If you want to choose a ground type, choose Diggersby, but don't hold it against me if I run Clodsire in the tournament tomorrow. So yeah, let's try a bite of this chili here, shall we? Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's see.
All right, grab a chip, pocket, and Septile if you can.
My Clodsire, yeah, you go for mine actually.
All right, get a good scoop. It's not that spicy. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah. I'll not shy away. Here we go.
All right, now we need some live reactions here. Septile, how are you feeling about this catastrophic Clodsire? Really?
It's true. Clodsire's terrible.
All right. Pocket?
Oh, boy. What things I could say about Clodsire and how bad it is. I completely agree with Heidanis here. Oh, boy. It's just like, we got 2 ground types that compete with it, that both wallop it. Then there's Azumarill, as you mentioned. Feraligatr is still very prevalent. Drapion up energy gives a lot of trouble. And even stuff like Annihilate that now has Ice Punch as a better option can really terrorize it. So if you're running Clodsire tomorrow, or actually today, best of luck to you, because you may need it.
Well, I think we can agree that Clodsire itself is a good Pokemon. It's got good stats, it's got good moves, but in the current meta, not the best time for it.
Not the best.
All right, Pocket, you're up. What'd you bring for us today?
All right, this is called the Pocket's Pelly Pepper Hot Chili. And I'd say that my take here is that Shadow Annihilate is way better. Not way better. I'd say marginally better or slightly better than the normal, because we got boosted shadow counters, Rage Fist add up way faster. And one very specific matchup that I wanted to talk about is the Diggersby matchup. With Diggersby against a normal Annihilate, Ice Punch plus 13 counters do not sometimes knock out, depending on the debuff from the Scorching Sands, which lets Diggersby get 2 moves against Annihilate for free if it has Ice Punch, or forces a close combat if they have close combat. But if they're Shadow and they have Ice Punch, you just negate it. It completely wipes it out.
All right.
And the Shadow counters wallop.
All right, let's give this chili a try, and then we'll kind of ponder about this point about Shadow Annihilate. I think Shadow Annihilate actually won in Birmingham.
It did.
Recently.
Icelandic Lapras, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
sorry.
I'm curious. Shadow Annihilate, again, it's already a Pokemon that's maybe on the flimsier side in terms of stat product. So going Shadow, you might actually gain a lot of matchups. What do you think, Sceptile?
I don't like Annihilate.
Whoa.
Worst Pokemon ever.
Wow.
Okay.
I've never used Shadow Annihilate. I would never use Shadow Annihilate, so I can't really put a take in here.
All right. Adonis?
Well, I'm kind of questioning what's hotter here, the chili or these supposedly hot takes, because it seems like we're all in, well, except for Sceptile Ice here, but I at least am in agreement. I think Shadow Ape is better. We saw Icelandic Lapras use it very effectively in Birmingham, and if I had one, quite honestly, I would probably be using it as well for that Diggersby matchup, because it could get pretty uncomfortable. The normal type should be losing to the fighting type, but...
Awesome. All right, Sceptile, you're last. I think you've got a spicy one for us.
So I have the Seviper Spitfire Hot Chili, and my hot take is if you are running Corsola, Diggersby, and Annihilate, you are bad at team building.
Whoa.
This is the new Noctowl Trevenant Lantern. It is terrible. If you are running this core, go home.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
All right, guys, try that. That chili has to be kicking.
I don't think I can even try the chili. I have to go home. He leaked my team.
Oh, your whole
he leaked
team,
my line
right?
of 3. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, guys. Okay, that's interesting. I never thought of that trio as being as alignment dependent, I should say, as Noctowl, Trevenant, in Lantern, because that was a tough matchup to be in if you were on the receiving pocket. I interrupted my train of thought. I see the chili's getting to you.
No, the take just, oh boy.
No, he's from Maryland, so.
Like,
Okay.
there's 3 words as like a phrase I could say in response to that. It's Zooey Mama. Because unlike the knocked out Trevenant Lantern core, there are so many core breakers. There's so many awkward matchups. And sure, all 3 Pokemon, very strong neutral matchups, right? You got the still very strong counter, Rage Fist from Annihilate, Diggersby, just bulky. And then Corsola, all 3 moves recently got buffed, very strong. But there's still a lot of iffy matchups in that for all 3. We got Talonflame, Mandibuzz, especially with Air Slash, as well as things that are very safe in all 3, like, for example, Shadow Kanto Marowak.
All right, fair enough. Adonis, any final thoughts? Give me one sentence. What do you think?
He said it best. He as in out of pocket, not Sceptile Ice.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm a little offended because I'm running 2 of those Pokemon tomorrow, so.
All right, everybody. Well, Sceptile Ice, Pocket, Adonis, thank you so much for joining us on the Hot Chili segment. Back to the action.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like willing to work with other people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle your interactions with your opponent even during the match and after are very, very important.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You got to enjoy learning move sets, learning matchups, learning move counts and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got into VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't played before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024! We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon!
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the San Antonio Regional Championships. We've had some very exciting games so far. We're just over halfway through our event today. But there's still so much more Pokemon action yet to be played. 4 more Swiss rounds remain. And these rounds are extremely important. Players fighting for as many match points as possible to try to lock up a spot into day 2 of the competition so they can keep on fighting for the title of regional champion. I'm Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Pablo Tablemon Meza. We're going to be taking you through our next Swiss round very, very soon. We just had a very exciting game, seeing Xander Perot and that super unique build of our Chaladon EX. Can't wait to see what else we have in store today.
I'm very much looking forward to this next round. It's the key round, right? A lot of players lock their spot into day 2. That's the first step before you start thinking about top 8, right? But then once you have, like, if you get 6 wins straight in a row, you're definitely feeling very confident.
Oh yeah. without a doubt. Every single round that you win, it just helps you keep carrying momentum and confidence as well. I mean, an extremely important factor is playing with confidence, right? Making sure you feel great about the decisions you're making, and that just gets compounded and is easier to maintain whenever you're winning round after round.
Yeah, especially when things are going right. Yeah, everything just seems to fall into place, and then you start dreaming, right? You start dreaming of going beyond and beyond and beyond. Of course, I always recommend taking it one game at a time, right? But when you're at 6-0, it's very difficult to just not start thinking about, okay, I'm in day 2, so what do I need to make top 8 and start doing all these
but there's
calculations?
still so much tournament left to be played. We've seen many players with those 6-0 starts kind of fizzle out. All it takes is one bad matchup in your pairings or one bad opening hands to just kind of derail a whole tournament run. So I always joke that like every Pokemon player has that I should have won X tournament story. I'm sure you've got several of them over the years, right? But it's like that's just part of what Pokemon is, right? Everyone's tournament run gets cut short. You've also got your fair share of I did win X tournament stories. So they end up evening out over time, right?
Yeah, over time, as you mentioned. Like all that matters is you make the best decision possible to maximize your chances of winning. But even if you're a 99% favorite in any given situation, there's always that small percentage where things could go wrong and you end up on the losing side. And I mean, you try to strive for having checkmate on board, right? Getting to that 100%. There's no way, there's no card my opponent can play in order to beat me, but it's really difficult to pull off. Yeah, Juancho was actually telling me a funny story about his League Challenge yesterday, which we like to keep bringing up again. He was like, he told me, I had checkmate on board, but then I was like, so you didn't have checkmate on board. If there's a but, then that means, turns out his opponent had a choice belt in his Dragapult EX deck that allowed him to do 230 damage to his Dialga with 5 damage counters on it, and that's what won them the game. So that very obscure card we haven't seen choice belt in so long ended up giving them the win. So pretty cool story there.
I mean, that's one of the benefits of playing a surprise card like that in the deck. Juancho thought he had checkmate. And, I would have been feeling like I had checkmate as well. I'm sure you would have too. And then that choice belt just takes the wind out of the sails. The opponent gets the win out of nowhere. Well, we've talked plenty about Archaladon, right? We just saw it in the last round. Juancho played it. That's the deck we're talking about there as well. Let's talk about the reason why Archaladon has become so popular, because, it came out with Surging Sparks. We didn't really see too much of it at those first few tournaments. There was maybe 1 or 2 in day 2 of Sacramento, maybe a couple in day 2 of whatever that first European tournament was. And it wasn't until we had a Champions League event over in Osaka where Archaladon really had a chance to shine. So let's take a look at the deck list that was used by Yota Wakai to get that win at Champions League Osaka.
Yeah, if you had asked us about Archaladon on the 22nd of December, we would have told you, nah, just don't bother with it. Or sorry, like in the 20th of December. But all of a sudden on the 21st and 22nd, Yota ended up showing the world how good Archaladon is, combined with Dialga. This very straightforward list, right?
And what's crazy too is it's like this is not that different from what people were playing at the time as well. It just kind of maybe takes a little bit of a change of perspective, a change of pace, or someone to place really well with a deck for people to start respecting it as something they should potentially play for a tournament. Now, it is worth noting that the Champions League Osaka did take place in a slightly different format than the format we're playing currently. They had the cards that we are going to be getting now in our Prismatic Evolution set. There's really only 2 super competitively impactful cards in that set. There are a few more, but the biggest ones without a doubt are Badoo and the Regigigas. And I think with Badoo being a card featured in the format, that's one of the things that let Archaladon kind of succeed. Badoo pushed some of these other decks out of the meta a little bit that Archaladon could struggle against. Of course, Duraludon's Hammer In is able to just one-hit KO Badoo very, very easily and super efficiently. And then also with the rise of Gardevoir's popularity over there, Origin Form Dialga V-Star and Jamming Tower is a pretty good combination into that matchup.
We saw that being utilized very effectively in that previous game, that Star Chronos just being able to take out 2 of your opponent's Arculias or the Gardevoir and Arculia. That definitely comes in big. But as you mentioned, that cute little body just completely turns things upside down in the metagame. And I think the biggest thing is almost takes out Charizard from the equation in terms of it being this super powerful deck. It's still very good, but now it has to really make some big adjustments to the body, and a slower Charizard means decks like Dialga or Charizard can thrive. Decks like Miraidon hopefully have a much easier time. Decks like Gardevoir can buy themselves enough time with that body that they can just freely set up. Imagine we see the previous game with Sander not being able to play item cards for 1 or 2 cards. That actually could have made a huge difference just in the terms of the pressure that they're mounting on the Gardevoir EX decks before they set up. So I think, as you mentioned, Chip, Badu definitely gonna play a major role heading into the next set of events once we get that, and it definitely played a major role in Yota's win.
But it still continued to have an impact on our current format as well. I mean, this build of the deck, people have taken it and made a couple of adjustments and started to move forward with this type of archetype and still continue to see success with it even in this format. And I think one of the big reasons for that is our Chaladon in and of itself is a card that's built pretty decently into Regidrago V-Star, which is the most popular and best deck in the current format. But our Chaladon's got 300 HP. It's really difficult for Regidrago to deal with. And it also does 220 damage, which knocks out Regidrago V until Masco X.
And Mew and Squawkabilly and Pheasantipity, right? And best of all, with that Metal Defender ability, you take away your fire weakness.
Yes.
Therefore, even Radiant Charizard can't quite get there. You need a combination of Boss's Orders plus Prime Catcher to be able to one-hit KO on our Chaladon, and then I mean, if you get lucky to have that combination of cards in your hand, sure, you can get it back with the V-Star, right? But getting all of that off while our Chaladon player is just continually mounting pressure with 220, and also threatening the Star Chronos potential with a follow-up one-hit KO with Metal Blast as well.
Yeah.
That's so huge.
It's kind of wild when playing the Archaladon deck, how simple and easy it is to do 220 damage on turn 2 of the game. You need so little, right? And the deck is built to pull it off as consistently as possible. I mean, it's just a straightforward, simple attacker. The Archaladon powers itself up. You don't even have to have an energy attachment turn 1. You don't have to get energy in the discard pile turn 1. You can do all those things on turn number 2 of the game and still be pulling off that turn 2 attack. That's one of the things that has impressed me the most about Archaladon, is how self-sufficient it is.
I will say, I 100% underestimated our Chaladon when it came out. It also, like, I checked, its highest placement was top 32 before Osaka, so that's very good, of course, but it's not something that will call to the masses and really put a spotlight onto the deck. But now, with that Osaka win, we're seeing that transform into a lot of popularity, and now that I've gotten a good feel for the deck, I can definitely accept that I was very wrong about our Chaladon, and it's way better than I initially thought it was.
Well, let's take a look at some notable matches heading into Swiss round number 6 here. We are gearing up to get ready for that round. Let's see what the notable matches are, which players we're keeping our eyes on here heading into this next round. Can't wait to see, and looking forward to seeing what game we get to feature as well. So many well-known players doing extremely well in this tournament. Ian Robb facing up against Matt Chong. We've got Henry Chow, a regional champion, up against Noah Sajakin, who has done extremely well in the last few months of the game. Elizabeth Willett and Jesper Eriksson, I think players that are pretty good friends playing against each other in that round. So our feature match, though, is going to be Josh Frink, who's someone who has had a lot of success in the game over the last 2 seasons, going up against Cody McDaniel, a name I'm not as familiar with, but I'm very excited for because of the archetype Cody is playing. We'll get into that very soon.
Now we're about to, I think we're in for a very exciting matchup. Just looking at what both players are playing, we're going to wait until they are set up, sitting down in order to reveal their decks, but we are in for a good one.
Yeah, I enjoy watching Josh play, and pretty deliberate and well thought out in all of the decisions that are made whenever they're playing the game. So very much excited to see what they've brought to the table for this tournament. Of course, Josh has been a very big advocate for Gardevoir in the last few tournaments. You know, the testing group that they work with, I think teamed up with like Henry Chow, Michael Davidson for the last tournament. They brought that Mawile technology into the Toronto Regional Championships, led to Michael Davidson having a really strong tournament run at that event. So they're always pushing and innovating. So I'm excited to see what they've got in store now.
I'm especially rooting for Josh because turns out like we coach a couple of the same kids as well. So technically we're teammates through the kids as well. Like definitely ideas are being shared. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to see what Josh has in store for us this round.
Yeah, without a doubt. Look at all those players out there in the field. A sea of Pokemon players setting up for their Swiss round 6. And this is a very important round, like you said. Some players here getting to 6-0. They're going to put themselves in a very confident spot to make it to day 2. We do have 9 Swiss rounds, so you are going to need those 19 match points to make it into day 2. So they will still need one more match point, but if you get to 6-0, I think you're feeling pretty good. You haven't quite locked it up, but it's like you've all but locked it up.
And I think on the other side of the spectrum, right, you have players who are going to get to 4-2 and still feel alive, right? They're going to feel like their chances are still there to make it through to the next day. They can still make it mathematically. They can still have a very good shot at top 8 if they continue to win out. And yeah, I mean, this round, I would say it's the most crucial round, also like psychologically heading into the event, both like no matter where you're at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum you gain from these rounds or lose in these rounds can make or break a tournament run, without a doubt. We talked about that a little bit, how momentum really can play a factor. Keeping your head in a good mental space as well is a really important thing that we don't really spend as much time talking about, right? I mean, just making sure mentally you're focused, you're prepared, you're level-headed as well, keeping it all, keeping it all in front of you, keeping the tournament in front of you.
One game at a time.
One game at a time,
Yeah. Wholeheartedly agree. And yeah, I mean, if you're 3-2, you win, you feel very much alive. You're 4-1 and you lose, all of a sudden you feel like you have no more margin for error, right? With 3 more rounds to go. So
and it's amazing the difference there, right? 3-2 into 4-2, you feel great. 4-1 into 4-2, it's like the wind gets taken out of your sails for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a thing, right? Like when usually the 3rd place finisher, like in big sports events or whatnot, like if there's a playoff for 3rd place, the 3rd place finisher that won into their 3rd place ends up being like in a much better mood than the 2nd place finisher despite finishing higher because they lost the final match, right? So when you lose, also that factors into potentially how you're looking at the future of the tournament.
Regardless of what the actual numbers say, it's a lot about that mental aspect, without a doubt. We got our VG players over there as well. Tons of tournaments happening at this event. It's a pretty large one for the VG community as well, so I'll be excited to see in day number 2 what kind of unique teams they've got going on over there. I always enjoy watching the VG finals. It's always extremely exciting.
It's the first event in North America with a new regulation as well, so we have these big, powerful, like we've seen Miraidon a lot in the TCG, but they now get to see more of Miraidon with this new regulation.
Now, fun fact for those listening at home, we actually are in the midst of a VG player, and not just a VG player, but a VG Worlds qualifier. Pablo, you're one of the few people, maybe the only person that's ever qualified for Worlds in both of the major titles.
I am not the only person. There's been a few more in the Masters, Sagen Park being one of the most
but in the same season,
decorated.
I mean,
right? I think Sagen has also managed it. I think he even managed to he managed 3 in one point.
Sagen's just probably the best Pokemon player of all time. Yeah,
the most dedicated by far for sure. But yeah, I definitely love VG. It's been a little bit since I've dedicated myself competitively to the game. As you grow up and life gets a bit more demanding, there's a little less time.
You gotta narrow your hobbies down a little bit, right?
Exactly. So I decided to focus on CG, but VG definitely very enjoyable. I played through all of Scarlet and Violet, the DLCs. Very, very cool game. I'm looking forward to whatever the next generation holds. Pokemon Legends ZA as well. I'm really looking forward to that as well. I really enjoyed Pokemon Legends Arceus.
Me too. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that game coming up in the future, without a doubt. What year did you qualify for Worlds in VG?
2016.
2016. So that was a 3DS. Was that XY or Omega Ruby?
It was Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire.
What was that qualification process like? What kind of teams were you using that season?
So it was like, in the beginning, the restricted Pokemon were not allowed. So I was using all sorts of like funky Pokemon to try to get championship points, and then the the restricted Pokemon were allowed 2 per team. I started with Primal Groudon, which was like the main guy with Xerneas, and then I shifted towards Kyogre with Xerneas. I always just focused on Xerneas, so it just felt completely broken. Yeah, and that was my thing. But yeah, that year I had no weekends. Like every weekend was dedicated to either a VGC Cup or a TCG Cup or a VGC Challenge or a TCG Challenge or a regional or anything. It was crazy. It was a lot of Pokemon that year.
Yeah, playing the broken Pokemon in VG, not a bad strategy.
Yeah.
Same thing translates over to Pokemon TCG for sure. Can't ever go too wrong with just playing whatever the best deck is.
For
Well, I think we've got our players ready for Swiss Round 6. I'm excited. Pablo's excited. I'm sure you at home are excited. Let's get down to the table and get into this next match.
Let's reveal our players' decks. We have
Oh,
Palkia, Noctowl, no surprise there, very good deck, but we have Conkeldurr, Brute Bonnet over on Cody's side of the field.
Oh boy.
Did you see this coming, Chip?
Definitely not. Yeah, Conkeldurr is a very interesting Pokemon. Its Gutsy Swing attack deals 250 damage, but it costs a Fighting in 3 colorless. On a Stage 2 Pokemon, this attack seems unusable, right? Then you read the fine print, and it says, if this Pokemon is affected by a special condition, ignore all energy in this attack's cost. And Cody McDaniel on the right side of the table is fully leaning into that. There are 0 energy cards in this entire deck. We're talking 2015 Wailord numbers here, no energy cards. He's using Brute Bonnet's Toxic Powder to poison Conkeldurr and Gutsy Swing for big one-hit KOs powered up by the Binding Mochi Tool card.
Always read the fine print. That's usually a very good thing to do. Now, I just, like from the top-down camera I just saw Cody had a mulligan. Joshua was looking through 7 cards, and he did like a, this is not great face. Maybe expecting, because all the cards in Cody's hand almost indicated Cloth.
Okay.
With a Mochi, with supporters, and now he's gonna get the good news. Yeah,
Whoa,
you can see his face. There
that's
you go.
the face of someone who is reading a girder. Is that girder or Conkeldurr? I think it's girder right there.
Yeah, it's a stage 1. Yeah, so you can see the complete change of expression. Like, okay, this is it. It's not Cloth, right? So yeah, definitely, like, you would have not predicted this in a million years.
And how about this from Josh as well? Someone for the last few months who has really dedicated so much time and energy to Gardevoir, choosing to switch off for this event, maybe riding on the coattails of the success from players from the previous weekend with Origin Form Palkia V-Star. What do you think of this choice, making this call for the tournament?
I really like it. Of course, after the last weekend, all eyes were on Palkia Noctowl. Everyone wanted to test against it. Everyone wanted to give it a try. And I do think, as we mentioned in the opening of today, it's definitely a deck we might have all missed, in the sense that we all definitely underrated. Perhaps in the same vein as our Charlatan, right? Even more so than our Charlatan, because Palkia has already immediately been more successful than our Charlatan after its quotation marks discovery.
When we bring our players up to the stage, we have our stream liaisons who always ask players, you know, if there's any sort of fun facts, anything they want to share, something we can potentially talk about on the broadcast. And the thing Cody McDaniel said is he wanted to be on stream with a funny deck. I think he has achieved that goal.
He has 100% achieved that. Now we do see both A-specs being prized over on each side. That means, I mean, I think this is especially harsh on Cody, right? Because that Precious Trolley, there's no combination of cards that really make up for that. Whereas Prime Catcher, you don't always need the switching effect. You have Boss's Orders as well, which is also priced, however. So maybe the lack of Gusting effect could come into play. Now, the one thing I'm wondering, Chip, right now, that I do not have the answer to is how much HP does Timber have? 80. Does it have? Oh, it has 80. Okay, so it is in range of Radiant Greninja. I thought for a second it might have had 100 HP, but 80 is still pretty bad because it's not Buddy Puffinable. Therefore, that Precious Trolley being priced is gonna make it difficult for Cody to set up here.
Yeah, it looks like Cody has built his deck to be extremely reliant on the Precious Trolley. Only 3 Nest Ball in this list, so this early game for Cody could be quite precarious. We are going to kick things off over on Josh Frank's side of the board. He had a couple of mulligans to work with from Cody's side. He's going to just kick it off with that Ditto. What a starter to have as well. You can only use its ability, Transformative Start, on the first turn. And you can only use it when it's in the active spot, but you get to search your deck for any basic Pokemon and put it in place of that Ditto, sending the Ditto to the discard pile. And one of my favorite things ever since the release of Stellar Crown with the Fan Rotom is the fact that this Ditto has made its way into decks.
Yeah, searchable by that Fan Rotom means it's a super playable card. Of course, if you don't start with it, right, you have to retreat into it to actually make use of it, but wholeheartedly agree, Chip. This card combined with Fan Rotom, combining with Noctowl, like I said, I don't think we've seen the best from Noctowl yet, and it's already making strides in the metagame. And you know who else is searchable by Fan Rotom? That cute little Bidoof.
Yeah, Bidoof, that's a card that we don't actually see too often in this build of Palkia Noctowl. Now, it was played by Jonathan Sharpling, who got second place at the Birmingham Regional Championships last weekend, but all of the other Palkia lists that did well last weekend did not play the Bibarel line. So Josh, it seems like, has tested the deck and recognized that extra little late game consistency could be really nice. Because while Noctowl is really strong, it only finds you specific cards. It doesn't help you get through the deck. So Bibarel can make up for some of that.
And these decks tend to sometimes struggle with late game energy, right? Because, of course, attaching energy per turn is very important, but you have Palkia's Star Portal ability in order to get energy into play, power itself up, power up Greninja in one go, but after that, it's 1 energy per turn unless you find those Glass Trumpets and a potential energy switch. So that can be pretty big in terms of resource access, and as you mentioned, that Bibarel's ability is super good to just replenish your hand and protect yourself from Iono Disruption, On First Stamp Disruption, and combined with Serendipity, those cards don't even work anymore.
We will see Fan Rotom use its Fan Call ability in order to search the deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, adding them to the hand. It looks like a pair of Hoot Hoot coming down right away, and Noctowl will be that last grab. I have to imagine this is the most common combination of 3 cards grabbed off of Fan Call.
Yep, assuming you don't have any pieces is definitely the way to go. Unless you have like a research or something and no access to Terrapagos, then that's when you give up on the possibility of Noctowl. But Josh, with the 2 mulligans, with the draw for turn, with the Fan Rotom, his hand is huge right now.
His hand is huge, but he actually doesn't have too much. I actually don't even know if there's a Terrapagos there, so he may need to find a Terrapagos next turn to even be able to use the Jewel Seeker ability of the Noctowl. Cody's going to kick off his turn with that Hisuian Heavy Ball and immediately get that bad news of the Precious Trolley being in the prize cards. He is going to get a little consolation with the Pidgey being found out from the prizes, which is a pretty decent one to get. But the big thing that is a potential worry here for Cody could, well, normally in this matchup, I would say, would be the fact of Radiant Greninja on turn 2, right? Clearing your board, getting rid of all your timbers. Cody can pump the brakes a little bit and not worry about that too much, right? Josh did not bench a Palkia. There's no Greninja just yet either.
Yeah, but getting that Manaphy out eventually will be pretty crucial, right? Unless all of a sudden you get to evolve everything on turn 2, which without a full bench, even without access to Serendipity in case your opponent does manage a KO next turn, will be pretty harsh. Now, does find that Rotom has that has one of the 3 copies of Nest Ball in hand, so Rotom's going to be pretty important here. And Fan Rotom's Assault Landing can't take down this Timber thanks to that 80 HP, so maybe we can see Cody stabilize despite the Precious Trolley being prized.
Potentially, but a thing of concern could be the fact that there's just the 1 Timber in play. This could be an opening for Josh Frank. If he's able to find a Terrapagos, able to power it up with a Glass Trumpet, able to get off the attack, Cody won't be able to attack next turn.
No help from the prizes here for Josh. I did see another interesting card in Josh's hand, which I'm not sure if it was played or not last weekend, but there's a copy of Silene in the deck, which is pretty cool. Like, it gives you a very good percentage chance to get back that Prime Catcher, right? To get back that crucial energy, to get back that boss's orders, put at the top of your deck, and make yourself Iono-proof and potentially win the next turn. So I really like the copy of that Silene being included. However, it seems like Josh's hand, despite being huge, there's no help here.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Josh, last turn when he used Ditto, should he have just gotten Radiant Greninja, right? You want to try to set up with the Fan Rotom, but Noctowl doesn't do anything for you if you don't have a Terra Pokemon in play. We're actually going to see Earthen Vessel, and I think Pheasantipity is being debated as the discard. And we're actually, we're going to see the Kieran here and Assault Landing. So Kieran boosts the damage by 30. Assault Landing does 70. That's 100 damage, enough to KO the 80 HP Timber. I was thinking it's really nice for Cody, the fact that Timber has 80 HP. It doesn't go down to the Assault Landing, but a surprise Kieran.
It's only extra damage to Pokemon EX, though.
Oh, Josh.
So I think
Josh didn't think about it.
Cody, yeah, there you go. Like he thought it was a plus 30 now. There is an Irida in Josh's hand. So why was that not the support?
Was there an Irida in the hand?
It's right there at the top.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that probably would have been the move. I think Josh thought that he was just making a cute play here, right? Taking the KO without putting a two-prize Pokemon in play, right? Without putting a Terrapagos at risk of being knocked out. That's weak to fighting, right? But, yeah, this is a big opening now for Cody. Wow, what a swing, what a turn. The Town Store finding the Forest Sealstone, the flip of the V-Star marker. Cody is going to be able to get set up here. Pidgeot EX being found from the deck. We're going to have that consistent stream of Quick Search. It doesn't even feel like we're seeing the Conkeldurr right now. It feels like we're watching a Charizard deck in action. Rotom with that Pidgeot into play. And now let's see what Cody finds out with the Quick Search here.
Don't think there's a way to get the KO, because like you need to poison that Conkeldurr, right? Like that's priority number one in order to get some damage going, but you can only Quick Search for so many cards. So I really think we should definitely establish another Timber here just in case, right? Well, the active's 100% threatened, so we definitely need a backup Timber here.
You need the backup Timber. It might just need to be an angle of get the Timber and then instant charge again, right? Pull the hand back up, play it a little slow, and recognize that eventually your opponent's going to have to put two-prize Pokemon in play. That'll be your opportunity. But Cody here actually does grab out the Brute Bonnet. Does he have a way to piece together the knockout?
I mean, I think I saw the non-EX Petrant in his hand.
Oh, and a switch.
But that's not enough damage, though. It's 6 damage counters.
But it does put a little bit of pressure on Josh, right? Because that means that it does set it up so that the Rotom would be KO'd coming back into Cody's turn. So I actually do like this.
Yeah. I mean, you don't get the immediate KO through the poison. It's only going to be 6 damage counters. But as you mentioned, all right, you do 70 damage and you don't KO me. And then I get the prize card and I get a turn, right? However, with a simple boss, that Timber could go down, which is also the only real threat that Cody has. But so far, we definitely need to see the Irida here, right?
Yeah, definitely need to see the Irida. I didn't even see that in the hand last turn.
I also didn't.
Yeah, Josh didn't have too much going on since he didn't seem like he was trying to make much happen. So now it will be Irida searching the deck for any water Pokemon, any item card, adding them to the hand. Radiant Greninja will be the water Pokemon to be found here. And Nestball could establish a Terrapagos in play, so we could see Noctowl making use of its powerful Jewel Seeker ability.
I think Joshua very hesitant to put that two-prize Pokemon weak to fighting into play now that he fully knows what he's up against, but he really needs to make something happen. Now, there is a Glass Trumpet in hand. There are 2 Earthen Vessels as well, so we can definitely power up the Terrapagos to take a knockout, but can we get a reasonable or an impactful KO rather, right? Because committing your Terrapagos to knock out this Petrant, not going to be very cost effective if all of a sudden this Timber becomes a Conkeldurr and takes down your poor Terrapagos here.
Yeah, and that's why the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm liking Cody's decision to go with the Toxic Subjugation last turn, pushing this Petrant, right? Because now Josh, if that hadn't happened, right, Josh could just simply take a knockout and not worry about moving this Timber out of the active spot. Now he's got a little bit to consider here. We could see him actually retreat this Fan Rotom into a Hoot Hoot. We could see the rare triple stab. It's 10 damage for each heads you flip on 3 different flips. With the boss's orders, of course, something like that to try to bring up the Timber. We'll see what he pieces together. There's no Prime Catcher access, right? Because it's prized and can't be playing boss.
Yeah, we already played that Irida. So, yeah, I mean, we're having a tough time here because it's a very awkward game so far from Josh's side.
So as Josh here, obviously I think last turn we had a little bit of a blunder, right? He made a little bit of a mistake.
Yep.
Put himself in kind of this awkward spot. I'm sure, you know, the years you've been playing, you found yourselves in these type of situations before where it's like you just do something a little silly on the first turn early in the game, but there's still a lot of game left to be played. How do you kind of get yourself centered again to focus on the game at hand?
Honestly, you just like have to force yourself into it, you know? It's like you've already done the oopsie on stream. I've done, as you mentioned, plenty of them on stream myself. So it's just, okay, my win condition is now one turn later. My win condition has now changed. You just have to keep asking yourself, how do I win? How do I win? And then figure it out. Yeah, there's no other way to go about it. You just figure out how you're going to win, and then you go for it.
We do see a Terrapagos coming into play, so now with a Terra Pokemon available, Jewel Seeker can be used from the Noctowl, evolving up from the Hoot Hoot, able to search the deck for any 2 trainer cards and add them to the hand. It looks like Area 0 Underdepths and a Nest Ball will be the choices here. That is something to think about, as well as going to be the back and forth of the stadium cards here. Cody is playing 3 stadiums in the deck. There's a pair of Town Store and then also a Gravity Mountain. So keeping track of, you know, who has more stadiums available, you know, potentially Joshua having less available later in the game could potentially come up.
Yeah, one here versus one here, right? So Cody could potentially fully deny that Area 0 bonus damage for both Palkia and Terrapagos, and all of a sudden that Conkeldurr is surviving hits left and right and taking names left and right as well.
Yeah, once we see this get established, it's going to be really interesting to see how the game continues to progress. We do see Earthen Vessel discarding a basic water energy, searching out another couple of water energies. That Nest Ball was able to get Origin Form Palkia V into play, so that V-Star can now be threatening an evolution, a use of the Star Portal V-Star power next turn. Radiant Greninja is being established as well, having that being put into play. And does Josh want to retreat? Does Josh want to attack with the Terrapagos here? That feels a little risky.
No fear in the Conkeldurr, Chip.
Okay.
Don't play with fear right here.
So we are going to see Josh retreat into this Terrapagos Unified Beatdown, dealing 30 damage for each benched Pokemon on Josh's side of the field. More than enough to deal with this Pecharunt. And he's just putting it on to Cody, saying, hey, we'll see if you've got all the pieces. But Cody doesn't need much. He's got Quick Search. All he needs is Rare Candy and Conkeldurr, and he's got everything else set up.
Now, is that a Conkeldurr or is that a Timber? That's a Timber, but we do have an Ultra Ball.
There is a Conkeldurr.
Oh, there is a
in the
Conkeldurr.
hand, yeah.
There it is. Yeah, so we just need to Quick Search. You're right, yeah. Looking pretty good. 2-for-1 price trade. Can't complain. We have the backup Timber as well. So looking really good.
You can kind of see that, like, once this deck gets set up, right, once you get the established board of the Quick Search Pidgeot and that Brute Bonnet on the bench, you don't need that much. You just need a replacement Timber every turn, a Rare Candy into Conkeldurr. With the Quick Search, you're able to find one of those pieces guaranteed every single time. So it sounds like a lot, but when you actually sit down and play the game, it's really not that much.
And with so much space in the deck, right? Because you're not playing any energies, you actually have a lot of ways to just find those pieces. Now, Josh's hand is very underwhelming at this point. This Radiant Greninja has got to be the hero next turn because there's no help from Josh. He does have that Silene, but it is your commitment to support her. Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Not going to be able to see Radiant Greninja if there's no Origin Form Palkia V-Star coming into play. Gutsy Swing, 250 damage, enough to KO the Origin Form Palkia V. And Josh is going to have a moment to think about this. How does he want to proceed? Looks like Noctowl will be promoted. I mean, I have to imagine Josh has never played against Conkeldurr. If he has, it's been on the ladder maybe 1 or 2 times, right, on TCG Live.
Yeah, on Pikachu rank.
Yeah.
Probably.
Now he's got to think about what does he do in this spot.
Top deck Iono, though, and has enough firepower with that Terrapagos to take a knockout, so not too bad there. And with 4 cards, it's going to be a little bit harder to piece out another Conkeldurr for Cody, especially with that Serendipity still being in the prize cards. Or, yeah, That works too.
That's actually really good. Technical Machine Devolution is going to do a couple of things here. It puts the Conkeldurr and the Pidgeot back up into Cody's hand, so it takes away the draw power. And then the Conkeldurr will become the Timber. Conkeldurr has 80 damage on it right now because of the poison from last turn, so the Timber is going to get KO'd.
That is very clever. Technical Machine Evolution, not a very common card, right? It used to be super common when Charizard was this huge dominant force in the metagame. It still is a very good deck. However, it's no longer this huge dominant force where people find themselves trying to take against it. It's all been about Regidrago V-Star, but it's going to be so clutch in this spot. But Cody does have access to Arven to immediately get back that Pidgeot into play. And because he's getting that Conkeldurr back into his hand, can just immediately quick search for the other rare candy to get Conkeldurr. However, with no rare candies, getting another Conkeldurr after that could prove to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, this is going to become a little awkward for Cody. He's going to need to find a turn to like manually evolve into Girder at some point. To be honest, if he's got rare candy, he maybe doesn't even want to go for the Pidgeot here. You maybe just have to go for the Conkeldurr and hope to establish it turn after turn. This is really smart from Josh. I mean, this is a card we've never seen in the Palkia deck before, the Technical Machine Devolution. So super unique inclusion, and it's paying off really nicely in this specific spot because Cody needs to play Rare Candy like every single turn in order to keep his attackers rolling. He's already down 2, right? We saw Rare Candy into Conkeldurr last turn. We saw Rare Candy into Pidgeot the previous turn. So he's only got 2 Rare Candies left for the rest of the game. That's only 2 more Conkeldurr. So if he uses one to get into the Pidgeot, he's only going to have ability to Rare Candy into 1 more Conkeldurr.
Joshua pulling off all the surprises here, playing a deck that everyone's looking at from this previous weekend, but adding his own twist to the deck in order to keep that surprise factor going, right? After last weekend, all eyes on Palkia. Noctowl, no surprise we're seeing it here, do so well. However, with these surprise inclusions like the Silene, like the Technical Machine Devolution, you can continue to give yourself an edge on top of the deck's raw strength.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting situation for sure. Cody doesn't have access to Pheasantipity. He used the Nest Ball here. It would have been a really great time to get Pheasantipity. It is prized this game. He used Hisuian Heavy Ball turn 1 and got out the Pidgey, left the Pheasantipity behind. So it's not available. He's not going to be able to flip the script. That's a way you can get around the fact that you've lost your Quick Search Pidgeot to piece together your combo pieces. But to be honest, I don't think that Cody can afford to KO this Noctowl. He needs to get 2 more Conkeldurrs established. He needs to knock out 2 prize Pokemon, more than likely to close out the game. If he uses one of his Conkeldurrs to knock out this Noctowl, he's going to have a really hard time closing out the game. He needs to attack multiple more times. It looks like he's going for it. He really needs to bench another Girder or a Timber here as well, and he doesn't even have that.
Yep, and with only 180 HP, that Terrapagos will make short work of the Conkeldurr, and all of a sudden we have no more threats over on Cody's side of the board. So how do you follow this up? There's no other way to be aggressive. You can poison with Brute Bonnet and Petrant, but that Petrant has been gone. It's only 6 damage counters, which is not that big a deal when Terrapagos has 230 HP.
Yeah, I guess moving forward for Cody, what he's going to need to do is to boss his orders the Fan Rotom that only has 10 HP remaining, use Brute Bonnet to poison it, to KO it, take a prize, go down to 2 remaining, and on that turn, bench 2 Timbers. Put them into play and let those be things that are your targets to get into Conkeldurr to try to close out the game.
Yep, that could be a way to do it, but this continuous hand disruption from Josh definitely getting in the way to piece all of that out, at least comfortably, right? And this is why we see that perhaps Conkeldurr has yet to make a mark in the metagame. It has an amazing attack, right? Being able to do that for free is even better. But all the resources that you need to dedicate to get a stage 2 out, for it to just fall immediately is really, really harsh. And that's why we see cards like Dragapult or Charizard XL, because they're very difficult to take down in one hit, so you get more value out of the resources you spend getting them out.
We will see Noctowl come into play. Jewel Seeker finding 2 trainer cards, adding them to the hand. It looks like Lost Vacuum is being eyed as a potential option, potentially getting rid of Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. The only way that Cody's deck works is by poisoning Conkeldurrs. If you take away the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, that's not something he'll be able to do.
No, and of course you have to imagine there's more than one being played in this particular deck. However, finding that and finding your Timbers and finding your Conkeldurrs and evolving, it's just...
Especially after you got Iono to 3 cards.
Yep, I think it's a lot being asked out of Cody, and I don't know if we can pull this up. So if you fancy your chances in this spot, I think this is where you want to start thinking about, all right, maybe we go next, see if I can get some solid, good KOs on those big HP Pokemon that are worth a juicy 2 prizes.
We do see the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule being top-decked from Cody, so able to replace the one that just got removed with the Lost Vacuum. Does he have much else to work with? It would feel okay if Cody at least had Pheasantipity around to try to draw some cards.
Yep.
And it looks like we're going to see Ultra Ball discarding all of the cards in Cody's hand, searching the deck for any one Pokemon.
Do we go for Iono, for Luminion into Iono here? Do we just establish a Timber and instant charge with Rotom? I mean, if that was the case, we could have just Night Stretchered back the Timber, but I think, yep, we're going to go into the next match. There's no way to recover from this spot. So despite the shaky start by Joshua, he ends up taking this game 1 in pretty commanding fashion, I would say.
Yeah, it ends up that Technical Machine Devolution makes a huge difference in this matchup. It feels like, you know, putting that extra pressure on Cody's rare candies, taking away the powerful Pidgeot EX and forcing Cody to make a decision. Does he want to make an attacker that turn, or does he want to make a Pidgeot? Yeah, this is actually going to be a really interesting matchup. I actually think without Technical Machine Devolution, this feels like a matchup that's pretty decent for Cody.
Yeah.
But with Technical Machine Devolution, it feels like it may swing it towards Josh's favor. Let's get into the replay of what happened in Game 1.
Let's take a look at that Technical Machine Devolution happen after this first knockout on Trapagos. We were thinking, well, it's probably not a good trade for Josh. Could be in a little bit of trouble. And we did see the response onto that Palkia to deny the Greninja potential eventually, and also a much higher HP Pokemon. However, that Noctowl using Technical Machine Devolution basically demolished Cody's board.
And Cody does choose to Rare Candy into Conkeldurr to take a single prize KO. I think that's maybe a turn where if Cody had just played it a little slower, got a couple of Timbers, used Instant Charge, he could have tried to navigate the board from that position moving forward. But instead, he takes that KO, and then he just doesn't have enough resources to close out the game.
And do you think if Cody decides to do that, Josh would have actually committed to just attacking with Noctowl, just making sure he was
just 70 damage,
doing damage with Noctowl, single prize attacker, force Cody to commit to a Conkeldurr in order to take that down, and then you go in with a 2-prize Pokemon once again.
Yeah, that could have been the move. That would have maybe been the best play for Joshua there. Hard to know if that play would be identified, though, right? Because it's such a... Like, you're not ever attacking with Noctowl, it feels like. It's
not on purpose, no.
Not on purpose. The Speed Wing doesn't often get in there. But, you know, it does 70 damage, which is relevant. Yeah. KOs a lot of low HP Pokemon. Maybe I'm not giving it enough credit in this deck, right? You can power it up pretty quickly with the Glass Trumpet. You're usually going to have to put that extra energy somewhere. So maybe it's a little stronger than we're giving it credit for.
If you're going to take a single prize card, can be worth it, right? Rather than committing your 2-prize Terrapagos or your 2-prize Palkia, especially against something that can threaten it. But yeah, I think the biggest issue with Conkeldurr is quite simply it's the fact that it's not a Pokemon EX. It's very good as a single prize Pokemon that can trade into 2-prize Pokemon, but it's so frail and so difficult to get that stage 2 going back to back turns. Not to mention the Technical Machine Devolution. That might be what's holding Conkeldurr back right now.
We do see a couple of mulligans from Cody once again, so Joshua once again will have a few extra cards to work with. And it looks like Cody has chosen to go first. So we do see Timber in the active spot. Looks like an Ultra Ball in the hand, a couple of rare candies, but not much else to work with here, to be honest.
not much, but we're about to see a lot chip. There's no prized Precious Trolley this time around, so we can easily Ultra Ball for Rotom, Town Store for the Forest Seal Stone, get our Precious Trolley, and instant charge into hopefully a Pidgeot to combine with our double rare candies. So initially not looking great, but I think we're going to be fine here.
Yeah, deceptively strong opening hand here from Cody. Is able to pull off that exact play, and you saw he instantly eyed that up. Town Store for the Seal Stone, for the Precious Trolley, in order to fill the bench with a various amount of Pokemon. I think one thing what I'd like to see from Cody this game for sure is to get a few Timber in play so that he can try to work that Girder a little bit earlier.
That Girder, definitely very key, especially, like you always want to do that to save on a rare candy, but now especially that you know your opponent has that technical machine devolution now. This choice though, now if you go for Manaphy to protect your bench, you no longer have access to Pidgey.
No Pidgey?
And no Pidgeot. If you go for Pidgey, then Manaphy's not protecting your bench, which I definitely would have preferred to see the Pidgey here, because your opponent, like, you are threatening the Palkia next turn, hopefully, right? Therefore, slowing down the Greninja. Greninja is not a threat if you don't have a lot of 90 HP or less Pokemon on your bench, which, if you evolve your Pidgeot and you evolve your Conkeldurr, there's only one, and that's fine.
Looking like a pretty strong opening hand here for Joshua. Does have that Fan Rotom and also the Buddy Poffin. We'll see tons of Pokemon being added to the field and to the hand. It looks like Ditto is instantly going to be brought to the front. Only one turn you can use that thing. Is going to have to involve Josh moving this Palkia from the active spot. Does have Switch in this list. Just one single copy, also the Prime Catcher. Kieran does also technically work as a Switch. But actually look at these prize cards here for Josh. There's quite a few Pokemon.
Yep. Double Hood, single Noctowl, a copy of Possess Orders, Heavy Ball to not allow those Hoods to be free from their prize cage right now. So yeah, not ideal, because you rely so much on that Yule Seeker ability to just find you what you need when you need it.
Yeah, Josh taking a moment to just make sure he's totally aware of all the cards that are prized. May not even actually be able to utilize the Ditto. Could just even add it to the hand off the Fan Rotom, since the Buddy Poffin could maybe get you your Noctowls, or your Hoots, I should say. That way that Ditto becomes some Ultra Ball fodder later on.
Yeah. There's an Iono in Josh's hand as well, which he did see his opponent get a pretty decent start. Doesn't know that they didn't have a supporter to follow up, but did see the instant charge. So you could Iono and then wait to use the Fan Rotom ability. See if you can get use of that Ditto, and if not, then keep it in hand. Ultra Ball fodder, as you mentioned, Earthen Vessel fodder as well.
We're going to see a few Pokemon being established. It looks like number 1 is Bidoof, and number 2 is one of the 2 remaining Hoot in the deck.
Yeah, with that shuffle, I'm pretty sure we're going to see that Iono being played before we commit to a Fan Rotom, see what we get, and then we make that decision. And that's a very key skill to develop in the Pokemon TCG, right? You could easily Fan Rotom, hold off on the Iono, but there's definitely merit to going for it right now.
Well, sure enough, that Iono will be the play of the supporter for turn, not after attaching to the active Origin Form Palkia V. The most used attack, of course, in the game for a long time was Rule the Region. It felt like that's what we were constantly singing on our streams back whenever Palkia was a bigger part of the meta.
I would have loved to see Josh use the Town Store to grab the Technical Machine Devolution, so that it just gets put at the bottom of the deck. Because you're not going to need it this turn, right? You probably won't, like, and if you need it next turn, you can just search for it before you Area 0, right? So it's a small thing, right? It's something very small, very perhaps inconsequential, but how many games have not been won or lost by the next card being the card you need?
Yeah, definitely would have been a pretty free opportunity to put that Technical Machine Devolution to the bottom of the deck, because I don't think there's any reason for Joshua to be pressured to put an Area 0 into play this turn. I guess the one thing you could think about is you want to limit Cody's access to the Town Store, which that would be worth bumping right away, right? You did see last turn Cody Ultra Balled away a Town Store and also an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. So maybe for that reason, and or some others, Joshua will decide to use Area 0 now this turn.
Yeah, I mean, but then use Town Source now to get the Technical Machine Devolution into your hand. Definitely merit for both. And as you mentioned, Cody did discard 1 Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, 3 more left in the deck, so hopefully not a big issue for Cody to find one and start applying that pressure. And if that Palkia does go down, Joshua might have a little bit of trouble following that up with an actual attack. Powering up that Terrapagos, if he can find it, could prove to be a little difficult perhaps.
We will see that rule the region, searching the deck for any stadium card, adding it to the hand. And there are a pair of Conkeldurr in this hand, but no rare candies in order to get into that stage 2 Pokemon. So it might just be another turn of instant charge coming up here for Cody. There is an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so you could go for the poison, start to put a little bit of pressure on the Palkia, try to set it up so that you can KO it without needing a Binding Mochi in a future turn, potentially. But even if Joshua evolves next turn, it's going to be out of range of that anyway. You'll still need the Binding Mochi, so pretty inconsequential here.
And with 2 switches being priced, we can't even switch into this Petron to actually do a little bit of damage, right? We do the instant charge, and this is the perfect opening for Joshua to piece everything together with Noctowl, with Terrapagos, find the Canceling Cologne, bring up this Manaphy with the Prime Catcher that is available this time around in order to take down both Timbers and leave Cody hanging by a thread.
It would be quite a bit to pull off, but it is certainly possible. Joshua needs a Water Energy, which can be found here with that Earthen Vessel. He needs a Radiant Greninja. He needs to make sure there are 2 at least Water Energies in the discard pile. 3 would even be better. And it looks like he's actually eyeing up the 2 pieces, the main piece of the combo right now, Canceling Cologne and the Prime Catcher.
We have Noctowl, we have Terrapagos, we can Irida for Greninja, discard an energy, gets us another of our item cards. I think we might have it, I'm not entirely sure. If not, we're definitely close.
Yeah, it's looking close. We're actually going to see the shuffle of the deck here, so...
Could we
see a Radiant Greninja? Yeah, it must be the Greninja waiting in the hands.
We're finishing each other's sentences, Chip.
We're just on the same wavelength here, buddy.
All right. We're going to see Palkia V-Star, another crucial piece that we need.
We could even just see the attachment to this active and just start attacking with Palkia, right?
Yeah, I definitely don't dislike it, but I think the way Josh is like moving his hands, he's definitely, and this is something I definitely encourage players to do.
Don't evolve, don't evolve.
Oh my gosh.
He is evolving into Noctowl.
And there's no Terrapagos in play, there's no Terra Pokemon, so we cannot search for anything in the deck.
He didn't take his hand off it, he almost did.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, wow, he almost did it, but did not take his hand off that Noctowl. Benches the Terrapagos at the last second. I know just about everyone who has played this deck or any Terrapagos deck has made that mistake. So a big relief there for Joshua to keep out of that.
That would have been a very sad outcome of this situation. But now we're going to see the Irida, going to find the Greninja, probably going to find either another Earthen Vessel or the Prime. No, it's got to be the Prime Catcher. And I think that's it, right? We discard 1 energy with Greninja.
Yep.
And then either we discard another one somehow, or we attach, retreat the Palkia. Now we have 3 energies in the discard pile. We power them up. Now, this does mean it's going to be hard, or not hard, but it's like there's no way to attack next turn without Glass Trumpet, but still pretty good to pull this off.
There is that concealed cards. 1 Water Energy in the discard pile. An attachment to the active and the retreat, just like you mentioned, has to retreat into anything but the Radiant Greninja. And then now we will see that full combo be played out. Prime Catcher brings up the Manaphy, Canceling Cologne, turning off that Wave Veil ability. I think that Canceling Cologne got sent to the discard pile on accident. And we will see the flip of the V-Star marker. Star Portal, V-Star Power, and Moonlight Shuriken will take out both copies of the Timber that Cody has in play.
Now, obviously, this is not looking great at all for Cody, right? But Joshua doesn't have any Hoot Hoots on the bench. Therefore, having a follow-up to this particular situation is not going to be necessarily easy. And if Cody is able to Iono this turn and poison their Greninja, it might make Josh have a lot of awkward turns because there's no Bibarel established either. So this deck relies on Noctowl so much. I cannot emphasize that enough.
Yeah, that's really what Cody needs to go for here and get those Timbers reestablished, go for the Iono, and cross his fingers and instant charge, right?
Yep.
Hope he can hang on to a couple of Timbers in play again. Now, it would be possible, actually, for Joshua to pull off another Moonlight Shuriken, but he cannot get back the canceling Cologne. He cannot get rid of the wave availability once again.
He can, though.
Oh, he can get back the canceling Cologne. You're right.
A double head slip gets back those cards.
He would need Energy Switch and Glass Trumpet, so it is quite a bit.
Yeah. So it's definitely not going to happen without Noctowl, and it's not going to happen next turn. But technically, it is possible.
Pheasantipity flipped the script, drawing 3 new cards. There is that Gravity Mountain. Could just work as a nice replacement stadium, get Area 0 out of play.
Yeah. And with no bench space available, could just lead to no follow-up Hoot-Hoots, right? But I don't think Cody has a way to get... Oh, no, has Iono, but can't establish the double Timber now because of that Pheasantipity.
Yeah, I really am not sure how I feel about the bench management from Cody in this game. I don't know that Pecharunt should have ever hit the field, right? That could either be a Pidgey or even another Timber here, right? And to be honest, I wonder if the setup, the optimal setup from Cody would have actually just been to ignore Manaphy. Get 3 Timber and Pidgey, right? Like, that doesn't seem too bad.
That's a way to play around Greninja, right? Greninja can only target 2 Pokemon. So if there's 3 of the ones that you need, sure, take down 2, but I have the 1 left over. Or you take down Pidgey and Timber, I have double Timber still available, ready to go. And then you bench the Manaphy to protect from the potential Glass Trumpet plus Energy Switch play.
We will see a Timber come down, and probably the Iono now from Cody, so that will limit Josh, who's got a pretty big hand and does not have a Hoot-Hoot in play. And Cody's going to cross the fingers here and hope that Josh is unable to establish attacker. It will be kind of difficult, actually, for Joshua to get an attacker up and running next turn. He needs, like, Glass Trumpet plus an attachment, something along those lines, and he's only going to have 4 cards to do it.
Now, Cody does have a switch in hand, so he can promote that Petra and get some use out of that Toxic Subjugation ability, but the other 2 switching cards are prized. And with no energy in the deck, that Petra is now going to live in the active until either it gets knocked out, or... Well, only until it gets knocked out.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny that nothing can get stuck in this deck because you can always poison and KO it yourself, right?
Other than Brute Bonnet.
Other than Brute Bonnet, yes.
All right, so we see the instant charge. We now have Rare Candy and Pidgeot, but we don't have Pidgey. And another important thing is that the clock is dwindling down, right? And Cody is down 1 game, Joshua in a pretty decent position as well, and did find that Ultra Ball in order to get that Beaver, although I'm not too sure about that Glass Trumpet discard.
Yeah, Glass Trumpet seems like a really strong card right here, so I have to imagine the other pieces that Josh has in the hand are pretty good as well.
Yeah. The Silene is actually there, so Glass Trumpet, Silene into... Bibarel into Energy Switch?
Yeah, I don't think he has to go for the
for sure.
Greninja play here. It could even just be as simple as getting back the Prime Catcher, right? That would be good enough. Get the Prime Catcher, just take out the single Timber and play. That puts yourself in a really nice spot.
Joshua having a really hard time.
He's got the other card he's thinking about not discarding is Iono, and I think it would be totally fine to just discard the Iono here.
Yeah, especially if you're getting Bibarel, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Unless he wants to play the Iono right now and hang on to Silene for later, which I guess is possible.
Yeah. I mean, I also wouldn't mind discarding the Silene, you know? It's like you're so far ahead, just you need to keep attacking, right?
Sure.
And Glass Trumpet is exactly the card that facilitates that because you've already exhausted your V-Star, so Greninja is not live. Palkia is also not live. The only thing that's live is this Terrapagos thanks to Glass Trumpet.
Yes. Yeah, I'm on the same page here. Totally agree. I feel like just attacking, ensuring you can attack is most important. So getting rid of either the Silene or Iono would have been pretty strong. Now, we could just see a double heads on the Silene before Bibarel to get back all the pieces, but we actually will just see 3 cards being drawn. There is that energy switch, but not really a great energy to move around. You could move the energy off the active Greninja, but then it can't retreat. It might just have to be Iono here.
Yeah, Iono, see what I get, and then go from there. Could also be a pass.
Yeah, this
right?
would be a big turn here for Cody. If Joshua does not find an attack here, it's an opening for Cody to get reestablished and get back in the game. The problem with Cody's board, though, is he's never going to be able to get a backup Timber into play,
Yep.
right?
And that could lead to why Joshua is fine playing it cool. You know,
Sure.
like if Joshua doesn't take a knockout himself, there's only the possibility, since Cody's bench locked, of a single Conkeldurr.
Cody does
Although,
play a
yeah.
Thornton. Not something I was really anticipating. He does have a Thornton hanging around, so that would be the one way he could try to make something happen.
Well, Thornton is in hand right now. It was drawn off of that Iono. No energy found, though, so we're not going to see that Assault landing this turn. So playing it slow could prove beneficial for Joshua. As we mentioned, the time is dwindling, and Cody is not applying too much pressure just yet.
The draw for turn from Cody is that Arven. So we could see the Thornton into a Timber. But does he have rare? He has Ultra Ball to get Conkeldurr, but he doesn't have rare candy.
Yeah.
Once again, it feels like Cody, I mean, this is the story of this game. One piece short.
One piece short, and we can't Thornton and Arven in the same turn. No swoop teleporter for us, Chip.
I don't think. What percentage of people watching do you think know what swoop teleporter does?
Probably 0%. I regretted saying it as soon as I said it.
Old school card for the uninformed here, back from the 2004 era. Came out in EX Team Rocket Returns. I'm sure there's some old heads out there that recognize the card. We are going to see Arven being played now from Cody McDaniel, searching the deck for an item card and a tool card. Can get the rare candy and has Ultra Ball, so we could see a Conkeldurr come into play, but it would just be on the bench. It wouldn't be able to attack.
You could also wait a turn and then instant charge and then Thornton Pidgey to play and then rare candy into Pidgeot and then maybe make something happen. But
Eyeing
yeah,
up the counter catcher here. What do you think of that? Maybe just going for a little bit of a stall option. Stick Bibarel active, maybe?
yeah, possibly poison that, and then it takes 60, and then it goes down. It gets knocked out during Pokemon Checkup, coming into your turn, maybe, and then you get another essentially free poison.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a Conkeldurr deck, and we're seeing Toxic Subjugation put in way more work than Conkeldurr at this point in time in this game.
This Ultra Ball is going to discard 2 cards to search for any Pokemon. Maybe we'll see good old Girder get established here. Timber evolve into the Girder, potentially.
Yeah.
He's going to discard the Binding Mochi and the Night Stretcher.
There's the Girder, finally getting closer to that Conkeldurr.
Now, Girder does have 100 HP, so no worry about that thing getting KO'd by a Radiant Greninja like we were talking about with thinking that Timber could have had 100 HP. Is going to evolve, and we're probably just going to see that lineup of Counter Catcher Bibarel.
Yep.
Poison, 60 damage on it, 60 damage coming back into your turn, and using that instant charge here. If this works for Cody, I feel like Cody's in an okay spot. But the question is going to be, is this going to work? Is it really likely that Joshua misses an attack 2 turns in a row?
I mean, Glass Trumpet down, V-Star down. I could see it happening. Like, even if Josh gets another attack of, he didn't attach energy last turn, doesn't have an energy to attach this turn. If he misses too many energy attachments, there might be a world, but is there enough time?
You know, Pablo, I've just realized we're so used to, with all of these decks, these Palkia Terapagos decks, that they play the 4/4 Noctowl line.
Yeah.
Joshua's playing a 3-3 line. So there is only the one Hoot Hoot, and 2 are prized, and a Hisuian Heavy Ball. So it's not that he's not been, it's not that he hasn't tried or wanted to maybe establish a Noctowl, Hoot Hoot into play. He's just not been able to.
Yeah, and he did get that Hisuian Heavy Ball off the prize cards from the knockout earlier, from double knockout, but that got immediately put to the bottom, and with no Noctowl to search for it, right? It's just you need to randomly draw into it with Bibarel's Industrious Incisor. So yeah, definitely not by choice that he doesn't have any Noctowl. Didn't choose to not get that second Hoot Hoot, he just didn't have access to it. So big Industrious Incisors happening right here. We see a Nest Ball, we see an Energy. Couldn't tell what the other cards were.
Looks like it's a Night Stretcher.
And Vessel.
So it's going to be onto the Radiant Greninja here. Can the Radiant Greninja find a way for Joshua to move this Bibarel out of the active spot, or is this play just going to work for Cody?
I really don't like discarding. Yeah, I don't like discarding the energy. You don't have your V-Star anymore. You just can't happily throw away all your energies with Glass Trumpet down, with V-Star down. You definitely need to be very careful with your energy attachments, because every one of them will have to count here.
There are 2 energy being found now off of the Earthen Vessel. Even discarding it for the Radiant Greninja feels a little risky, but Joshua has to find something here. There is that Hisuian Heavy Ball, so we can finally see another Hoot Hoot hit the field. There they are. Yep, sure enough.
Big find here. That Jewel Seeker ability is so crucial for these decks. And of course, I'm sure Joshua would love to be playing the 4-4, but if he also had to fit that 1-1 Bibarel, right, that's probably where he found the cut. And of course, they both have different functions. They're both searchable by Fanrotom. They're both colorless stage 1 Pokemon, which are fantastic. Noctowl, the better ability for a specific play, but Bibarel, the better recovery option. So having both is great, but you can only play 60 cards.
And this is going to be a pretty interesting one here. Boss's Orders brings up the Brute Bonnet, and technically, Cody doesn't have a way to move this Brute Bonnet. He does have Thornton, right? But then there's no Brute Bonnet in play, so he won't be able to poison a Conkeldurr to attack. And the Brute Bonnet can't move out of the active spot because he has 2 switch in his prize cards.
And yeah, this is just rough.
This game has just kind of become a disaster for Cody, to be honest. He's got one piece short so many times. He's got this Brute Bonnet stuck in the active. He doesn't have a great way to move it. He's not going to be able to have it in play. Like he could, you know, like Thornton plus Rare Candy and a Conkeldurr, but then he has no Brute Bonnet. I mean, it's such a mess. It's just such a mess.
And it all comes down to that Precious Trolley, right? The bench management that we've talked about. This Petrant, which has its use, it's a very good card, it's a very powerful card. Even knocking out this Bibarel, if he had been able to, would have been a really good play, but you can just bench that whenever you need it. The Timbers and the Pidgeys, they need to be down, and then they need to evolve. So that Petrant taking up a bench space probably was the reason why things just started to get very awkward for Cody.
And things are whittling down here. There's less than a minute and a half left in this round. We are playing best of 3, but if game 2 doesn't complete, the winner of game 1 finishes the set. And I think Cody is saying, yeah, I don't have a way to move this Bonnet. I'm going to save us both time. Extends the hand, and Josh Frink moves to 5-0-1.
5-0-1, not a bad spot to be in. Not quite in day 2 just yet with 3 rounds to go. You need to win 1 more. But of course, someone of Joshua's caliber, I'm pretty sure he's not just looking for a day 2, he just wants to continue moving onwards and heading into that top 8. So he's going to be pretty pleased with the result though, trying to navigate this matchup, which he probably has not played more than twice in his life.
Yeah, big props to Cody for sure, bringing a super unique deck to this event. I was definitely excited to watch it. Things didn't play out, I think, exactly how Cody would have liked in those 2 games. And Josh is able to navigate himself into a winning spot, a winning position here in this Swiss Round 6 match. We'll see if Cody can keep up some momentum here. He's still sitting at 4-1-1. There's still several Swiss rounds remaining, still a decent shot to make it into day 2. We'll see if Cody can lock it up.
Now we do have the replay ready of all the mishaps that happened in this game 2. We saw the Ditto, we saw the double Hood prize, we saw the double Switch prize. Now in this game 1, we saw Terrapagos with the aggression. Cody immediately responded with that Conkeldurr KO, but then that technical machine devolution by the Noctowl was just too much for Cody to handle, and he could never recover.
Yeah, that turn was just absolutely brutal. Removing both stage 2s from play, taking a prize card, really limiting Cody's setup for the rest of the game. I think he would have maybe been okay if he didn't have Pheasantipity prize. That's really, I think, what the nail in the coffin was for Cody in game 1.
Yeah, Pheasantipity is not perfect, right? But
it's at least something.
Yes, having 3 extra cards each and every turn is pretty significant. And then we did see Cody just give up on that stranded Brute Bonnet in the active with 2 switches being prized, 2 out of the 3. So a little unlucky there, but even if it was available, I'm not sure if he had enough firepower to finish that game up.
Yeah, it was pretty funny to see how Josh's mood changed throughout the game, right? We saw the first mulligan, you see like the Binding Mochi, the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and you're just like, oh, okay, I'm up against Cloth. We'll see how that goes. I feel like that is probably a tougher matchup for Josh's deck. But then he sees the girder in the second mulligan. The mood completely changes. It's like, okay, we're playing some Pokemon here. We're having fun. We're having a good time. And Josh is able to figure out kind of a way to navigate a win. Something else you can also do in this matchup, which it never got to the point where Josh had to do it, but if you target down the Brute Bonnet and just KO that over and over and over again, that can be really annoying for them to try to reestablish every single time, because the deck doesn't work unless Brute Bonnet is in play.
Yeah, and it's not like because you force them to recover the Brute Bonnet and find
another
the tool
capsule,
card, right? So it's 2 pieces, and you're constantly in a stadium battle, the town store versus the Area Zero. Of course, both players can search for them, but in general, like having Noctowl available every turn will be a little more powerful than a single quick search to find so many combo pieces. So yeah, in a more even situation, definitely could have been a little bit more back and forth, but I do think Palkia had the edge in this one.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why we saw the results that we did see in that last game. We'll see what Cody can do through the rest of the event, though. What decks do you feel like this Conkeldurr deck feels really strong into? It looks like so far on the event, Cody was 1-0 against Palkia. He was 2-0-1 against Charizard. And I think it makes sense that he was 1-0 against Miraidon.
Oh, poor Miraidon.
500 damage.
Plus poison.
Plus 510, yes.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it makes sense that it's very good against the big basic decks where you can trade effectively.
Probably good against like Roaring Moon and stuff like that, right?
I mean, you can just knock out Roaring. I guess they can, I forget the name
Raging
of the attacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, against the big basic decks, you definitely trade pretty well as long as you can stabilize, right? Because if they judge you on turn 1 and you can't get out that Pidgeot to have a lot of Conkeldurrs, then it can be problematic. But against the big basic decks, probably pretty good. Against the more complex and adaptable decks, such as Palkia, it can get a little tricky.
All right, well, I do believe we are standing by with Joshua Frink, our winner from the last round. Got to see what he's going through his head after taking down Conkeldurr. Juancho, take it away, my friend.
Thank you so much, Chip. I'm here with the last round winner, Josh Frink. Josh, you must be feeling good right now.
I'm feeling pretty good. I was not feeling good when my opponent mulliganed and showed me, what's the middle timber called? Girder. He showed me that. I've never read those cards before, so I wasn't feeling great about that, but he put the Pidgey down, and I mean, everyone knows now I'm playing Devo. So as soon as I saw that it was a candy deck, I was like, okay, this will be fine. So yeah, I'm feeling good.
No, yeah. I want to talk about your deck choice. Again, we saw that Devo. That Devo was absolutely huge. I think being able to take a KO and just getting rid of a Pidgeot. Ooh, tell us about the deck building process.
Yeah, so many of you may know me as a Gardevoir player, and I think Guardy's going to be really broken. this coming format with Badu, so I wanted to give a different deck a try just for like a tournament. This Palkia deck did really well this past weekend in Rio and in Birmingham, but its Charizard matchup is like absolutely abysmal. And so we figured we would just add Devo Silene to the deck to make the Charizard matchup better. And I've hit 3 Zards today, and I'm 3-0 into them. So it's been going well so far. Other than that, I think we stole like Fabrizio, Inga Silva's 60, and then we, made some changes from there. So, well, yeah, other than the Silene Devo, nothing's too spicy.
I love that. That's absolutely amazing, actually. Turning a bad matchup into a 3-0. I feel like only pros can really find the small outs, right? 1 or 2 card techs. Sure. But yeah, tell us about the Silene. Any big Silenes throughout the day?
Yeah, so Silene is actually just like a good card in Palkia in general. When we were talking about playing this deck, we would not have played we were originally going to play Silene and bundle. The Silene's just really broken because you get Prime Catcher back. Like, that's the whole thing. You get Prime Catcher back, you get E-Switch back, you get Glass Trumpet back, all of these, really, really strong things. And it has intrinsic synergy with the Greninja, the Fez, the Bibarel, right? Because you get to stack it on top of your deck and then draw right into it. So it can be really, really strong in that way. So Silene's good in every matchup, in my opinion. It's just really, really strong.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've seen how powerful Regidrago V-Star is, right? That's basically that, but you just have to flip a couple of Hoydens.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's just like Regidrago V-Star if you think about it. They both have V-Star in the name. It's the same thing.
No, for sure. But now we're 1 win away from making it to day 2 in this absolutely huge regional. Tell us about the mindset.
The mindset is all right. I'm doing pretty good. I've been hitting some really wacky decks today. This is my second, I don't want to call them meme decks. They're obviously very strong, but anti-meta deck, kind of rogue decks. I also hit Venomoth Frostlass earlier, which should be an auto loss for me, but I just happened to have triple Gust, and he just eventually missed energy, so I got items. So I don't know. I'm feeling pretty all right. I like to stay focused on the next game. Whatever my record ends up being is what my record ends up being. So I'm feeling pretty good.
Amazing to hear. All right, I just have one more question for you because, I'd love to learn about the mindset of our best players, our pro players. In game 2, you had, 2 knocked out, two Hoot prize.
And Vacuum.
And the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
And the Heavy Ball, yeah. True. Yeah. As soon as I looked through my deck, I don't know that I clocked that my Hisuian Heavy Ball was prized on the first run through because I was just trying to I started playing this deck yesterday, so I was trying to deck search as fast as possible. But I feel like it was fine. I knew based on my hand that I would be able to go for the turn 2 ninja play, and it was incredibly likely that I take something. I did take the Heavy Ball. I got Iono to the bottom, but it ended up being okay because he filled his bench without the Pidgey, and then there was I kill the 2 Girder. What do you really do, right? So I was feeling pretty okay, despite the horrendous prizes both games. I prized Prime Boss game 1 as well, and whatever. What can you do? Devo wasn't prized. That's all that matters.
That's for sure. I mean, that's what our pro players do. We have to adjust to the situation we find ourselves in. With that, before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I want to give a couple shout outs first and foremost to the Shuffle Squad for being a fantastic sponsor. I want to thank all of my coaching students for cheering me on. And shout out to Annabelle, who gave me a shout out when she won Toronto. So I am returning the shout out for you. And then shout out to Alex Szymanski. It's his birthday. So if you see Alex Szymanski, he loves it when you come up to him and say happy birthday. You can sing at him anything you want.
Well,
yeah. Also, if you want to find me, you can find me on Twitter at DreamJew.
All right. Well, happy birthday, Alex Szymanski. With that, thank you so much, Josh. I'll go ahead and let you rest before the next round. With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
That's Josh being a good friend right there, shouting out his friend on a happy birthday. And I don't know Alex Szymanski super well, but from what I do know about Alex Szymanski is I can't imagine he would be super pumped to have a bunch of people coming up to him saying happy birthday, singing to him constantly.
Yeah, Josh is pushing Alex's buttons on his birthday.
That's what friends do, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been a great round, a great tournament so far. I do have to point out, though, real quick to the people at home, we were just sitting here while this interview was happening, and Pablo, like, pulls out his phone and opens his daily pocket pack, and he pulled the immersive Mewtwo.
Yep.
What the heck, man?
Pretty cool, pretty cool. And I don't even have a regular one yet. Like, I'm opening Mewtwo packs. I'm just trying to complete the regular set, and then this happens. I generally just want a regular one. I hope you can trade.
Now you have a better one.
But that doesn't count for the 68, 86
Oh,
out
you
of
need
86.
it for like a,
yeah. So I'm counting on YouTube.
Well, when
my good
trading comes
friend.
out into the game,
Yes,
we can.
yes.
I've got some Mewtwo's. I'll take
Thank
care
you,
of you,
thank
buddy.
you. I
No
appreciate
worries. I'll ask for like a Marowak in return.
Sure. I definitely have an extra.
Well, I hope everyone's enjoying the show thus far. We're definitely having a great time up here. I'm sure our players are enjoying themselves out in the event hall as well. We're going to take a moment to look at some of the tweets, some of the things people have been tagging us in online, their posts on X, and yeah, if you want to see your post featured, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. And look at that, Wancho rocking with that Origin Form Dialga. You can tell who he's really rooting for this weekend.
Wancho is fully committed to our Chaladon. Like, he's definitely...
basically dressed like an Origin Form Dialga this weekend.
Basically, yeah. Matching colors, the pin, he's just rocking out the tag. He's almost becoming an Chaladon at this point himself.
Warping into an Archaladon, yeah. Origin Form Dialga as the pin for the weekend. I wonder what his move is tomorrow. I don't know if there's an Archaladon pin yet. I don't know that they've made one just yet.
Maybe Duraludon, like, that's good enough. You can get away with maybe Relicanth. It's part of the deck we have.
I mean, like now we've got Pidgeotty X and stuff in the deck, you know?
True.
So maybe that makes its way.
Dusknoir, Duskull, sure. And there's
not?
definitely options which you can use the same pin, right? Like, we're not...
Yeah, I mean, there's no rules. We're just kind of, you know, we're
Is it like wearing the same outfit twice, or like wearing the same
Listen,
outfit
man,
at
I've
a
got
wedding?
like 5 shirts that I cycle between 2 or 3 suits. So if you guys tune into enough of these things, we look pretty similar weekend to weekend.
We do indeed.
Only so many suits that we can wear. Aaron McCann, one of our amazing judges this weekend, says, anyone who sees me, come say hi. Weekend's going to be filled with so many smiles and happiness.
The Alex Szymanski combination, right? If you see Alex, come say hi. Happy birthday. If you see Aaron, same. Come say hi.
I think one of these 2 people will like it a little bit more than the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aaron, you know, nice to see a smiling face. Our amazing judge staff, so welcoming and warm and welcoming to all of the players, and making sure everyone feels happy and comfortable here in the event hall.
Now we do have Remy Lawrence San Antonio Regionals underway. First time all together at Rare Candy. We see the team and I think the team owner, right? Leon Hart, the big famous YouTuber.
Yeah, shoutouts to Leonhardt playing in his first ever regional championships today. I think to no one's surprise is playing a fully blinged out max rarity Charizard EX deck. A thing of beauty to be sure. Haven't had a chance to catch up with him just yet, but we'll maybe try to get to talk to him at some point and see how he's enjoying his weekend.
Yeah, going from collector to player after a long time, right? Hopefully he's having a good time regardless of the result. Good opponents, good hands as well. Hopefully he's enjoying and we get to see more of him at the events.
Drew Kinnett there on the right side as well. Excellent player for Team Rare Candy there.
Yep.
Multi-time regional champion. Also someone who always likes to bring spicy homebrewed decks. I haven't had a chance to look at exactly what he brought this weekend, but I am totally sure that it's got some card in it I would have to read because I didn't know what it did before.
Yeah, and I mean, he was also a big promoter of Dialga with the Tang once that combo was available. So yeah, I would also not be surprised. I once lost to Drew when he was playing that Gyarados VMAX, which I definitely had to read more than once during the
There's a lot of
game.
words on that card, you know. It's got a lot of HP. Area 0 TCG says the whole squad here from Raleigh, NC. Shoutouts to Raleigh, NC.
Ooh.
Ready to take over San Antonio Regionals. I recognize a lot of faces in this picture.
Yeah, you're from North Carolina yourself, right?
Yes, yeah, from Raleigh. So this is my local crew right here. I don't go to quite as many local tournaments as this gang does, but I mean, I see these guys anytime I go to any League Cup or League Challenge. Lots of very dedicated and committed players in the Raleigh area, so shout outs to all you guys.
When was the last time you won a local?
When I won a local?
Yes.
It's been a while. probably been a while. I think I won a GLC local event like a year ago or 2 years ago, something like that. TSS Koopa says, guess who didn't know why his last name was Ketchum? Hashtag play Pokemon.
Pretty cool, gang. We have our very own Emily there. And I think it was Emily that didn't know about the Ketchum thing, but I'm not quite sure.
Didn't know.
Ketchum
why?
is a play on words
okay,
on
okay.
catch 'em.
Catch them,
catch
yes,
'em all.
okay.
Yeah.
I understand now. Yeah, you know, Emily, it's okay. Well,
It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, I guarantee you Kyle Sablehouse doesn't know either. So.
Yes, he still doesn't know.
Cody Bauer says, also did a random thing today since some other homies got Pokemon tats. Win in San Antonio or something like that. Shout out to Z from Wizardry Inc. for crushing this. A nice little Mew tattoo. There you go. Fan favorite Pokemon.
So is that a thing you have to do when you're in San Antonio? Just get a tattoo relevant to your visit?
You can. I'm not.
I'm probably not either, but that's a very nice looking Mew for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Pokemon I know you're a big fan of. You had some pretty good finishes with Mew VMAX.
I get emotionally attached to the Pokemon that I dwell with, so yes, big Mew fan. I liked it before, and now I'm a big, and even bigger fan since 2023.
Yeah, top 4 finisher over here at EUIC that season with Mew VMAX. Then we got Dan Hugar here. Shoutouts to Dan. Would have loved to have run it back to top 8 this year, but we are on a new adventure. Dan, of course, played a lot of Lost Zone Tina last season, had a great finish at San Antonio last year, but looks like he's got some more important priorities. Congratulations, Dan, to you and your family on bringing a new one into the world.
Very wholesome picture. Look, like he looks so happy holding his kid. That's such a nice picture.
Yeah, very exciting and life-changing moment for sure. So congratulations to you, Dan. Enjoy the times, and hopefully we'll see you back at an event in the future.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe even both of them, right?
Yeah, that is true. We might have to wait a few years for that, but you know, we'll see what happens. Well, we very much appreciate everyone sticking with us. It's been a great tournament thus far. Looking forward to more Swiss rounds coming up. There are tons of events happening throughout the weekend. There's the VG tournament, the Go tournament, and there are so many different side events. And I actually had an opportunity yesterday to catch up with some players who are playing in the Gym Leader Challenge side event. So we're going to get a chance to hear from them now. Chip Ritchie here, and I'm joined by a couple of our players who did really well in the Gym Leader Challenge side event that took place on Friday. Now, Gym Leader Challenge is a format where players can only use one type of Pokemon in their deck, and they can only use one card of any given name in their deck. It is the expanded format, so black and white onwards. I've got Joe and Robbie here. You both went 3-0. Tell us what decks you played, Joe.
Yeah, I played Crazy Code Colorless. Yeah.
And Robbie, what did you play?
I played the Scrub Water deck, Rain Dance. I loved Water back when I was playing base set. So being able to play Blastoise Rain Dance again was like the biggest thing for me. So even though it's really good, it's more nostalgia, and that's why I really love it.
That's very cool. Yeah, I love to hear that. So you used a colorless deck based around Crazy Code, Porygon Z, and tons of special energy. Will you give us kind of a insight into the basic strategy of that deck and what it's good against?
Yeah, I mean, just overall, Crazy Code basically just lets you accelerate as much energy in your hand as possible. So you play all the broken special energies like Jet Energy, Gift Energy, double colorless Twin Energy, right? Just to really power up those colorless Pokemon like Snorlax, the Lugia with, I believe, Aerodive. And so, yeah, it's just a really great way to kind of not only set up with the new Fan Rotom from Scarlet and Violet, but also, you know, just getting those really, really beefy and big attackers out and continuously attacking.
Yeah, very cool. So, Robbie, tell us about your water deck. Your basis is kind of Blastoise for the energy acceleration, but who are some of the other attackers? Who are some of the other all-stars in your deck?
I'd have to say Kyogre. I always call it... I called it Kyogre even when I was a kid. I had bad pronunciation, I don't know what to say. But he does a 180 bench snipe, returns 3 energies to your hand. But when you're rain dancing, you just play it out again. And then the other one is Wailord, which if you have a special energy attached to him, he does 240 damage, which hits everything in the format almost. I mean, sure, yeah. Except your Snorlax with a Luxury Escape.
Yeah, true. My version isn't playing the Luxury Escape, but yes, most colorless lists do play that. So it's a really, good way to kind of avoid that big Wailord attack.
It's funny to hear you guys talking about my lists and stuff like that, because this format really has developed its own meta, you know, things that are normal in certain types. It's very cool to see how much it's developed, of course, popularized by Andrew Mahone, who, you know, brought this to the forefront, and it's been something that I think so many people have loved and enjoyed. So what do you guys think about it compared to the standard format? I'm sure you both, you know, play your share of standard games as well. What is GLC like for you compared to standard?
Yeah, I mean, I think like when I think of GLC, the one big thing I think of is it's just very slow, and not very slow in a negative way. There's just a lot more small, minor decision making that through the course of the game can really add up, and I feel like it really kind of rewards that player who put a lot of time into their deck, especially with the deck building too. You know, there might be different routes that your typical generic colorless deck doesn't have, unlike the one I played. So it's just really great for deck builders. It's really great if you just want to just show off, you know, your skill level. It's just fun.
Absolutely. And Robbie, what about you? What do you like about GLC compared to standard?
I love the huge card pool to it. I like going through all the lists and all the different cards and stuff like that, looking for like really cool niche cards. Like I used Bridget for a while, but then I decided, you know what, I wanted Sonya because she has a Capricious Bucket ability and can search out Pokemon. And I kind of like bling, so like I like to bling out my deck a little bit. And like
I did notice you have the secret rare Blastoise in there from Plasma Freeze, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and like I got the secret rare Ultra Balls, the rare candies, all that cool stuff. I like bling. It's very fun in that regard because like I'm an artistic kind of person, so like being able to get the really cool arts that I like, and I really like that Nintendo pulled out a new Wailord that has a secret illustration rare, the new one that's coming in Journeys Beyond. I'm really excited for that. Thank you, Nintendo, or Pokemon Trainer. Yeah.
All right, well, I really appreciate both of your time. GLC is a lot of fun. Be sure to check it out and learn more about the format.
Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that UEX.
He found it. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the final stable, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival? Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
We play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have two familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. These two players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Glyspod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities, Zoroark GX with its Trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Prizing 2 Glyspod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Glycopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Glycopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Glycopod GX and Garboder with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Bramwatt finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zorak GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Bramwatt is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Bramwatt to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycopod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower, and is now in the lead 2 to 5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycopod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Bramwatt misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycopod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 Puzzle of Time allow Bramwatt to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garboder in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Bramwatt nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championship at Inevitable Finals Rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Getting all the free cards.
Interesting. All right.
That's 2.
Oh, no, it's not a knockout. I think it's EXs and Vs. Right. I'll do 70. Reading my own cards before the tournament probably would have been a good choice. My hand was still on. I'm good, right? Okay. Terappa goes first, then Jewel Seeker.
All right.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's tough. That's really tough.
Hey, it was fun.
Yeah. Great games, man.
Yeah, good games, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the San Antonio Regional Championship, where, man, don't we just have the best players out there? I absolutely love that little banter there with Josh Ring and his opponents. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marshall Saldana, and I'm joined with Emily. How are we feeling?
I feel great. Honestly, the kind of highlight reel of Josh Frank really talking himself through the last match. Listen, Pokemon is a very social game. You're sitting across from your opponent for a long time, right? You might as well, you know, chalk it up, have a good time. You're playing on stream as well. So it was a great time, but I have to say, Wancho, I have been out on the floor, really kind of walking around, checking on my locals who are still in the tournament, going for, you know, their day 2s, but also checking on some of these decks that are really sitting at these top tables.
No, yeah, I mean,
There's still a lot of range in the top tables, but there's still a lot of, well, there's a lot of control. That's what it seems like. A lot of control, so a lot of Regidrago V-Stars, so who's to know what we'll see in day 2.
Yeah, well, first let's take a look at those top tables just so we can see or show the viewers at home what I was looking at here. And my goodness, look at all of these amazing players here. I know Kieran Farah is running it back on his signature Lugia. Ian Robb also playing Regidrago, I believe, too. But I have to say, Vinny Fernandez, I believe, is also playing Gardevoir EX. But Wancho, there's a lot of iron.
Absolutely amazing. Honestly, if we had the time and if we had just enough casters, I'd love to just stream every single one of these matches, right? Can you imagine?
Absolutely. There's a lot of household names up here and some names that I also don't recognize, which is a good thing, right? We're starting, though, to kind of lead into the very scary rounds for a lot of players, right? Players that are just kind of teetering on those day 2s, and especially too with, you know, things looming in the distance like asymmetrical cut. Every win, every tie, and every loss actually does really count for a lot here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, this is do or die. This is a lot of people's winning in, and every win definitely matters. But with that, how about we go ahead and check out some notable matches actually this round. Some of these, again, we're not going to be able to stream. The one we're streaming is going to be Omar Martinez against Callie White. Man, a lot of big names here. Andrew Gatner against Sky De La Cruz, J. Dawn Crawford versus Grant Shan, and Wyatt Palguta against James Kowalski. And I believe James Kowalski, better known as All Out Blitzel out there. Again, all these players doing absolutely great, but unfortunately, again, we can only pick one of them to stream. Again, I wish we had more cameras, more tables, you know? I'm sure everyone at home would love to see all these players, but we're going to do our best to feature, you know, the best matches we can.
Absolutely. I think it's really important to note that we will be getting Callie White back onto the stream after the amazing run at Toronto to just fall short of a $10,000 coin flip. So I will say I am excited for this one because I think the big talk of the town, Wancho, is going to be, and what it has been talking about Terapagos EX's perfect partner. We've seen it in things like Clough. We've seen it in things like Palkia, like we saw last week. It's starting to pick up a lot of kind of energy in the water side. But what about colorless, Wancho? And that's what Callie's running.
Yeah, well, you know, why find the perfect partner for Terapagos? The perfect partner for the turtle is the turtle itself. But here it is, the you know, just the view of the hall. Love to see it here. And players are setting up right now for Swiss round 7. And you can really feel the buzz, you know, the energy in the hall with all the players, especially when when round starts. Oh, everyone needs to scramble to find their tables. Ooh, I wish I was playing.
It's been really fun. I've been hanging out over at the top tables now for just like a little bit. Every single time I just kind of go down and look at what everybody's playing. And I have to say it is rather warm over there. You got the players obviously all playing kind of in that corner over there. And then you have all the vendors as well. So everybody at the vendors are there too. But the hall this year for San Antonio is much bigger, I think, than the hall last year, which has been really fun. I've been getting to watch a little bit more of VGC this year. Also going over to the side events as well. One of my friends who's a judge is currently running, I believe, Raid Boss, which is really cool. So I think you were talking about it earlier in the stream. Like, even if you're not the most competitive player and you still want to come out, hang out, there's plenty of things for everyone to do, but there's also chances all aside from the bracket to get championship points because there's also challenges that run, cups that run alongside the main event.
Yeah, I mean, I got a couple of points yesterday. Second place in 2 challenges, not too bad. No, but again, it's all definitely all for fun. A lot of things to do, even some of the just player organized events. You know, I believe we saw. I ran into Justin Basil yesterday, and he's playing the Eternal format. He's trying to get a group of players together just to play. Again, Eternal format, that means everything is usable. That seems fun. Sometimes you can run into a couple of players playing Cube. That's one of my favorite ways to play the Pokemon trading card game. And but right now, it's just a buzz. Look at that, so many people. And you're right, the hall is absolutely huge here. I mean, I feel like everything is bigger here in Texas, you know?
You got me there. Regardless, though, yeah, I mean, there's something for everybody here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. It's been such a pleasure to see all of my friends still going down and playing, you know, Pokemon. There's tons of people watching streams as well, and we have all 3 streams going still, and it's just been a really exciting weekend. I think the energy in here is still really good as well. I just can't wait to see what we're going to get next.
Oh, no, I can't wait to just watch the Pokemon trading card. I mean, commentate over it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm still working here, but honestly, it's just so much fun to just enjoy and watch. Honestly, if I wasn't here working, I'm probably at home watching the exact same stream anyway.
Very true.
No, but yeah. Again, we have so many amazing players, some of which, hey, it's also a fun way to celebrate your birthday, right? Alex Szymanski's out there. Okay, if you see him, tap him on the shoulder, greet him happy birthday.
Well, it looks like our stage is ready, so we are going to head on into our match. We do have Omar Martinez versus Callie White here. I cannot wait to see how this one is going to play out, because once again, it is going to be this colorless Terapagos here going up against, of course, the most popular deck in the room. Some say the best deck in format, Regidrago V-Star.
Yes, Omar Martinez on that Regidrago V-Star, Callie White on that Terapagos EX. Again, can the turtle beat the dragon? And I don't know. I feel like I haven't casted a match yet where there isn't a Regidrago V-Star, even in the past couple events. That just shows how dominating this deck is. But you know what? Callie actually has a couple of interesting techs in their deck to maybe combat the Regidrago V-Star. You know, the Regidrago V-Star has 280 HP, but how about we make the turtle have an effective HP of 290?
Some of the techs that I like that you're talking about, Wancho, I feel like Thornton as a supporter is getting a lot more pickup over this format as well, but there's also a Penny in this list too. There's a lot of supporters actually. Featherball as well to go on ahead and grab Pidgeot. We still have some of those cards from way back when that are about to rotate, but let's take a look at the prizes here. Giratina V-Star on Omar's side. Nothing too crazy. The Pheasantipity might come into play, granted on Callie's start, but remember those supporters I was talking about?
Yeah, you're talking about some key, powerful singleton supporters there, like that Thornton, like that Briar. Unfortunately, being in the middle of the prizes, I feel like maybe the Briar should be a little bit okay if you get lucky to pull that out there, but the Thornton, late game Thornton could still work out. Again, those are some pretty big supporters, but let's see if we can, at least a Penny isn't prized, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see how this one is going to go, because I feel like, as for me as a player, I've always liked the idea of a singular Penny just to mess up that Trifrost math, and especially when that can come into play here, especially when you run some of these smaller Pokemon like Noctowl, for example. I'm excited to see how it's going to go, but it is going to be going down to Omar, starting it off with Regidrago V.
All right, so it looks like, again, Regidrago V able to start us off. Opens up the nest ball, always good. So going to go ahead and check the prizes again. Hallmark of a great player, really knowing what we have to work with. And again, nest ball should be able to find maybe something like the Ogerpon if we need to accelerate energy at the moment, as well as draw a couple of cards. Or, hey, even that Squawkabilly, you know.
Yeah.
Why not draw 6 cards then on your very first turn? Whew.
See how this one's going to go. Like we said, the prizes aren't too detrimental here. It's just about what's going on in the hand here. Seeing the nest ball pick up the Squawkabilly here just kind of goes to show we're not too afraid to lose much here. We also do have a second Regidrago V as well, so we have a little bit of that security within the hand. We also have attached return. We know that Terapagos EX on Callie's side can't use that first attack unified beatdown on going second on its first turn. So this Regidrago V-Star is actually pretty safe, or V, safe.
No, definitely, yeah. Just having 2 is still good anyway, because at the end of the day, you're still going to want 2. Oh, if we're going to Squawkabilly, losing your A-Spec, though, Prime Catcher, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. You can still get that back with your Regidrago V-Star power, but, you know, would have liked to get use out of it. Right now, it looks like it's just the lone Regidrago V and pass, opting not to bench the second one. Interesting.
This is a great top deck for Callie, though, seeing the Buddy Buddy Poffin, having 2 in hands as well. 4, nice. You love to see it, especially if you're playing these decks that really do rely on Fan Rotom. And Fan Rotom definitely one of the better cards coming out of Stellar Crown, especially to being able to just go inside of the deck, find your Hoot Hoots, find your Noctowls here. So Callie is going to use that Buddy Buddy Poffin, and we are going to start going through this deck here. And those are the big 2 Pokemon, Wancho, I wanted to talk about. The Bouffalants here. That curly wall ability. If you got 2 of them, they come in pairs. You get to take your colorless Pokemon take 60 less damage. That actually could be really big here versus Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, very, very powerful. Essentially giving your Terrapagos higher HP than this V-Star Pokemon. Effective HP anyway, as long as you have both in play. But again, Callie White opening up the Buddy Buddy Poffin. They did have 2 in hand, so at this point, do you even need the Fan Rotom? I believe Callie also had one of the Noctowls already in hand as well, so you already have the evolution too if you need to find it. Did see an Ultra Ball as well, so that's also a very key thing. You have to find your Terra Pokemon. You have to find, obviously, your Terrapagos, so you can start using the Jewel Seekers on your Noctowls, and of course, it's also your main attacker. Fortunately, we can't attack turn 1. That would have been really, really nice, but yeah, kudos to the game designers for not making the card too broken.
Well, it is going to be the Fan Rotom pick alongside with that Hoot Hoot as well. I think it's also important to note out that there is a Dusknoir line as well here. I think that's also another great kind of line that came out through Shrouded Fable that definitely deserves its flowers. It's a new mechanic that I think players have been using extremely well. You can use it in a wide variety of decks. We saw a little bit earlier how you can use it in our Chaladon too. We know Charizard uses it as well, but we'll see where it's going to go, Wanjo.
Looks like, did we just pass the turn? No, we're still going
the
through.
hand motion looked like pass, but I don't want to say it was pass.
Definitely, especially without using that Fan Rotom just yet, as I think we're eyeing out the 2 Bouffalants and 1 more Noctowl potentially. Again, gotta leave space for the Terrapagos. You can't fill up your board too much just yet, especially without the Stadium or your Stellar Pokemon. But yeah, hand, as long as we have that Ultra Ball and as long as we have the Noctowl, things are possible. What do you think about the matchup, by the way?
It's very interesting, right? As we were talking about, Terrapagos has been, seen with a lot of different types of partners at this point. I'm most familiar, to be quite honest, with the water version. One of my locals does play the deck, but Terrapagos as a whole has been a really fun deck to come into format, and I really like how versatile the deck kind of is. But in this matchup, it's going to be very interesting because, like I talked about a little bit earlier, there's Trifrost available. Now, things like Thornton, right, can help us kind of move some of those Noctowls away. We also have Professor Turo's Scenario as well to kind of eject some of the bench, make it a little bit more free. But I'm interested to see how this one's going to go, especially knowing Omar's start. You have Kyurem literally at the top of the discard right here.
Definitely. But the nice thing about having those Bouffalants in play, it actually does protect all the basic colorless Pokemon. So not just the Terrapagos, suddenly these Hoot Hoots, the Fan Rotom, they have effective HP of like 130, which is out of range for the from the Kyurem. So it's a little bit safer. However, once you do evolve, it does remove that effect. However, right now, yeah, there is only 1 Bouffalant in play. You have to leave that space open for the Terrapagos. So right now it's just a pass. Now it's up to Omar. Can we put things together?
Double Earthen Vessel here is a way to start, and I think in the last match we were rolling with, I was saying that Ogerpon is the battery, but we don't see an Ogerpon. Now, thankfully, we do have a Regidrago V-Star in hand. I do believe we have 2, but we have to kind of flush this hand down once more. There's already 1 in the discard, so even doing something like Professor's Research at this point is a little bit risky here, but just doing our counts right now, there's the canceling Cologne, but you're right, Wancho. Curly Wall only works when there's another Bouffalant in play, and Callie has to leave that bench spot open for Terrapagos to come down, and then we can expand with Area 0 Underdepths. It is a very tight squeeze right now, so it really comes down to Omar's turn right now. I do see a jamming tower as well. I don't think it'll come into play too much here, but there is Regidrago V-Star hitting the bench, but we have no Ogerpon, we have no energy switch.
Ooh, are we gonna have to use Legacy Star just to find a Nest Ball or an Ogerpon? Oh, this is tough. Possibly we could still find a supporter too. So this is one of the cool things about the Legacy Star. You can use it in a pinch like this. Yes, typically it's more powerful to use it as a resource reusing tool, right? Being able to reuse your A specs and whatnot. But I believe that was just a pass back.
Wow, interesting. I like how Omar is playing a little bit more controlled, right? Saying, you know what, if it's not in my hand, I can only use a Legacy Star once, right?
Yes.
So while, yes, it's really good to get yourself out of a pinch, you don't really know what's coming up in that deck that you're discarding here. So it's very committal here, but here comes that Terapagos EX hitting the bench, and thus now we have Noctowl using its Jewel Seeker ability, able to grab 2 trainer cards just out of the deck. If you played a couple formats ago, it's an ode to a certain Shady Dealings ability that Drizzile and Italian had.
Definitely Jewel Seeker, very powerful ability. And I like that it finds 2 items, and the 2 items that Callie opts to find is Featherball and a rare candy. So this bird is about to find another bird, just a little bit bigger. Again, Pidgeot EX incoming, a little bit more powerful. It is a stage 2, but you get to find 1 card every turn. Why not? So Callie White pretty much stabilized here, very much stabilized, is in a situation they want to be in. It's a matter of, can we get an attack off? Pidgeot, I definitely think, and definitely think it's possible.
It's definitely possible, but it just feels a little bit tight, right? There's a lot of tight sequencing here, but I like what Callie is going for here with the Area 0 underdepths now in play, so now we can expand the bench up to 8. If I were to say we're going to go for something, we're probably going to Prime Catcher up the other, the Squawk ability at this point. I mean, we don't have a Dusknoir in play, so...
With a full bench, I believe we are knocking out
we
the...
are knocking out
yeah,
the
we are
Drago.
doing 220, so it should be able to reach the Regidrago V, so I like leaving the Squawk ability maybe for later.
Yeah.
Let's take this knockout right before it evolves, as well as we fill up the bench with the perfect Pokemon. And then we see double Hoot now in play, so we've used double Jewel Seeker this turn. Yes, well, we have access to 2 more a little bit later, as we are going to go ahead and use that Prime Catcher. Great effect here, being able to switch out your Terapagos as well. And here it is, just a big unified beatdown with 8 Pokemon in play, even with the damage reduction off with the double turbo energy. It's still going to be 220. But, ooh, we still have more to play here.
I was about to say, considering the Professor Turos here, so I'm excited to see how this one is going to go. It is going to be Turoing up the Hoot, obviously just taking the Noctowl there and replanting it so we can Jewel Seeker again next turn. So Callie gets to keep the damage calculation of 220 as an attack, and now we are just going to go straight back to Omar, who is going to Legacy Star right away here. Wancho, what are we taking? I see an Iono, which might be a good idea, but what else? Prime Catcher or something?
I mean, we have Ultra Ball Energy Switch, so worst case we can get that. Try and attack if we have a Grass Energy in the hand. But would like the Iono here just to maybe refill it a little bit, but there is energy. If we get the Ultra Ball, we can even discard something like the Sudian Gudra, which is, hey, you know what, if Callie White is going to wall with the Boufflants, the beautiful thing about Regidrago, it has access to its own wall. I'm not sure if it needs it so much. I feel like we definitely need to spread damage, but it is a very nice thing to have access to. But looks like it's going to be the Prime Catcher plus the Iono. So Prime Catcher here, again, able to pull something off the bench, but you also need a pivot too then. Right now, there's nothing with Free Retreat on Omar's bench. Well, now that we have this Ultra Ball, could find something like the Cleffa to maybe get that Free Retreat. But we'll have to see here.
There's a lot of decisions that go into this Legacy Star. I mean, we now have Dragapult as an option available, but this Curly Wall does kind of throw a wrench in the plan just a little bit here too. We obviously are going to see the Iono, and it is going to be the Prime Catcher grab because you just don't want to lose your A-Spec. It's such a powerful card. I think you said a little bit earlier, it's definitely one of the best A-Specs, if it's not the best one here. We are going to see the Jamming Tower here, so now we have to go on ahead and discard, but Callie knows exactly what they want to discard, and now it's just got to be one of those Hoot-Hoots. You just can't get rid of the Curly Wall.
Definitely, definitely. As we do just see the attachment for turn and the Iono, so we do have access to our Apex Dragon attack now. Luckily, again, Callie White should have access to anything they want in the deck, so this disruption down to 4 shouldn't matter too much, as Omar is going to probably need to set up a second Regidrago V. The nice thing is, Cali, right now the Terrapagos can't really knock out the Regidrago V-Star, but, there's still the threat of Thornton. I mean, Omar doesn't know that the Thornton is prize, but, Thornton into something like the Duskull, Dusknoir to be able to take this knockout, really up some damage. But, again, right now, this Regidrago V-Star should be safe. I'm trying to think what attack we go for here. What do you think?
I've been mulling over it too in my head too. I've been very pensive about it because spreading the damage feels like the correct thing to do, but also then again, like you were talking about, the fact that you also technically have a wall with Hisui and Gudra V-Star feels really good. And we know that Omar's throwing it to the front already, and it is going to be the Rolling Iron for 200, but that's significantly less thanks to the curly wall. So we'll see how Cali's going to be able to kind of fight back right here. But this is definitely a matchup where both players essentially have a lot of time to really think over what they want to do.
Definitely. So I was talking about how this turtle had more effective HP than the Regidrago, 290 effective HP thanks to the two Bowflants. Well, right now this Regidrago is sitting at what, a nice 360 effective HP. Oh, it is the bigger Pokemon now, as Hisui and Heavy Ball is going to be played here. Let's see, was there anything that was grabbable? Looks like not, but at least we have, a little bit more knowledge about the prizes, just confirming when we, it's just nice to look at them. But right now we have the Pidgeot. If I had to guess, I'd like to see something like maybe the Penny, just reset the entire last turn, because we can always just pick up the Terrapagos and we have the free pivot with the Pidgeot. A lot of lines, and maybe even just find just a research, try and find our stadium, or even just find the stadium stuff, or find everything, because you could definitely just find yourself a knockdown and get 2 of everything.
Well, it looks like Cali does have the Area 0 Underdepths in hand to bump the Jamming Tower here, but we did lose the Knock Towel that Cali had Professor Turod scenarioed a little bit earlier here. So I'm interested to see how it's going to go. There's also a Buddy Buddy Poffin as well, so we could start to actually get the Dusknoir line rolling here as the bench is now going to expand for both Cali and Omar. Just a reminder that Teal Mask Ogerpon is technically a Terra Pokemon. We could go all the way if we want to, but we don't necessarily need to. There's that Duskull coming down here, so here comes that looming threat. And I like how Cali also does have the Blood Moon Ursaluna in hand as well. It's a great endgame cincher here, but look at the Pheasantipity EX also hitting that bench.
Yes, Pheasantipity EX, very powerful basic Pokemon, but not right now. Again, nothing was knocked out. It was just a clean, well, not even 200 damage, like 140. So just putting it on the bench, maybe for later. Ups damage right now anyway, playing around future Ionos, as we did get the boss's orders, though, on that Squawkabilly. Just like that, Cali Wide is down to 2 prizes to Omar's 6. We knew an uphill battle.
We knew the Squawkabilly was going down at one point. I just predicted it maybe a turn or two a little too early here, but this is a very strange sight for me looking at Regidrago V-Star, not really having much of a bench, right? We see no Squawk on the bench. We see no Cleffa on the bench either. We do have Radiant Charizard in hand, which I think if I'm Omar, I might have to pivot to this turn. But we'll see how it's going to go. There's a Nest Ball coming down here. Going to go actually for the potentially the Mew here for a free retreat. And it will be the Mew coming down. But Wancho, in this situation, it's really hard to kind of say what the next line is, because I feel like what Cali can go for next turn is just popping the Curse Blast, even as a Dusclops, onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and then just going on ahead and swinging again with the Terrapagos here. So not only we need a stadium bump, which I think Omar has in hand with that Temple of Sinnoh here, but we need a lot more.
Ooh, Temple Sinnoh, very powerful card though. Being able to shut off the double turbo energy as well as limit your opponent's bench size, just because everything right now in Cali's bench is useful. 2 unevolved Hoots, you have the Pidgeot, you have the Curly Whirl Boufflant, your Pheasantipity, and a Duskull. What do you get rid of at that point if the stadium is bumped? There's also no backup Terrapagos just yet as well. Cali is just down to 2 prizes. It could be as simple as Terrapagos, double turbo energy, boss's orders, and I win. But that's those are a couple of cards we have to string together.
And then with Sinnoh as well. So you need the stadium, you need the stadium bump, you need to find the nest ball or just grabbing Terapagos. Now, granted, we do have a Pidgeot that definitely helps, but before we can Jewel Seeker once more, we need to find an easy out to Terapagos here. So it is going to be Callie considering and will be discarding the Duskull. So that line is actually going to go down now. We'll see what's going to happen. Oh my goodness, we are getting that Mew EX ready, Wancho. What do you think?
Maybe Omar wants to Unified Beatdown themselves. I'm trying to think what other attack we'd like to copy. Maybe start copying the Pheasantipity.
I was about to say Cruel Arrow.
Yeah, you stick in the active. Maybe you couldn't find a retreat and start sniping on the bench. But yeah, it's going to be the Radiant Charizard. Combustion Blast, 250 damage. More than enough to knock out the damaged Terapagos. As let's see here if Callie White can put things together again with one Hoot Hoot. One did have to get discarded there off the stadium bump. You have the Hoot Hoot, you have Pheasantipity, and you have the Pidgeot EX to work with. You have the Bird Barrage, essentially, to try and pull things together. Let's go ahead and start with the flip the script. Pheasantipity draws the lead. Believe that is Terapagos at the very least. He has that.
It draws into the double turbo energy as well.
Ooh, that's
so
two
has
pieces.
the Terapagos, has the double turbo energy. Could we just, oh wait, no, we got rid of the Duskull. We can't even search for the Dusclops into the Curse Blast. We do have a Thornton, but I don't know if it's time to use it just yet. It's very interesting. Do we just quick search for the stadium and then keep trying to fill the bench as much as possible? I mean, Omar does have 4 prize cards left to take. Callie is technically still in the lead here, but I think they definitely want to go for the win this turn.
No, that's for sure. If you have it in your sights, you just go for it. But right now, I think there's too much to work with. We're going to have to use that quick search to find another bird. We're going to have to find the knockdown. Now we're going to find 2 cards, right? We need to find like the stadium and boss's orders plus a bunch of Pokemon. That's more than 2 cards, in my opinion.
Ooh,
Oh,
lost vacuum. Okay, we get a little techie here. A lot of the times people use that lost vacuum for things like bravery charms, especially in the Gardevoir matchup. But I like it here too, just getting Sinnoh out of there. There is the Thornton, though. We're going to take away that Pheasantipity. Dare I say, we're going to put down another Hoot Hoot, and there we go. We can go on ahead and finally Jewel Seeker here once more. See how it's going to lay out, though, but it is just going to probably be this unified beatdown as we still have Blood Moon Ursaluna waiting in the wings.
I like this play. It's just unified beatdown. Doesn't even knock out the Radiant Charizard. Maybe forcing Omar to find something like the A-Spec, the Prime Catcher, to move it out of the active. Because right now, after you Combustion Blast, you can't quite do it again. So this Pokemon is currently stuck. And, you know, taking a knockout on the Radiant Charizard doesn't even win you the game. So why take this prize? Definitely like this play. Even leaves it open to something like the Duskull into... Oh, we've already used the Thornton Doe, but, you know, taking a knockout with Curse Blast eventually. But right now, Omar, can we string things together?
The thing is also, Wancho, is that that Briar we were talking about, that one of Briar is still in the prize cards. We could have found, if Omar was able to take a 2-prize knockout this turn and go down to 2 prizes, Callie could have found a Briar Math taking one extra prize card with the Briar there too. So we'll see how it's going to happen, but it's looking very interesting here as Cleffa is going to be the grab as we're going to just discard it. Earthen Vessel. We still have a little bit to draw here as now we found our Ogre Pawns.
Yes. Ogre Pawns, we have 3 of them now. A little bit of abundance this time, as earlier we were having a dance drought, unfortunately. But here we go for Teal Dance. I believe this is the first Teal Dance of the game.
It very well might be. Okay, we're going to attach onto Radiant Charizard here, and we are going to draw 1 using Restart here, but it is just going to be the Iono. Omar is going to get 4 cards here off the top of the deck, and Callie is going to just get 2. Oh no,
I believe we drew a little bit too much, but we're going to have to wait and see here. Right now, 4 cards now in hand. Again, Iono 4. You draw up to the amount of prizes you have. Sometimes you play a little bit too fast. Your deck's a little bit thinner than usual, but looks like we're A-okay. Looks like going for the counter catcher for one of the Bouffalons. So we're not going down to the dangerous 2-prize territory. Oh, also, we don't even have the attack just yet. Again, this Charizard cannot attack right now. We need one more energy to potentially retreat. Is this just going to be a stall game? Maybe keep the Bouffalon stuck in the active.
Got to be careful, too. Omar's deck is looking thinner and thinner by the moment, right? And that's the thing that Regidrago V-Star does pretty well. You are able to see a lot of the deck, but there's a lot of decisions here to make.
No, definitely, as I believe we are just going to take a quick pause and you bring it back a little bit. I believe we're just double checking on that, maybe that extra card potentially. So again, I believe Callie was just very much ahead in that game.
Sure.
And so that's a good thing and a bad thing, right? They were so far ahead that they had no opportunity to really get the Briar play, right? Since your opponent has never gone down to 2. If they went down to 2, if they just kept trading blows, Briar plus an attack with the Terapagos is game on the Radiant Charizard. That would have been nice, but
I feel like we still haven't really found the optimal way. I feel like a lot of players are still struggling to find their ways of using Briar in the deck, right? I feel like we saw it in Raging Bolt just a little bit, and we're saying, oh, well, Ogerpon can take a knockout. But I feel like you really have to find it, right? Like, you really have to line your math up for it, because I think when we were talking about Briar when it was first revealed, we're like, oh, this card is crazy. We can go on ahead and use Terra Pokemon, take an extra prize card when single prizes aren't safe anymore. But it's a very interesting caveat that Briar has. But this deck, colorless Terapagos, as I've been calling it, is so interesting because there are 100 routes you can go down. As long as you have a Noctowl in hand and a Terapagos on the bench, the doors are open in this deck, and that is what makes it really fun.
no, yeah, I mean, Briar. Well, when Briar was first revealed, I remember people thinking, what? My Charizard EX is like an Iron Hands now? That's busted! No, but honestly, it's really finding the Briar at the right time is always so tough. And even managing the game where it comes to that board state where your opponent is down to 2 prizes, and you need your Briar. That's a little tough to maneuver, but I believe, in my opinion anyway, that the best deck that can do it is this colorless Terapagos, just because there's so much room. You have so many Noctowls. You're playing the Duskull, Dusknoir to really manipulate the prizes as well, but bring it down to that point. So I remember when this was first released. Yeah, it was just so much fun to play this deck. Just be able to essentially end the game so fast because everyone was playing Duskulls too, Dusknoirs as well. Like, you could win the game in, what, 2 turns, give or take?
Something else I also kind of want to talk about, too, I've been talking to a lot of Regidrago V-Star players, and a lot of them have opted out of Swinging Fiend this week in Alolan Executor EX. We're just not using it really anymore. And it was such a pivotal card. I still think it has found its usage. It's earned its colors, obviously, for winning that coin flip. But we're just saying, you know what? No, we don't need that. We can just opt for more consistency here, too. I think it's something also very curious where sometimes Drago lists will only play 1 stadium, but certain lists will also play 2, and we can see the benefit of playing 2 as well. So this matchup in particular is very interesting because both players want to go first, but the setup in particular is so kind of stressful. It's very important on Callie's side.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that Callie needs a bench of 8 Pokemon to really do damage, and then you have the Regidrago player who can essentially Trifrost 3 of those Pokemon away.
Right.
It's a very fun dance to really try and find the perfect equilibrium, really. But yeah, but honestly, the way the match has been played, does it really just come down to whoever goes first?
Right.
No, but again, both these decks, both these players, absolutely amazing. I want to talk about more the Swinging Fiend. Because I played a lot of Regidrago too. I actually made top 4 in an Ultra Ball in the Asia League with Regidrago, and Swinging Fiend is just absolutely amazing. Just because, in this specific scenario as well, because of the Terapagos, right? Terapagos has 290 HP. Your Giratina isn't doing quite enough to take that knockout. You're doing 280, Terapagos has 290 HP. I'm just going to roll the dice. Oh, I got tails. I'll knock out the Terapagos in the bench or the Pheasantipity. I got heads. I'll take out the active. It's not really, it's a win-win scenario type thing. So, but unfortunately, again, Terapagos not the most popular deck, so I can definitely understand why we start cutting the Alolan Executor. But hey, Cal just won regional with Swinging Fiend, so why cut it?
Saying nope. I don't flip consistent. I know for me, at least as a player, I never flip heads. So I can never really get there.
No, you just gotta believe. It's always heads.
Wancho, I played Miraidon for a long time. I do not believe.
You're not believing hard enough, I think.
That's very fair. I guess so. I don't clap my hands before my generators or anything. I just kind of say, please, 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 please. In my head.
Sometimes that's even clapping your hands isn't enough. Unfortunately, with Jesse Parker's game earlier.
600.
He didn't believe enough.
We're still waiting on this judge call, so thank you all for hanging out with us here on the TCG live stream. These types of calls are actually really important here too, especially if it is things like double prize penalties. They can actually, really kind of come into favor on Cali's side, right? This could be a very completely different game. So thank you for your patience. But Wancho, what do you think about the rest of the tournament so far? Any deck, now that we've been through more than 2/3 of the day, any deck that's standing out?
Standing out, I'd have to say the bridge.
How did I know he was going to say that?
Our Chaladon, we stand together. We imagine all our Chaladon players just hold hands, make the longest bridge here.
I love that. I love that idea.
We are the bridge. Hashtag. No, but yeah, no bias, but I do think our Chaladon is poised kind of well in this tournament. In my opinion, I think it has a pretty good Regidrago matchup.
Yes, it does.
That's just my opinion. No one.
No, I agree with you. So that's also my opinion too.
It's just that the Regidrago is the best deck in format, and you can't play a deck that has a bad matchup into it. So it's just nice, and I think it has the most powerful V-Star power. And the Alga V-Star, I'm definitely gonna miss that card post rotation. But taking that extra turn is just beautiful. I see movement.
We're searching. We're searching for something.
Oh, are we back?
Where's that discard?
No, I think maybe we're still just chatting and just fidgeting a little bit with the cards. But again,
goodness, there's not many cards left in Omar's deck in this game number 1 here.
Does he have more cards in hand than the deck? I don't know. I feel like that's always the case.
You might. That's the thing with Regidrago V-Star and Legacy Star as just an ability as a whole. Like, you really have to. Each piece of the deck is really important. That every time you cut something, right? You cut like an earthen vessel, for example. That's cutting a piece of consistency. And I think for a lot of players, that's kind of, what they value here. I mean, for me, at least my run in Toronto, I played every dragon. I played Haxorus, and I also played Noivern as well, because I wanted to listen, I got Dominating Echo and a Jamming Tower, and my Dragapult opponent was like, oh, I can't TM Evo. So, listen, it's just about keeping the most consistent list. Obviously, I think it's just super important to be able to know exactly what you're running, having the most amount of comfort. Cutting consistency is just not a good thing.
Yeah, I believe we talked about this earlier. Just like a couple of key cards in the Regidrago, and some people are cutting the Superior Energy Retrieval.
Correct. Yeah.
But I feel like that's a very important card. Let's review this specific scenario, right? Right now, the deck is very thin. Imagine you try and grab, you do your V-Star. If we still had access to our V-Star power in this specific scenario, we V-Star power, we grab some cards, but we need to find a way to maybe discard like a Gudra or Giratina V-Star in our hand.
Right.
But there's no deck. So that means we can't use something like Earthen Vessel or Ultra Ball because there's nothing to search.
Right.
So you could always grab the Superior Energy Retrieval, because that's always that's always a live discard item as long as there's energy in the discard pile. So I felt like that was always an important card in the Regidrago deck, just because we've always just thinning the deck a little bit too much. You're drawing with Cleffa, you're drawing with Tealmask Ogerpon, you're discarding with the Squawk ability, you're drawing with Pheasantipity, and Research is your favorite supporter to play to discard those dragons. you're going to have a deck size like this.
I think it's also why a lot of Regidrago V-Star players are starting to opt to play a little bit more of an Iono-heavy play style too. I know some of my friends ended up kind of moving away, but they were thinking about playing 4 Research, which is standard for the deck, but also 3 Iono, right? Like just being able to just get max hand disrupt just feels really good. So we still are waiting on the results of this judge call. So thank you so much for your patience as we are going to be jumping back into the match very soon. But one of the decks that I have been seeing out and about that I think is starting to get its come up just a little bit more, Wancho, it's going to be Ceruledge EX.
Ooh, a lot of good players are actually on that deck, surprisingly enough. Who have you seen?
Mr. Ryan Antonucci, I believe, is on Ceruledge EX. And I think it's really funny because I did see a Regidrago V-Star in the deck, and it kind of goes with what list was it? Where you just, I think it was Terapagos actually. It was a Terapagos list and then a 1/1 line of Regidrago V-Star because Legacy Star is just that good where if you lose something in a Squawk ability or you lose something in a Pokestop, you could just go on ahead and get it back. But Ceruledge, I believe, is the next deck to kind of come up the ranks here just because it truly is about just dumping the hand completely, going out, getting those earthen vessels, getting the fire energy and the jet energy and the water energy, because sometimes Ceruledge is played with Palkia, of course, the water package as well. So I'm interested to see how that deck is going to start to come into form, knowing that our Chaladon has now started to come into its own form. And we saw Xander a little bit earlier putting a fun spin on it too with Pidgeot and also the Dusknoir line as well.
Again, a lot of innovation here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. I'm thinking about it, the Regidrago V-Star in the Ceruledge. Using the V-Star power, and then you just discard a bunch of energy as well. Wait, that's synergistic. Yeah. Maybe you accidentally discard the Legacy energy. I don't know. Are they playing Legacy energy still in that deck? Ooh, there's so much. There's so much that can happen, right? But again, just so interesting. I'd love to see that. Hopefully we get to feature a Ceruledge EX deck. I know San Antonio's own Aiden Koos, for example, is on that deck as well. So it should be interesting. Aiden Koos, great player. Definitely one of the big pros out there. So that would be cool. What other decks would be cool to see on the stream?
Goldango. I know that. Listen, chat. I'm with you. I hang around in the chat all the time during regionals. Chat's like, when's Goldango coming? I'm with you. I love Goldango. I played Goldango for a long time too. You just get to draw cards. A lot of people say there's so much power in being able to just draw a card, right? Especially coin bonus, which is a great ability where if Goldango EX is in the active, you get to just draw 2, and then if you got more friends on the bench, you know, your 4 cheese dip, as I like to call that deck, get to just keep drawing cards. Pheasant Dippity, Radiant Greninja, you just get to have the whole deck in your hand at certain points.
It's definitely fun to draw some cards. Maybe you play Togekiss as well, so you like to maybe try and draw extra prizes. But I'm sorry, you know, our Chaladon is the metal Pokemon right now, the metal Pokemon.
Listen, it's earned its flowers. I mean, it's certainly a really fun deck to kind of watch, right? The amount of times that you can go on ahead and reset. I know you were playing Scoop Up Cyclone, another good ace spec in our Chaladon. So we'll see how this one is going to go. I mean, it's your caster pick. You really think it's going to go to distance all the way?
I mean, if again, I played it yesterday. I played in a challenge here in the San Antonio region. It was like 150 people, and I went wow, 6-1, 7-1. I forget. It's been a long day. It was a lot of Pokemon.
That's a lot of Pokemon.
And I felt very confident. And afterwards, I went to another challenge right after. One of the locals. It was really nice actually. So while I was playing at the San Antonio challenge, I played a local. So I chatted him up. I chatted with him. I wanted to know more about San Antonio, maybe have a little bit more to say here. And he tells me about like there's a bunch of local game shops.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nice local game shops here in San Antonio. So great place for Pokemon. And he told me there was a after challenge. So after this challenge, there was another challenge a lot of people were going to. I'm like,
that's the most amount of practice.
Like, let's do it.
You know what? I love it. I think it's super important also to talk about locals. Locals are really just my favorite part, honestly, of the game. Of course, regionals, being on the desk and seeing all of my friends from all over the world is one thing, right? But where am I every Wednesday night? At my locals. I love playing at locals. You really get to kind of just like relax after work and just play the card game. And our local, at least thanks to Pokemon trading card game Pocket, has grown exponentially over the past couple months. I know for me, I just finally got I just completed the Kanto decks, and I completed the Kanto decks after I completed Mythical Island. I have all the cards from Mythical Island, but it took me forever to get one Hypno. I was trying to go down my Wonder picks. I was like, someone has to pull a Hypno, like, please. But I was finally able to use my pack points to just get Hypno there. And honestly, I love Pocket. It's really just a nice way to kind of like get the itch of just ripping a pack, like, you know, during my work day. And it's like, all right, what did I pull today?
Yeah, why not? More Pokemon cards, the better, right?
True.
It's essentially a different format, more. Now we're excited for more releases. Right now, we're like excited for what Journey Together for the physical releases, and I'm also excited for that new Dialga Palkia set. I'm not quite sure what it's called, but we might be losing Dialga here after rotation, but we'll have Dialga in Pocket, I suppose.
I think it's very important to note that the Pablo and Chip were really saying that you were dressed like Dialga.
That was on purpose.
Yes, it was.
I like to base the suit I'm wearing based on the pin, you know?
That's very fair.
And I very much am attached to Dialga at the moment.
Very true. Very true. I have the Palkia pin because I played Pokemon Pearl as a little kid. But I played Palkia for a little bit, too. I played, let me see. I played Palkia with Greninja EX, the fighting one, when we started, you know, when this was coming into play just a little bit more. I was like, maybe I'll make this work. And then I ended up just dropping the deck, going back to Drago, because Regidrago is just the best deck in format. But I will say it is really fun to play. I think it's all reliable. I think it does reward good sequencing. So once again, it's a good deck. It's obviously best deck in format. It's #1 in the room. So expect to see some more Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, but I remember the days when Palkia V-Star was the best deck in format.
That's very true.
Back when we had the Shady Dealing Inteleons and just plus the Iridas. Just a lot of water support. I remember how oppressive that deck was. And to think, how many years ago was that when Palkia V-Star released? And to this day, it's still going strong. I mean, we just saw it in the previous stream game.
So my first deck, when I started playing the TCG, because I went on the internet and just looked up best Pokemon decks because I really wanted to play. My first deck was Arceus V-Star with Shady Dealings. So I really enjoyed that deck. It's hard to believe that Arceus is also rotating soon too. Like we're gonna just get, you know, the Vs and all the V-Stars just out too. All the Radiants as well. We're getting those out as well, and we're gonna be getting a whole brand new set of EVs very soon legal in this format, and a little planty friend that I don't know how many people are excited to see.
It's the Badoo, but is it really your buddy?
Not mine. Not mine.
But can you imagine trying to build a deck post-rotation without Radiant? That means we don't have access to Radiant Charizard anymore, Radiant Greninja, these staple cards that have to be in your deck pretty much. Ooh, it's gonna be interesting. Rotation is definitely gonna be interesting, but you know what? Still ways away. We can still enjoy these cards for actually for quite a bit. It's not till April. We still have EUIC, a bunch of other regionals that we'll have access to. So I don't miss them quite yet.
I'm not excited for Badoo coming into format though, and that is before rotation that we will be seeing Prismatic Evolutions legal. I'm excited to see which evolution though is going to kind of prove to be the best one out of all of them. I think Flareon EX has a little bit of a power-up ability, or a power-up attack, I should say, that I think is going to be pretty good, but I really want to see what people are going to be able to do with that Umbreon EX and just take a prize card.
Listen. Why limit yourself to one evolution? They're all the best together in one deck.
Can you imagine? I'm sure somebody's...
I've been trying that on a Pokemon trading card game live.
How's it going?
It's not the I've won a couple of games.
Okay.
But it's really cool to go, you evolve into the Flareon, then all your EVs, they have that ability where if one EV evolves, they all evolve. Yeah, so I evolve into the Flareon, then I have an Umbreon and Espeon. And then
You're
my
playing
active...
like Penny from Scarlet and Violet, just all of the evolutions out there like that. I'm excited to see where Prismatic Evolutions is going to take us. I think it's a great set as well. There was a lot of reprints of cards in there too. I know for me, I have a ton of Buddy Buddy Poffins now, but it looks like we are going to see maybe some motion coming up soon.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I would still have to wait for a bit. Again, we want to make sure that we play things correctly, right? This is, again, there's a lot at stake. Getting into day 2, winning this tournament means you get $10,000. You have the invite to Pokemon World Championships. So we have to make sure that, players play the game correctly, especially at this point of the game, right? Where it's do or die. It's your win and in. Every win matters, and you're having an absolutely amazing run. There's just so much pressure, not to mention playing on the stream as well.
Can I say, Wancho, I did the test game for the stream yesterday, and the white noise in the headsets is loud. It's very loud. It's like TV static in your ears. There's also you have people looking at you, like
and all the lights as well.
Lights, yeah. It can be very, very intimidating. And I think that's also why we get some of our players like chatting a little bit more on stream, because it's like it's such a tense moment. Like, why not just like talk to your opponent? But I do believe there was a DQ or disqualification issued to Omar due to a judge ruling. So it will be Callie White taking that set, and I think that was the win-in, I believe.
Ooh, you hate to see it, but hey, a win's a win. Congratulations to Callie White for making it to day 2 potentially, essentially, and maybe could go the distance. Would have loved to see more from that match. Again, this was a matchup I was very interested in, especially I feel like any matchup really against Reggie Drago is interesting, just because can you take down the deck, and it was really shaping up to be that way anyway.
It was definitely an unfamiliar matchup for me too. Like I said, I've really only had the local experience of playing against what I like to call water Pagos, right? With Palkia and Radiant Greninja, and being able to line up. Honestly, my local Andrew is playing with like glass trumpets, energy switches as well. So that is the most amount of experience I technically have with that deck. But of course, Bouffalon is a great Pokemon. I'm excited to see where Callie goes, if they're going to be able to make it all the way back up to that cut.
No, definitely. I believe now we do have a nice quick video to show everyone. We do have Chip playing some Pokemon Pocket.
We talked about that.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, so let's go ahead and check that out.
Hey everyone, Chip Ritchie here, and I'm going to be talking about the SP Emblem event that is taking place right now in Pokemon TCG Pocket. This is the SP Emblem event for the Mythical Island release, and in this event, in order to earn that final emblem, you need to win 5 games in a row, which can be a little difficult to do. So we're going to be talking about 3 different decks that I really like for this current event. The first one we're going to take a look at is Mewtwo. Now, Mewtwo is something that has been extremely strong in TCG Pocket ever since the game came out. And this deck list for Mewtwo EX, with the Gardevoir, of course, I actually got online on X from Stefan Ivanov. Now, Stefan is a 2-time international champion. He posted this list online. He said this is what he used to get his 5 wins. And so I thought that's a pretty good place to start. Now, I've played a lot of Mewtwo since this game came out. Side Drive, of course, being the main driving factor of this deck. 150 damage, 4 energy though, and you do have to discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. It's one of the most powerful attacks in the game, and especially when it is powered up and paired with the Gardevoir. With Psy Shadow, letting you get an extra energy from your energy zone and attaching it to the Psychic Pokemon in your active spot. Now, the unique thing about Stefan's list is the fact that he played 2 copies of Sigilif with the Spike Draw attack. 10 damage and then draw a card. And in an event like this, where you have to win 5 games in a row, having a consistency engine like this, where you're dealing a little bit of damage, but you're just drawing more through your deck can really be a huge, huge benefit. So using the Spike Draw in order to help you find your Gardevoir pieces, get those evolutions in play, and you can eventually get up to the Mewtwo's side drive. And of course, there is also the option of the genome hacking from Mew EX. Now, if you play the standard format, you are very familiar with genome hacking. Our Mew EX in standard has this same attack. Choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks and use it as this attack. And for the consistency lineup here with the trainer cards, it's pretty straightforward. It's what you come to expect with Pokemon TCG Pocket. 2 copies of the Research, of course. 2 copies of the Pokeball, and then the newest addition from Mythical Island is the Mythical Slab, letting you look at the top card of your deck, and if it is a Psychic Pokemon, you get to add it to your hand. If it's not a Psychic Pokemon, you put it on the bottom of your deck. So just another consistent way to try to get into your Gardevoirs. Another deck that I really like, and the one that I have been playing mostly ever since Mythical Island came out, is the Celebi EX Superior deck. Now, this decision was made a little easy for me because when I first opened my very first pack of Mythical Island, the very first pack contained this Immersive Rare Celebi EX, and I've now gotten 2 of them. So, I mean, why would I not play this deck? And I'm a big fan of it. Powerful Bloom deals 50 damage, flipping a coin for each energy attached to this Pokemon, 50 damage for each heads, and that is supported, of course, by the Jungle Totem of Superior. Each grass energy attached to your grass Pokemon provides 2 grass energy. So with just a few energies on this Celebi, you can be swinging for a ton of damage. You do rely on flipping some key coins in the right spots, which can be a little risky when it comes to an event where you have to win a certain amount of games in a row, but it really has overall proved to be pretty consistent and pretty powerful in my mind. A big addition for this deck from one of the recent promo events was this Snivy here. It does have 60 HP, the other Snivy does have 70 HP, but this one has an attack that's actually pretty usable here with the tackle. 20 damage for one is not too bad. And it can help to set up for some relevant numbers. You know, 20 damage into a Pikachu EX means you just need 2 heads on a Powerful Bloom later on in order to KO that Pokemon. The consistency engine, of course, is going to be pretty similar here with the 2 Pokeballs, the 2 Research, the 2 X Speeds. I do have, for some healing here with this deck, 2 Potions and 2 Erica. It can take a while to get to the point where you're ready to start swinging super heavily with the Celebi, so being able to ensure that your Celebi sticks around for a while with those healing options is definitely worthwhile. And I do have a extra little tech in here with the red card. Your opponent shuffles their hand into their deck and draws 3 cards, trying to slow an opponent down maybe after a Research or at the very beginning of the game. If you go first, you're lucky enough to find that 1 red card, putting your opponent down to just 3 cards before they've even played a single card from their hand is a pretty powerful effect. And then finally, we're going to take a look at one of my favorite decks from this game. I've played this deck a lot ever since the very first set, and that is Blaine's, Ninetales, and Rapidash. This is a pretty straightforward, a pretty simple deck. It's one of my favorite budget-friendly options. I use it for all of the solo events where you need to win a game with only Pokemon that have the 1 or 2 diamonds in their rarity cost, and this has been one of my go-tos. It's pretty simple. Rapidash, 40 damage, 1 energy, Ninetales, 90 damage for 2 energy, and then discard a fire energy from this Pokemon. But you're able to boost that damage up mightily with the use of Blaine here. Your Ninetales, Rapidash, and Magmar do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. You've also got Giovanni as well as another way to boost some of that damage. The benefit of a deck like this for an event like this one where you need to win a certain amount of games in a row is that the games are pretty fast, and this deck is really aggressive. You're going to be attacking with Rapidash on turn 2 pretty consistently. So sometimes you can just win games by attacking a couple times in a row before your opponent really even gets a chance to set up. This can be really strong against a lot of the stage 2 decks if they ever have a slow start. And one of the benefits of with this deck being quick, if you do lose, you haven't really spent too much time losing, so you can get right back into your next game and try to be as efficient as possible when it comes to winning 5 games in a row. Well, those are my 3 favorite decks right now in Pokemon TCG Pocket for the SP Emblem event. Hopefully this has helped some of you guys figure out what you need to do in order to get that final emblem in TCG Pocket.
Truly finishing this tournament undefeated is quite an accomplishment.
So my name is Henry. I'm from Massachusetts originally, and right now I'm living in New York. My favorite starter. I'll go with Piplup. Yeah, Piplup's pretty sick. Gotta give most of the credit to my brother here. He's the one who sort of got me into it. I was only like 7 years old. He was like collecting Pokemon cards, and he was like, let's actually try to learn like what this text does. And then started going to like a local league, which he found online. He was very good back in the day too. He unfortunately lives abroad now, so can't play really much. We hit our first nationals, I think like year and a half after we started, 2009, and then going to Worlds, and then sort of, yeah, once you get down that road, you know, you just kind of keep going. I grew up in New England, playing against a lot of really good players, people who are still competing now, Azul, Ian Robb. What sort of got me back into the game, because I had stopped playing for a little while, was seeing these people still at the top, and it's just like, yeah, like, dang, like, it's still going on. What am I missing out on? Back then, a regional was just the people in the region, right? But nowadays, you know, we got Tord coming over from Norway. Tord Reklev, I mean, he's the best player in the game. Playing against Tord, it's always got something fun cooked up. Would just absolutely love to do that. At some point this season, that's definitely going to be one of my goals.
Henry Chow here, taking things down in Baltimore with Gardevoir EX.
Having like the surprise factor in an event can just straight up win you games. And I definitely surprised some people this weekend. The name I put out online and that I just say it's Aggro Gardevoir. So all these cards are meant to go really, really fast, and my only attackers are really Drifloon and Screamtail, and I played 3 Earthen Vessels. So the goal is just to discard as many energies as possible, and then just go in and one-shot stuff. This event and NAIC, like with the list I locked in, I felt like, you know, I had the right deck, it was just up for me to perform. I felt pretty confident going into the weekend, a lot more confident than Worlds, which did not go as well as I thought, but you know, I just felt like I had something to prove here, at least to myself. I mean, you know, I don't have haters or anything, I just gotta prove it to myself.
Oh yeah,
There's a strategy here.
Hasn't like sunk in that much yet, it's just, playing is just so fun. Just competing against other people who really put a lot of work in, just brilliant people, and just going against them head to head, what more could you ask for? Anytime I lose, I want to play more, and anytime I win, I want to play more, so I always just want to play more. They told me on stage that I'm the first Worlds invite of the season. I feel like I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder because I didn't do great on this Worlds. I'm going to come in with a surprise. Even if my deck looks normal, expect a surprise. I got Worlds. I will win Worlds this year.
My name is Vini Fernandez. I am from São Paulo, Brazil. I started playing Pokemon back in 2017. I started just going to locals and playing for fun. My Pokemon type will be Dragon. If I had to choose a Pokemon, I would be Giratina.
And he's proven himself already getting to top 4 with Giratina V-Star.
I got addicted to watching the regionals here in US, so I decided to start competitive. I played LAIC as a senior, and I ended up getting top 8. It was a very good feeling, so I just kept playing tournaments.
Wow, there it is!
Today, I will remember for many years because I just won the largest regionals of all time.
As always, Sableye moved to the... Never mind! Oh, there's a boss's order!
My number 1 goal for the season is to win Worlds in Hawaii. My brother ended up winning the World Championships in Japan. It was the first time I cried in a game of Pokemon. I have this rival thing with my brother.
Your new world champion, Gabriel Fernandez.
I had to win one to catch up with him.
Both of them have their invite locked up to Honolulu.
I look up to Brazilian players like Gustavo, and I actually ended up beating him in the top 4 today.
Vini Fernandez absolutely in the driver's seat.
The most important thing is like to never give up. I'm just not letting myself down after I lose a match or after I do bad in a tournament. Just there's always the next one, you know. I like the emotion when I play him. It helps me focus. It actually helped me in school. English tests, Pokemon would help me. I love Pokemon, and I will keep playing for many years.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, you know, like don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, then you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
There are tons of things to do at a Pokemon Regional Championships, and one of my favorite things is to check out the vendors. The vendors will bring all sorts of cards from all eras of the game, and it's a great way to try to add more cards to your Pokemon TCG collection. Now, many people collect cards for the artwork, they add them to their binder, maybe send them off, get graded, add them to the wall as a display piece. But me, personally, I love to collect retro Pokemon cards to play in retro Pokemon decks. Taking decks that were successful years and years and years ago, getting a chance to revisit them, to reassemble the decks. I love digging through bulk boxes and trying to find any playable cards from the history of the game. So today we're going to see if we can find some cards from a deck I've been trying to build for a while, and I'm going to bring on a special guest to help me as well. So I'm bringing on a special guest to help me find some cards today. I'm looking to build a deck from the 2006 World Championship format. It's one of my favorite formats. And what better person to bring on than someone who competed at the 2006 World Championships, Michael Pramawat. I'm trying to build your deck. So tell us what that deck was.
Yeah, the deck I played was Metacham EX with Bennett EX, and it had like a Lunatone Soul Rock package. The whole aim of the deck was to put a bunch of damage counters on the field while using ability locks via Lunatone Soul Rock, and then there was also a card called Battle Frontier, which, just pretty much just shut down opponents' decks, and you just tried to control the game. It was a pretty cool deck.
So we're talking about a deck that is 20 years old almost at this point.
Yeah, it's a really old deck at this point. Because it was like 2006, so yeah, long time ago.
A long time ago. It might be hard to find some of the cards, but we'll see what we can do and see if we can piece this deck together. So we dug through some boxes, flipped through some binders, and we were actually able to come away with a pretty nice little stack of cards here. Pramawat, what did we find?
We found some Bennett EXs, some Hole-in Transceivers. Hole-in Transceiver allowed the deck to run. It's more consistency engine, but the big thing is the Bennett EX has the move, the ability Shady Move, which lets you move damage counters from one of your guys to one of their guys. And then, this was just a huge part of the deck. Knew the attack Shadow Chant, which is a great attack. And this is part of the namesake of the deck, Bennett and Metacham.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to hunting in the future for more of the cards. We didn't find any Metacham today, so I'll have to save that for the next regional championships. But this is a great start to adding the Bennett Metacham deck to my collection. Pramawat, I appreciate you helping me look through it.
Of course, yeah, anytime. This was great.
All right, now let's get back to the Pokemon action. It was definitely a lot of fun to dig through some bulk boxes with Pramawat yesterday, find a few of the cards needed to put together that Bennett Metacham deck. We're here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. We're still getting into the action. We've got two more Swiss rounds, Swiss Round 8 and Swiss Round 9 coming up. Players looking to lock up a spot in Day 2, needing to have at least a record of 6-2-1 to make that happen. A couple rounds to make it happen. And these are the pivotal rounds, right? Where it's you're either going to have some dreams crushed or they'll be elated to make it into Day 2. Now, Pablo, you and I were sitting here watching that segment as we're waiting, and as soon as we put the cards up there that I was able to buy, those Holland's Transceivers, those Bennetts, you said, those were my cards. You sold those cards to that vendor a few regionals ago?
Yeah, in Sacramento, I sold those cards. I've been getting rid of some of my older retro decks. And I mean, I was offering them to various people that I knew. I'm pretty sure I talked to you about them.
Yeah.
And then not many people were interested, but yeah, the vendor was interested.
That's funny.
And I mean, I immediately recognized, because you were at that vendor. I gave them the cards back in Sacramento, and they also had other cards in display, like German Latias Star, an Umbreon EX as well, and I used those cards at the 2007 World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. You and Diego Casiraga, again, a duo, it seems like, that has played the same deck a few World Championships with some reasonable success. You guys both did pretty well with a Bennett Vaporeon deck at that Worlds, right?
Yeah, so back then, there was basically no hand disruption. There was no Judge equivalent. Rocket's admin had just rotated out of the format. So players were very comfortable knowing that their hands were not going to get disrupted. They were not going to change, and therefore, Vaporeon EX had an ability that when you evolved Eevee into Vaporeon, you would have have both players shuffle their hands into a deck, draw 4 cards. Essentially an ability judge. But decks were not built to withstand such disruption. At least mine was at that point, and I was trying to take advantage of that weakness in the deck building because I think at the World Championships, of course, you're going up against the absolute best players in the world, right? So when you're a very good player playing against another very good player, the difference between you and them is going to be very small, right? So then having an edge with your deck actually becomes a lot more significant at the highest level of play. So that was my logic.
Absolutely, it makes sense. And I mean, you and Diego both had solid finishes. He got top 8, right? You finished in the top 32. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, back then it was only 64 players at that World Championship in Hawaii, and I bubbled out of top 16. Unfortunately, I had the record for top 16, but I bubbled out.
Unfortunate. Well, I mean, it's still a solid finish, and obviously your friend ends up making a deep run as well. So, very good showing from that deck. We could sit here and talk about retro Pokemon for a very, very long time, but we've got a tournament at hand here. We've got the San Antonio Regional Championships, and there's a ton of interesting stuff out there in the field. There's a few quad Iron Thorns doing very well. There's a few control decks doing really, really well, which I don't think is too much of a surprise. Actually, All Out Blitzel, who is very well known in the community for playing control, by no one's surprise, is playing control this weekend, and he is 7-0 right now here in San Antonio.
Very impressive, walking the talk, right? He does very well online, shows up, and is also showing that he's pretty good in person as well. And I was walking around some of the tables, and I saw poor Kieran going up with his beloved Lugia against Iron Thorns, and he was not having a good time.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, that's a very rough match.
That's not fun to play against, without a doubt. But yeah, I mean, there's still tons of a couple rounds left, so still plenty of opportunity for day number 2. This is one of the biggest regionals of all time. It's not quite the biggest regionals of all time, so we, by merit of that, will have a very large day 2 field as well. And yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that shapes up tomorrow.
Yeah, and it'll be very cool to have, a lot of players will be continuing their day 2 streak, but it will be, the majority of players will probably be their first day 2 experience, right? As we have these events getting larger and larger, and I don't know, it always feels very special to play your first day 2, right? You finally make that breakthrough. You get to play more Pokemon against the top tier competitors. It's always a cool thing to do.
Yeah, extremely exciting. And the bigger these day 2s get, the more and more people who will be experiencing it for the first time each and every tournament. Because the game does not stop growing, it feels like. So many people every single tournament, it's their first tournament ever, first day 2s. There's so many firsts, which is such a fun thing to be able to experience alongside these players, these competitors, getting to see the joy in their face. They get their first win on stream, whatever it is, people just finding reasons to celebrate their successes in Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure. No matter how big or small, right? We're all going through different processes, and we all have different goals, and therefore every achievement, no matter how big or small, is definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked about some of the decks that are doing well. How do you feel like Control is positioned right now in the meta? It's been a little while since we've seen a super deep run from a Control deck, or at least one where it feels like it's a tournament that it was Control's tournament. You know what I mean?
Wholeheartedly agree. I definitely think we are seeing a bit of an aftershock of last weekend in Birmingham, where Sander, one of the most well-renowned Control players, finally back at it, finally with a good placement top 16 with this Pidgeot control deck that has the Toedscruel and the Milotic and just all these pieces that essentially prevent your opponent from doing what they want to do and trying to make sure they can't do their main strategy. And I think Control was definitely due to finally find the right combination to slow down the metagame, which is much harder to do when the metagame is so wide. but it seems like they finally might have made a breakthrough with so much focus on Regidrago at this point.
Yeah, I mean, feels like it, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and bring in Emily and Wancho into our conversation here as we are gearing up to get into Swiss Round 8 shortly. Emily, Wancho, how you guys doing?
We're doing great. I'm just excited to cast more Pokemon. I mean, round 8, 2 more rounds. Can we add a little bit more, maybe? No?
I think you guys kind of brought it perfectly together when you guys are talking about how dreams are crushed in this round coming up. If not, some of the biggest glories you could have, you know, that first day 2 is really special, but these are the most high pressure rounds, and especially with things like a symmetrical top cut, every win, every loss, and every tie now is very, very important.
Yeah, there's just so much on the line any given round. There's so much more to be playing for. But as a competitor, you just kind of have to try to keep a level head and just control what you can control, right? Focus on the game at hand, play the cards that are in front of you, deal with whatever your opponent has, and the rest will come along with it.
Yeah, it's very easy to start imagining the glory that comes with the asymmetrical top cut or the top 8 or even making day 2, right? But if you're not quite there locked in yet, the only thing that matters right now is game 1, round 8. Everything else, you have no control over, as you mentioned. So gotta focus one game at a time.
Well, Emily Wancho, I mean, I'll throw it to you guys with, we've seen the meta kind of develop now through this tournament. We kind of know what's doing pretty well. No surprise, there's a decent amount of Regidrago up there, but there's some control, there's some Iron Thorns. What do you guys make of how this tournament is shaping up?
I'm still all in on the bridge. I'm just saying. That's all I
don't even know why I asked you.
Yeah. Emily.
Hi. Yeah, control. North America in particular really loves its control, its Snorlax, its stalls. I was roaming the tables earlier, and I happened to, you know, just walk by somebody using the A-Spec Miracle headset. So honestly, it's something. It's a very necessary type of archetype that you have to learn how to play against. Control, stall. We are losing Snorlax very soon too, but I know, for example, Iron Thorns is kind of a big presence here, and I know for the Lugia players out there, it's not exactly what they wanted to see. I'm so sorry, Kieran, but I mean, it feels like a stalling control. I feel like they are somewhat necessary to be here.
No, I definitely agree. I feel like we've been in this format for quite a minute, and especially with how much talent our players really do have, they can really identify like what key things they really like to control. Again, which is very impressive with how much the format actually evolved. Even if we've been in this format for a minute, like for example, Cloth sauce, a surge of play.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, not so much right now, even if there's one undefeated.
There is one undefeated.
Yeah, even if there's one undefeated, I would love to see that that Cloth deck for sure. It feels so hard to control that when it's a meta that's continuously evolving.
Right.
But I mean, we have the best players in the world right here. I mean, All Out Blitzel, undefeated as well. I'm sure he's put in a lot of practice online to be able to really identify what he's controlling.
Yeah, he's maybe played more control than anyone in the last, 6 months or so of Pokemon TCG. He is always playing in these online tournaments, broadcasting it. So it's really cool to see him succeeding. We'll have maybe try to get a chance to talk to him and see how his tournament run is going at some point along the way here. And it does feel like for these events where, we're kind of at the end of the format, Prismatic Evolutions is going to be legal starting next weekend. It feels like these are the tournaments where control or stall tends to rear their ugly head, you know what I mean? Because they know what to expect in the format. The format's kind of more defined. They know what decks they're expecting to play against, and so they can form better game plans for what they think they may play against in a given tournament.
Yeah, and there's also like, they're the most adaptable, right? And so when they're at their strongest when they're the least expected, because that's when people haven't played against them enough as well. So they're preparing for the meta, but the meta is not preparing for them, which makes them even stronger at that point.
Sure.
No, I feel like definitely when you're a control player, you get a lot of practice, right? I feel like the hallmarks of a great player is being able to be flexible in a certain type of situation, right? And what better shows that than in control. You're not just following a certain flow chart. I'm not just gonna power up this Pokemon and then attack and I'll win in 3 turns. You have to adjust your game plan depending on what your opponent's doing at the moment, or even what deck your opponent's playing. And I feel like if you put in a lot of reps as control player, you really do, like, it's like training with weights on.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, Wancho. I feel like also for a lot of the people that are out there that are just like, I never want to play against control, I'm just not going to do it, you're actually doing yourself a disservice because you need that practice. It's very important as a player to just get as much practice as possible. I know for me, we have a player who loves to go with control style decks, stall style decks, and I may roll my eyes when I see the pairings go up and have to play him on a Wednesday night. It's still something that I feel better knowing about going into a regional playing against staller control, having played against it before.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's one of the reasons, Emily, what you just pointed out, that control continues to do really well at these tournaments is because it is one of the least practiced against archetypes. So many people will queue into a control deck on the TCG Live ladder and concede the game because they don't want to spend any time messing around with that. They just want to play their Pokemon. It really forces you to change the way you think about how to win any given game. And it's one of the reasons it continues to see so much success, because people don't play super well into it. And then that's why it will sometimes fall off into day two, because then you start playing against the players who have the experience, who've played against all types of control decks over the years, and they're able to use that experience to give themselves an edge in a matchup that otherwise would be kind of tough.
Yeah, as you advance in the tournament, every opponent, if you're doing well, will in theory be even more challenging than the one before, right? So yeah, I mean, the control decks definitely take a big boost when you're playing against someone that just doesn't know all the tools in your deck that you have available. But even as the tournament advances and people see that you're doing well, and then maybe they finish their match early and they go and watch your match, they kind of get a little bit of an idea of what's going on, right. And that also helps as the tournament progresses. There's fewer surprises left.
No, definitely. I mean, knowledge is power, right? If you know exactly what the control player has, you know what you have to kind of play around. Maybe you start knowing the counts of, oh, how many switches I have to turn into prizes, essentially. But honestly, all I have to say is I'd rather play a control player at my locals than than run into them in the regional, that's for sure. No, but yeah, I mean, control, absolutely. Very, very scary deck. I want to ask you guys, though, what type of control do you guys like to play nowadays?
Ooh.
You still with the whole Snorlax control, or just the pure Pidgeot stuff?
If I ever queue something up, it probably would be Snorlax. I'm not trying to think as much as you have to if you're playing Pidgeot control, just kind of enjoy that a little bit if that's the route I'm going.
So I actually already played a major tournament in Colombia, the special event in Bogota. I used Snorlax, and I misplayed myself out of day two. I had essentially, as Juancho would say, I had checkmate on board, except I didn't, right? And I misplaced my my Force Seal Stone, fully expecting my opponent to Iono me out of the hand, but then they chose not to, and then I needed that Force Seal Stone to search for the last ghosting effect I needed to guarantee a game and finally trap a Greninja in the active against Raging Bolt. But I got a little too ahead of myself. I just held onto a Force Seal Stone. I definitely would have been able to make it through. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Snorlax. I like the playstyle. Ever since the card came out, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be good. And I also had that itch to play it at a major, and I'm glad I got it out of the way.
Absolutely amazing to hear, Pablo. And you know what, as fun as it is to just chat Pokemon with everyone here, we're gonna take the camera now because we're gonna bring it in to Swiss Round 8. We're gonna see some Pokemon action. So thank you so much, Chip and Pablo. It's just back to us, me and you.
I could listen to any of our casters talk about Pokemon all day, right? Especially Chip and Pablo have been playing for so long, right? They've been through so many metas and formats, and Pablo's still as strong a player as ever. So once again, all of our casters are just big Pokemon fans at heart, but also great players across the way. But like you said, Wancho, we got round 8 coming up. Like we said, these are the rounds that are the most important going in. And I think this might be the first time we're seeing a certain bird fly high all day on stream.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. This is do or die. But right now, I want to check out the standings we have, like all the players that are doing well. Again, if you see your name here, Good job. You're a great player.
Good job. Yes, good job. Good job.
Again, we see here James Kowalski, like we were talking about earlier, Henry Chow, Gustavo Wada. Vinny is still up here. Again, 7-0, 6-0-1. These are players that essentially haven't lost yet. And they are definitely, well, these are the players that are already guaranteed into day 2. And as long as they run this hot, I don't know, top 8 or asymmetrical cut is definitely not out of the question.
Absolutely. I want to give 2 shout-outs here. One to Nathan Stratford, who is here on Raging Bolt, a deck that we really haven't kind of given its flowers to in quite some time. And I think a lot of people, when they see Regidrago, they say, okay, well, we'll just play Raging Bolt. But with so much control up in the top tables, I'm interested to see how Nathan is going to pilot Raging Bolt EX around this. I also want to give a shout out to my local Michael Bio, sitting at 601 right now with Charizard too, playing the trolley. And we'll have a little bit of a chance to talk about Charizard very soon, but it's always cool to see your locals, the people that you play with on those weekday nights, doing so well, already at technically undefeated, right? A tie technically isn't a loss, but undefeated at a regional.
No, definitely. You never know. The person you see at locals could be the next world champion, regional champion.
It's true.
Anything's possible here in the Pokemon trading card game. With that, let's go ahead and check out some notable matches, though, for this round. You know, who's playing against who, and, of course, our stream game. You have Kieran Farah against Joshua Wallace, but, of course, some amazing names here. Michael Davidson versus another caster, Jesper Eriksson, former world champion. I know Jesper's deck as well is just really, really fun. I wish we got to feature that on stream, but it's not too late. The local Aiden Koos, one of the best players out there. Again, Texan local, San Antonio local, really, against Anastasia Clapson. And we, of course, we have Ian Robb versus Brandon Bond. Great names. Again, if we had 4 cameras, we'd show it. We'd show it all. But Kieran Farah against Joshua Wallace. This should be a good one.
Got to talk about it, though. Just one more thing about Aiden Koos. He's on the Summer Ledge, I believe. So I'm excited to see how that is going to go. But let's talk about Kieran Farah having an amazing season already. You got to talk about it. I mean, just last month, top 16 Toronto with Lugia, top 8 of Louisville with Lugia, and also our Baltimore finalist as well. Kieran Farah is kind of the Lugia player to really watch here, just so consistent every time.
I love to see it again. Kieran Farah with the Lugia V-Star against Joshua Wallace playing the Charizard EX. Quick fun fact, though, about Kieran. His first top cut was with Ho EX. And how about we go into another top cut with the other legendary bird, potentially. Again, Lugia V-Star, very near and dear to my heart. I feel like a very, very powerful card ever since it got released. Again, just being able to find those Pokemon. But again, Charizard EX is no slouch either. This is a deck that just won the last regional championship. And hey, it's the real mascot, right? It's the Gen 1. It's your starter. And right now, it's one of the best decks out there as well. So
it was such an exciting finals too, Wancho, to see that Pokestop get 2 rare candies. I jumped out of my chair too. It was super exciting. I can't wait to talk about Joshua's list though, because the ace spec in this one, I think there's been a little bit of a debate talking about which ace spec goes in Charizard. I know for some people they're playing the trolley, the precious trolley version of Charizard to really guarantee that setup on turn 1, but I actually do prefer the unfair stamp version of Charizard as well, just because when you force a Regidrago player to really use that Legacy Star, burn some options there, an unfair stamp can stick.
No, yeah, I feel like we have seen like lesser plays of the unfair stamp thanks to cards like Pheasantipity. There's just like a lot of consistency in the format. But no, it's definitely still such a powerful ace spec. Maybe just force, again, you said it right, force your opponent to use resources they weren't really planning to use in any case. So we're gonna have to see here if Kieran puts that to test. But right now, again, Joshua Wallace as well. Sorry, it was Joshua with the unfair stamp, and then Kieran on the Lugia V-Star. In my opinion, I feel like this is a fairly favored matchup for Kieran, just because Cinchino can hit those big numbers. But again, Charizard has those tools. It has the Duskull into the Dusknoir. Sometimes that is pretty nice to just get a quick pop knockout on Cinchino. So we're gonna have to see. Right now, let's check the prizes. Iron Hands, Laminion, Cinchino, a couple of key Pokemon there for Kieran. while definitely some key Pokemon as well for Joshua. The Radiant Charizard and the Pidgeot. Luckily, it's in the lower section of the prizes, so you're not going to need that Radiant Charizard till much later in the game. You're probably going to find it.
Yeah, absolutely, Wancho. I think it's also very important to note about the prizes as well before people start to see and get a little bit nervous seeing Luminion and Cinccino in the prizes that there's 2 copies of each in the list as well. But this is a very interesting start for Kieran here. Going to start right away with the Wellspring Ogerpon EX, a card that I think a lot of Lugia players have started to throw away from their deck list, but you love to see it. The first thing we see on stream, Wancho, is a heads on Mesa Gosa here, where we're able to go on ahead and grab a Pokemon. Now, I was looking at Kieran's hand a little bit earlier. There was a lot of energy in that hand already. Well, meanwhile, Joshua, I believe, also has a Buddy Buddy Poffin all ready to go. So I'm interested to see how this one is going to go for Kieran, whether we grab something like a Lugia. Obviously, we want to evolve it, but I mean, the hand is not giving us too much else to work with.
Again, sometimes that is the Lugia problem, right? It essentially loses to itself. It's getting those Archeops into the discard pile, plus getting your V-Star. You'd think that's an easy task, but at the same time, you do have to load up your deck with what? These 16, 17 special energies, which are essentially, you know, they're bricks in your hand. They don't quite do that much, besides, of course, power up your Pokemon, but you want to see those in your deck to be able to accelerate. You have to play so many, and sometimes you just draw into them. Hopefully, I didn't quite get to see the hand. Hopefully, it wasn't just the Mesa Gosa that we have access to, but it might be the case. At least we have the research for next turn. So that was quite a big flip there for the Goza. At least we have the Lugia V. That's step 1, right? As we're going to pass it on now to Joshua. Has the Pidgey in the active, pretty good there, just because that can evolve into something like the Pidgeot and just pivot away, opening up the Buddy Buddy Poffin. You know you're going to have a good time if you open that. We're going to see at least 2 more basic 70 HP or less Pokemon. I have to guess it's going to be a couple of Manders, maybe even a Duskull, just because depending on how threatened Joshua really feels. But again, of note, Wellspring Ogerpon already in the active. The fact that it has the energy is actually kind of terrifying.
It is very crucial, right? That torrential pump attack. I do want to talk about a little bit about Joshua's hand and where he goes from here, right? We see the Buddy Buddy Poffin, which is obviously something you want to see in hand. Going second as Charizard here, but you're not seeing your ideal supporter in the hand as of right now, and that is going to be that Arven here. I believe we saw a Turo in hand, but I do see an Iono as well, and a Thornton, and that Unfair Stamp. It's a pretty, I wouldn't say dead hand, but you might want to just Iono out of it, but little does Joshua know that Kieran's hand, while yes, there is a Professor's Research in hand, we can get out of it, we want to avoid getting rid of as much energy as possible. There's no direct way of getting that special energy back into the deck. We can't necessarily super rot it, so this Iono might actually bail Kieran out a little bit.
Oh, definitely, especially when you're facing up against a Charizard EX, which is one of the higher HP Pokemon, competitive Pokemon we have at the moment. 330 HP is absolutely monstrous, to be honest. You're going to need at least, 5 energies on a Cinccino just to be able to knock it out. So right now, Joshua Wells does have the Nest Ball as well. So we see double Pidgey, double Charmander, maybe just accepting that the Ogerpon is going to take a knockout. We have the Mesa Gosa as well. It's only fair if Kieran gets to find a card. Joshua does as well. Have to guess maybe this time the Duskull, maybe another Mander. Again, probably the Rotom. At this point, you can get any Pokemon you want.
Yeah, probably the Rotom at this point, right? We would want to just instant charge here. We'll see if we are going to hold the supporters in hand and we're just going to instant charge. Maybe we'll draw right into that Arven, or whether we're going to try and take a more advantageous position here. Looking at the hand, though, I mean, Wancho, I'm not really seeing like a rare candy, so it is just going to have to be the Iono here. We are going to see we are going to see the hand go back into the deck here, as we're going to shuffle up our hands of both players because they haven't taken a prize card yet. They are going to draw 6 fresh cards from the top of their decks here. We'll see what both of them can find. We hope to see an Arven here, but Joshua going to be able, there's the Arven. We got a couple of Ultra Balls as well. We'll see what the instant charge is going to provide too.
Yes, those Arvens are definitely going to be helpful. The upcoming turns, especially, we do have access to the Forest Seal Stone and everything. I'm curious about Kieran's hand, though, and I just want to give him a quick shout-out as well, just because that quick Iono motion, he literally flicked his hand into bottom of the deck so quick. Felt like a pro there, definitely, as we are going to see another Charmander hit the board. Maybe just protecting themselves from, like, what, a boss plus a Wellspring Mask. The Torrential Pump attack, definitely smart, as we are going to instant charge. And didn't quite get to see what we drew, but now we're back to Kieran.
Well, you saw the top deck animation, and that's because that legacy energy, Wancho, was the top deck. So we actually have an attack this turn from just 2 attacks from turns. Not even a primal turbo here coming out from Kieran. So this is just a strange line. I mean, I was saying earlier, oh, okay, we'll take the Iona. We have no problem going back in and you know, resetting the hand, but the hand honestly did not get much better here. But I love this play coming out from Kieran. While yes, the big bad Charizard is very scary, but why not also eliminate the Pidgeot? But my goodness, the top deck on the other side here, 2 to the Forest Sealstone, that one's gotta hurt.
Only fair, only fair. Again, Forest Sealstone, but we're gonna be able to find it anyway with the Arven, but yeah, Kieran right now is up 2 prizes without any Archeops in play. That is kind of odd to see for a Lugia deck, that's for sure. But hey, we got lucky that way. We got the Ace Spec off the natural draw. I feel like the Iono still definitely helped out just because those were the cards he'd see off the research anyway. Right. They're not any good. They're not any better. He traded a handful of energies for another handful of energies.
That's what happens when you play Lugia Star, unfortunately.
Ooh, sometimes this deck could be the strongest deck in the world, and some other times you have a handful of energies. As Arven was just played there, did get the Rare Candy to Charizard EX, and with the Infernal Blaze ability, Infernal Rain ability, excuse me, is able to accelerate a couple of energies. Again, such a powerful EX. Is the attacker and your own energy acceleration? Why not?
I think it's also very important to note out as well a trend that we've seen with Charizard EX kind of through the times, Wancho. We've been going less and less and less energy in the deck as possible. But something that's very interesting when you really read Infernal Rain, you have to be able to attach the energy from the deck. So if you have 2 fire energy, like Joshua has in hand, you can't go on ahead and accelerate that actually. So you have to be very careful when you are attaching your energy here. But of course, seeing Charizard turn 2 is exactly what we want to see here. The Defiance Band as well isn't even going to come into play because we're already swinging for big damage already here, but we are going to see the Ultra Ball. We could potentially see Pheasantipity, but I also like the way that we are going to go into Charmeleon as well. So we are going to get essentially what could be more of a safer evolution going into Charizard for next turn.
No, yeah, definitely. I like the Charmeleon there. Got to establish your board a little bit more just because we are playing Pidgeot less, essentially. So we don't have our main support Pokemon just because of that big Torrential Pump attack. As, again, Charmeleon, that means all we need, essentially, to set up another attacker is another Charizard EX. I'm not quite sure, but is that 1 or 2 energies that he hit the discard pile there? Because that's something, again, you mentioned it right earlier, we do have to keep track of those energies, as Mesagoza is going to be able to hit as well. Why not? At this point, do we try and find the Pheasantipity, try and draw a little bit more, get more stabilization, essentially, or do we try and set up some Duskulls?
Yeah, I actually really like this play coming out from Joshua, right? Because sure, we are going to be able to start scaling damage with Charizard EX as Kieran is going to continue to take prizes throughout the game, but why not essentially make that just a little bit easier, right? Why not be able to go on ahead, do Cursed Blast, and be able to just, you know, move some more damage onto these Lugia Vs, onto the bench as well. We'll see what is going to happen here, but honestly, Joshua playing extremely well. The Iona worked out just extremely well for him that we don't even need Pidgeot right now. We can just go on ahead and hit the Burning Darkness for those 2 prize cards here. We'll see if Kieran's hand is going to get any better here. We got to hit heads on this Mesagoza.
Hopefully hit heads, maybe get at least 1 Archeops into hand. I do see the Ultra Ball we can try and grab. Maybe something like the Luminion to try and get more, you know, at least get a supporter to work with, right? But here we go. Big Mesagoza. Tails, unfortunately. I feel like Joshua has been able to get more use out of Kieran's Stadium as, there's double Ultra Ball, so we just have to plan the hand out a little bit. Yes, we are going to lose a couple of energies, but, you know, the Ogerpon earlier was able to take 2 prizes while, you know, not losing any energy, right? So maybe we can afford to lose a couple here as first Ultra Ball, 1 Archeops.
I think it's also important to note as well is that Joshua did have access, or maybe still it is still in the hand of the Defiance Band as well. So now that they're even on prizes, this Charizard is not going to be able to knock out the Lugia V-Star here, but we are going to Lumineon V for Jacques, where you can search your deck for 2 evolution Pokemon, and that's one way to get those birds into that discard pile. So here comes that second Ultra Ball like you were talking about, Wancho, and here comes Lugia V-Star, and very soon we will see the V-Star power to get those Archeops onto the bench, and now Kieran can finally start rolling here.
Yeah, the nice thing here is that Lugia V-Star does have 280 HP, which is definitely out of range at the moment. However, the very scary thing is definitely that Duskull. Just because that can accelerate damage onto the board, as well as, you know, even if you do 50 damage, you can you just have to, looks like we're going into the Lumineon, actually. I was expecting the attack coming from the Lugia, so very heads-up play here from Kieran. Do we see the...
I was about to say, we need the legacy energy. We need the legacy energy to be able to do that. But I kind of like the potential of what we're kind of calling like a hit and run here coming out from the Lumineon V, just to kind of be able to bring it down in HP just a little bit at least, just because we don't have the Chinchinos out yet, and those are the ones that are really kind of delegated to go handle the Charizards because they can swing for those massive swings of damage. But I like the route that Kieran is taking here. Why not just put Lumineon back in the deck, because it is such a great card where you are able to use those supporters.
Again, and this is where we're going to have to do some math. Again, we do see the Ultra Ball and the Defiance Band. Defiance Band isn't quite live at the moment, but with that Ultra Ball, we can, not quite sure, does he play, yeah, he does play the Dusclops.
Yep.
So even if we just pop that, do 50 damage, we don't even have to do the 50 damage onto the Lugia V-Star, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because then you go down on prizes, you can put it on the Lugia V, for example, and Defiance Band is now live.
You know, we were talking about this supporter card last game, but there could be a really strange, awkward path where we could find a line onto an Archeops with Briar, if you will. But we'll see what's going to happen here. I think that's one of the more fun parts about the Pokemon trading card game is that there's routes. There's 100 routes you could take to get there. But I like what you're talking about, Wancho, here. It is going to be the utilization soon, hopefully, of the Dusclops. But we are going to grab another Charizard EX. Charizard EX has so many rarities. I personally love this one, the one that Joshua was playing, so we'll see what exactly is going to happen here. Now remember, we still have an energy in hand we can absolutely attach for turn, but we do have an energy in the discard as well, so I believe there's, and the last one's actually in the prizes too. So if we do Infernal Rain here, we're actually not going to be able to grab energy because it's unavailable right now, but actually using Lumineon V to grab Professor Turo Scenario.
Ooh, potentially trying to deny prizes here, right? There is a damaged Charizard, and there's no way to knock out a full HP Charizard EX, so I feel like I do like this play. We are just losing a couple of energies. Is pretty scary. Forest Seal Stone is going to grab the Super Rod, however, so that fixes that. At least we can shuffle at most 3 in. But right now, I want to see what else Joshua has in store. And I have to say again, the fact that Mesagoza was just heads again for Joshua, right?
Yeah.
Just the betrayal and the collapsed stadium to boot. You know, he's used it more than enough, and now he gets to bump that Lumineon as well.
So this is going to be a really fun turn for Joshua, right? So what Joshua is, what I'm seeing, the line here is we are going to Professor Turo Scenario this active Charizard that is damaged up. Now, we don't get to take the energy back. It has to go inside of the discard pile, but we are going to put forward this Charmeleon. Then we're going to use the Super Rod to recycle the energy back inside of the deck and then evolve this Charmeleon into Charizard EX, and then we're going to be able to grab that energy once more. It's a really great play from Joshua, and essentially has invalidated Kieran's last turn. The only thing now is just he has some Archeops now, but how do we get rid of this Charizard EX without Cinccino?
It's definitely going to be a pain. I mean, Kieran does have access to stuff like Weird Deer, for example, but you're going to need a lot of energies to try and knock out the Charizard, as we are going to see the Super Rod play mentioned earlier. 3 more energy in the deck, that's definitely nice. And since they're in the deck, they can be accelerated. Just like that, we have a fresh Charizard. Well, what happened last turn?
Nothing. Essentially, you saw nothing. Still, though, I mean, this is in a really good spot now for Joshua. Once again, an excellent play. And I've always told people that one of your most important things that you have in the trading card game is that resource management, too. And honestly, it's very impressive that Joshua was able to do this all without Pidgeot.
Yeah. I mean, thanks to the Mesagoza a couple hands, right? Who needs Pidgeot? You have your opponent's stadium. But there it is. There's the Ultra Ball for the Dusclops. Again, Curse Blast, able to put 5 damage counters anywhere to any of your opponent's Pokemon. But you have to give up a prize. Sometimes that's a bad thing. But right now for this Charizard, ooh, looks like we're just going to hit instead.
Yeah, Wancho, the writing was kind of on the wall there. With the Dusclops there, we could have gone in ahead and attached a Defiance Band as well. But we'll see what Joshua has up his sleeve here, as I think I saw Kieran kind of lean back in the chair just a little bit, as the draw for turn was another Lugia V. We have 4 cards in hand. We have an Iron Hands. We have a Lugia V. We have an Ultra Ball. And one other thing, it may have been an energy here. Do we just go and grab our own Lumineon V and go for an Iono at this point and hope something sticks? I mean, what would you go for, Wancho?
Yeah, we might have to do that. We need more resources. We need to work with a couple more Pokemon. I feel like I know exactly what Joshua had in mind. He really didn't want to proc that gift energy attached to that Lugia. So is going to opt to, we're going to hit it now. That is 240 damage. We can always take that prize next turn, right? And if we take it next turn, we're not proccing any special energies on it. Gift energy so powerful in Lugia, able to, if this Pokemon was knocked out, you draw up till you have 7 cards. And we definitely know that Kieran needs some cards to work with here.
Probably going to Primal Turbo now, so we don't Iono into another hand of energy at this point, but it's just a matter of which ones and how. I think we've gotten rid of some of the other energy in the deck, like the Mist, for example, so we are starting to kind of have to use these double turbo energies, which we absolutely, they are going to take away from our damage output here, but it looks like we will at least be getting a Tempest Dive this turn. Like we talked about, it's not going to be necessarily knockout here, but Kieran has to find a way out of this. The Lumineon play seems optimal here, but we'll see what's going to happen because, once again, this matchup without Cinccino is a little bit finicky, if you will.
I'm trying to do the math. It's been a minute since I played Lugia again, but is there a world that Weirdeer gets the knockout here on the Charizard EX? We do know the 2 energies were saved on that Lugia, but with just the 1 single attachment there on the Archeops, probably not enough. You're going to have to find your Weirdeer plus a Jet, and then have to do some math. Maybe attach all your double turbos at that point.
Oh boy. Maybe not exactly what I want to do, but honestly, Wancho, you're onto the right idea here. Kieran thinking about going for the attach of gift here, trying to get the most amount of energy as possible out on the field. But the problem is, if we go and grab Weirdeer with that Ultra Ball, we're kind of going down to a 0-card hand, technically. So instead, it will just be the Tempest Dive here coming out from Lugia V-Star, who's just barely hanging on.
Joshua here, great position. Can essentially win the game this turn.
Yes.
All he needs to find is a boss's orders.
And here it comes. Imagine, but still, no. I think you're right, Wancho. The writing is starting to, be on the wall very clearly here, right? We have the Curse Blast to just go on ahead and knock out the active Lugia V-Star, but the problem is, where are we going to go from there? Like, we don't have a Pidgeot we talked about. We can't just go on ahead and search boss's orders. We know that Kieran's hand isn't too great, and we have the Iono in hand already. So at this point, we can just play it a little bit safer, but like we said, Kieran just hasn't been able to really get the ball rolling here enough. Like, we're able to get 2 Archeops out here, right? But how are you going to be able to take 4 prizes?
You know, definitely. I can actually respect Kieran. I feel like I see the line he was trying to attempt. He had the Ultra Ball in hand, but opted not to find the Luminion that turn. I believe, again, Joshua just played Iono, but Kieran was trying to bait out maybe an Iono of his own, right? Make Joshua go down to a low prize count, knock out the active Charizard. Maybe he doesn't set up a second Charizard just because there's no Pidgeot.
There is a Pheasantipity, Wancho, and that Pheasantipity is going to hit the bench here. So I'm interested to see how the line is going to go, but Joshua has been playing fantastic so far. I was really impressed by the Super Rod line with the Turo. It goes to show a master of the deck, but oh, no. Good. Good on, also great on fast reactions. I think I heard the crowd scream no as well, so good on the judges too. The Charizard was not knocked out last turn. I also heard our production team in the back as well say
no,
the whole room just ignited.
No, the 3070 already flashed in my eyes there. Thought we were gonna have another judge call. But there it is, Curse Blast knocking out the Lugia V-Star, taking 2. Kieran's gonna have to promote a single prizer, or else he does lose here.
Well, there it is. There's that single prize you were asking for, Wancho. It is going to be the Archeops with that gift energy, the preemptive attach a little bit earlier. Now, I believe Kieran does have 2 Luminions in hand at this point, 2 best fish buddies, but I don't see how we get out of this one. We've lost a lot of the energy on board, so that Weird Deer play is just not looking too good yet here.
I mean, the Charizard EX is already damaged. We have the Lugia V-Star in hand as well. All we can hope to do here is just attack with the Lugia, knockout, Iono, pray.
But you gotta look at Joshua's hand too. I mean, I believe I see a Rare Candy Night Stretcher in the hand too, as well as an Arvin.
That's why we have to send it to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, we gotta get it out of there as quickly as possible here. So Iono may just have to be the one that does it. So we'll see
Actually,
what we got.
something that could happen here, if he could attack with the Iron Hands on the Charizard, that could be a way for Kieran to really draw 3 prizes. That's a potential win here, but we're gonna need to have like Jet Energy in the hand, plus just because we only have 1 Archeops to work with, so don't quite see it just yet. Oh, things are definitely back and forth, but again, an Iono to 1, I feel like it's still very, very powerful. Yes, there is a Pheasantipity in play. Are we just gonna attack with the Archeops here?
The Speed Wing for knockout. Okay, whatever works best.
Ooh, not bad actually. Speed Wing for knockout, but as well as not being, if it does get knocked out, you're not giving away any prizes.
And also, too, if Briar were to come into play here, that legacy energy means that it's technically only worth 1 prize, I believe.
There's 1 left. So if the Briar happens, that would be cool, actually.
Still, though, I'm always thinking about that Briar play, man. It is going to be Speedwing for knockout here. I also do agree with you, Wancho. The Iono here to 1 would certainly be an option that we could go for, but there is Blood Moon Ursaluna EX coming down as well, potentially eyeing up a Boss's Orders, potentially on Pheasantipity EX or Rotom V still on the bench, but you saw the writing on the wall, Wancho. There is that Iono. As honestly, Joshua's hand is now going to go to that bottom, and there's 1 card and a draw for turn and a flip the script. Let's see what we can get.
So Joshua is going to get 5 cards to work with. He needs Rare Candy, Charizard, Boss's Orders to win the game. Could be possible.
Could be. You never, honestly, if I saw Pokestop flip 2 Rare Candies last weekend, anything's possible here. Let's see what's going to happen, though. Kieran just, once again, trying to secure the board just a little bit here, and there is that Iono. This is probably the game-deciding Iono here. We'll see what Kieran is going to draw off of these 3 cards, and we're going to see what Joshua gets off of the 1. I didn't actually catch a glance on it, but I do see a Boss's Orders actually in hand for Kieran, so if Kieran's able to survive the next turn, it's actually game. We'll see what this singular Archeops can do.
Archeops, hey, you know, if Charizard can power himself up and attack, Archeops can do that too. Oh, looks like we're retreating.
Oh, Wancho, how do you feel about that?
If we retreat, we're forced to attack with the only thing that can attack is the bear. That That's interesting. I think playing around potentially Radiant Charizard, but I liked having the Archeops in the active. Now, since we do have the bear, we have to have at least Jet Energy in hand as well. Do we have that? We do. Okay. So that means the bear can attack back to back. 2 cards in hand, Ultra Ball and the...
Three big ones.
3 cards here. Rare Candy plus the Ultra Ball. Even has the counter catcher plus the Rod.
Goodness, but now it's down to the sequencing here. Gotta see, though, there's the Ultra Ball, but now you have to decide what to discard. The counter catcher, like you said, it doesn't really come into play here because it is just this last prize card. I honestly like how Joshua is checking the discard right now, saying, wait, do I have to Rod first before I do this? And I do believe, I mean, you might as well, right? You might as well just guarantee yourself the Charizard EX and 2 energy there because we know that we have the Ultra Ball and the Rare Candy here, but see what's gonna happen. It's so close.
Again, Joshua should know what's in his deck. Oh, I have to feel for Kieran. If he left the Archeops in the active, just attacked with that, we're not giving up a prize. We're forcing Joshua to have a boss's orders as well. Here it is, just Rare Candy, Charizard. Do we have 2 energies?
Yes, we do. We didn't even need the Super Rod at that
2
point.
2 energies, 330 damage on that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Joshua Wallace takes the first game. Oh, what a first game.
that was so close. And you also have to talk about, one, Joshua's sequencing was fantastic, right? And it just goes to show that Pheasantipity continues to just be one of the best cards that we have in Standard. But I have to say, for Kieran's first game on stream, we were able to bring that down to last prize cards, even when May Sagosa wasn't working in his favor. We didn't see Archeops maybe turn 3, right, at this point?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it now, actually. Maybe he had to retreat to Archeops, because right now Archeops was only doing 100 damage. There's 220 damage on that Charizard. It's still lacking, right? Because we're forced to have that double turbo energy. So very, very close here. Kiernan, again, explosive start with the Tillmask Orgpon. Torrential Pump, taking 2 prizes there. But hey, sometimes you don't quite want to take the lead sometimes against Charizard because they just attack right back. And then Joshua Wallace here, and that was the 4 prize turn. That was when they knocked 3 prize turn, excuse me, when he knocked out both the Lugia V-Star and an Archeops. Here it is, Blood Moon Ursaluna takes a knockout on the Charizard, but again, thanks to a certain pheasant. I was gonna call him a peacock, he's a pheasant. Gets 3 more cards. And again, Rare Candy Ultra Ball. Who needs Pidgeot, right? Who needs Pidgeot?
I was about to say, that's also the big, really impressive part about Joshua's play too. Did it all without Pidgeot. Said, you know what? I only need 1 V-Star. Like, I get the Forest Sealstone off the top deck, and I know exactly my lines to go on ahead and get myself set up. But there is going to be a mulligan going over to Kieran on Joshua's side here. I did see a Lugia V. I did see a Minccino, or Minccino. So we're gonna look a little bit better on this one, at least if we're Kieran, but we'll see what we got going on here. We did find a Pokemon. It's only 1 card going on over to Kieran Farah.
I will take every card we can get. That 1 card could be the Ultra Ball you need to discard 2 Archeops potentially. Can we see it? Can we see the fabled turn 1 double Archeops Ultra Ball? All right, here we go. Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Kieran against Joshua, and it looks like Joshua's gonna start us off.
Yeah, interesting, right? I feel like a lot of the times we kind of just look and say, hey, we want to evolve. We want to go first. But I like that Kieran is very confident on the going second portion of playing Lugia V-Star, especially when we have the first attack, Read the Wind, where we just need 1 energy. We can discard an Archeops if we're unable to really kind of get the ball rolling. I did see a couple capturing aromas in hand. If we're unable to get those evolution Pokemon out with the Ultra Ball, we might as well just be able to draw some more cards here. So I'm interested to see how Joshua's going to respond and how he's going to play going first. But this means, Wancho, that Joshua is actually going to be able to start setting up that Dusk Nord line.
And it's with the opening, just straight opening the Buddy Poffin, not even needing an Arven to try and find it, is going to be able to set up, but you said it, the Duskull and the Charmander. And again, has the, can't breathe easy. That Charmander should be able to survive and evolve into a Charizard, just because, Lugia can't attack turn 1. But yeah. Well, he can. He can read the wind. He just can't knock anything out. As yeah, pretty good setup here, just on turn 1 here for Joshua.
Can't ask for anything more, right? Especially we have the Ultra Ball. We can guarantee finding our Rotom here so we can start drawing some extra cards. One Charmander isn't the worst thing in the world, right? But we know that the Wellspring Mask Ogrepon isn't going to get rid of both of our Pidgey and our Charmander. So this is a decent turn 1 here. If I am Joshua, I'm pretty happy with it, but I'm so excited to kind of see what this instant charge brings. It's 3 more cards, and it's over to Kieran, who's going to roll the dice here and flip his first heads here. That is a guaranteed at least 1 Archeops. I do see an Ultra Ball here. Let's see if Kieran's going to be able to do it again. Can we get the second heads rolls? And no, it is going to be tails. Therefore, it is just going to have to be a basic grab. But what would you grab here?
It has to be another Lugia V, just because of the Duskull does threaten your active Lugia V then. So we have both now for safety. We even have the Minccino in hand. That is pretty good. And if there was an Ultra Ball, that means it's just Ultra Ball, another Archeops, and I believe we do have the research. If not, we can always just read the wind at the very least. So Kieran as well is going to get set up. So we're going to have a game, ladies and gentlemen.
Very excited to see that, Macho. But it's exciting to see an Archeops going into the discard pile on turn 1, I think, if we're Kieran too. I can't see if we have a Mesa Ghost or not, but we do also have the Minccino in hand. Definitely love to see that. We have another Ultra Ball that is going to come down, grabbing, of course, that second Archeops. And as long as we have energy in hand, you can't ask for anything more as a Lugia player to have both your birds in the discard going after turn 1.
That's for sure. As Kieran, we do have the energy. We also have the Lugia V-Star already in hand, but we also have the research. So the question here is, for me, is going to be, are we just going to read the wind, or are we going to research? Let's try and draw more. We'll probably see another Lugia V-Star on the other side anyway, or no, we can just wait. No, we're going to go research. We're going to see more cards. And yeah, plus we have read the wind. So we're still seeing 10 cards.
Alrighty here.
7. That's a lot of energy. Again, that's what I kind of expected. So at this point, what do we read the wind?
Potentially with the double turbo. Yeah, it's going to be the double turbo, draw 3 cards. Hopefully we have a V-Star in there, but we do have a Cinccino that we drew into, but we don't exactly have an out.
How bad would it be if we don't find a Lugia V-Star?
Be pretty bad, Wancho. I don't know how I feel about that, but you know how I really want to talk about Joshua's hand. I mean, you already have that Arven. You can't ask for anything more here. I'm assuming we are going to be seeing a Pidgeot this game here, and we're going to start to be able to go on ahead and start taking some prizes here. Now, here's my question. Are we going to go after the Minccino on the bench?
Ooh, so we're thinking Rare Candy, Dusclops, Knockout, Minccino, but then we're also just doing 210, so we're not knocking out the Charizard. It's going to be an interesting. I'm curious as well what Joshua is going to decide to do. I'd like, personally, trying to target down the Minccino, but also then you're kind of asking for a triple Rare Candy turn. What, Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, Rare Candy Dusknoir.
He's
I've
so
seen
cool,
it.
though.
We need a Pokestop,
cool. They
right?
always have it, though, Wancho. They always have it. All of my Charizard opponents always have it. I can Iono them out of a 9-card hand or a 10-card hand, and they'll still have Rare Candy Charizard. So we'll see how this is going to happen. But another hand with a little bit of energy in it. Once again, if we were to evolve into Charizard EX, that energy in hand isn't the one that you're going to have to attach here. So it is going to be another Buddy Buddy Poffin here. Going to be able to set up some more Charizards here. I'm pretty happy if I'm Joshua, but it really is just going to come down to what do I prioritize most? Getting my Charizard out on the field, or, you know, hoping, and we know this from seeing Kieran's hand, doesn't really have an out right away to get that Cinccino set up all the way where Cinccino is knocking out Charizard on turn 2.
No, definitely. Again, Buddy Poffin, still going through the deck. I'm curious if he's try and find another Duskull. How aggressive do we really want to be? But I like the one Charmander. Try and leave the one bench space open, potentially for something like Pheasantipity. But hey, we're eyeing it. Second Dusclop. A lot of ghosts. Very spooky here.
Very true. It's very interesting because I want to see what the line is going to be for going into the second one too. See how this is going to go, but you know what's coming. It's a Charizard going on turn 2. The quick search for the rare candy, and we're going to be seeing Charizard EX hit that field.
Yeah, rare candy, Charizard, accelerate energies, but we're doing 180 damage. That isn't quite knockout, but I feel like it's fine. I feel like as long as there's damage on board, that we can always take that knockout eventually with the Duskulls or Dusknors the next turn. So no rush here. Again, not triggering the gift energy as well. So just nice, controlled, and patient Joshua here.
All right, see how this one is going to go. No line to the Dusclops here. I'm a very aggressive player, so I always just look for the fastest way to just make my opponent's match a little bit harder here. But like we said, Wancho, it is just going to be Burning Darkness for that base 180, and the draw for turn did not exactly help us either. Look at all the cards that Kieran has in hand. Can't really do much at all except for Iono, maybe.
We just have to believe here, right? We have to attach the Jet Energy onto the Cinccino. Yeah, just promote it to the active and just believe. Off the Iono, we're going to draw into our one of many potential ways to get Lugia V-Star. And if we don't find it here, that might be all she wrote. So big Iono here for Kieran. 6 cards.
What do we get?
Shouldn't be that hard, right?
No, it's really hard, Wancho, because we actually didn't hit it at all here. That's super crushing if you're Kieran, because I know the feeling. It's just, well, I can't even find an Ultra Ball to get there. That's really tough. We can't even go on ahead and find Legacy Energy either, because we have no Archeops onto the board here, but it is just going to be the gentle slap for 30 damage.
Ooh, that is a very, very gentle slap. 30 damage on that Charizard. I'm not quite sure if it's going to matter, but oh my. Kieran must be thinking of that Lugia. That was Lugia V-Star. That was in the opening hand. If
it
maybe,
was in the opening hand.
If Kieran maybe just opted to just read the wind that turn,
yeah,
he definitely would have had, the double Archeops by now. But now Joshua has potential to just pull so far ahead here. Has the Charizard with 30 damage, has the Pidgeot, has double Dusclops in play as well. Has the right supporter to play too with that Arven. At least we can only have 4 rare candies, right?
See how this one is going to go. It is going to be Arven, where we get to search out an item and a tool. Still haven't seen the usage of that unfair stamp yet, but we can probably just assume we are going to play a little bit more aggressively now. There is a weird line that we could take, Wancho, where if I'm doing my math correctly, and math was a terrible subject for me in school, where I realized that after a Speedwing could not knock out. Yeah. Is there a line where we take the Lugia V with Dusclops, even with the gift energy?
Yeah,
it's a little bit awkward, but it could at least get us up on the board really kind of heavy with 2 prizes already just from 1 hit.
Oh yeah, I mean Dusclops here, able to do 50 damage if it pops itself. That will knock out the other Lugia, the Lugia V with the damage. I'm actually trying to think if there was a way that we also knock out the other Lugia V. Or if we go boss and we evolve into the other Dusclops, potentially. Oh, it looks like it is Rare Candy Dusknor instead. Maybe we just knock out the Cinccino.
That would be a way that we can just get all the threats off the board here just by using Curse Blast, right? So both of those Duskulls were in play, so we could use the Curse Blast from Dusknor onto the active Cinccino, and then we can use Dusclops itself to go and get the Lugia V on the bench. That would now give Joshua some power to his Charizard EX, where we can start swinging potentially. And then it forces Kieran to promote either the Minccino, which, significantly does well in this matchup, honestly has to actually just give it up too, because you can't be without Lugia.
Exactly. We need those Archeops. We need the Lugia V-Star, but looks like it is going to be the Dusknor knocking out the Minccino on the bench, essentially saying, now you don't have any Pokemon that can reach my Charizard. That's not too bad. If we can't knock out both Lugia V this turn, how about we just knock out both Cinchinos, both Mincinos? That's pretty good here for Joshua.
Yeah, it's a slower game, right? But like we said, the Lugia V Lugia V Star doesn't go all the way up to the amount of HP that Charizard has, even with 300, but it is just going to be that Burning Darkness. The Duskull on the bench is still just going to be a looming threat, and now Kieran has to find a way out.
I don't see it here. There's another Duskull ready to evolve. There's still a Charizard that is very healthy. You have a Lugia with, what, 40 HP left? Let's see if we can work something. There's the research. We have Mesagoza. Looks like the top deck was the Mesagoza, just because otherwise we would have tried to flip. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Yeah, this is Joshua's Mesagoza, not yours, Kieran.
Yeah, and that always just feels really bad too, because it's like, oh, it's giving him, my opponent, all of the cards that I need, and now Kieran. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I believe the research was actually the draw for turn, but what if we research into another dead hand, Wancho? What if we don't have a way to get Lugia V-Star here? So we will see that nest ball. It could be a lot of things that we're grabbing, right? We could try and saw block something. We could go for the Weird Deer play, which I very much support here too. That extra 30 does kind of come into play here too, but the problem is, Wancho, we just have no direct path to Lugia V-Star, so we just kind of have to hope to hit it.
At this point, the deck seems thin enough that we should be able to draw into a Lugia V-Star, or at least an Ultra Ball, or maybe some aromas. Why couldn't the Mesagoza just give us the the Lugia? We've suffered enough. Looks like it might be the sub block, just like you were saying, but that would mean we'd have to guess something, and trying to lock out Charizard when they have the Pidgeot, and you know for a fact that they play Turo as well, might not be the way. Looks like maybe the correct answer was nothing. Looks like.
What about nothing at all? We're just thinning the deck here, but yeah, it is just going to have to be the research. 7 fresh cards. Will Kieran Farah be able to find Lugia V-Star?
Hey.
There's an Ultra Ball. And there's more energy in the hand. This energy does not want to stay out of Kieran's hand. But the Jacques going down. What, do you get rid of the Iono? I actually don't even think so. I think you want to just get rid of the research, because we're starting to head into that point where we need to just start throwing Joshua's very good hands into the bottom of the deck as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but at the same time, even if you put it into the deck, we do have a Pokemon that just searches for anything you want in the deck. So, but we got to do what we got to do. It looks like it is going to be the Ultra Ball for the Lugia V-Star. I like the evolution here on the damage Lugia V. That keeps us out of range of the Dusclops at that point. We need the Dusknoir to try to knock this out. And we've used quite a bit of candy. Again, we rare candy Charizard, rare candy Pidgeot, rare candied Dusknoir as well. We have 1 left. And it's not prized, is it? No, it's not. It's not. So we do have access to 1 in the deck. Looks like the Turo was prized, so maybe the Sob Block could have been a possibility.
Very much could be. I see Kieran potentially. I was about to say I saw the Chinchino in front, and I was curious because I have seen Lugia players summoning Star just for 1 Archeops if it's possible, and then just leaving the Chinchino behind, or keeping the Chinchino on the bench. It is an option, but we are just going to grab 2. We are going to swing with the Tempest Dive, and honestly, for all the work that Mesagoza has done for Joshua, we're going to probably discard it, because no more Pokemon for you.
Definitely, maybe at this point. Trying to think what the last energy. It looks like it's going to be the double turbo. We already have a gift on the Lugia V-Star. Oh, are we going to attack with the Lugia V on the bench?
Arrow Dive? Really?
That's a possibility here.
There's so many routes. It's something I always tell people. There's 100 routes in this game that you could go. But I agree with you that I do like attacking with the damaged Lugia here. And now it is going to be that Tempest Dive. We're already preemptively setting up our next Lugia V as well here. We'll see what route Joshua is going to go down, as the Tempest Dive from Kieran Farah is going to discard the very, very not useful Mesagoza for him.
All right, at least Joshua doesn't get access to that, as Tempest Dive, 200 damage. There's now 230 damage, I believe. Yeah.
Math is hard.
Yeah, we did 30 earlier with the Minchino. It did his best, or Cinchino. It did his best. You know, without the help of Archeops, it really is the best it could do. imagine this Charizard should have been knocked out ages ago.
Yeah.
If we just had the Lugia V-Star. But right now, again, Joshua still has access to the Charizard EX. Does have the Dusclops. So right now, that Dusclops isn't quite knocking out anything. Could just wait a turn here, turn into a Dusknoir eventually.
And I really like the way that Joshua is holding the power essentially just in his hand, saying, you know what, this is just all mine. I don't have to show, for lack of a better phrase here, I don't have to show all my cards at once here. So we'll see what exactly is going to happen here. There is the Arven here, so an item and a tool coming out. Like I said, this is just an insanely hard time for Kieran, right? We haven't really been able to... We've seen Lugia do step one, right? Which is get Lugia V-Star and get 2 Archeops on the bench. We have not been able to see Lugia V-Star go an extra mile. Now, I did kind of think about Wancho a potential torrential pump at some point during the game with Wellspring Ogerpon. Now, granted, that Charizard EX does have to technically be in the active in order for it to take damage because of the Terra ability that it has, but my goodness, all right, why not have 2 Charizards at the same time? And right when I was just about to talk about getting rid of that Charmander onto the bench, and I believe Joshua does have an energy in hand. This is really an uphill battle for Kieran.
It's going to be tough, but the nice thing is that even if this next turn Kieran does take a knockout on Charizard, the fact that Kieran hasn't taken too many prizes... Oh, there's a Dusknoir, never mind. The next Charizard has the capability to knock out anything it wants. Trying to think of a way back here for Kieran. It might have to be something like Lugia V-Star with the Legacy Energy.
Right.
Try and give up just 1 prize just to stay in the game. It's not even win. It's not a path to victory. It's a path to not lose just yet and maybe find another opening. But yeah, 2 Charizard EXs. I like the torrential pump. I like your where you're going there, but I think Joshua saw it too.
Wancho, me as a player, I'm all about alternate win conditions. I've taken a big loving to Hydreigon EX right now. So personally, it's just the way that you kind of see the game here. But it is going to be Burning Darkness, of course, for that knockout, as Dusclops staring menacingly on the bench over at Kieran. What do? You don't exactly have a line to Lugia V-Star again. It's so tough. I mean, I think the obvious promote here is into the Lugia V, and then Iono, but then you have Pidgeot that can handle it. We know that Joshua just pulled Pheasantipity EX off of the prizes as well. It's looking really tough. I agree with you, Wancho. It seems like the Legacy Energy is just the play here.
I mean, we did top deck into the boss's orders. Maybe at this point, maybe we do try the sub block potentially on the Rotom. Might be the only path to victory. It's awkward, especially when you know your opponent has Churro. You just have to hope one of the 2 prizes is Churro, and you know it is. So, but looks like it is gonna be the Legacy Energy play. Just give up 1 prize with the Lugia V. From there, how do we deal with the second Charizard?
Wancho, how about this? We'll figure it out when we get there. We got to get rid of the first one first. But it is going to be the Iono here. Please, Kieran, please draw into Lugia V-Star. We got to find it. There's the Ultra Ball. We can still get there. But and the Mesagosa as well, if you want to try at least the flip. But honestly, after the amount of successful flips Kieran has had on Mesagosa, I wouldn't blame him for just going straight for the Ultra Ball into Lugia V-Star.
No, yeah. We can also just discard the Cinccino in hand. There's no more Minchinos. That thing's not going to hit the board, so that's an easy target for the Ultra Ball. Looks like we are going to Archeops. Maybe preemptively just load up a ton of energies. Maybe Weird Ear is still a possibility. The deck is pretty thin, though.
Yeah, it's not looking too good here if we're Kieran. Weird Ear is such an interesting card because I feel like it was played in Lugia like way back when, and then Lugia kind of like went away for a little bit and then just came back in full force here. But let's see what is going to happen, as it's just the
Arrow Dive.
Arrow Dive? Okay.
Arrow Dive for the knockout. Who needs Lugia V-Star? That's enough damage. So I guess Kieran here. I think I still would have liked to see the Lugia V-Star force the Duskull play potentially from Joshua, but no, there it was. It was just the Luminion for, the Briar?
Yes. It was for the Briar, and it is going to be Joshua who takes it over Kieran Farah playing Overliable Charizard EX. The first time we've actually featured it on stream today here, still showing that it's an ever strong deck, especially with the inclusion of the Dusknoir line. I know I hear Joshua's friends cheering out in the crowd as well, supporting on, and honestly, what a great way to keep going in the Swiss rounds. It was such a tough matchup for Kieran. I think he really tried every single route available and possible, but he is all smiles. He's such a great player. He's such a nice guy, but it's all Joshua right now as he's going to continue on playing his Charizard EX.
All right, let's check the replays here again. The first Messagoza, that ended up working out because it was a way for Kieran to find the first Lugia V, but that was the first attack as well with the Torrential Club. Absolutely powerful, but if there's something Charizard does well is really come back from a game. And again, who even needs the Pidgeot when we have Pheasantipity?
It's such a good card. It's so good. And once again, the Blood Moon Ursulin, we were talking about the Speedwing potentially, but unfortunately Double Turbo Energy took that possibility away from us as well. I always forget about that thing. Regardless though, you always got it. If you're a Charizard player, you just always got it. So good on Joshua Wallace, going to be taking it. But honestly, also this was extremely impressive too, handling a lot of the real threats in the deck, which is going to be the Cinccino lines. The big Lugia isn't the scary thing. It's our little squeaky friend that is going to do most of the damage and most of the work here. But Joshua going to move on to a 7-1 record, guaranteeing that day two.
No, yeah, again, I'm sure Joshua is over the moon. Again, played it absolutely perfectly. Very, very, very nice to see Charizard do well. Again, it did just win the last regional championship at Birmingham, so maybe it is the play again this time. I don't know. I want to know if he's played against any Regidragos, for example. I know Regidrago has a great matchup into Charizard. Well, pretty good. I also said that about Lugia, though, and we just saw Joshua take out Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, it's very true. We also didn't get to see the A-Spec unfair stamp come into play. I know for me, I think I talked about it at the beginning of the match for a little bit. A lot of Charizard players are kind of going the split here on Precious Trolley, being able to, Arvin turn one, grab the A-Spec that you are able to just grab your basic Pokemon, throw them on the bench. But I think unfair stamp in this format right now, where we're prioritizing a little bit more of, using as much as possible, as quickly as possible. I think Unfair Stamp, definitely the best A-Spec in that deck, at least for this tournament. We'll see about the next one, but it was a great match overall. Charizard EX is always just gonna be here.
I have to agree again. So powerful. Again, 330 HP, and we saw that come into play.
Yes.
Again, 330 HP. Because of that, Speedwing just doesn't take the knockout as well. That would have been almost the perfect play potentially. I just have to shout out Kieran again to be able to even just see a route, despite the fact he had Lugia hands essentially. We still saw a game.
Well, I want to hear from Joshua, and I'm sure all of you do too, as we have him with Pablo in the lounge. Let's hear from him right now.
Thank you so much, Emily and Juancho. I'm here with our Round 8 winner, Joshua. How are you feeling? How does it feel to make your first day 2, I believe?
First day 2. Yeah. It feels incredible. Very nerve-wracking on stream. Probably my first time being on stream for sure.
Well, I mean, you did great. You were up, obviously, against a very accoladed player, right, in Kieran Farah. Did that play a little bit in your head like, ooh, I'm up against a top player? Or were you just like, I just need to do my game and go with it?
So I had the mentality that I was playing my brother because he's playing Lugia right now. Okay. And me and him practice all the time at home. Keeping an eye on your prizes, knowing what to bench, overbenching, a big issue.
All right. And so it seemed like Messagoza throughout the games was working more for you than for Kieran. What was running through your head when you were going for those Messagozas and how clutch they were?
Landing those heads on Messagoza was pretty big for me. I was able to save a lot more value, not having to discard those cards using Ultra Ball. And it made it easier to set up Pidgeot and my other needed pieces I needed that turn.
All right, and so this match, I mean, Kieran, obviously, his deck didn't fly as high as he would have liked, right? But tell us about your run so far. You're 7-1, right?
7-1.
7-1 already in day 2. Tell us about your tournament so far, like your other matches.
Yeah, so my first match, my opponent didn't show up.
Okay.
That's kind of funny. My second match, I was playing against Drago. That was my nightmare, going against Drago the first time. I was barely able to win it. You need so many pieces, and I think that was one of my most nerve-wracking matches, as well as Control and the stream match. And after that, I won that game, and then I went back to Drago and I lost. On the last turn, time was called, and they were counting turns, and I was hoping to go for the tie, but my opponent got the boss.
Oof, okay. All right, and then any shout-outs you want to give? I mean, we heard a few people in the crowd cheering for you. Any shout-outs you want to give before we head back to the desk?
Yeah. First, I'd like to thank my family. I love you, Mom and Dad. Thank you for taking me all these events when I was little. I couldn't have done it without you guys. And thank you for an amazing brother as well. He's a great playtesting partner. And as well as for my friends, I'm part of Team Poly. It's a little small community of us. Great playtesters. One of my highlights being John Bielik. He really helped me test out the night prior, and we play tested a lot. Something he really got into my head about was play speed. Before the stream, I was trying to finish matches within 15 minutes. That way, if there was any kind of inconvenience, like next game takes longer, or I go to game 3, I'd have a little bit of a short buffer. So playing with speed really helped me, and that's what he taught me to do.
All right. Well, sounds like you have quite a good group behind you, and that has led to your success today. So, wishing you the best of luck, Joshua, in this last round. Let's head back to the desk for some more Pokemon action.
Thank you so much, Pablo and Joshua. Again, it was amazing to hear from that interview. I like the quick tip. It's something we don't hear too often, actually, is how to manage your nerves really on the stream, right? On the desk. Because, again, we were talking about earlier, there's a lot of lights, it's a big table, it's a high-pressure situation. I like his tip of, when he was imagining his opponent, he wasn't imagining that he was playing against one of the top players we have. He was imagining he was playing against his brother, and that's a way to relax. I like that. That's something I didn't think of. Maybe next time I'm playing against someone like maybe Azul or a big player, I'll just imagine I'm playing against my son or my brother as well. That's good. I like hearing that.
Yeah, me too. I think from all the winners' interviews that I've heard today, everyone is so grateful to the family that they have around them who are supporting them. I think it's having such a supportive family that is like, you know what, go play Pokemon cards with your friends for the weekend is something that I personally just relate to. I love it so much. But also a testing group and locals, Juancho. And I always love to talk about this as a caster. It's so important that you go to your locals, not just for, of course, your cups and your challenges towards your championship points, but for the memories, for your testing group, for your testing partners. I know for me, I've been finally able to go to some cups. I just lost my winning in on my last cup, but I've finally been able to start picking up some challenges, a couple firsts and seconds for me. But honestly, it's just such a good good vibe when you're able to go to your locals.
No, I have to agree. I feel like there's nothing better than going to locals and playing against a friend, trying out this new fun deck you have. But hey, why not also grab yourself a league promo when you're at your locals, right? I know that's a fun thing we do give out, and hey, that's why you definitely have to check out, scan the QR code, find the closest Pokemon League near you, find the closest event. And again, I just have to say, I feel like I've made my best friends in the world through just playing Pokemon trading card game. Some of which I actually named my son after.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, cool. Hey, again, I can't recommend that enough. Definitely check out the events. And, just highlighted Pokemon Leagues in the San Antonio area, Shenanigans Esports Gaming and Venue, and Heroes Hideout. I just went there.
How was it?
It's an amazing place. It's definitely a homey vibe. That's the second challenge I went to after the one here. And again, I was invited by a local, very, very friendly group. I definitely want to come back. It was a lot of fun. They were very generous as well with their pricing. Imagine the pricing for winning this league challenge is the Prismatic Evolutions ETB. Whew, I really wanted to win.
Me too, Juancho. But we actually have another interview lined up. Now, earlier before when we were talking to Chip and Pablo in the lounge, we were talking about how strong Control is. Control is still strong, and honestly, it's being kind of spearheaded by one of the best players of it, a player who also makes great content as well around Control, and that is going to be someone, his name's James, but I know him as All Out Blitzel, the Control god himself. I cannot wait to see what he talks about with Chip right now.
That's right. Thanks, Emily and Wancho. I'm here in the lounge with a very special guest. Starting off 8-0 here in San Antonio, James, a.k.a. All Out Blitzel himself. How are you doing, man? 8-0. What a start.
Honestly, I really can't believe it. Like, I put a lot of work into this tournament, but, like, I don't know. It still feels pretty surreal.
It's a great start for sure, man. Yeah, I mean, you are someone who, anyone who's been involved in the online Pokemon TCG scene in the last, year or so is very familiar with you as a Control player. You do extremely well in online events. You stream yourself playing these events as well for people to watch how you play. You're always like pushing the envelope and innovating the Control deck. Talk about that experience over the last, amount of time that you've been playing Control and how it's evolved to get you to this point.
So what's kind of funny is last year I did not make it to San Antonio Regionals because my plane got canceled, and in a lot of ways that like made me want to play Pidgeot Control because I just kind of felt like I was sort of stuck as a player and wanted to like just challenge myself. And then yeah, just kind of, I've always liked Control decks, but I guess I just really like Pidgeot Control. Quick Search is pretty good. So yeah, I've just been spamming it pretty much every night I can in online tournaments, just trying to always find the perfect 60 to sort of cover as many matches as you can, which is kind of hard in the super wide meta, but I somehow got something cooked up, so it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I always have a lot of respect for players like yourself, players like Sander, who really focus in on the Control archetype and try to make it work regardless of kind of the format around it. There are some formats that are definitely a lot stronger for Control than others. How do you feel about this format for Control? Obviously, this tournament, it's worked out very nicely so far, but Control takes many shapes and forms. What's it looked like for you so far?
It's kind of weird because like the meta is pretty wide, which is generally not very good for Control. Like usually you have like a certain like 3 to 5 decks you really want to hard target, and then it's like really hard to like play 60 cards that can beat like 12 decks, and there's a lot of really good decks right now. So it's quite hard to beat everything, but this list that Sander made in Birmingham last week with the trolley opened up so many spaces for just tech cards, and I think really just kind of cracked the code for Control this format. So you're actually able to beat most matchups. Like the only matchup I'd say I feel really unfavored into is Dragapult's Iron Thorns, which is just not a very good deck. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about the deck, and yeah, it just feels really good into the meta right now.
Yeah, and it's that deck as well, Dragapult Iron Thorns, is a lot less popular now in this tournament than it has been for the last few tournaments. So really seems like if that's one of your worst matchups, it's a good time to pull the deck out for sure. So you're 8-0. There are 2 other players who are 8-0. Do you know what they're playing?
I know one of them's on Raging Bolt, but I'm not sure about the other one.
Okay. With those 2 players, I guess with the Raging Bolts, how do you feel about that matchup?
I beat one of them today. It's kind of a weird matchup because you don't have like a ton of room for error. Like if they take the first 2 prizes, they can go switch, take 2 prizes, switch, take 2 prizes, and if they put like a Lost Vacuum, they can turn on their own Prime Catcher. And like I'm playing the trolley, so I want to go second, and if I go first, my deck tends to not set up very well, so can kind of fall behind a little bit. But assuming you can like push them and make you active, kind of slow them down, get a few turns, maybe Misfortune Sisters and things like that, then you can kind of get a footing and get into the game. And really, it's not all that bad, but it's not one of my preferred matchups, honestly.
Sure. Okay. Well, we'll have to see what happens in this last round. I actually did just hear. Sounds like pairings have gone up, so we got to get you out of here, get you to your table, and see if you can lock up that 9-0. Congrats on the start so far. Anyone you want to shout out real quick before we get out of here?
I really want to shout out my mom and dad for always making like sacrifices for me. It like really means a lot. I would not be here today without them. And just the whole Discord server cheer me on, especially the GOAT, One Salty Steak, and Dab Famlet. Absolute legends.
Absolute legends indeed. Well, I appreciate your time, man. Good luck in the last round, and we'll be right back with Swiss Round 9 action.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで 밤에 달아나이 While your passion is the fire always lighting up above It's the greatest who would get to leave them all So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life And you need courage if you want to win the fight Respect the opposition like a real hero should Then strike While your passion is the fire always lighting up above It's the greatest who will get to lead them all So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
My brother, who also plays Pokemon, he went to a local store near where we live, and he wanted somebody to play with, so he started teaching me. We started playing at that local store, so every weekend we were playing tournaments, and then some people talked to us about that big tournaments like regionals, and we transitioned to competitive. One of my favorite memories is my first regional, the São Paulo regionals. I got top 8, and it was just a very fun experience to do something that big to a new Pokemon player. So this event is my first IC win, so it's gonna give me more confidence throughout the season.
Is our LAIC 2024 International Champion!
So day 1 of the Masters division, I saw there was a lot of Gardevoirs, so I decided to play Miraidon because it has a really favorable matchup against Gardevoir overall. You have double Iron Hands, 2 DTEs. You can beat everything if you just really get your setup going.
He's a world champion, a regional champion, and an international champion at the same time.
My favorite moment of all Pokemon history, I think it is when I won Worlds. It's just amazing.
There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders, bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
Something I learned when I started competing was that losing is part of the process. If you don't lose, you're not gonna win. So you gotta accept that some losses are gonna happen. Try to find the best deck, the one you feel most confident about it, and don't be nervous, just play the game. I like a lot of master players. My brother is a person who I test, and I have a lot of friends as well that I look up to.
There we do see the boss's orders, Lysander coming out.
So my favorite starter is Pikachu. My Pokemon type would be Lightning because I'm a very energized person and a very happy one. My #1 goal this season is to get top 8 at the next Worlds in Honolulu.
We're here, Pokemon fans. Our final Swiss round of the day, Swiss round 9. And this is where players will determine if their tournament run continues or if they're gonna head home, pack it up early, maybe collect a few prize packs for getting a top finishing, but it's going to be all about trying to make day 2. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Pablo Tablemon Meza for our last Swiss round of the day. And these are the intense ones, Pablo.
This is the one, right? The make or break. We've talked about momentum. We've talked about building up to this moment. And it's going to be make or break for a lot of these players. We do have quite a few with their spots already secured. I think about 100 players already at that 6 and 1 minimum point threshold or better. But there's so many others who are at that 18-pointer, that 17-pointer, and 16 points that can still make it in.
It's going to be a pretty big day, too.
Yep.
Almost certainly, probably close to 300 players. So we're going to have a lot more Pokemon action, but we still got to determine who that final 300 or so players will be. We're also going to figure out which deck is going to do well, which deck is going to propel itself well into the second day of the tournament. And speaking of seeing what's doing well, let's see how we are doing on our caster predictions for the weekend. These are the things that us, the 5 casters for the tournament, chose as our favorites, the things that we think are poised to succeed, poised to make a run. And how are you feeling about your picks, Pablo?
I'm honestly feeling pretty good. There's Terrapagos up there with Cloth at the very top. There's a lot of our Charlatan out there as well. We had a lot of our Charlatan on stream. They're doing quite well, so it was like a for sure pick with the Terrapagos and then a spicier pick with our Charlatan. And I'm feeling pretty confident. How about you, Chip?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really be feeling too bad with Regidrago V-Star in my corner as one of my choices.
Very bold picks by you.
I know. But, I mean, it was feeling like coming into this tournament, a lot of the other decks were getting a lot more hype, a lot more excitement behind them. And those are the decks and the formats where I feel like the BDIF, Regidrago V-Star, really gets to shine. So I've definitely wanted to pick it for this event. And Terrapagos as well, kind of the same wavelength as you. There's quite a few decks utilizing this card. The best basic Terra Pokemon probably in the game besides Teal'c Ogerpon EX, right? So in so many ways to get to utilize that Area 0 Underdepths, partnering it with the Palkia has been a very popular choice, but there's also just kind of some straightforward Terrapagos decks, like what we saw from Cali White earlier. So many different things, so many different ways that players are playing it. And honestly, I don't feel like anyone can feel too bad about their picks at this point in the tournament. All of these decks still very much in the running.
I mean, Juancho did want a pass for choosing Dragapult in the sense that he was covering his bases, he said, with Regidrago and Dragapult. So that felt a little like cheating to me. Like, why not just choose Regidrago a little bit?
Well,
but
what are you doing with Terrapagos? You're kind of covering your bases there with a couple different decks.
I am, but there's a lot more merit to all the 3 Terrapagos decks than Dragapult. Dragapult, we saw Dragapult win in Europe, and then we never saw it again. Right?
Maybe next format. It's waiting on Badoo.
Yeah, on Monday, Dragapult is legit. Today, as a standalone deck, I don't have a lot of faith in it.
Let's take a look at the standings going into this last Swiss round. Which players are sitting at 8-0? There's actually 3 of them at 8-0 right now. Nathan Stratford, Samit, and James there. All 3 players at 8-0. So we're guaranteed. Well, I guess we're not guaranteed. There could be some ties, but more than likely we will have at least one 9-0 player, and there's a chance for 2 9-0 players going into day 2.
2 9-0s would be pretty rare, right? That doesn't usually happen. We always tend to have a single player, but I know Nathan has been playing Raging Bolt today, so very interesting to see. Probably hitting a lot of Regidrago up to this point, I would say.
Yeah, and then we see the Henry Chow up there. We see Ryan Miller's a player who's had some solid success, got top 8, I believe it was, at one of the North Carolina regionals in the last couple of years. So lots of players who have had tons of success. Josh Frank, we got to feature earlier on today. Certainly plenty more action from all of these players throughout the rest of the weekend we'll get to feature.
Now we also have Jose Roberto from Mexico rocking that Miraidon deck. Pretty cool to see. Yeah, all of these top 16 players with more than enough points to make it through to day 2, and now gonna play it out this round to get closer to that top 8, or at least the asymmetrical top cut that we do have this season.
Yes, and that is a big difference from last season to this season, is the asymmetrical top cut. You just need the same amount of match points as the person who is the 8th seed. So with this many players, do you think that favors there to be a deeper top cut? You know, is it likely we'll see 12, 13, 14 players, or are we thinking more like 8 or 9?
I would imagine the more players in day 2, the more variance there can be, more natural ties, and maybe that leads to some deeper top cuts. I know you're really looking forward to seeing like a really massive asymmetrical tie.
I'm hoping we get to a top 32 at some point, like a 22-player top cut. That's my dream before the end of the season. Let's take a look at our notable matches heading into Swiss Round 9. These are the ones we're really keeping our eye on, and of course the one we will also be featuring. Jose Marzan up against Keaton Gill. That's definitely going to be a really exciting one. Two very good players. A few more notable matches out there. We got Aiden Koos versus Vincent Owen. That's a really exciting one. Aiden being the local player, and Vincent, of course, coming off of his top 8 finish, or top 4, I believe it was, at Toronto Regionals. So many great games happening out on the field.
And of course, Vinicius, we just saw the video of his brother, right, who's been very successful as a senior. Vinicius was very successful as well, but now giving it a try in the Masters division for the past couple seasons, very successful as well. I think so far he's had a top 16 at regionals, his best showing so far, but San Antonio could be where he makes another dip run. And then of course the world traveler Brent Tonneson, who's feels like he's at every single event, no matter where you're at in the world.
Yeah, going up against Mustafa Toba in this last round. Mustafa's a name probably a lot of people don't really recognize, but he works closely with a lot of really good players like Xander Perot and Rahul Reddy. I believe he was kind of the innovator behind the 4 Bravery charm that Xander Perot played at that Louisville Regionals in the Raging Bolt deck. I think he was the one who kind of got the credit for that idea, so cool to see him going up against Brent in this last round. But I'm excited to get into our last match here. Jose Marzan up against Keaton Gill.
Yep, that is our featured match for the stream. We do have our players getting ready at the table, so we'll be heading down there very, very soon. Should be in for a very interesting match here, Chip.
Let's get down to that table. Let's get into this match and figure out which of these players will be entering day 2. We got Jose on the left, Keaton on the right. These players are 6-2 heading into this round, so they could theoretically have ID'd, gotten into day 2, but both of these competitors really value trying to get those extra match points. They're not playing to make a day 2, they're playing to make a top cut. They're playing to win the tournament.
We've been talking about making that deep run, and we could theorize for hours on how many points you will need in order to make it, but tying in the last round, whilst it guarantees that you make it all the way to day 2, puts you in the most difficult position to make it farther and deeper into a tournament. So both players deciding to play it out, I really like both of their decisiveness.
We do have Jose on the left with the Archaludon deck up against Keaton's Terrapagos, 2 decks that we have seen plenty of, but Jose's playing a list that we haven't gotten to feature just yet. A really interesting build, playing a 2-2 Bonnet line. This was played by a pair of French players at Birmingham just last weekend. Vinay Leroy getting top 16, and then of course the 2-time international champion Stefan Ivanov with a top 128 finish with this build of the deck.
We're on Keaton's side for the prizes. We do see a double turbo. Oh yeah, at the very top, both players have the exact same prize card.
A boss.
Very peculiar to see, yeah. And the same art too.
Same artwork. Well, for the boss at least.
Yeah, for the boss.
Yeah, the double turbo, the Briar being prized. Fan Rotom decreases your odds slightly of finding a turn 1. Jose losing out on one of the 2 Bonnets that he has in the list. Nothing too terribly detrimental for either of these players, though. They'll both be able to play the game, hopefully.
I think the most impactful card is probably the Feather Ball, because it makes for a much more costlier setup of the Pidgeot EX over on Keaton's side of the board, right? And this deck really tries to just save every resource possible, as we do have the match starting, and that's where the Feather Ball really puts in the work to help you establish the Pidgeot.
Does look like Keaton is going first immediately with the start of the Terrapagos EX. Kicks off the turn with a Buddy Puffin, searching the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less and putting them directly onto the bench. One of the most powerful cards to come out in the past year or so of the game. And it's a staple card that if your deck has Pokemon that have 70 HP or less, you're playing Buddy Puffin in it.
And multiple copies, most likely. Unless you're playing a Precious Trolley, which is also pretty good, right? Arguably better, but you can only play 1 copy of that. Now, do you miss Battle VIP Pass when you have Buddy Puffin, Chip?
Buddy Poffin, to me, feels like a little bit more balanced of a Battle VIP pass. The fact that it only gets low HP Pokemon, usually ones that are going to be evolving up into more powerful Stage 2 Pokemon, even Stage 1 Pokemon. Sometimes Battle VIP pass, just getting a couple Palkia V into play felt a little gross personally. But I'm definitely... fine with where we have come with the game so far. And this is another Buddy Poffin from Keaton. A Hoot Hoot coming down with a Duskull, and that first Buddy Poffin found the Pidgey with that excellent Fan Rotom, one of the best abilities to use on the first turn of the game.
Fan call, so fantastic, but at this point, Keaton's setup, is super good, right? However, if you overdo it and grab a lot of Noctowl, so you can use a lot of them during your next turn, and then they get Iono to the bottom, that's something you really have to be aware of. And our Charlatan decks definitely play a healthy amount of Iono and Hand Disruption, so that is something that you have to keep in mind. And we do see Keaton only going for that one Noctowl off the Fan Call.
Yeah, keeping that in mind, very, very wise. And Keaton might not even realize he's up against an Archaludon deck, right? Jose has started a Shuppet, which is a little innocuous. You're probably assuming it's a Banette EX deck, which is also a deck that plays a lot of Iono. So Keaton very wisely keeping that in mind, only grabbing that one Noctowl. We do see that double Turbo Energy being attached for turn. Now we're going to kick it over to Jose Marzan. Let's see what kind of setup he can have to mirror Keaton's excellent start.
Yep, can't ask for much better, honestly, from Keaton. Even the energy, the Trapagos, which you don't necessarily know if it's threatened or not, but there's no aggressive deck that plays Shuppet right now, so you could get your items locked, but then you just take down that Shuppet if it was Banette, but we're about to find, or Keaton's about to find out that it's Archaludon, in fact.
Nest Ball from Jose will search the deck for any basic Pokemon and put it directly into play. The hand looked a little awkward for Jose. He does have an Iono, but that is about it. So this Nest Ball can grab either a Radiant Greninja or a Duraludon. Let's see what he goes for.
Both great options. Greninja trying to get energies into a discard pile, which is very crucial as well for this deck, right? We've praised our Charlatan this whole weekend about how good it is, but it does need to meet some criteria before it becomes that ultimate powerhouse that it can be, right? However, Jose choosing to go for the Duraludon instead of the Greninja, which I think is perfectly acceptable as well.
Yeah, especially if your only real follow-up here is the Iono. You don't want to Iono and not find Duraludon. You don't need much of a setup, but you do at least need a Duraludon, so we will see that being put into play. The attachment and Iono as the supporter, shuffling both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. Jose and Keaton each drawing 6, since this is the early game still. No prize cards have yet to be taken.
Goodbye to those Noctowls, but we do find plenty of Ultra Balls to make sure that we can find them. Now, let's talk about the matchup chip. Terrapagos EX, the main attacker this time around, has how much HP?
230.
And how much damage does Duraludon EX do?
10 less than 230.
That is correct. So, that could be a problem, but Jose actually plays a copy of Vitality Band, probably a reaction from last weekend's success of the Terrapagos decks. Does have a copy of Vitality Band and does have a copy of Kieran in order to boost his damage output to make sure that he can get those one-hit KOs. Whilst on the other side of the field, Keaton's maximum damage output with a full bench of 8 Pokemon with Area 0 would be 220. So we'll always need to use a Curse Blast from Dusknoir in order to get a one-shot onto a Duraludon.
After getting another Shuppet and another Duraludon in play, Jose will be content to pass things back over to Keaton. We'll see what he goes with on this turn. What kind of setup do you think Keaton wants to go for? Are you just trying to knock out this active? We've already got that locked up. Do you need to chase down one of these Duraludon before it becomes the big Archaludon EX?
I would say the dream is to go Dusknoir KO one Duraludon and then Boss KO the other one. That would definitely be the ideal scenario. That way you reduce the chances of an Archaludon EX coming up in the next turn. Now, pulling that off with Keaton's current hand feels like a very big ask, but we do have the R0, we do have our basic Pokemon. If we could set up Pidgeot here, I'd be very, very confident about pulling it off after the Iono, but no Feather Ball is going to be very costly, and I think Keaton's about to find out that there's no Feather Ball.
Yeah, there is no Feather Ball. We do see the Noctowl use Jewel Seeker to search out 2 trainer cards, and it will be an Ultra Ball being found with the rare candy, pairing that up in order to get into Pidgeot. Quick search online now for the rest of the game. We actually could even see this get another Noctowl, but I feel like with the Ultra Ball going down, yeah, Pidgeot EX is for sure the move. And we actually could even see this quick search from Pidgeot EX be used to just go get another Noctowl and go for the Jewel Seeker.
Now, there's a lot of Ultra Balls down, so Keaton would really appreciate just drawing the Dusknoir. I think that would really put him in a situation where he could pull this off. So this is a huge Iono if he wants to take a lead here. Oh no, we're seeing the quick search first. All right.
Just going for the research, wants to draw more cards, wants to establish himself a little better, and also took a look at how many cards Jose had in hand and said, yeah, I'm not going to give you a fresh 6.
Yep, only 2 cards in hand. Jose didn't have the most explosive start, right? Had to Iono and then found a lot of pieces. So I like this, but it does significantly reduce the chances of being able to pull it off. However, we see a Noctowl, we see a Candy, we see Ultra Ball. I think it's actually possible now.
I think he would need Prime Catcher, which he has the Noctowl to go get it. Yeah, he can actually do the complete combo, the full play. He can take both Duraludon out of play instantly.
Yep, that was an amazing draw off of the research. So that quick search really paying off. We do see the Prime Catcher. We do see the Buddy Puffin establishing even more Hoot Hoots. I think there is one still left to go. So pretty fantastic here for Keaton. Cannot think of a better start.
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, this is turn number 2, and he is effectively buying another turn because Jose is not going to have a way to attack. Jose's not playing a Thornton in this list, and even if he was, he's got 2 cards in his hand. The chances of him being able to find that seems so slim. I think there's a chance that after this play from Keaton, Jose might pack it up and send us to game 2.
Yeah, if he's not holding a research, I would not be surprised. Yeah, that could definitely be what happens here now. He's just making sure that he's discarding the right cards, making sure he still has, because he hasn't won the game, right? He's definitely going to need to slowly but surely push forward. Now, he did discard this Blood Runner Saluna, and Terrapagos with 5 bench. Oh, 5 bench is 130. Never mind. I thought he was going to be 1 Pokemon short, but that is actually not the case.
Yeah, it's going to be perfect math here in order to KO the Duraludon. Cursed Blast takes out 1, getting Keaton a prize card, giving Jose a prize card as well, but Prime Catcher into the Pidgeot, retreating back into Terrapagos. We will see 130 damage exactly. 1 more Pokemon, why not, just in case. We actually see that Regidrago V in here playing that Regidrago V-Star line that we see every once in a while. Toward Reklev played that most recently at the Birmingham Regional Championships. And it will be a KO. Jose with just a pair of Shuppet. Would feel good if he was playing a Banette deck, but he is not playing a Banette deck.
I mean, even if you were, would you be happy with doing 30 no items and then you just get smacked again?
This is a good point. This is a good point.
All right.
It might be an angle of Jose having to try to stall here and try to buy a turn.
Successful Pokemon Catcher onto that Regidrago. I think the Latias EX was discarded during the previous turn, so getting that Regidrago out of there, not going to be too difficult, right? You quick search for the Night Stretcher, then you are free to retreat. You can evolve into the V-Star, get back the Prime Catcher if you really want to, but you want to have that as a sort of like a guaranteed win at the very end. Just make sure you can find the right pieces to win the game at the very end.
Jose puts a Pokestop in play, bumping the area 0 from Keaton. Keaton having to discard down to 5 Pokemon on the bench. And it will be research from Jose. After using Night Stretcher, got back a Duraludon, very good. And now 7 fresh cards to work with. And for Jose, he's really just going to be trying to buy time, give himself a chance to reestablish a board and get back into this game.
You also see that Jose is choosing Secret Box as the ace spec, which allows him to search for that Kirin to increase the damage output for that Vitality Band as well. Could be risky to use the Pokestop if that discards the Vitality Band, which I think is what Jose needs right now if he's going to make any sort of comeback. Needs to establish a second Duraludon before it gets boss KO'd and have some sort of way to have the Duraludon survive enough time to make this comeback.
Earthen Vessel discards the Professor Turo scenario. Jose's able to find a couple of basic metal energies. We have already seen the concealed cards be used. We're actually going to see now Secret Box discarding 3 cards from the hand, a pretty steep cost, but for a very good effect, getting Jose 1 of each type of trainer card, 1 supporter, 1 item, 1 tool, and 1 stadium, and adding them to the hand.
That beautiful nest ball will ideally search for another Duraludon, but the 4th Duraludon is prized, so that nest ball should instead hopefully be a Night Stretcher to get back a Duraludon from the discard pile. Otherwise, with only 1 Duraludon in play, this could get tricky if Keaton is able to find Night Stretcher for the Latias plus a boss's orders.
And we do see an interesting tech here in this list with that Eerie. That is something that the aforementioned French players, Vayne and Stefan, played in their list in Birmingham. A nice little tech supporter that can kind of catch your opponent off guard. It kind of reminds me of Getsis back in the black and white days.
Now, Pokestop, pretty decent. 1 research gone, not the end of the world here. Had the Vitality Band already in hand, so that was already safe. And we're just going to see the pass here.
Let's see what kind of response Keaton has. He does have Quick Search available. Let's see if that Latias is in the discard pile. Confirmed it is. There is a Night Stretcher down in the discard pile, though. And there is a Night Stretcher prized. And there's only 2 Night Stretcher in this list.
And there's no switch.
Is this Regidrago V stuck for now? He has to get the V-Star and use that V-Star power, it seems like.
Yeah, there's no other way to get this Regidrago out of the active. We have to evolve, we have to Prime Catcher. We could Thornton it away for Duskull, and then, oh wait,
there's the
Latias
Latias.
was in the deck, never mind.
And it's not anymore. It's been discarded, and that is a pretty rough one to discard. Now Keaton definitely is going to be forced to use the V-Star power. His hand is not really good here.
Yep.
Going to see that Quick Search. Oh, is that a Turo? He has a Turo in this list. Yeah, so that the Professor Turo scenario is a way he can get out of this spot as well. So he's got options.
Yep, now no backup attacker for now. 1 double turbo is still prized. 1 got discarded. 1 is in place. So there's only 1 double turbo remaining to potentially lock this down. So off to the races for Keaton, but closing this game out could prove to be very, very difficult from this point onwards.
Yeah, so this list does look pretty similar to what Tord Reklev played in Birmingham, but it's not quite the same. Tord did not have that Professor Turo, and that's a card that I think Keaton is going to be thankful to have in this spot, because the way this game is developing, that would probably be Jose's best win condition, to be honest, is to stick something active turn after turn. He's got a field full of 1-prize Pokemon, so he could really force Keaton's hand in that way.
We do see that V-Star being utilized, so Keaton not counting on... Ooh, the Turo gets discarded, though. I mean, we can grab it back, right?
Yeah, but he could have just quick searched for it, so I'm a little surprised. It looks like, I mean, Turo probably has to be a pick. I mean, you could also just get Prime Catcher. That would be okay. Go after that Duraludon with the energy on it.
But then you also have to grab the Turo, right? Otherwise, this gets brought up, and that's it. That's game.
Yeah, this could be an interesting position here. See what Keaton decides to go for. It's not quite game. I mean, Regidrago V-Star does have 3 retreats, so you could attach, retreat, right? Move it 1 time, but then, you know, Jose could play to this win condition of just sticking a high HP Pokemon or a high retreat cost Pokemon in the active spot. And
all right,
Keaton did not get back that Professor Turo.
Yeah, the plan is to go double KO on Duraludon once again. We see the Curse Blast on 1. We're going to see the Prime Catcher onto the other. We do have the Rotom to become that 5th benched Pokemon to do just enough damage to KO that 130 HP Duraludon. And with Night Stretcher still being in the prizes for Jose, this could get tricky. Now, will Jose go for the boss and be like, okay, you have another Turo, let's go to a next game? Will he try it?
This has to be Jose's only path back into this game, is just sticking something active and hoping that that's going to be enough. He's got Pokemon Catcher in hand, so this could be a pretty important flip here. I don't know if he has a boss's orders in the discard pile or not. There is a Shuppet in the hand, so that could guarantee a Gust.
Yeah, a boss's orders was discarded for the secret box last turn, and there is a Banette in hand, so I mean, we definitely want to try the uncertain cards first, and if those don't work, then we commit our Bennett, try to buy some time yet again, and maybe Jose will be able to identify that this could be game. There's the coin flip, there's the heads, and now that Regidrago with the double turbo. Oh no, the double turbo was picked, so the other 2 double turbos would need to be dedicated to retreat.
I think the double turbo in hand came off the prize cards for Keaton, right? So one is in the discard pile, I'm pretty sure. So I think there's literally only 2. So Keaton has to commit them to the active to retreat, and then probably try to win the game on that turn with some Dusknoir plays, if he can pull that off. Now, this is just a thin Dusknoir line. It's just a 1/1. He only has 1 Night Stretcher left. I actually don't think it's possible. I think that if Jose keeps only 1 prize Pokemon in play, he can win this game by just gusting this Regidrago V-Star 2 times.
We do see Night Stretcher, very successful Pokestop here. But yeah, I mean, Jose not pressured. I think, has he grabbed Keaton's discard pile yet? I think that's something very key. I don't remember him doing so, but in this position, you definitely always want to double check which resources your opponent has already used to try and make an educated guess on which resources they still have left. Keaton rooting for that Archaludon to come out swinging this turn.
We are going to see that Bennett be evolved on the bench, put into play. That Puppet offering ability, allowing you to send that Bennett to the Lost Zones, searching your discard pile for a supporter card. And we're going to see Eerie as the supporter for turn, discarding that Feather Ball from the hand. And sure enough, it is a pass. Now, what does Keaton have? It's a Bouffalante, it's a double turbo, and a Briar. Has access to Quick Search. Keaton has jumped out really far ahead in this game, but he has not won yet.
Yep, those double KOs seem pretty drastic to what the board looks like, but the game's not over until you've taken 6 prize cards, and Keaton has a way to retreat.
Wow.
Just see the pass, not even committing the double turbo, so that's pretty big. Now we do see there are Archaludon, so...
Now the question, I think what Keaton is hoping for here is that Jose starts to attack and takes knockouts, right? Yeah. That's how Keaton can still potentially win this game.
I mean, Keaton didn't even quick search, which indicates to me that there's more cards left in Keaton's deck than in Jose's deck. So maybe Jose will be forced to make something happen. Otherwise, he would be the one to lose by deck out.
Yeah, we'll see exactly if we can figure all those things out at some point here. How many cards are available? There's the Vitality Band. There is an Iono. It's going to put more cards back into both players' decks here.
Where Keaton will only draw 2 cards. Jose will draw 4 further.
It looks like Jose has, it looks like he has a few less cards.
Yeah. Even if it's just 1. Right?
I think he's got this Shuppet stuck in his active spot. I think his other Bennett was prized, so I don't know that he's taken it or not yet. He may have a hard time moving the Shuppet if he's planning to go an attacking route.
Yeah.
I think Jose could have just won here if he just passed for the rest of the game. He dug really hard that last turn, used Trekking Shoes. Like I don't know that he needed to do all that.
Yeah, and just use Pokestop again. I mean, Keaton already used the V-Star. I would love to get a card count on the deck. I wish it was like PTG Live. You hover over and then you find out how many cards are left in the deck. Because, I mean, from this top-down view, it's hard to tell. Surely Jose has less, and that's why Keaton is content with waiting. That's not a lot of cards, Chip.
It's not a lot of cards. Looks like 8 cards, now 7, with 1 being taken out from the Quick Search. It is a mandatory effect with Quick Search.
Yep.
Something Jose does need to consider is the potential of a Briar, I guess, from Keaton. If Jose does decide to take 2 prize cards at some point here, Briar becomes an open play for Keaton. Now we are seeing the discard pile being checked from Jose. Going to see the cut of the deck. I think Jose looks like he's got a few more than 7 cards, but it is close. He does have an Iono. We are going to see the pass.
We're in pass.
Oh, man. Is this how this game 1 is going to end? Draw. Pass from Keaton. Draw from Jose. Pass back to Keaton.
Oh, my gosh.
Draw from Keaton. Has nothing. Passes back. Who is going to run out of cards first?
Are these Snorlax decks in disguise? What is going on?
Draw from Jose. Thinking about doing something. 3 cards remaining in his deck. Keaton has 4.
3 cards now?
3 now after the draw for turn.
Now, Keaton does have an Iono and will draw less cards than Jose. So
I think Keaton wins this deck out battle here.
Depends on how many cards are
in Jose's hand. Yeah.
And he can Turo to pick up
add more cards to the hand.
Right. Oh, okay. So we're going on the offensive now.
Okay.
Put a little bit of pressure. Maybe you take 2 prizes, and that way the Iono slows you down, and then you just bring up. Well, you can't bring back the Terrapagos.
So Jose was not going to be able to win by deck out. He probably could have if he hadn't a couple of turns ago played as many cards as he did. Yeah,
the previous Pokestop, which added cards to his hand, or the last 2 turns over, something along those lines.
It took too many cards out of his deck. It put him behind on this deck out race. So now Jose has to go on the offensive, and what we're probably going to see from him here is next turn an attack plus Iono. And just hope that Keaton can't close out the game. And I don't know that Keaton can. A 300 HP, 330 HP Duraludon EX in the active spot, 300 HP, and like, I just don't know. Keaton can Briar, but can't Gust plus Briar, right?
It's a Buffalant chip. Buffalant is the answer for Keaton. That's how he prevents that Terrapagos from going down.
Does he have an area 0 remaining still, though, is the question. Can he put it in play?
I do believe there is an area 0 in hand.
Okay, there is going to be the Iono here from Keaton.
Yep. So Jose was first checking to see if Keaton had it, right?
Yeah, so did have an Iono. Now we're going to get a count of the decks, I'm sure. And I wonder, maybe it would have been better for Jose to put an extra card back in his hand with the Turo to pick up the
other Archaladon
or Banette, one of those 2.
Yeah.
He can actually use Banette to get back the Turo to do that again, right? Add more cards.
That is very true.
So he could, in theory, have added 4 cards here, but now he'll be able to add 2. Or I guess it's adding 3 and 1, right? With the Turo being a 1-for-1 trade.
This is so
bizarre.
I feel like, I mean, a Snorlax mirror match does this with like Xerosic and Iono, so we're seeing something like very oddly similar.
Draw, pass. How many cards are remaining in deck for each of these players? Passing back over to Keaton, pass back to Jose. It's just back and forth, the longest deck-out race I have seen in quite a long time.
1 card left here, so what's Jose's plan? Because there's definitely a lot more than 1 card here. So that like 1, 2, like 4, maybe 5.
Yeah, the only way for Jose, I believe, to put cards back in the deck is the Iono. And if he Ionos, it refreshes Keaton's deck as well. What he could do, he can't do it because he's got the Banette prize. We could have seen something like an Eerie to get rid of some cards and then Iono, right?
All right. There's the Iono, but this doesn't change anything. Keaton has not played a single card, whilst Jose has played 1 card. Therefore, Jose still has less cards. Maybe you Banette boss KO the Terrapagos?
And it looked like that was something Jose was thinking about. He did move the boss's orders into the top of the discard pile.
And I mean, Jose has a boss and a Banette prize, so you can try, right, to get either of those and then redo the boss.
Yeah, I don't think Keaton will be able to win next turn if Jose takes 2 prizes here.
But Jose doesn't know that. That's the difficult part, right? Jose doesn't know. Maybe there's, well, I mean, you can't. You can't boss and Briar, right?
Yeah, boss and Briar. He is going to take this KO. But he doesn't get rid of the Terrapagos. Could have gone for a boss, takes the KO on the active, and now let's see what Keaton does to respond. What a crazy game we find ourselves with here. There is the Pheasantipity EX in the hand, so that is active. Keaton has been trying to draw as few cards as possible, but now he knows the clock is on. Jose's going to be able to start attacking again next turn. So Keaton needs to do something here, needs to find a path, needs to figure out what the play is.
And I mean, I guess you could quick search, or rather do 100 with Pidgeot's Blustery Wind, and then follow that up with Terrapago's damage. But I mean, there's clearly access to Turo with Banette. There's already backup.
I don't even think that would be enough damage, right? 100 into
220.
Well, he's not filling his bench there. I don't even think he has an area 0 left.
Yeah, why did we not promote the Pidgeot to start off? Yeah. All right. Well, that's what we're going for, trying to get that maximum damage. Now, this
get... Is it. This is game. He's got the puppet offering to go get boss. Boss's orders.
Yes, of course.
Takes
boss,
out the Terrapagos, and Jose Marzan finds a way to win game number 1 after Keaton's crazy fast start.
Was it too fast, Chip? Was it a little too hectic, a little too chaotic, especially the exhaustion of the V-Star, right?
Yeah.
Just quick search for a Turo, pick up the Raging Drago, don't use the Pokestop because you discard your own Latias, right? Just maybe the resource management throughout the game can be a little more conservative, and then that will lead to a much stronger closeout of the game.
Let's get a replay of that game because that was a pretty wild finish here. It was a very fast start for Keaton, and it looked like it was a dominant, unlosable type position. But Jose was able to reestablish, claw back, buy time, and I think it was, like you said, Pablo, perhaps an overextension of the resources on that right side of the table. Keaton pushed a little farther than he had to, burned too many cards, did not get back that Turo, which we pointed out at the time is something he probably wanted to eye up.
Prevent this exact situation.
And yeah, he's unable to find a way back into this one. And those are really difficult games as a player. I mean, Keaton has to know he has to know that he probably messed something up, right? Like, he was in the driver's seat. He was in full control of that game, and it just slipped away from him. He's got to find a way to center himself. Ignore that. Get that game out of your head. We're moving on to game 2. You need to win 2 games here to make it into day 2. So let's just focus up, get into this next game, forget that one happened, and you can worry about it later.
Yeah, we saw the Latias available, we saw the Turo available, so there were ways to get that Raging Drago out of the active. So adaptations I would love to see from Keaton now that he's seen basically Jose's full deck, right? Buffalent. Buffalent is the key. We do see that one is priced, but that's easily accessed with the Heavy Ball. Buffalent to protect from that Vitality Band, to protect from that Kieran damage burst, and then just save your Dusknoir resource. Save that for later down the line. Now, with the thin 1/1 Dusknoir line, using it over and over is a lot more complicated, and with the Dusknoir priced, you're going to have to put a lot of pressure early on with Terrapagos to try and unlock that as soon as you can.
A full bench from Keaton, 3 Hoot Hoots, 1 Pidgey, and of course that Fan Rotom that was able to power all of those things up, get them out of the deck. Now it is back over to Jose with the start of the Duraludon, and now Nestball able to search any other basic Pokemon out of the deck. So we do not see the Buffalons coming into play just yet. That's not too big of a problem. Of course, we do have access, Keaton does have access to the Area 0 Underdepths in order to fill that, to widen that bench to get more Pokemon into play.
Unfortunately for Jose, that Radiant Greninja is prized, which is, as we've mentioned, very crucial to get those energies into a discard pile, give you a little bit of card advantage. That second copy of Banette once again being prized and also at the very top. And the one bad thing about Banette is that it goes to a lost zone, not to a discard pile, so you can't just get it back with the Night Stretcher to reuse it and reuse its effect.
Yeah, unable to infinitely use it. It does go to the Lost Zone. Off this Nest Ball, Jose is going to just simply grab a Duraludon. One of the nice things about this deck, like we've said so many times, is that you just don't need that much in the early turns of the game. We are now going to see Pokemon Catcher, and Jose will bring up a Hoot Hoot and pass back over to Keaton.
Do you think Jose might try some sort of similar strategy of slow but steady, wins the race, trying to lock something in the active? Now, with no Duskull being played down, there's, I mean, Jose doesn't know the Dusknoir is priced, but the chance of you getting double KO'd once again on your Geraldons is pretty slim. Possible, but quite slim. So I think Jose's going to feel pretty safe for now, but his start was underwhelming. No energy attachment at all.
No supporter.
No supporter played, so I haven't seen Jose's hand, but it's definitely not looking good at all.
Really solid turn here from Keaton. Uses that Noctowl, grabs the combo of Rare Candy Featherball, gets into Pidgeotty X, and has Professor Turo's Scenario to just pick up that Noctowl, and now he is able to use Jewel Seeker once again, finding 2 more trainer cards, and he will grab Area Zero Under Depths. He will grab that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Seems like Bouffalant is incoming.
Bouffalant for sure has to be the way here for Keaton. A lot more conservative approach, a tough to take down Terrapagos just attacking over and over, forcing a lot of resources out of Jose. Now, Keaton doesn't know what's in Jose's hand, but he knows it's pretty bad, right? Therefore, I mean, the game could almost be over next turn, depending on what's in there. I think there's a Night Stretcher, so we could see that Geraldon making a comeback next turn, but Jose really needs to top deck something big here.
Yeah, needs some help, needs to find a way back in. We're going to see Bouffalant being benched. Now Nestball searching the deck for another basic Pokemon to put into play. Will be that second Bouffalant, that Curly Wall ability, making it so all basic colorless Pokemon take 60 less damage from all of Jose's attacks.
Feels like the community has been pretty divided on Bouffalant, right? We've seen a lot of Terrapagos have a lot of success with and without Bouffalant in there. Bouffalant gives you that extra protection, but it also takes up extra deck space and extra bench space. So is it worth it when there's a lot of Raging Bolts going around? Probably not. But when you want to protect from that Kyurem by Regidrago, when you want to save yourself from a Geraldon that plays Vitality Band, gonna be pretty crucial here.
One card found from the quick search of Keaton. Debating one more Pokemon to come onto the bench. It looks like there is another Terrapagos. There's also a Hoot Hoot. Both of those coming down. Another energy being attached. And the Unified Beatdown takes the KO. Jose left with just a Duraludon. Draws for turn. Is he able to make something happen? At least has a Night Stretcher to hang around for one more turn.
Oh, did top deck research, however. So we'll be able to actually see a new hand. An attack is unlikely, right? You need to draw a way to discard 2 energies and those 3 energies themselves and an Urchaludon.
Yes.
So it's going to be quite complicated, especially with the Radiant Greninja
yeah.
being prized. But hey, triple Duraludon, and Jose seemed like he was in a much worse spot last game, and he ended up winning. So you never know.
You definitely never know, and I think it's totally reasonable for Jose to stick it out, especially after we saw what happened in that previous game. There is that Duraludon coming down. There is that Professor's Research, discarding the hand, drawing 7 fresh new cards. If he could find 3 Metal Energy and an Ultra Ball, that would be pretty good.
Yep.
He's also got Earthen Vessel as ways to get more energy into the discard pile.
Big Pokestop could happen. We have
the
Earthen Vessel to discard 1 metal, grab 2 more. Do you Pokestop first? Yep, because there's a lot of Metal Energy right now in the deck.
Well, the question could be how many Ultra Ball does Jose have, right? So that's something he could be considering when debating whether or not to go get energies out of the deck now. Does he want to increase his chances to find an Ultra Ball?
Yes, I would definitely think that's the way to go. You're right. And also increase the chance of finding that secret box, which definitely sets you up quite nicely. 1 Ultra Ball was used this turn. There's none prized, so there should be 3. There's 2 more available, actually, as he only plays 3 copies. If you discard our Chaludan and find a Night Stretcher, that could also be a way to get there. Do have another Nest Ball, which we could play to thin the deck even further.
That's exactly what we will see now. Will be a Shuppet chosen by Jose. No, it's going to be the 4th Duraludon. The full squad has shown up.
Like Duraludon Fiesta here in San Antonio.
Now it's going to be onto the Pokestop. And if Jose finds an Ultra Ball, he'll be able to pull off the attack here. So that's what it comes down to. Can he find Ultra Ball from this Pokestop? And sure enough, he does.
So the attack is happening, Chip. Jose went from a very bad hand into being able to attack. I did not see this happening this game.
Yeah, pulling it out of nowhere off the research, was able to find the pieces to dig a little bit further. He was even able to discard a Metal Energy there off the Pokestop, so doesn't have to discard 2, can discard just the 1. And here is our Chaladon about to be evolved. Now, there was no reason to worry too much about, trying to dig for Vitality Band or something like that. With those Curly Wall Bouffalons in play, not going to be able to get a one-hit KO ever on this active Pokemon, but at least dealing some damage to it. 160 being placed is not bad at all. Sets up for the 2-hit knockout.
Yeah, it's best you can hope for after going bench pass last turn, and now it's over on Keaton's side of the field to make something happen. With no access to Dusknoir, though, there's no possible way to deal with his Archaladon this turn. We can attack it for 130 or maybe fill up the bench for even more damage, but we are 100% not taking down this Archaladon. And this is once again where the game could start escaping from Keaton's hands.
And this is where this matchup can just be tough, right? Jose is going to take a hit from Keaton. Keaton can Unified Beatdown for a ton of damage, and then Jose can effectively erase Keaton's entire previous turn if he's able to find the Professor Turo's scenario.
Now, with only a 2-card hand, I think I fancy my chances on my opponent not having that Professor Turo. Even though the deck plays it, it can't directly search for it, right? So having it at the right time is not necessarily easy. That's where the Banets really help out to make that happen. But with only 2 cards, I fancy my chances, but in the end, you're trading 2 prizes for 2 prizes. So Jose's pretty happy with that exchange.
Quick search being used by Keaton to search the deck for any card, adding it to the hand. Such a strong card in combo-based decks where you're trying to pull plays out that no one is expecting that could totally shock your opponent. Is going to grab a Nest Ball, it seems like. Just filling the bench, trying to do as much damage as possible. Is that the move here?
I would say so. That way, even if your R0 gets countered, you could sort of finish off that Duraludon with Pidgeot's Bluster Wind, tank a hit there, so that your Terrapagos afterwards gets 2-hit KO'd instead of over the course of 3 turns instead of over the course of 2 turns. So I do like this. Also sets up the possible threat of Dusknoir, which Jose might be a little more scared of, and you start playing some mind games perhaps. So I do like this high damage output with 2 Pokestops gone as well.
We are going to see the hit, the Unified Beatdown, dealing a ton of damage to that active Archaladon, 220. And Jose doesn't really have a great hand here. I saw that Kiernan. What else is in that hand?
Boss and Earthen Vessel, so no way to draw any cards at all. You can find energy, right? Thin the deck, which could be crucial. Seems like we're going to see a Boss's Orders get played onto the Hood to potentially deny. But yeah, if you're at this point, I think I'd rather get 2 extra cards from my prizes by knocking out that Terrapagos than denying Noctowl, because Pidgeot is still very much alive.
Yeah, and now Jose also has not gotten an energy out of the deck. Thinning the deck from those energy cards could have been nice, like you mentioned. Getting an attachment so you can, all you need next turn to attack is an Archaladon EX.
Now, this is something that Keaton has been avoiding. He's not promoting the Pidgeot when after a knockout, which does have retreat, gives you the versatility to make a choice. I mean, of course, your only attacker is Terrapagos, but there is merit to just having the habit of promoting that Pidgeot with the free retreat to give you a little bit more time to think, plan out your play, and then you commit your attacker. Yeah, perhaps it's more relevant in other decks than this one, but still a good, nice habit to be able to do that.
Quick search, finding a card for Keaton, adding it to the hand. Looks like it was a Nest Ball, so another Pokemon being pulled out of the deck. There can't be that many more Pokemon available for Keaton. There is that Regidrago V, that 1/1 Regidrago V-Star line, giving this deck access to a V-Star power, which it did not have previously. It's interesting that it is the Regidrago V-Star line as opposed to something like maybe Arceus V-Star, right? That was kind of the de facto, if I don't have a V-Star power and I want to play a V-Star, you played the Arceus for so long, but now it has become Regidrago. Let's see, what did Jose top deck after his Archaladon went down?
It was a lost vacuum, so no real help here now, just has a Kieran. 2 energies and a lost vacuum. Nothing really to be done there. And with 10 minutes on the clock, Keaton ends up winning this game. It's gonna be probably ending in a tie, which still keeps both players in day 2, but in a much worse position.
Yeah, pretty much making it impossible for either of these players to make it into Top Cup, more than likely. Keaton having to decide what to discard here. Do you give up on the Bouffalants now? Looks like the answer is no. We are going to get rid of the Terapagos, keep Bouffalant hanging around, and then now over to Keaton.
Keaton now for sure in the driver's seat, just needs to keep up the pressure, keep attacking, has enough to get a KO right now, so no need to commit any other resources whatsoever. You can probably grab the Regidrago, not use it quite yet, eyeing up a Night Stretcher, so could end up committing the Area 0. Not a personal fan about that. Like, usually when you can advance your win condition without exhausting any resources whatsoever, that's usually a good idea, but preparing for next turn is also very important.
I think Keaton, yeah, it seems like wants to value establishing a Hoot so that he can make something happen on the next turn. Jose just has to push the Duraludon passes, and the top deck is a Professor's Research. What a draw there, discarding the hand, 7 new cards, and we're gonna see if Jose can piece together an Archaludon attack.
I would say it's very likely, but is it too late, Chip? There is that Vitality Band, but keeping that Curly Wall Bouffalant was so key for Keaton that previous turn. Does have Ultra Wall for Archaludon, can do damage, can establish a Shop It, but I don't think Jose has the firepower now to close out this game.
And the problem with putting a Shuppet in play is if you don't put 2 Archaludon in play, you give your opponent a win condition of Dusknoir plus Boss's Orders to just win the game on the next turn.
Yep, and Dusknoir has now been freed from the prize card since last turn, so potential win condition for, I mean, yeah, you can just Dusknoir KO the active, right? With a big enough
work
bench.
Too, yeah, true. Has to go wide enough to make that happen. He's going to need a bench of 7 Pokemon to do that.
Which doesn't seem unreasonable. We still have the Latias around, we still have the Pheasantipity, we still have the Blood Moon, so...
We still have Regidrago V-Star as well.
And we have Regidrago V-Star. You could just V-Star for 2 basic Pokemon. That would be good enough. And now that Curly Wall, I can't emphasize enough how important it was to keep those 2 Pokemon available.
Let's see if Keaton has the pieces to pull it all together. There is the Noctowl, using that Jewel Seeker ability, searching for any 2 trainer cards. There is an Ultra Ball. Looks like Rare Candy is in the deck as well. There may be a Rare Candy already in the hand. Night Stretcher is the grab. Rare Candy will be grabbed instead.
Yep.
Does eye up the Regidrago V-Star, and I think Keaton should have it here. He just has to make sure he plays it all properly, doesn't make any mistakes here at this point. There's that Cursed Blast, placing some extra damage counters onto the Archaludon EX, and now Keaton just needs to fill his bench up, put quite a few more Pokemon in play, and he'll be able to take this KO and win this second game, sending us to a Game 3 in Swiss Round 9.
Yeah, as Keaton just explains to Jose how the game is over so that we can save a little bit of time. 6 minutes left on the clock with 2 minutes for setup, Chip, on average, hopefully less as both players try to win. But I don't think that's enough time unless we see some sort of like draw pass from either player to where we could see a winner determined.
Yeah, like you mentioned, a tie for these players does mean they still both make it into day 2, but it makes it very unlikely we'll see either of them be able to fight for a top cut placement. Now, there's still a ton to play for in day 2, right? If you go in at 6-2-1, you can still make top 32, maybe even top 16 potentially if you win all of your rounds, and there's a lot of extra prizing that goes into that. Booster boxes, cash prizes, championship points, so these players still have a lot to play for regardless of how this game finishes.
Now, there's also like a situation where if you're going for that World's Invite, any amount of championship points help you get closer if you already have a big finish elsewhere from a different event. So yeah, plenty to play for still, for sure. Still a lot of... Oh my gosh. Double our Chaladon and the prize cards here.
We get a little prize cam down here. We'll get make sure the viewers get to see it here shortly when Jose searches the deck, but this could be a little awkward. Game number 3 underway. Nest Ball being played from Jose Marzan, and sure enough, there are 2 Archaladon EX in the prize cards.
Usually our Chaladon decks play 4 copies of our Chaladon, but Jose's playing 3. Therefore, there is only 1 copy available at this point in time. Now, with 2 basic Pokemon, unlikely we see Jose lose by getting benched, right, from aggression from Keaton. Keaton can't even attack this upcoming turn because of Terrapagos EX's Unified Beatdown restriction. So if Keaton has a decent enough hand, I think we're not gonna see a winner in this match, Chip.
We'll do see the Nest Ball. We'll have to see exactly how things play out. There is also, of course, the world where if either of these players they got to play pretty quickly to try to get to this point. I'm not seeing the quickest play from Jose now at this point. If this was me and you're trying to win the game, you've got to be flying. You can't be thinking about too many of these decisions. You just got to be throwing cards across the table. Try to attack as quickly as possible. Try to take yourself 2 knockouts maybe before time is called, and just maybe you could find a way to win this game in +3 turns.
Price checking? What's that, Chip?
Not for me in game number 3, but Jose will play the Ultra Ball, does discard the Banette, gets rid of a basic Metal Energy. Any Pokemon now can be added to the hand. It will be another Duraludon. This is the first game of the set. We are seeing Jose go first, so very likely we'll see a very strong Archaladon attack on the next turn of the game. Let's see what Keaton's opening hand looks like here. That is going to be the big question.
Yeah, is there a Fan Rotom somewhere? We do see double Buddy Puffin available. There is a Fan Rotom priced, not the biggest of deals when you have that other copy. Turo was priced as well, Bouffalant as well, but I mean, with 4 basic Pokemon, do you even go for Fan Rotom at this point with double Buddy Puffin? I guess, I mean, to thin the deck, get those Noctowls.
You do still want to find Noctowls, right? That's probably the biggest reason to still put it into play. At least give yourself a chance to find some. But it also does need to find a way to get a Terrapagos, right? Need to put a Terrapagos into play. Does have Ultra Ball in order to do it.
Yep.
That is something very important with Noctowl. Its Jewel Seeker ability only works when you have a Terra Pokemon in play.
We had that terrifying moment earlier in the day with Josh, who was about to evolve into Noctowl before placing down the Terrapagos, but thankfully he didn't release the Noctowl before benching it. That would have been unfortunate after seeing the Kieran for +0 damage in that first game.
Definitely. Yeah, pretty awkward hand here, honestly, for Keaton. A pair of double Turbo Energy. There's also the Prime Catcher. Looks like an Ultra Ball, but not too much you really are excited about discarding.
Yeah, I mean, and you can't even get that second copy of Fan Rotom to discard, right? Because it is prized. So, I mean, you could grab the second Pidgey, I guess. That seems reasonable. And with 1 Bouffalant in prizes, you could commit that. Surely there's another card to just make sure the Terrapagos with the double turbo is established. Because if you get Iono out of that Ultra Ball and both Noctowls go to the bottom of the deck, it could be a little problematic to actually make something happen afterwards.
Looks like Keaton will... Oh, I looked like he had passed, but no, not quite yet. Is actually going to choose to play Ultra Ball. Does have to give up probably a pretty good resource. It looks like it will be double Turbo Energy, but really valuing making sure that he has that Terra Pokemon in play before Jose's next turn.
All right, so Terrapagos getting picked out, double Turbo getting discarded. Plenty available still. 1 is priced, 1 discarded. So only 1 left, but we do have that Regidrago V-Star. And sometimes you just have to go for it, right? Valuing the Thornton resource even more than the double Turbo.
Looks like a few Ultra Ball in the hand for Jose. There's a Night Stretcher as well to get the energy to concealed cards. Needs to draw a little bit more here. 2 cards now from the top of the deck. See, and Iono was able to be found. A really strong play here for Jose, if he could find it, would be to get that Vitality Band and take out that Terrapagos. Doesn't quite have it yet. He's got Iono. He's got Pokemon Catcher, so it is possible.
That would be a really powerful statement, but with 3 seconds left on the clock, Chip, does Jose have enough firepower to take all 6 prizes? I mean, probably in a longer game, sure, even especially if this Iono finds that Vitality Band or even the secret box to go fetch it, but not enough time, and I think, I mean, unless they have a gentleman's agreement, right? That could be the case, but I feel like if both players were sitting at 5-1, it would be very likely that there was one. With both players at 6-2, they're not going to be happy with the tie, but they're not going to be discontent with playing more Pokemon tomorrow.
We do have confirmation Jose is indeed turn 0, so unless there was some sort of gentleman's agreement in play, this game will end in a tie. Both these players will be playing some more tomorrow. We'll see how this game finishes up, though, or at least these few turns we will get to see from it. And Jose, actually, if he flips heads on this Pokemon catcher, he's got the secret box to get Vitality Band. He can knock out the Terapagos potentially. Oh, but he's not even going to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, he did try for the previous Pokemon catcher, KO and the Pidgey.
Oh, he wanted to KO Pidgey, yeah, sure.
Yeah, doesn't see any Buffalant in play just quite yet. The Buffalant and the 2 Noctowls did get put to the very bottom of the deck just now, and with no Pidgeot, this is where things could get a little awkward to make something happen. However, we do see an Ultra Ball, which should be able to get that Noctowl, but is there any way for either player to get 6 prizes here?
I really don't think so. I mean, Keaton is turn 1 here, so that means he has 2 turns, turn 1, turn 3. Can he take 6 prizes in 2 turns? A 101 Dusknoir line makes me think probably not.
Yeah, maybe.
All but a formality at this point.
All but a formality, that is correct, Chip. Maybe there's a universe where you could have gone Dusknoir, KO the active. Jose has 3 prizes now. They take... Nah, it's...
I appreciate you trying to find the path,
yeah,
but sometimes it really is just impossible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, not even with Briar, I don't think it's an option, so... We're going to see a Noctowl, we're going to see moving pieces, but unfortunately, yeah, it's just going to be a tie, which, based on how the games played out, seems fair, but I definitely think Keaton, if he had played that first game more conservatively, could have walked away the winner from this round, assuming game 2 still played out the way it did.
Easily, yeah, for sure. And I think Keaton is going to have to go back and kind of analyze that and realize where the mistakes happened, where he went wrong. And that's how you grow in the Pokemon TCG, recognizing, hey, I could have done something better. I'm sure Keaton knows that that is a fact. Anytime you get that far ahead in the game and end up losing, that is almost always the case. So that's just how you grow. That's how you get better and always become a better Pokemon player.
Yep, and that's what we are all striving for, right? To be the very best that no one ever was.
Some would say, some would say. A few cards being added to the hand off the Jewel Seeker. We will see a Nest Ball grabbing out that Regidrago V. And Area 0 Underdepths will allow Keaton now to widen the bench out to 8 Pokemon potentially.
Pidgey, Duskull, so many choices here. Nest Ball as well for a potential Serendipity. We have Research, so we have things to potentially do. But how do you draw 5 prizes from the spot, combining this turn and the next? That is the real question. I mean, is there ever a universe with Briar?
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing to think about would be, could Keaton clear all of Jose's Pokemon out of play, right? Bench him out as opposed to just taking the full 6 prize cards. And it seems unlikely. I suppose something that could happen would be if Jose was to, for some reason, Professor Turo and leave himself with just 2 Duraludon in play, but that seems like a pretty unlikely misplay at this point, so very slim odds. We could probably pretty safely call it 0. Keaton's going to keep playing it out here, though.
Hear me out, though.
Okay,
right?
okay, you found a path.
I'm not quite sure, but you go for 220 right now.
Okay.
Right? You don't get KO'd back, and then you go Dusknoir, KO the Duraludon, you go down to 3 prizes. They're at 3 prizes. Then you go Thornton, Rare Candy, Dusknoir.
Okay.
KO one of these Duraludons, or
KO an Archaludon.
There's an Archaludon in the active, Wait, oh no, but you can't Briar and Thornton. Dang it.
Yeah.
There's always something that messes up.
Well, so it would have to be now what Keaton's win condition is. It could be that. It could be the Thornton plus use double Dusknoir next turn and just hope Jose this turn doesn't get another Pokemon or another Archaladon.
Yes.
Right?
No.
Yes.
Oh, yes, you're right, you're right. Yeah.
So this is what Keaton has to do.
One,
hit the active.
KO the other,
Yep,
attack. Yep, that's that, yeah.
So
that would
Keaton could win, but it involves Jose not finding another Archaladon and not finding another basic Pokemon this turn.
Which seems like a stretch. There are 2 Archaladons in the prize card,
right,
so
true.
There is a Shop It, though. Now we're going to see that Pokemon Catcher. It will be Tails. Oh, there's no Shop It. There's no basic Pokemon right now in Jose's hand.
Does he have Professor Turo's scenario?
He does. Yes, he does.
He does have Turo, so that
and he
could
has
be a path. Has the secret box as well.
Yeah,
okay,
has secret box. So
yeah, we'll see. We'll see how he navigates this. Let's see what Jose's board looks like at the end of this turn.
Yep, that's going to be the key.
I don't think Jose can take 4 prizes. This is his final turn, so I think we're counting Jose out of this. But Keaton does have that ever so slim chance, and it entirely depends on what Jose does now on this turn.
Yeah.
This is why you continue to play it out.
Yeah.
Right? You could have, I mean, Keaton could have just simply said, yep, it's a tie. Let's move on to day 2, get some rest, get some food, and we'll get out of here. But instead, he recognizes, hey, there's this small chance. Let's see what happens.
Now, as Jose, do you even play this Vitality Band to take... Oh, yeah. If you take these 2 prizes, then Keaton cannot double Dusknoir.
Yes.
So that door completely closes, and especially if you Turo, it's over. But by knocking out, now it's definitely over. I'm pretty sure, unless there's a Briar play that I'm somehow missing for. Nah, there's no way, right?
No, Briar single Dusknoir plus KO the active.
That's
that would
3
work.
prizes. No, that's 3 prizes. How do you get the other 2?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
It does have 5 prizes left, not 4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the slight issue.
I'm trying here.
I know, I'm trying my best too.
We're all
Chip.
trying. Keaton's trying. Let's see if Jose is able to try to figure out a way to deny any sort of win condition. And I think the Turo probably locks it up.
Yeah, I would say so. We'll be able to attack. I mean, yeah. And then you immediately rebench, you immediately replay. Now the damage is cleared off the board, so if the damage had remained, there was a way. But, I mean, even this Pokestop just makes things even more difficult. The Regidrago certainly could have helped in this spot, but I don't think there's a chance anymore.
I wonder who would have ended up winning this game as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
It's getting down. It would have been interesting to see how this would have developed. Pokestop being used discards the Kiernan and the Metal Energy. Adding the Trekking Shoes, we will see that be played. Discarding an Iono, now adding this next card to the hand. Looks like it was an Earthen Vessel being added.
I feel like after this KO, the game is probably Jose's. He chooses not. Oh, okay, never mind. He chose not to KO, which doesn't change anything. But
just a pass, recognizing, hey, it just doesn't matter. And sure
there
enough,
we go. Yep.
the handshake happens. These players tie. They're going to head to day 2, and we will as well very soon.
That was very intense. Definitely not the way I thought the matchup was going to play out. That game 1 was, yeah, that was interesting. It felt dominant by one side, and then we got that awkward draw pass, draw pass, draw pass. And then Jose realized that was not going to work. He probably figured that out like a couple turns too late, right? So let's go ahead and watch the replay of this series, which those Pokestops, those Trekking Shoes, if we had been a little bit patient, right, knowing our opponent was not committing anything to this, then worked out.
Yeah, Keaton absolutely popped off to start this game. Turn 2, KO2 Duraludon. Turn 3, KO2 Duraludon. Down to just 2 prize cards remaining, but expended so many resources to do that. And Jose identified a path back into the game, stuck this Regidrago V-Star active for quite a few turns. We saw a long time of passing back and forth, and then Jose knocks out the Regidrago, knocks out the Terapagos on the next turn, ends up getting the win in game number 1. In game number 2, things looked really awkward for Jose, but he was able to piece together an attack off of that turn.
Yeah, still was not enough to win the game though, despite the nice aggression. Those Buffalons really putting in a lot of work, allowing Keaton to close that one out. And then we had very few seconds left to try to determine a winner in this game 3, and it just did not work out. There was a path for Keaton to accomplish the win, but that Professor Turo completely shut down that opening.
Yeah.
And we see both players walk away with 1 point and into day 2. More Pokemon.
More Pokemon indeed. 6-2-1, still a very respectable record. These tournaments are massive. They are difficult. It is a grind. It is a slog to get through day number 1 into day number 2. So both these players should be excited about that point. And like we mentioned, so much still to be playing for. Lots of prize money, lots of championship points, lots of Pokemon TCG booster packs. Maybe the most important thing of all.
The most important thing, for sure.
And yeah, both very excited, I'm sure, to be able to at least continue on in the tournament, even though they may be a little disheartened to not have a shot at Top Cut just anymore.
Now let's talk about the notable players that made it all the way to day 2 after this round has finished. A lot of good names here. We had Tanner Hurley right up here on stream. Pretty cool to see him make a comeback. It's been a while since we've seen him up there. Caleb Rogerson, I know you're a big fan of him. Also making it all the way here. Aiden Kuz, local hero, making it past the day 1 threshold. A lot of good names, Chip.
Yeah, Gustavo Wada and Vinicius Fernandez traveling up from Brazil, both of them to this event. They've both made it into day 2. Jesper Eriksson there right in the middle of the screen, traveling from Europe, making it into day 2. Ian Robb, Piper Lapine, Isaiah Williams, a name that many people maybe aren't quite familiar with, but a former international champion. He just got Top Cut at a regional championships not too long ago. Sacramento, yeah, able to get into top 8 at that event. So he's tearing it up, still having a great season. Callie White, who just got 2nd place at the Toronto Regional Championships. I'm really excited, Pablo. Seeing this list just gets me pumped up for tomorrow.
Alex Szymanski celebrating his birthday in a very good way. Happy birthday, by the way. Joshua Frank making it all the way through as well, as we saw. Nathan Stratford, I wonder if he won the last round. The 9-0 finish. Ian Robb, of course, a fantastic player up here as well. So many good names.
Yeah. It does look like Nathan Stratford and James did tie that last round. They played at the first table, so they're both 8-0-1 going into day 2. And it is Summit Kapadu, who is making it into day 2 at 9-0, our single 9-0 player with Snorlax.
Snorlax, everyone's favorite deck, the best deck to make new friends, of course, when playing Pokemon. And so day 2 will begin tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. Central.
Yes,
therefore
local
8:45
time.
Pacific. Yeah, so make sure to be there, tuning in to our beautiful voices tomorrow for some day 2 action.
Yeah, and if for some reason you can't make it tomorrow, be sure to tune into one of our future regional championships. We've got tons of more events on the schedule through the rest of the year. The London European International Championships just around the corner, and of course all leads up to the World Championships in Anaheim, California in August.
So much Pokemon still to be played for here in North America and Europe and Latin America and Oceania. There's basically Pokemon every single weekend. And of course, if you're not attending any of those events, you can definitely catch all the broadcasts of most of our events over at Pokemon.com/broadcast.
Yep, that's where you can find all the information about these tournaments taking place in North America and Europe. Figure out who the team's going to be out there broadcasting it, what time all of those events start. Pokemon.com/broadcast, definitely a page you are going to want to bookmark. And make sure you are following our channels, whether you're watching on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. If you're watching over on Twitch, be sure to drop a follow. That way you're not going to miss any of our event coverage moving forward through the rest of the season. Well, Pablo, it's been an excellent day, my friend. I enjoy getting to cast with you. I'm sure Emily and Wancho have had a great day as well, and I hope everyone watching along at home has enjoyed the show thus far. But we're just getting started. We'll see you back here tomorrow for day 2 action. We are so excited to get into this event.
It's going to be a great time.
I am super excited.
We have one more.
There it is! The top deck on the last.
Tenor Chaludon.
Here we go.
And there's one. There's two.
Two nice
Oh my
stretchers.
gosh.
The cards here. Rare candy plus the Ultra Ball.